The young man slowly came to his senses and heard a terrible scream around him. He was puzzled because he did not understand what was happening, because there was so much noise around. A moment later, he saw a crowd of people shouting near him. He was puzzled because he didn't know who all these people were in front of him. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he saw light. He was puzzled because he saw a light coming from the floor. At that very moment, he screamed and asked where they were. But moments later, he, like everyone else, saw a beautiful maiden. But at that very moment, they heard a roar and turning around saw a monster. Everyone present assumed that this was some kind of prank with a hidden camera, since there were no such monsters in the world. The young man was very scared. He did not understand what had happened. He knew that he had definitely been at home and had dinner just recently. But a moment later, he heard notifications on his phone. He slowly brought the phone closer to himself and saw an invitation to the game. He was a little puzzled as he noticed that a new game had been released. But once he accepted the agreement, he remembered nothing more. At that very moment, he heard a terrible scream from a man who was furiously beating on the door. The young man tried to calm everyone present, as he understood that they were now in the same boat. At that very moment, he reached out to his closest comrade and asked if he knew anything. He sighed heavily, and taken aback, said that he didn't know anything, but he noticed that he could touch other people and realized that this was not a dream or a hallucination. Moreover, he did not feel any sense of awkwardness. At that moment he was taken aback, as he saw the beautiful maiden again. But a moment later everyone noticed the maiden's fire and light around them. They also heard the eerie roar of a monster. The maiden, looking at all those present, greeted them all, and said that first she would like to express her gratitude for responding to their invitation. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't understand what she was talking about. She announced that they had all been chosen as warriors to save the dying continent. Everyone present was shocked and shouted that it was just some kind of prank. The maiden asked everyone to listen to her and pay attention to what she would say next, since all her words were directly related to their chances of life. She said that they could not go to the continent. The young man was taken aback, since he did not expect such a thing. She looked intently at everyone present and said that she would repeat her words, and they must hear her. Some were screaming, some were listening, and some people were thrashing in agony and crying. At that very moment, she announced that only a few survivors would be given the right to go to the continent. She said that they were now at the starting point, and at the same time, they could consider it a kind of waiting room. The girl reported that the room contained everything they needed for survival: food, water, provisions, and even various weapons. At that moment, the young man realized everything. She also said that they could further receive a specialization, but at the same time, some people would receive a characteristic ability. He realized that he had entered a world that he had seen in games or novels. The maiden said that there were several levels of normal, rare, heroic, and legendary. She said that they could use the weapons that were in the room. At that moment, the young man chose a spear. She said that they would use this weapon for their own protection. He heard her words, but at the same moment he was taken aback as he heard a loud roar behind him. The young man, like everyone else, was shocked, because unexpectedly for everyone, the wall began to crack. The Virgin informed them that they all had different homelands, different personalities, and that this place had been prepared for Togo to maximize their individuality and help them grow, and that if they would pronounce the window state, they would be able to understand what she had been telling them all along. At that very moment, the young people began to shout and call for the window to open. The young man screamed in anger and also called the status window. Moments later, he was taken aback as he saw in front of him a window, the state and information about himself. He was a little worried, as he did not know whether his indicators were good. At the same moment, he saw that he had received an ability. He knew that some people also received a characteristic ability. He was informed that he had a heroic level of the soul eye, and with this, he could open his own and others' state window, as well as the hidden level of the ability. At the same moment, he turned around and saw the windows of everyone else. Li Qiyong was puzzled. He saw that there was a limit to growth, and also saw that some had a common assessment. Li Qiyong was immediately taken aback because he wanted to know what was written about him. He had the lowest indicators. There was no point in him trying hard, and no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult for him to overcome the third-class level, and almost all indicators disappointed him, despite the fact that his intelligence and luck were not bad. After everything he saw, the young man was taken aback and froze in shock as he realized that he simply would not survive. He stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do in such a situation. At that very moment, he realized with fury that he would simply die in this room. A moment later, the terrible monster finally destroyed the wall. At once, a whole horde of monsters flew into their small room, with Rusha getting in their way. Li Qiyong stood in one place, as he understood that there was no point in fighting at all. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as he heard a cry from the crowd. The young man, looking at everyone present, shouted for them to immediately raise their weapons. Li Qiyong came to his senses at that very moment. The young man shouted angrily that everyone clearly saw the status window in front of them, so everyone should immediately take up arms, since this did not look like a joke at all. Li Qiyong immediately looked at the young man with a fierce grin, as he saw his characteristics with his power and realized that this was his meat shield. But a moment later, some looked around in confusion and missed the opportunity to fight off the animals, and they attacked them, sparing no one in their path. Li Qiyong. At that moment, he ran up to the young man and told him to stay ahead, because he intended to cover him. The young man was taken aback because his new comrade was about to fight. Li Qiyong said that he simply couldn't continue to sit idly by and that they had to try to do something. The young man joyfully shouted that his few words had made him feel better, but at the same time, he noticed that his new acquaintance looked very frail. At that moment, the young man turned around and horror froze on his face. He was puzzled and shocked as he saw a terrifying monster heading towards him, and it opened its ferocious mouth as it intended to deal a crushing blow to the young man. But not even a few seconds had passed before the monster received a very strong blow. Li Qiyong shouted angrily at his new acquaintance, as he himself had said that they needed to fight. He shouted at the young man that he had to keep up with the monsters if he didn't want to die. As he ran away, he shouted to his comrade to also run away if he valued his life. They ran away in a hurry, no matter what, but at the same time they heard the terrible screams of the other people. Li Qiyong looked into the distance with a fierce grin. He understood that everything was going according to his plan, and for a start, he still managed to shelter one pig. At that moment, he was taken aback, just like his comrade, because the little monsters were urinating on them. But the young man, gathering all his strength into his fist, swung and dealt a very powerful blow with his weapon, causing the monster to scream and fly off to the side. But the other monster wasn't going to give up so easily. He immediately pounced on Li Qiyong. But his comrade still managed to cover his back at that moment. Moments later, he turned around and asked his comrade if he was okay. Li Qiyong looked at his new acquaintance with a satisfied smile, since he was really useful. He thanked him for saving him and also said that they needed to stock up on water. In a moment, they rushed to the exit, but at the same time, they did not forget about the supplies. After a few minutes, they noticed a large door. The young people immediately beamed with happiness, as they understood that they had succeeded and found a way out. Li Qiyong immediately shouted and called his comrade, but a moment later he froze in place as he heard a drawn-out voice and a plea for salvation. He froze in place, but after a few seconds he turned around and saw a young man who was surrounded by monsters and they were biting him, but with the last of his strength he prayed for salvation. The young man looked at his comrade with bewilderment as he stood in place without moving. The young man cried and looked at his comrades with pleading eyes. Li Qiyong could not stand it and rushed to the sufferer at that very moment. The young man looked at his savior with a smile and hope, but to his regret, Li Qiyong took the bag of supplies. At that moment, the young man lost all hope of salvation. He realized that his savior had simply noticed the bags of supplies. Li Qi-yong took the bag and ran away from the dying man and the monsters. The young man, puzzled, shouted to his comrade. But at that very moment in his old age, he made a decision. He raised the thought that he must also run away and save his life. At the same time, the young man looked after them in horror, and at the same time, he was slowly being swallowed up by the monsters. He reached out to them with all his might and begged for help, but his pleas were not heard. Li Qian, while running away, cursed himself, but at the same time asked for forgiveness from the young man he left behind. At that moment, he sighed heavily with remorse, because he knew that he should have simply thanked the young man, because thanks to him, he would be able to survive in the future. After some time, the young people sat quietly in a small cave. The young man asked his friend what they would do next. Li Qi-yong sighed heavily and said that if he had known, he would not have been sitting in such a place. He was puzzled because he understood that his new comrade had strength, but no intelligence, and at times he even felt sorry for him. Li Qi-yong sighed heavily and said that first they needed to find out where exactly they were. He asked his friend if he had ever played similar games. The young man asked in bewilderment if there really were people who had never played. Li Qi-yong sighed heavily and asked his companion if he had seen anything like this before. But in response, he was met with only silence. Li Qi-yong sighed heavily and said that they should raise their level. He understood that perhaps at this stage there was a system in which stats were raised by killing monsters, and during the battle with them, they could receive specialization. Li Qi-yong knew very well that it would be difficult for them ahead, but they had to become stronger. Fortunately, they had weapons and a shield, drinking water and food. Li Qi-yong understood that their situation was much better than that of others, but at that very moment the young people were taken aback, as something monstrous approached them. They looked at the monster in surprise and screamed, as they did not expect anything like this. But at that very moment they wondered why he didn't attack them. Li Qi-yong looked at the monster and used his power, and realized that in front of them was a low-level monster with very poor eyesight and low intelligence. Without wasting a minute, he gave a sign to his companion. He understood that he could and must kill his opponent. At that very moment, he grabbed his weapon and pounced on the stupid monster. He managed to quickly get his bearings and dealt him a crushing blow. The young man, in turn, looked at his companion with horror, as he did not expect anything like this. Li Qi-yong shouted at the monster with despair and anger, wanting it to die quickly. After a few minutes, he finally fell to the ground with a crash. At this, Li Qi-yen sighed heavily, but at the same moment he noticed that his strength had increased. He was glad that he was gaining experience from killing, and then he breathed a sigh of relief with a smile since his assumptions were correct. At this point he looked around in bewilderment as he felt his companion's gaze on him. He came closer to him and said that if he could do it, then he could do it too. He knew that this was so because he had good stamina. At that very moment, the young man with glowing eyes looked at his companion and asked what his name was. Li Qi-yong looked at the young man with a satisfied smile and introduced himself at the same moment, but he understood that he had to remember his name, since in the future he intended to extract everything from him, including his soul. Pak Dok-ku introduced himself at that very moment with a joyful smile. Li Qi-yong walked closer to the young man and looked at him intently. A moment later, he cut a small piece of cloth and began to run around his new companion in a hurry. The young man was puzzled, as he did not understand what he was doing. But a moment later, Pak Dok-ku saw a small armor on his neck, and at that very moment, his resilience increased. Pak Dok-ku looked at his comrade with joyful eyes, as he was glad to receive such a gift. Li Qi-yong sighed heavily and looked away from the young man, as he knew that the shield had to be strong. Pak Dok-ku happily thanked his comrade and said that from now on he could completely rely on him in everything. He sighed heavily and said that he understood everything, but first they had to get out of such a place. Li Qi-yong turned around with a smile, looked at his comrade and said that they should stop being slackers later. They hadn't even taken a few steps when they heard a terrible roar. The young people turned around in a hurry as they heard that the sound was more distinct. At that very moment, a young lady appeared in front of them, screaming with tears in her eyes and running towards them. She desperately begged for salvation and ran in fear while being pursued by ferocious monsters. Li Qiyong shouted to his comrade that they needed to get out quickly. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback. He was furious because he didn't know how to fight off such a number of monsters. He was shocked and did not know what was wrong with the girl, but at that very moment the thought came to him to open the eyes of his soul. At that moment, he was taken aback and looked at the information about the young lady with bewilderment, although the overall assessment was not so bad, and he also saw that she had a legendary class. The young man was taken aback and, looking at his companion hastily, asked why he had frozen in place. Li Qiyong was surprised because he didn't expect to see a man who possessed legendary-level mana in my path. At that moment, he turned around and shouted to his comrade that they would fight because they had to protect and save the girl. Park Dok-ku was taken aback and froze with a puzzled expression on his face, as he did not know if they would be able to deal with the monster. Li Qiyan immediately informed his new comrade of the action tactics. At the same time, the young lady continued to run away from the terrible monsters. Li Qiyan, peeking out from around the corner, gave a signal to the girl. She didn't lose her composure and ran quickly towards him. The young lady, without wasting a minute, ran with all her strength while the monsters were chasing her. A moment later, she managed to hide behind the backs of the young people, but the monsters still continued to pursue her. A moment later, the young man and the monster met eyes. With the speed of lightning, the formidable and ferocious monster dealt a very powerful blow, but the young man managed to block its blow with the help of his shield. Li Qiyong, without wasting a minute, ran towards the monster, as he intended to deal it a crushing blow. At that very moment, he pushed off from the ground and rushed towards his opponent. He beat the monster with all his might, while his companions sighed heavily. But a moment later, he was taken aback and cried out to his friend, as more monsters began to attack him. But unexpectedly for the young people, an unknown person dealt with all the monsters. Li Qiyong, in turn, was shocked by what he saw. He turned around hastily, wanting to understand what had happened. At that very moment, he saw a handsome young man. They met eyes and stared at each other for a few seconds. Li Qiyong was very surprised and puzzled, as he did not expect to see anything like this. He didn't understand where the young man came from. At that moment, he used the soul eye and saw all the characteristics of the young man. But a moment later, he was taken aback, as he saw that the young man was a regression of the Altanis. Li Qiyong was puzzled, as he did not understand what he had seen at all, and at the same time he wondered if their savior was returning in time. He saw all his characteristics and froze in shock. He was also informed that just talking with the young man was a great honor for him. The young man was taken aback and looked intently at everyone present. He noticed that the young men looked as if they were already accustomed to such battles. Park Dok-ku happily hugged his friend and said that he seemed more accustomed to this kind of thing. Li Qiyong, in turn, wondered if he could accidentally see the young man's abilities. At that moment, he was taken aback as he saw that in front of him was a true sword master. A moment later, his face twisted as he envied the young man and his abilities. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, looked at everyone present with bewilderment. Li Qiyong looked at the savior with bewilderment, as he did not understand why he was looking at him so intently. He wondered if he had been caught spying on his abilities. Li Qiyong knew he had to greet his savior first. Li Qiyanvi's expression changed within a minute, and he introduced himself with a smile and also thanked the young man for saving him. He assumed that their savior walked everywhere alone. Kim Hyun-sung said with a smile that he was currently gathering survivors and that he had also prepared a survivor base at the proper camp. At that moment, the young man was taken aback and asked how many people there were in total. Kim Hyun-sung thought for a moment and said that he had gathered about 30 people who were capable of fighting, and he also said that he would like them to join the camp. The young man looked at him intently because he understood that he was very dangerous. He understood that in words he was good-natured and kind, but he did not know if what he said about the camp of survivors was true. Li Qiyong wondered if the young man knew that such a gathering would only become a hindrance, but he saw a regression in front of him and did not know what to do in this situation. Li Qiyong assumed that the person in front of him knew how to get through this location, and most likely he knew all of its secrets. At that moment he realized that it would be most beneficial for them to maintain a good relationship with the young man. Li Qiyong immediately accepted the offer with a joyful smile and asked if he had received his specialization. While the young people were talking to each other, Li Qiyong remembered the girl they had saved earlier. He glanced sideways and noticed that she was sitting quietly and crying. He came closer to her and extended his hand. Li Qiyong, with a beaming smile, asked the young lady to stand up and take his hand. She was taken aback and sheepishly thanked him for his help. Kim Hyun-sung noticed the young people at that moment. He was taken aback as he did not expect to see a young lady, but moments later he ran up to her. Jung Ha-yang looked at the young people shyly and introduced herself at the same moment. Kim Hyun-sung joyfully shouted that he was very glad to meet you, and at that very moment he introduced himself to the young lady. The young people looked at him in bewilderment, as they did not understand why he was so happy. Kim Hyun-sung looking at the girl, he asked if she was okay. Jung Ha-yang hugging her savior, she said that she was fine. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the girl with embarrassment and said that if she suddenly felt uncomfortable, then she should definitely tell him at any time. She looked away from him and timidly said that she was fine and that he didn't need to worry. But at that very moment, she shyly hid behind her new acquaintance. Li Qiyong stared at the young man as he saw the regression, the swordmaster, the one who could not win. He was the one who realized, and he was the one who carried the victims on his back. Li Qiyong knew full well that the strongest man in the world had already seen the end once. Li Qiyong knew that the young man had rewound time because he wanted to change the future, but he assumed that by regressing, he would first try to get everything that could be useful to him. He glanced sideways at the girl, as he knew she was definitely on the list of things he wanted to get. Meanwhile, the young lady caught their gaze and looked away, embarrassed. After a few seconds, she plucked up her courage and, looking at the savior, said that she was late, but still wanted to thank him for saving her. He smiled and said that there was nothing to thank him for. Then she hid behind him again as she was very embarrassed. Li Qiyong looked at the girl menacingly and intently. He saw that she was a person who possessed wild magic potential. Kim Hyun-sung is a warrior who started another round. He looked intently at the young people, because he understood that he had found a treasure. Li Qiyong was pleased with everything that was happening, and at the same time looked at his victims with a grin, because he knew that they would go with him to the very end. After some time, the young people visited a small camp, and at that moment, they looked with joy at all the survivors. They saw that people worked together tirelessly. Pak Dak-ku happily told the young man that he had found a truly amazing place. Kim Hyun-sung smiled and said that he had stumbled upon such a place by chance. Li Qiyong, in turn, understood perfectly well that the young man had already known about the camp in advance. At that very moment, everyone present was taken aback as a young lady ran towards them with a joyful smile. She greeted her friend with joy, but noticed that he had not come alone, but with the newcomers. He sighed heavily and greeted the girl, but at that very moment she said that he was late and that she was very worried. Li Qiyong noticed that the girl spoke very kindly to the young man. At that moment, she asked who the newcomers were. The young man said that they would now be with them in the camp. Li Qiyong did not waste a minute and used his power. He used the soul's eye, and he noticed that she was a selfish, cynical, unemployed person with no title. She was also older than Kim Hyun-sung, but despite this, she greeted him with joy and addressed him as an elder. Li Qiyong was very confused because all of her characteristics were just terrible, and yet, in the overall assessment, she mentioned that she could be a perfect couple with Li Qiyong. At that very moment, she joyfully addressed each newcomer. Park Dak-ku introduced himself with a happy smile and also began introducing all his friends. Young Haiyang introduced herself shyly. But at that very moment the young lady looked menacingly at the girl. She was dissatisfied with everything she saw. Li Qi-yong looked at the young lady intently and wondered if she was judging people. Pak-Dak-ku was big and had a weapon, so he easily entered their camp. Compared to him, the girl with a limp and the skinny young man could have failed the competition and not gotten into the camp. Ji-hee looked at the young man with a happy smile and said that he was very large and looked like some kind of tank, while she noted that he had already managed to deal with many monsters on his way. He shouted with a joyful smile that he had killed several, but all thanks to his comrade, because if it weren't for him, he truly would no longer be in this world. She looked at the frail young man in surprise, as she had not expected such a thing. Li Qi-yong, in turn, looked intently at the girl, but said nothing. At that very moment her face changed, and with a joyful smile she said that she was very glad to meet them all. She said that she would certainly accompany them to the camp, and she also informed them that the men and their women lived separately. Ji-hee looked at the young man with a joyful smile and asked him to take care of her. Li Qi-yan, in turn, looked at her intently, as he knew that they were of the same feather, but, in turn, he used his radiant smile and said that he would definitely do it. They also noticed the rest of the camp members, and everyone present was happy, as they saw the warriors who could save them. All those present rejoiced with joy as they saw the warriors. Li Qi-yong looked closely at everyone present. He noticed that this was indeed a safe zone, but not for him, but for them. He was shocked and did not understand when he had already become the local shield. The next day he was sleeping quietly when he suddenly heard some noise. Li Qi-yong woke up puzzled, but saw his joyful comrade standing next to him. Li Qi-yong sighed heavily and called out to his friend, saying that he looked around and noticed that there weren't many people fit for battle in the camp. He apologized, but still asked how he managed to keep this place safe. Kim Hyun-song said with bitterness in his voice that the situation was not so good. Unfortunately, there was not enough drinking water and food for everyone, and there were not enough people who were able to fight, so they had to save those people who were able to fight. Kim Hyun-sung sighed heavily and informed his comrades that things could get worse at any moment. Li Qi-yen understood that the food would soon run out, and with monsters lurking at every turn, he understood that people who were incapable of fighting would only become a greater burden for them. The young man looked at his comrades in bewilderment and said that people are not a burden. Li Qi-yan, in turn, said menacingly that they were a burden, and at the same time he noted that he was not involved in charity and did not intend to save them. At that very moment dead silence reigned. Park Dak-ku asked his comrade if he was going to leave, but he said that he had no intention of doing anything like that. He sighed heavily and said that they couldn't just sit and wait for a miracle, as it was useless. Kim Hyun-sung sighed heavily and was taken aback, as he did not understand what he should do in such a situation. But a moment later, he looked at the young people and was taken aback because his new acquaintance said with a satisfied smile that if they fought together, they could overcome everything. And of course, this also concerned him. He was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like this, but he still thanked them for their support. Li Qi-yong looked at the swordmaster with a smile and said that he understood what he was thinking and that he probably wanted to save all the people. He, of course, understood his intentions and accepted them. Li Qi-yong immediately sighed heavily and said that he was completely different from him, since he was not the type of person who easily sacrificed himself for others, and he also noted that moving in Group B was not his intention. Li Qi-yong told young people that it would be okay if they thought he was a little selfish. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrade intently and said that it was not so, and he could understand him, because it was obvious that he wanted something. Li Qi-yong was taken aback and looked at his comrade in surprise, but at the same time he was glad, because he assumed that he would say to sacrifice himself for the sake of friendship. Li Qi-yong looked at his lovely repressor with a satisfied grin. At that very moment he said that they also wanted to be privy to his plans that he would have in the future. He just couldn't leave him alone to reap all the benefits, Kim Hyun-sung was taken aback, as he didn't expect anything like this. He was very surprised, as he had expected to hear something like this. But a moment later, he looked at his comrade with a gentle smile, so he understood that he knew. At that very moment, he reported that at the starting point, the maiden in the announcement gave several options. She said that only the few who completed the tutorial would get to the continent, and only a few survivors would have the right to go to the continent. From her words, it was clear that they were in for a purge and survival. Lee Ki-yeon said that he thought that the option of survival was actually impossible. Lee Ki-yong immediately said that he did not know how possible it was for a small number of people to appropriate most of the resources. He said that if his goal was not cleansing but survival, then such a crowd of people unfit for combat was even more undesirable. Lee Ki-yong in turn understood the harsh reality perfectly well, since he knew that even if the sick and old people were not being held captive by monsters, they would in any case simply die of hunger. Lee Ki-yeon-yi, looking at everyone present, said that this was obvious to absolutely any person. The swordmaster backed away and said that he understood perfectly well what he was talking about. Kim Hyun-sung. At that very moment, he extended his hand to the young man and asked him to take care of only him. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the swordmaster with a satisfied smile, since he actually just wanted to cuddle up to him because he was a repressor, but he still accepted his offer with a smile. Lee Ki-yong looked closely at his companion, as she noticed that he was now looking at him with a completely different look, while he knew that the young man was not strong. But for him, he became a competent specialist, like a tactician or a manager. After some time, the young people came across a group of monsters. They fought no matter what. But still the monsters were advancing, and it was hard for the young people. Kim Hyun-sun, in turn, went to the rescue of his comrades at the first call. He, using all his strength and capabilities, chopped down monsters no matter what. He easily dealt with all the obstacles in his path, and all he heard was a terrible scream in response. He saw the monster writhing in pain and agony, but he still had no intention of letting the monster go, and a moment later he heard a loud crash from the monster's fall. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, watched the young man from afar with a satisfied smile. Kim Hyun-sung informed his comrades that there were still several monsters ahead, and he intended to hold them off. At the same moment, his comrade shouted that he understood everything, but at the same time, he had to take all the food. Pak Dak-ku, while collecting food, he noticed that there were far fewer monsters in this area. The young man assumed that the area had already been cleared, but at the same time, Pak Dak-ku wondered if their companion had actually been fencing while he was on Earth. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and said that he didn't know if that was true, but he still assumed that the young man could do something like that, or maybe it was just his specialty. Pak Dak-ku sighed heavily, and at the same moment he wilted. Lee Ki-yong looked closely at his comrade and said that he did not need to worry, since they would soon also discover their abilities. He also told his friend that he was very useful even without specialization. Park Dak-ku said that he did nothing wrong and that all the credit should go to their comrade. Lee Ki-yong looked at the young man with a gentle smile and said that without him he simply would not have made it to the camp. Pak Dak-ku was taken aback and looked at the young man with embarrassment, as he did not expect to hear so many pleasant words. But a moment later, the young people were taken aback when they saw a notification window. At that very moment, the young man saw that several specializations had opened up for him, and he could look at detailed descriptions of each. He was very happy, because everything happened faster than he expected. But at that same moment, he looked in surprise at the specialization of her commander, and the commander had a rare level. The warrior had a normal level, because any team needs a warrior who can fight at the front. The archer had a normal level, but he could hit at long range. The mage had a normal level, but he was a ranged fighter who used magic every time. Lee Ki-yong understood that being an archer was cool because he could shoot from a distance, and with the help of magic he could raise his mana, which was at the very bottom. But at that very moment, he read about a commander with a rare level, and this was a specialization that had no combat abilities. Representatives of this specialization did not fight on the front lines. but only assessed the situation behind and gave orders. The young man thought for a moment, not knowing what to choose from the list, but at that very moment their friend approached them and said that it seemed like a specialization window had opened for him. Lee Ki-yong revealed what options he was offered to choose from. Kim Hyun-sung was surprised when he heard that he was offered to become a commander. Lee Ki-yong was a little puzzled, as the commander seemed like a good specialization to him for some reason, but at the same time, he wondered if this map was actually a trap. At that very moment, his friend shouted that he didn't know why, but he thought the commander would be perfect for him. Pak Dok-koo smiled and told his comrade that he was indeed the ideal type for a commander, and if he commanded them, they would definitely win. He also said that he could already imagine how cool he was behind them, waving his hand and giving everyone instructions. Kim Hyun-sung sighed heavily and said that this specialization had quite a few bonuses, but other specializations primarily added a few points. He sighed heavily, as he thought that he and his stubbornness should not choose this card, but his comrade shouted and demanded that he choose a commander. Kim Hyun-sung said that the young man could choose the archer, but at that moment his friend demanded that he choose the commander. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily as each of them advised him on what to choose, and at the same time they told him the pros and cons of each choice. After a few minutes, they no longer said anything and only demanded that he choose quickly. After a few minutes of arguing, they switched to more aggressive tactics among themselves. While they were arguing, the young man still wondered what he should do and whom he should choose, since they had stunned and confused him. He sighed heavily, and yet, having collected his thoughts, he chose what would suit him best. After he made his choice, he was enveloped in a bright light. But after a moment he looked into the distance in bewilderment, as he had expected more. At that very moment the young men pounced on him, as they had expected him to wait a little before making his choice. They immediately cried out and asked who he had chosen. Without letting the young man say a word, they asked whom he had chosen. At that very moment he looked at them with a smile and said that he was now a magician. Park Dok-koo was shocked by his friend's choice, as he expected him to choose the commander. Kim Hyun-sung asked the young man why he chose a magician. Lee Ki-yong said with a smile that he simply trusted his instincts. He understood that the great swordsman was sorry that he did not choose the archer. But he had a good reason, because physical activity is not his style, so he did not want to be an archer. He was drawn to the commander, but he could only get one stat point. He understood that a mage was a good option, and it would be good for him to go the path of maintaining high intelligence. New knowledge flowed into his head on its own, one after another, as if lining up in his head. Moments later, he saw new information about himself and was delighted with the outcome. Lee Ki-yong turned to his friend and asked if he had chosen his specialization. He sighed heavily and said that he had been dealt a warrior with a shield and a priest, so he was confused and did not understand what was best for him to take. At that very moment the young men said in one voice that he should choose a warrior with a shield. He was puzzled, as he understood that a priest was also a good option, but they again said in one voice that he must choose the war with the shield. A moment later he sighed heavily and obeyed their will. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend and asked what he had chosen. At that very moment he showed them his trusty shield. He looked at his friend with a smile and said that from now on he would be a warrior with a shield. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he had made the right choice. He was as happy as if he saw an official meat shield in front of him. At that very moment, the young man congratulated them with a smile and said that it was time for them to return. Kim Hyun-sung was a little puzzled because he didn't know how to divide the food. The young man said that a few bags would be enough for them. At that very moment, he gave his comrade the rest of the provisions. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his new acquaintances with joy. After some time, they returned to the survivors' camp. The young lady looked at her friend and asked where their savior was, as she was very hungry, Ji. He sighed heavily and said that he would be back soon. The girl was puzzled by such an answer, as she wanted him to return as soon as possible. Ji-hai looked at her friend and said that she could have a snack of what was there. The girl thanked her with a smile. Ji-hai looked to the side in confusion and saw a man reaching out to her. She looked at him with disdain and asked why he was looking at her so intently. She also asked if he really wanted to eat her. At that moment, she broke a piece of bread and sighed and said that it was her and Miss Hee-yeon's food. The man looked at them with puzzlement. Ji-hee looked at the man with disdain and said that she could only give crumbs to the idle parasite, but the man immediately began to greedily collect the crumbs. Ji-hai shouted with a joyful smile that he would amaze and that he did the right thing by collecting the crumbs. But at that very moment she was taken aback as she heard that the young people were returning. The young people slowly entered the camp, under the shouts of everyone. Ji-he happily ran up to the young man. She reached for the supplies and said that they would carry everything themselves from now on. He looked closely at the young lady and asked her to take care of the others as he still had things to do and needed to leave. At that moment, the man approached Lee Ki-yong and said with a satisfied smile that he could give him the bag. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man gloomily but did not answer. At that very moment, he simply turned away from the man and walked in his direction. Pak Duk-koo asked his friend in confusion if he really didn't plan to share the supplies. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and said that he had said earlier that they were not volunteers at all. The young man consoled him and said that it was true, but he still understood that it was somehow wrong. Lee Ki-yong said that if they wanted to eat, they could pick up the sword and go out, suggesting that their new acquaintance had transferred them to the camp to stir up the people. He watched everyone present closely as he saw how they ate with joy. At that very moment he noticed the young lady who was happily pleasing everyone. Lee Ki-yong looked at the girl intently as he knew that in the absence of the great swordsman she was in charge of everything in the camp. He knew that in front of him was the type of person who is strong in front of the weak, but weak in front of the strong. He understood that she was a local knee-jerk in the absence of a leader. But at that very moment the young man was taken aback, as he felt that something was wrong. He turned around and saw that some were barely happy, while others were working tirelessly. At that very moment he noticed his friend who was working. The man approached the girl and asked why she was working so slowly, as he was irritated by her speed. She, trembling with fear, asked for forgiveness. At that very moment, the man shouted that they would all be left without food if they did not fulfill their quota. Lee Ki-yong looked at everyone present in a puzzled manner. At that moment, he looked at everyone present again with a grin, as he generally understood the kind of treatment Chung Ha-yang received in the camp. At that very moment, he called his comrade. Lee Ki-yong asked his friend if he remembered the girl they met yesterday. Lee Ki-yong told his friend to give her the bag and keep his gaze fixed on her. The young man was surprised by his friend's behavior, but a moment later he realized that his friend simply liked the girl. He looked at his friend with a satisfied smile and said that he understood and that he could trust him. At the same time, the young lady was quietly collecting stones. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and looked closely at the girl, as he understood that she was very lonely and having a hard time. He knew that no one but them would take care of her, but he also understood that she would be extremely grateful to them for their care. He understood that in this case, she would immediately trust them and rely only on them. Pak Duk-koo rushed towards the young girl with a joyful smile. But moments later he was taken aback as he saw something strange. At the same time, the man was smiling and offering the young lady some food. Lee Ki-yong stopped at that moment because he saw something suspicious. He looked at the man with fury as he did not know who he was. Lee Ki-yong was furious as the man approached his precious treasure. Lee Ki-yong looked away from the girl because he knew that there was no need for a good relationship when he himself did not have enough food. He understood that it was as clear as day because there could be no other purpose. At that very moment, the young man turned around because he saw his friend's gaze. Lee Ki-yong signaled to his friend to just keep going. The young man nodded in response to his friend and did as he was told. At the same time, the young man looked at her lady with a smile and, handing her a loaf of bread, said that they were not on bad terms, so he brought her food. The young lady was taken aback because she didn't know if this was all normal. He said with a smile that she should not refuse and should accept the offer, because it had not been easy for her all this time. She was taken aback and timidly agreed. But one way or another, she still thanked him for his concern. He said with a smile that there was nothing wrong with that. She was grateful to the young man for his concern. But she also knew that if Li Qiyan hadn't saved her in the cave, nothing like this would have happened. She remembered how he smiled tenderly back at her, and now her thoughts were absorbed by the young man. At that very moment, the man looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what she was thinking about. He looked at her with a satisfied smile and said that, if she didn't mind, he would like to get closer to her. Yung Ha-yang looked at the man with confusion, as she assumed that he was simply offering her friendship, but after a moment, she smiled and agreed with him. But at that very moment, the young lady was taken aback as he placed his hand on hers. She saw his full gaze, lust. At the same time, she asked him to let go of her hand, but she also noticed that he had no intention of doing anything like that. Trembling with fear, she asked him what had suddenly come over him and begged him to let go of her hand. But the man only became enraged after her words. He looked at the girl with fury and asked how she could be so short-sighted. He looked at her with fury and asked if she really thought that he was just doing some kind of charity work. She was taken aback and froze in shock. He looked at her and said that if she had received anything, she should give something in return, and the young lady was very scared. He pulled her towards him and said that if she wanted to live well in the camp in the future, she should grovel before him. He asked angrily if she was really that stupid and didn't understand the situation. Park Dok-koo came closer to them and angrily told the man to let go of the girl's hand before he broke it. The man was furious because he did not understand who had approached them and who dared to interfere with them. But at that very moment, he was taken aback as the young man hit him on the arm. Park Dok-koo looked at the man with anger, as he could not imagine that there was such trash in the world. He told the man that he should stop pretending as his arm was not broken. The man was furious, but at the same moment he was taken aback as the young man pulled him by the collar of his clothes. Meanwhile, the young lady watched everything that was happening with surprise. Park Dok-koo, in turn, did not intend to stand on ceremony for long with such a person, and in that very moment, he threw him away. Everyone present was shocked by what was happening. The young people looked on in bewilderment as the scene of violence unfolded. At the same time, Li Qiyan quietly watched everything from the side and did not forget to eat. The man was shocked and screamed as he saw blood on his face. Park Dok-koo looked at the man with bewilderment and asked him to stop writhing in pain, since he didn't even put any force into his blow. He came closer to the man and said that since he had made such a scene, he would hit him so that he would immediately shut up. But at the same time, the young lady blocked his way. She looked at her friend intently and asked him to stop as everything was fine. At that moment, Li Ji-hai ran up to them and shouted for them to stop immediately. She was in shock and did not understand what they were doing, but she hastily asked the man if he was okay. Li Ji-hai immediately turned around and shouted at the young man that violence was prohibited in the camp. She couldn't understand what he had done. He was taken aback and said that the man grabbed the young lady's hand hard and was abusing her, so he hit him, but he also said that he clearly saw everything with his own eyes. Li Ji-hai was taken aback by what she heard and quickly asked the man if what the young man had said was true, but the man denied everything. Mr. Shok-woo, looking at everyone present, said that there was a misunderstanding while he was holding the nth lady's hand, but to some extent by mistake. The young man was furious and shouted that it was not a mistake at all. Li Ji-hai immediately asked the man to tell her everything in more detail. He sighed heavily and said that he wanted to get a little closer to the girl, and since she said she felt the same way, he misunderstood her. Li Ji-hai immediately looked at the girl and told her not to hide, but to tell everything in person. Yung Ha-yang was at a loss at that moment as everyone was staring at her. She was scared and trembling with fear as everyone was whispering behind her back. At that moment, she turned around and froze in shock as she saw evil grins while everyone was saying that she was the heroine of a romance novel. Jung Ha-yang was confused. She didn't understand why everyone was looking at her with such eyes, because she clearly understood that she had done nothing wrong. She was puzzled because she knew that on Earth and in the New World, no one had ever been on her side. Jung Ha-yang, having withstood the pressure, burst into tears and also said that it was all true. She also said that the man forcibly pulled her by the hand and said that if she wanted to live well in the camp, she should be with him. She said that she was very scared of him, and at the same time she could not utter a word. Li Ji-hai sighed heavily and told the girl that she didn't understand that she was saying that because she was crying. Li Ji-hai was puzzled because she knew that this situation was not very good, but she also said that Mr. said that he wanted to get closer to her, and in response, she agreed. The young lady froze for a moment, as it was true, but she did not want anything like that at all. Looking at everyone present, she said that she understood his words in a different meaning, but at the same time she asked for forgiveness. Li Ji-hai looked at the young lady menacingly and said that she was far from a little child and that she should not solve all her problems with tears. Li Ji-hai looked at the young man intently and said that he should first figure out what exactly was going on before he started throwing his fists. Li Ji-hai said that they don't know who is the perpetrator and who is the victim in this situation. At that moment, the young lady bowed and asked for forgiveness. Li Ji-hai looked at the girl intently and said that she didn't need to do it in front of them. Li Ji-hai, at that moment, she looked at them with a smirk and strongly recommended the girl to apologize to the man. She said that the victim in this situation was the man himself. The young lady was taken aback and froze in shock. Li Ji-hai looked at the girl with a fierce grin and asked why she froze. She told the girl to immediately fall on her knees and ask for forgiveness. Jung Ha-yang trembled with fear and at the same time timidly asked for forgiveness. At that very moment, her expression changed, and she once again asked the man for forgiveness. Li Ki-yan looked into the distance with a satisfied grin and slowly walked towards them, as he knew that now was his turn. At that moment, he looked at everyone present with cold fury and asked what was going on. In fact, he couldn't even imagine that such a commotion would arise. Li Ki-yong understood that it was none of his business what happened between them. Li Ki-yong knew that the only thing that mattered was that the young lady was at a dead end. The young lady looked at the young man and said with a smile that he had arrived just in time, but he looked at her angrily and asked if she was in her right mind. She was taken aback, as she did not understand what he was talking about. He sighed heavily and asked if she really thought that they had some kind of regional playground. He looked around and asked angrily what would happen if their screams brought monsters running to their camp. At that moment, everyone was taken aback and looked at each other with bewilderment and horror. Li Ji-hai sighed heavily and said that the situation was out of the ordinary, but the young man assured her that he had watched everything that had happened from afar and generally understood everything. He sighed heavily and said that she had said earlier that it was still unknown who was the perpetrator and who was the victim in this situation. Li Ji-hai said that when a group of people corner one person, anyone would be afraid. The young lady was shocked and shouted that the girl was definitely to blame for this situation. He looked at her intently and asked if she could really be sure that the man was innocent. She was taken aback, as she did not know what to answer him. At that very moment, the young lady caught the gaze of everyone present. Li Ji-hai looked at the girl with a grin, because he understood that she could not answer him. He knew that if she said anything else, then all the responsibility would fall on her. Li Ki-yong, sighing heavily, said that they were poisoning an absolutely innocent person, and if their leader saw everything that was happening now, he would not be happy about this. At that moment, everyone was taken aback and looked away. They were scared because they knew that if he abandoned them too, it would be the end for them too. Li Ki-yong walked closer to the young lady and said with a smile that, in his opinion, she was not that kind of person at all. She looked at him with admiration and embarrassment as she saw that the young man was helping her out of a similar situation. Li Ji-hai was furious, She didn't understand how he could know what the girl really was like since they had only known each other for a few days. Lee Ki-young looked at the girl menacingly and asked if she told her school friend that she wanted to be closer to him, would her words mean that she wanted to sleep with him. Lee Ki-young looked at the girl intently and said that she should not, like everyone else, give in to public opinion, and they should all think about everything carefully. The young lady was furious. But at that very moment she was taken aback and turned around as everyone began to support the young man. They said he was right, and at the same time they started putting pressure on Mr. Seok-woo. Lee Ji-hai was shocked by everything that was happening, as he quickly changed the opinion of those around him. Lee Ji-hai looked at the young man with fury and asked if he was really serious just now. But at that very moment she was taken aback and froze in shock as she saw his fierce grin. Meanwhile, the young man looked at her with a fixed gaze, because he wanted her to see his gaze. He understood that she had to see that he was now the king of this camp. She was taken aback and froze while everyone stared at her, waiting for her to do something new. Lee Ki-young sighed heavily and asked everyone present why they were crowded together. Looking at everyone, he said that first they should treat the man, since he had an injury. Lee Ki-young looked at the young people and asked them to take care of the man. Lee Ki-young said that before the leader returned, they should clean up and make sure they could get back on schedule right away. He also noted that monsters might come running because of what happened, so they should check out the area. The young man looked at his friend with a smile and said that he would do everything. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the girl and said that after everything that happened, they needed to talk a little. She was taken aback as she had not expected such a thing, but she still agreed. Lee Ki-young left, but he heard all the conversations. But at the same time he understood that the girl should not pay attention to such things, because the important thing is that she received the position of the favorite of the holder of power. Lee Ji-hai watched them go with fury as she realized that they had set her up and taken away what was due to her. Lee Ki-young sighed heavily, and looking at the young lady, asked her to sit down for a conversation. Trembling with fear, she cried and asked for forgiveness, since she had no such intentions at all. He sighed heavily and said that he knew, and that she was not guilty of anything at all. Lee Ki-yeon looked at her with a gentle smile and said that she could tell him how it really was. The girl was taken aback as his beautiful smile melted her heart. At that very moment she calmed down and obeyed his words. She said he suddenly grabbed her hand and started squeezing it painfully. Lee Ki-yeon gasped and asked if that really happened. Trembling with fear and bursting into tears, she said that afterward her friend came and hit the man. He was puzzled, as he did not understand what she was saying at all. He ignored everything, but he knew that the most important thing was to express his sympathy to her. At that very moment, he said that it must be very difficult for her. She smiled and said with embarrassment that this was not so, because now she felt much better. She thanked him again with a smile. Lee Ki-yeon sighed heavily and said that there was nothing to thank him for, because if you look into the situation, she was not to blame for anything. Jung Ha-yang shyly said that she thanked him for believing in her. She said that he had been helping her constantly since their first meeting, so she was interested and at the same time tormented by one question. Why was he so kind to her? Lee Ki-yeon said with a smile that he only did what he thought was right. He said that he had a younger sister at home and they were the same age. He smiled and said that, looking at the young lady, he involuntarily remembered his sister, but at the same time he understood that this was an outright lie. Since they were not at all similar, he forced himself to say the younger sister for the sake of credibility. She was taken aback and asked for forgiveness, and also said that she had 2 older sisters, but they had not communicated for a long time. She sighed and said that she didn't have parents. Lee Ki-yeon at the same time said with a gentle smile that they were very similar, since he also didn't have parents. She was taken aback and said embarrassedly that it was true, and they looked a bit alike. Lee Ki-yeon looked at her with a gentle smile, as he was glad that they still had something in common. He understood that in this way it was easy to add mutual understanding and interest. At the same moment, he said with a smile that he hoped it would not burden her. Lee Ka-young, looking at the girl, said that he would like them to communicate freely, but at the same time he stated that this was exclusively his desire. Jung Ha-yang was shocked by this, but after a few phrases from the young man, they agreed to communicate informally. Jung Ha-yang was very embarrassed by such words, but at the same time she was happy. Meanwhile, the young man looked at her with a satisfied grin, as he knew that she was now completely captivated by him. At that moment, he used his power and looked closely at the girl, but after a few minutes of checking, he noticed that she did not yet have a specialization. After reading all the information about the girl, he realized that he needed to quickly develop her abilities, and he also decided to touch on the topic of magic after getting closer. But at that very moment, the young men were taken aback and turned around as a girl approached them and asked them to pay attention to her. They were surprised because they didn't expect to see anyone else. Lee Ki-young, in turn, looked at the girl with a grin, as he assumed that she would come to him after some time, but it turned out even faster than he expected. At that moment, he looked at his companion and asked her to leave them alone, as he wanted to talk to my girlfriend. She stood up timidly and said that she understood everything and would leave them. But as she left, the young lady looked intently at the girl. But they did not exchange a word, as the young lady quickly ran to the camp. Lee Ki-young, looking at the girl, asked what was the matter and what brought her to him. She looked at him intently and sighed heavily, timidly saying that she wanted to apologize to him, and she wanted to apologize for causing a fuss. Lee Ki-young said it was okay, and at the same time he apologized for reacting harshly. She said it wasn't, and he did what he had to. Lee Ki-young sighed heavily and looked closely at the girl, as he was not used to her. Lee Ji-hai, without looking up, asked the young man to leave the decision of this matter to her, because she had thought it over carefully and realized that she was equally at fault before the young lady and before the man. She started talking about trust, but he interrupted her and said that she could do whatever she wanted. Lee Ki-young looked at her intently and said that the management of the camp was originally her responsibility, and so he apologized to her for brazenly interfering. She was taken aback in a way she hadn't expected, but he said he understood what she was talking about. But at that very moment, his face changed, and he said with a grin that he would prefer not to have to interfere in such a situation anymore. He understood that she and he were people who had nothing to their name, and in order to survive, such people had to engage in politics, and at the same time, they had to keep everything in their own hands. She understood that she should not cross this line. At that moment, the young lady slowly approached him. He was puzzled because he did not understand what she was doing at all. Lee Ji-hai said that she understood him perfectly and would not cross the line in the future, while she apologized for causing him trouble. He was puzzled and did not understand why she was suddenly behaving in such a way. She smiled and asked shyly if it was really so obvious what she was thinking. Lee Ji-hai approached the young man and said with admiration that she adored ambitious people, and the more she looked at him, the more clearly she realized that he was her type. Lee Ji-hai looked at the young man with a smile and asked why they didn't get closer to each other. He asked with bewilderment what benefit it would give him. Lee Ji-hai, looking into his eyes, said predatorily that he had restrained her in order to present himself as a hero in the eyes of a young and helpless girl. She said that the girl was weak and would have many enemies, but she could look after her. Lee Ki-young looked at the young lady with a satisfied grin, as she had seen everything. He looked at her intently and quietly said that they were very similar. At the same moment, she touched him tenderly and said that everything was true, and they were similar. He understood that she was a person with whom he had a special emotional and spiritual connection. A few days later, the man spoke at the podium. Bursting into tears, he shouted that he had caused everyone trouble, and for this, he sincerely asked for forgiveness. The young men were surprised by her task, as they knew that Lee Ji-hai had sided with the girl, and now the man was apologizing. They understood that she had no other choice, and they also noticed that the girl was dear to the young master. Everyone present was puzzled, as there was a lot of fuss about some girl, and they wondered if she was pretending to be an unfortunate lamb. Lee Ki-yong looked menacingly at everyone present as he heard their conversations. Lee Ki-yon asked the girl to deal with the man herself a few days ago, and at the same time, she should look after the young lady well. But he also said that if something serious were to happen, she should report it to him. She smiled and said that she promised to do everything as he said, and she also asked if he really wanted people to stop making noise. She said with a smile that in this situation, the young girl had no choice but to rely on him. He sighed heavily and said that everything was correct. Lee Ji-hai looked at the young man with a smile and said that there really was something about the girl, since he was so interested in her. He sighed heavily and looked puzzled, but looked at his companion but did not answer her. At that very moment, he looked away from her and said that she didn't need this information. She was taken aback because when he addressed her, he called her Nuna, since she was older, but at the same time, no one in the camp knew her age, and she was a little puzzled. Lee Ki-yon immediately realized that it was a good thing that he had started collaborating with the girl, as she was an excellent politician and quickly changed the atmosphere in the camp. But he was still puzzled, because thanks to something like this, he had been listening to his girlfriend's mental anguish for several days in a row. Jung Ha-yang looked at the young man with tears in her eyes. She was glad that he was next to her, and at the same time, he taught her magic. Smiling, he said that it was only a joy for him to teach her. After a moment, he still asked if she could use basic magic. Jung Ha-yang was puzzled and unsure of herself. At that moment, the young man released his power, and a fire lit up on his finger. The young lady was shocked by everything she saw, as she, unfortunately, could not do something like that. Lately, he had not only been studying magic with the young lady, but also training his friend so that he could quickly get used to his specialty. The young man was puzzled, as he knew that the problem was that all the spells he knew were minor, and they had not moved forward for several days. Lee Ki-yon said with a smile that in a few days he would go hunting, but until then they could practice together. She agreed with him with a smile and said that she would try her best. At that moment he sighed heavily and said with a smile that in that case they could finish. Jung Ha-yang was taken aback and told the young man that there was something she didn't understand. Jung Ha-yang timidly said that she noticed that her mana had recently grown again. Lee Ki-young was taken aback and looked at her in surprise, but at the same time he understood that she was his treasure, since she was growing very quickly. He knew that after some time she would gain a specialization, so he wanted to use his power and see how much she had risen. After a moment, he noticed that she didn't have a title, but she had to try a little harder, and he saw that her specialization was Mage. He was dumbfounded because he didn't understand what had happened and wondered if she had already become a magician. She looked at him in bewilderment as she saw that he was shocked by something. She said with a smile that she still didn't understand how to control mana. Lee Ki-yong looked at the girl because he knew she was lying to him, but he didn't understand since when she had received her specialization. Lee Ki-yon was stunned and did not understand when she started lying to him. At that moment he was taken aback and, asking for forgiveness, looked away from her and said that he was just thinking a little. She smiled and said that it was hard for her to control mana, even after all his stories, but he understood that this simply could not be, since with such abilities, something like this was not difficult for her. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what she was thinking about. A moment later, he told her what to do, and she followed his words and created a small fire. But a moment later, the fire disappeared. He looked at her intently, because he noticed something. Jung Ha-yang sighed and said that she couldn't do anything, while he was teaching her very hard. He looked at her with bewilderment because he understood that she intended to fail in front of him. They chatted pleasantly for a while when suddenly a girl approached them. Park Hae-yan looked at the young man with a smirk and asked if he could spare her a few minutes. He looked closely at the girl, as he knew that she was Lee Ji-hai's confidant. He was puzzled, as he did not understand what the girls wanted from him since they had been crossing paths quite often lately. At that very moment, he looked at his companion and said goodbye to her with a smile. She saw his beautiful smile, and at that very moment, she was overcome with happiness. Park Hae-yeon, in turn, noticed the change on the girl's face and felt somehow uneasy. At that very moment, he looked at her and asked what had happened. Park Hae-yeon timidly said that nothing special had happened, and she also asked if they were really going to announce the lineup for the next hunt at today's meeting. He looked at her with bewilderment and said that everything was correct. She sighed heavily and timidly asked if she could join them if it was not too late. At that moment, the young man looked at her intently and used his soul eye. He thought for a moment and said that he was not sure whether he would take her with him, since there were already other people. She smiled and said that he needed capable people who could fight. Park Hae-yeon said with a smirk that she would be much more useful than the young lady. After all, she was still a child. He understood that this was very rude towards the person who would become an archipelago in the future. Then he said that he would first discuss everything with the leader. She smiled and said that a few words from him would influence the situation. Lee Ji-hai looked at everyone present and asked them to gather for a moment, as she had an important announcement to make regarding the upcoming hunt. A moment later, all the inhabitants of the camp gathered. Kim Hyun-sung looked at everyone present and said that it was becoming difficult to survive in this place, so they had to unite. He talked for some time about what they should do, and the young lady sat quietly in the distance, but she did not listen to what was being said. She thought about the young man, how when he showed her all the exercises, it seemed to her that her heart was jumping out of her chest. She understood that he was the only person she could rely on. She knew that they would meet after the hunt, but at the same time, she was a little ashamed to deceive him, but she understood that in this way, she would be able to keep his interest. At that very moment, she was taken aback as the girl approached her. Park Hae-yeon looked at the young lady and shouted that she was a stalker because she only wanted to meet Lee Ki-yeon. The lady started to make excuses, but Park Hae-yeon said that she didn't need to do anything like that since she looked rather stupid. She looked at the girl with a mocking expression and said that she liked the young man. Park Hae-yeon came closer to her and squeezed her shoulders, while Jung Ha-yang froze in place in fear. She looked at the girl with a fierce grin and asked if she really believed that he valued her. She was shocked and did not know what to answer. Park Hae-yeon said mockingly that she was just lucky that she met the young man, and at the same time, she was now very much mistaken, since she believed that he liked her. Park Hae-yeon said that she couldn't say for sure about such naive children, but she could definitely tell what his true type was. She knew that he didn't trust anyone, quickly lost interest, and mercilessly abandoned the man when he no longer needed him. Park Hae-yeon looked at the girl mockingly and said that she was a very capricious and weak girl, and the young man would get very tired of her, and soon he would leave her. Jung Ha-yang was shocked because she understood that the young man was not one of those people. Park Hae-yeon sighed heavily because she understood why he chose her. Park Hae-yeon looked at her companion intently and said that she was a perfect card for Togo to squeeze out as much as possible and throw away. Jung Ha-yang was shocked by everything she heard. She understood that she would be thrown into a new situation, just like her family had done before. Jung Ha-yang was scared and wanted the girl to stop saying such things. She mockingly told her companion that she was much more suitable for the young man than she was. Park Hae-yeon continued to say all sorts of nasty things to the girl, and also informed her that the young man had added her to the main squad, as she had asked him to do earlier. As she left, she said with a grin that they would see each other soon on the hunt. At that very moment, the young lady collapsed to the ground, as she was stunned by everything she had heard. She was very upset after hearing such words, and at the same time she understood that he could not act in such a way. They had previously agreed to go hunting together, and they practiced every day. He had previously told her that she was like family to him, and he reassured her with every mistake. She remembered how he had previously said with a gentle smile that, in her opinion, she was not that kind of person at all. She understood that she was special to him, and at the same time she felt his sincere kindness. Jung Ha-yang looked at the girl with fury, as she saw that she was smoothly slandering the person she loved. Jung Ha-yang wanted her friend to never listen to the girl. Jung Ha-yang looked at her friend with tears in her eyes and complete confusion, as she wanted at least him not to leave her. But a moment later, the young lady froze in shock when she saw everything that was happening. She was confused, because she understood that he was simply being kind to her, and she was not making things up. Jung Ha-yang was confused and scared, as all the voices that were pressing on her poured into her head. She was furious because she didn't want the young man to be taken away from her. She understood that if someone did something like that, she would be broken forever. The young man looked intently at everyone gathered and asked for forgiveness for distracting them in the midst of their work. But he reported that, relative to the number of people, they were very short of food and drinking water, so they decided that they should gradually take those people who intended to fight outside. At the same moment, he called his comrade and asked him to say a few words. The young man did not explain anything, and at that very moment he used his magic and a flame burst out on his hand. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw. He told everyone present that they knew that they were not on Earth now, and based on what they saw in the status window, and especially by specialization, they were in the world of the game, and his specialization was a magician. Li Qiyong revealed that he was a newcomer and an ordinary person who was no different from everyone else, and at first it was normal for him to run and hide from the monsters in fear. However, he said that if one is not afraid to fight, one can gain the strength with which victory will be possible. And looking at everyone present, he said that they all needed to become more active, because only with a joint effort could they survive and escape. The whole crowd began to rejoice. They understood that he was telling the truth. The young people noticed that after their friend's words, people reacted positively. Li Qiyan raised the thought that their worldview would soon change, and that soon there would be people who would be against it, or, on the contrary, would overwork themselves. But they understood that this was better than dying of hunger. Li Qiyang, looking at everyone present, said that to begin with, they would take Miss Jung Ha-yang and Miss Park Ha-young with them on the hunt as a model. The young lady looked at the young man with a smile and asked him to take care of her. At that very moment, he accepted her handshake and pulled her closer to him. Her ice was immediately taken aback, as she had not expected such a thing. He looked at her with a fierce grin and said that she recently intended to push his girlfriend. She was taken aback and froze in place from shock. Li Qiyang looked at the girl intently and said that he was warning her, but he wanted them to get along with each other and stick to the rules, and he also said that if she touched the girl again, it would be difficult for her to live in the camp. He looked at her intently and asked if she understood his words. At that moment, the girl, frightened, moved away from him and said that she understood everything. Li Qiyang beamed with happiness and said with a smile that in that case she should take care of him. He understood that he had to control her. The young man also understood that now was the ideal time to get closer to the girl. At that moment he was taken aback and looked in her direction with bewilderment, where his friend was, since he did not understand why she did not go up on stage. He saw that she was looking at the stage with menacing and furious eyes. But a moment later he saw her stunned look. Li Qiyang was taken aback and stood frozen in shock, as he didn't expect to see anything like this. He was confused and didn't understand what he had just seen, and for a moment he thought he had just imagined it. At that moment he staggered, but managed to assure his friends that he was okay. Park Dak-ku looked at his friend with excitement and said that tomorrow they should go out hunting, and today he should have a good rest, since every day he only took care of the people and from the camp. So for a moment he needed to think about himself. Park Dak-ku told his friend that he has been eating very poorly lately, so since he is worried about his friend, he intends to share his food with him. At that very moment, the girl looked at the young man with a gentle smile and greeted him. Park Dak-ku was a little confused because he knew something was wrong, but he still greeted her back. Park Ha-yeon looked at the young people with anger and nervousness. She was puzzled because she did not expect the young man to threaten her. Fear washed over her and she was confused, not knowing what to do next. She had been trying her best to please strange Li Ji-hai, but she had also put in a lot of effort to get to this position, and now the young man was threatening her. Li Ji-hai walked up to her friend and called her. She looked closely at the girl, as she hoped that she would do very well in the hunt. She also asked her to carefully look after the comfort of people like Mr. Lee Ki-yon. The girl was taken aback, because now her friend was asking her to wag her tail in front of the young man. She was dumbfounded and asked if she really needed to serve him. Li Ji-hai looked at the girl with a fierce grin and said that if necessary, she should do something similar. She also asked if she didn't like it before. Li Ji-hai said that there was nothing wrong with having points of contact with capable people. She was not the type of person who liked to take risks, so she wanted to have as many guarantees as possible. Park Hae-young was taken aback, but still agreed with her. At that very moment, she turned her gaze towards the young man, as she understood that she had fallen into his clutches. She was furious, because she saw that the young man appeared out of nowhere, but quickly seized power. She understood that she was wrong, and he did it for a reason. Park Hae-yeon was puzzled because she realized that she was being pushed out from all sides, and that she would actually end up being useless in every sense. She realized that all her efforts would go down the drain. But she knew she couldn't just sit back and had to take action. She wanted to attract the attention of a young man, because this was the only way she could survive in this world. The next day, Kim Hyun-sung announced that he and Mr. Park Duk-koo were leading the squad. Looking at everyone else, he announced that they would hold the defense from behind. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the girls closely and informed them that this was their first outing, and therefore they should focus on safety, and he asked the young men to focus on helping the girls adapt to hunting. At that very moment, he looked at the young lady and began to talk about tactics. Lee Ki-yong kept his gaze fixed on the young lady as he was puzzled by the girl's expression earlier, but he still decided to throw away all thoughts about the young lady as he had been fixated on her a lot lately. At that very moment, she felt his intense gaze on her. And a moment later, she looked at him with a joyful smile. Lee Ki-yong returned her smile, but thought to himself that he needed to watch her a little longer. Park Hae-yeon looked at the young people with fury, but at that very moment, the swordmaster informed everyone present that it was time for them to move out. After some time, they entered the cave and came across monsters. At the same time, the young man did not hesitate and dealt with all his opponents with fury. Each of them made their contribution, and the young people did not spare a single animal. The girls, in turn, froze in shock, as they had never encountered anything like this before. Lee Ki-yong dealt with each opponent with fury. Park Hae-yeon looked at Jung Ha-yang with a puzzled expression, as she looked with admiration at her comrade who was slashing at monsters without remorse. Pak Dok-koo, in turn, sighed heavily. He didn't understand why there were so many small fry on the hunt. His comrade said that it was a bad sign, and they should be careful. But at that very moment, the young man turned around because he heard a monster rushing towards him, and he managed to hold back the pressure. But a moment later he screamed as lightning enveloped him. But the young man was not going to hesitate. At that very moment he dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. His opponent growled in rage and pain as the blow was so powerful. At that very moment he shouted to his comrades to hurry to his aid, as it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to hold back his enemy. Lee Ki-yong looked at the young lady and said that she should deal with the monster. The girl was taken aback and trembled with fear, but he said that she could simply chop it with the spear she was holding. She was in shock and didn't know what to do, but she knew that she had to pull herself together. She understood that she had to show her best side. But just as she was about to strike her opponent, he growled with rage, and she trembled with fear again. At that very moment, the horror of everything that was happening washed over her. Lee Ki-yong looked at the girl with rage, since she had only recently pretended to be cool, but in reality she was a frightened child. At that very moment he came behind her and called her, while the girl was trembling with fear. He took her hand and quietly said that if she hesitated like this next time, everyone might die because of her. Lee Ki-yong looked at his companion and asked menacingly if she understood him. At that very moment, he said that she should put strength into her hands and strike. A moment later, the young lady gathered her strength and dealt a very powerful blow to her opponent. Lee Ki-yan shouted at the girl that her opponent was not dead yet, and she should not relax. She was shocked because it was the first time she did something like this. Lee Ki-yan, without flinching, told the young girl to perceive her opponent as a piece of meat. She was shocked and understood that he was simply sick. But at the same time, she saw how the monster growled with rage and pain. But after a few minutes, they finally dealt with their opponent, and he fell dead with a crash to the ground. At that very moment, the young lady also fell to the ground, as what had happened was a severe shock to her. She was breathing heavily, and tears came to her eyes, because something like this had never happened before. The young men looked intently at the girl. Lee Ki-yan told his companion that this was the first and last time he helped her. He sighed heavily and told everyone present that in this world one cannot rely only on outside help. Lee Ki-young looked at the girl menacingly and said that next time she should survive on her own. Park Hae-yeon was taken aback and froze in shock as she remembered how she had recently scolded her new acquaintance. She understood that she could not expect anything else from the young man. She understood that next time no one would help her. But a moment later, she was taken aback as a young man approached her and said with a smile that she had done a good job. At that moment, Park Hae-yeon froze in shock on the spot. She was puzzled by his change of face. After some time, the young people were sitting by the fire and chatting casually. Kim Hyun-song, looking at his friend, said with a smile that she had done well on this hunt. A moment later, they approached the young man and announced that it was time to change the guard. He slowly rose to his feet as he noticed that the young men had good stamina. A moment later, he nevertheless hurried to see the young people. Lee Ki-young was lying quietly at the same time. He couldn't sleep, and he simply assumed that he was over-nervous about everything that was happening. His head began to spin with unnecessary thoughts after the hunt was over. He was confused and didn't know which direction they needed to go to survive. He didn't know what continent they were on, but he knew that the Holy Virgin had mentioned the windows. But he didn't know why he had come to this place in the first place, although he didn't regret his lost home. He also understood perfectly well that his comrade was regressing, so he knew everything that was going to happen. He would like his comrade to tell him everything. But more than that, he wanted to know what had happened the last time he came back. Lee Ki-young was confused by everything that was happening, so he decided to throw all his thoughts away for a moment. After some time, he finally fell asleep, but his sleep did not last long. He opened his eyes, but was in a confused state, as he did not know what time it was. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he noticed his friend, who was closely watching Park Hae-yeon. The young man was puzzled as he saw the menacing expression on her face. Lee Ki-young was shocked and felt unpleasant emotions after seeing the young lady. But after a moment, he turned away from them, because he simply thought that he had imagined all sorts of nonsense in his sleep. He knew it was all a fallacy, and the young lady was kind and helpful. A moment later, he froze in place, as he felt the girl slowly approaching him. He couldn't move because he felt her on his back. Jung Ha-yang looked at the young man with a gentle smile and slowly and tenderly touched his face. She saw that he was beautiful even in his sleep. At the same time, she looked at her lover with tenderness and embarrassment. She knew she wouldn't let anyone take him away. The next day, the young man was here in the best possible condition, as due to the events of the night, he had not been able to get a full night's sleep. Kim Hyun-sung. About the task, but looked at his comrade, as he noticed that he looked very exhausted, Lee Ki-young assured his friend that he was fine. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the side and looked intently at his comrades. He saw the young lady, who was again in her usual appearance. He was a little wary, as he understood that everything that was happening was very strange, since several times he saw the expressive face of his young friend. At that moment, he turned his gaze to Park Hae-yeon. But after a moment, he was taken aback and wondered if Jung Ha-yang was angry because he was spending time with Park Hae-yeon. He assumed that it was jealousy on her part. Kim Hyun-song looked closely at everyone present and said that they needed to go a little further into the depths today, but if that was difficult for them, they would find a place to rest. At that very moment, everyone present looked intently at their commander and agreed with him. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, glanced sideways at the girls as he realized that he needed to check everything. After some time, he thought through his whole plan, and after a few minutes, he carefully threw a stone under the girl's feet. Park Hae-yeon, in turn, did not notice anything and accidentally stumbled, but the young man managed to catch her and, hugging her, quietly asked if everything was okay with her. Park Hae-yeon was taken aback and looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand why he was suddenly being so polite to her, but at the same moment she said that she was fine. Lee Ki-yong did not waste any time, and at that very moment he glanced sideways at his friend who was walking behind them. He was taken aback and froze in shock on the spot as he saw her menacing and angry look. He couldn't look at his young friend for long, as she was glaring at him with an angry look. At that very moment he realized that he had not imagined it at all, and that she was jealous of him. He was shocked because he understood that this was not what he wanted at all. He only wanted to take the position of the older brother, and he did not want the dash to be so bloodthirsty. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled because he realized that everything that was happening was strange, and that he had made a mistake in his plan somewhere. Park Hae-yeon glared at the young man, as she realized he just wanted to make sure of his judgments, but she was angry at how he used her. After some time, the young people quietly walked deeper into the cave. Lee Ki-yong turned around because he heard some rustling in the distance. Kim Hyun-sung, looking into the distance, informed his comrades that the monsters were gradually approaching. He also asked everyone to speak more quietly so as not to attract the monsters. The young man was taken aback, and at the same moment he turned around and informed his comrades that he had felt something. The young people were taken aback and asked in bewilderment if he could really see some hidden monsters. Kim Hyun-sung sighed heavily and said that he too had recently felt mana, albeit weakly, but it was connected with the cleansing operation that I was nearby. Park Dok-koo rushed forward at that moment as he did not want to waste time in vain. But moments later the young people froze in place. They were shocked because you saw the stairs in the dungeon. Kim Hyun-sung thought for a moment, as he now understood what kind of system was in the dungeon. He also said that there must be something valuable hidden in the dungeon. Lee Ki-yong looked closely at his comrade, because he understood that although he was a sword master, he was a lousy actor, but he still decided to play along with him a little. They wandered around slowly, as they wanted to look around in order to find something valuable. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback as he heard some noise. He looked into the distance as he found suitable training material. The young girls were taken aback, but at that moment, Park Hae-yeon looked at the monsters with a smirk because she knew that this was a good opportunity for her. Kim Hyun-sung, looking at everyone present, gave instructions to everyone about monsters. The young people obediently began to carry out his instructions. Park Dok-koo instantly threw his trusty shield into the clutches of the monster. The monster was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. At that very moment he screamed and growled with rage. But a moment later, angry monsters were already looking at them. Park Dok-koo, in turn, slowly raised his instrument, but he regretted that his shield was not made of vibranium. Park Dok-koo, at that very moment, shouted to his comrade to come to his rescue. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and concentrated on his strength, as he wanted to be granted a way to destroy his enemies. At that moment he filled his spear with his firepower, and at that very moment he dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Without wasting a minute, the swordmaster rushed to their rescue. He cut the monster down with ease. The last monster was shocked by everything that was happening, as they destroyed his comrades. The young man had no time and immediately attacked the monster. Kim Hyun-sung noticed that they had one enemy left, and at that moment he shouted to the girls. But when he turned around he was taken aback, because he only saw Jung Ha-young. Lee Ki-young froze in shock as he saw that Park Ha-young was not next to them. He looked closely at his friend and asked where their companion was, Jung Ha-young. Confused, she said that the girl was nearby, but suddenly she disappeared somewhere. Li Qiyan was puzzled by everything that was happening, but he understood that if she remained alone in the cave, then it would be the end for her. But he also knew that soon she would be able to catch up with them. But a moment later, the young people were taken aback as someone struck the monster. They looked at the monster in surprise, as they did not understand what had happened. Li Qiyong noticed that the monster was still not eliminated with one blow, so it only became more enraged. At that very moment, the monster struck the young man, and he hit the wall with a crash. Li Qiyong was shocked by everything that was happening. He shouted to his comrade, but at the same time, a monster was flying towards him from the side. He didn't have time to react. Kim Hyun-song, in turn, was not going to stand aside. He grabbed the young people with lightning speed and dealt with the enemy. At that moment, he turned around and looked at his comrades, as he hoped that they were okay. But a moment later, everyone present was taken aback and shuddered as they heard a heartbreaking scream. They turned around and looked at the girl with horror. Park Hae-yeon, with a look of horror on her face, apologized to her comrades because she had fallen and only just caught up with them, but she also said that she was very scared when she saw everything that was happening. The young people looked at her in bewilderment. She said, puzzled, that she had simply tried to help them, but had thrown the spear incorrectly. Li Qiyan looked at the girl with fury, because he understood that she was simply crazy, because the monsters were already running towards them because of her scream. At that very moment, he shouted to his comrades that they needed to run away, as this place had become too dangerous for them. Jung Ha-yang froze in place at that very moment. Park Hae-yeon had previously stood quietly around the corner and stared at the young people. She was furious because she knew that Li Qiyan had acted like a king, but now he was helpless. She knew that everyone in the camp was doing just fine without him, but now he had decided to crown himself. She wanted to deal with him and bring him down. She understood that if he remained in such a place, it would be the end for him. Li Qiyan turned around and shouted at his friend to speed up. The young lady looked at her friend at that moment, for she knew she had to hurry, but she was as if enchanted. Li Qiyong could not stand it and shouted angrily at her to hurry up. But at the same time, they came across monsters ahead. Park Dok-koo shouted to his comrades that he would draw the monsters onto himself. Kim Hyun-sung shouted to his comrades that they should make a detour and return to the camp. Li Qiyan was taken aback when he saw the young lady standing there like a dead weight. He looked at them in bewilderment and shouted that they must hurry and do it immediately. Jung Ha-yang, in turn, looked at her companion with restrained anger. Park Hae-yeon responded by looking at the girl mockingly and making an obscene gesture. At the same time, the young people ran away from the monsters. Li Qiyan was running away from the monsters, but at the same time, he was burning with rage and anger as he realized that he had made a mistake when he brought the young lady to the foray. Li Qiyong knew very well that they had a high chance of survival, so he wanted to try one trick. Li Qiyong walked out to the monsters and, looking at them, released his power. At this, his friend looked at him with admiration. Li Qiyong was puzzled, as he understood perfectly well that now was not the time for such admiration. At that very moment, he released his flame. Without wasting a minute, he turned his fire on his opponents. At that moment, his opponents growled in rage and pain. Li Qiyan looked at his opponents with a satisfied smile, as he was incredibly surprised by his own strength. Pak Dok-koo turned around and told his comrade with bewilderment that they were the only two left. Park Dok-koo-yi, looking at his friend, said that there was no one nearby. He also did not understand where the girls had gone. The young man looked intently into the distance but did not notice anyone. Li Qiyan was furious and did not understand what had happened or where the girls had gone. Li Qiyong looked at his friend for a while and asked him questions, as he wanted to know where the girls went, but his friend could not answer his question. Li Qiyong knew that he didn't care about Park Hae-yeon, and even if she was missing, he had no interest in her, but he knew that the problem was with Jung Ha-yang, since she was valuable to him. He looked at his friend intently and said that they should go back and look for the girls. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend and asked if he knew when they had passed each other. He sighed heavily and said that they had passed each other approximately when they had collided with the recent monsters. Lee Ki-yong understood that this situation was very strange. They understood how his comrade could not notice the simultaneous disappearance of several people. He was taken aback because he realized that the situation was very serious, and at the same moment, he remembered yesterday's situation. But a moment later, the young man clearly saw the dark trail. He was shocked because he understood what he saw, but he still told his friend to go left, and he would go forward. His friend agreed with him. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled by everything that was happening and hoped that his assumptions were wrong. He hoped that the young lady would not do anything she would later regret. Meanwhile, the young lady walked slowly through the dark labyrinths of the dungeon. She was glad that they had moved away enough, and at the same time she praised herself with a smirk on her face, since she had previously studied the corridors. Jung Ha-yang looked closely at the girl, because she noticed that her leg was normal. She wondered if she had intentionally pretended to fall. Park Hye-yeon was taken aback and turned around in a hurry, not expecting to see the young lady. But at that very moment she shuddered with fear, because she did not understand why the girl was following her. But at that very moment, a wave of fear washed over her, as she saw that the girl had used magic. Jung Ha-yang sighed heavily and said that no matter how much she thought about it, it was no good. Park Hye-yeon was furious because she didn't understand what the girl was talking about, and at the same time, she didn't understand why the girl used magic. Jung Ha-yang did not answer her companion's questions, but she used the wind blade and directed all her power at her companion. Park Hye-yeon stood frozen in place, stunned. But a moment later she fell to the ground with a crash. Park Hye-yeon was shocked by everything that was happening, but despite this, she was pierced by terrible pain. She screamed and begged for help, but the young lady mockingly said it was all useless. She screamed that she blocked the sound with her power and the monsters would not approach them. Park Hye-yeon was shocked with tears in her eyes. She screamed and begged for help because she did not know why they were doing this to her. Bursting into tears, she screamed that she was wrong about everything, but still she begged for mercy. Jung Ha-yang looked at the girl coldly and said that she was making a lot of noise, so she would silence her. At that moment, she used her power and closed her mouth. Park Hye-yeon was in agony, struggling and trying to say something, but all her attempts were unsuccessful. Jung Ha-yang asked her companion with a smirk if she was in pain, but she also said that the girl had to go through the same pain that she had gone through. Jung Ha-yang's companion said that when she tried to take Lee Ki-young away from her, it felt like her heart was being ripped out of her chest. As she stood up, she told the girl that her existence made her unhappy. Therefore, the young lady intended to deal with her competitor. She immediately looked at the girl and, with a smirk, apologized. Park Hye-yeon was shocked by everything she heard. She understood that she couldn't die so easily. She, looking at the girl, prayed for salvation, but all her attempts were unsuccessful. At that moment, Jung Ha-yang used the wind blade again. But a moment later, Lee Ki-yong ran up to them in joy. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, as he saw that a hand was flying towards him. The young lady froze in place in shock as she saw her lover running up to her, and he saw everything that was happening. He froze in shock as he had not expected such a thing. Jung Ha-yang looked at her comrade intently and called out to him, while looking at him with a puzzled expression. They looked at each other in silence for a while. At the same time, Park Hye-yeon reached out to the young man with all her might. He was puzzled, as he had expected the worst, but he wanted to stop her before she did something like that. He was taken aback and froze in a daze because he was very scared. He did not know what to do, run away or pretend to be a fool. But he understood that they were the only option that was not suitable for this situation, and so at that very moment he threw away his weapon and headed towards the girl. She froze because she didn't know what he would do, but the young man came closer to her and asked if she was okay. He asked what had happened to their friend. He saw that the girl's arms and legs were torn off. He did not understand what had happened. He hoped that she would make the right choice and give him the right answer. But at that moment, the young lady also looked at him with tears in her eyes. He hoped that she would say that it wasn't her, while he saw Park Ha-young crawling towards them. Jong Ha-young, trembling with fear, told the young man that she didn't know what had happened, because at some point she suddenly found herself far away from everyone. She said that when she was able to pull herself together, something terrible had already happened to their companion. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked if she was injured. Jung Ha-yang walked up to the young man and said with a gentle smile that she was okay, and at the same time she hugged him. At that very moment, he hugged her back and with a fierce grin looked at the girl who was writhing in pain. He knew that his friend had done a great job. Park Ha-yeon, in turn, looked at the young people with fury. She understood that they would not help her, and on the contrary, they would kill her. At that moment, she fell to the ground with a crash. As she no longer had any strength, Lee Ki-yong looked at the girl intently and assumed that she had simply accidentally activated the trap. He understood that since they were in a dungeon, there was nothing wrong with the fact that there were magical traps. He told his companion that she must not have noticed anything herself. Lee Ki-young knew perfectly well that the script was ready, but there was still a problem. He understood that the girl had a lot of cuts, and if they left everything as is, their leader would notice something. He understood that the girl was already dead, so he wanted to deal with her. At that moment, he used his magic and directed a wall of flame at her. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and said that it would be better if they carried the body to the camp, but then their lives could also be in danger. However, he could not abandon the girl. Sighing heavily, he said that this was all he could do for her. He knew that this was the best choice. Jung Ha-yang looked at her companion with a satisfied smile as she understood that this was the best choice. He turned around and was taken aback as he realized that she wasn't the only one who had become a monster. He understood that he was absolutely the same monster as everyone else. After some time, they came out of the tunnel and found their comrade. Pak Dok-koo hurriedly ran up to the young people and asked if everything was okay with them. At that moment, he asked about Park Ha-yeon, but Lee Ki-yeon said that she was no longer with them. The young man sighed heavily as he understood what had happened, so he did not ask any unnecessary questions. Lee Ki-yong asked about the other monsters. His comrades said that their leader had taken them all far away. Lee Ki-yong, for his part, felt relieved, but he also knew that they needed to get back to camp quickly. But a moment later he felt ill and staggered. Park Dok-koo managed to catch his friend and asked him excitedly if he was okay. He sighed heavily and said that he had used up too much mana. Pak Dok-koo looked closely at everyone present and announced that they would be making camp nearby today. Jung Ha-yang looked at her lover with tears in her eyes. She understood that he was very shocked by everything that had happened recently. After some time, the young people finally made a stop, and Pa Dok-koo began to light a fire by hand. He sighed heavily as he understood that all this was very sad. Park Deok-koo sighed and said that the girl was peculiar, but she still tried. Lee Ki-yong said with a puzzled expression that they all almost died because of her. Lee Ki-yeon said with sadness in his voice that now they should be grateful to be alive. Lee Ki-yeon looked into the distance and said that his words might sound inhumane, but if Park Deok-koo or Jung Ha-yang died, he would not be able to bear the loss. At that moment, the young people looked at him with admiration as they were touched by his words. Park Dok-koo looked at his comrades and said that the same thing would happen to him. At that moment, he looked at the young lady, as she was looking at them with embarrassment. Park Dok-koo stood up in a hurry and said that he would go and look around right away. Lee Ki-yeon asked his friend if he had to patrol, as he was afraid to be left alone with his girlfriend. Pak Dok-koo looking at his comrades, he said that he still needed to make his rounds. As he left, he said in a hurry that he would be back soon, so they didn't need to worry about him. For some time, the young people sat quietly and stared at the fire. Lee Ki-yong in turn opened the status window. He was surprised because he saw that his luck had improved. At that moment, he realized that the situation was not so bad. The young lady asked if his stats had increased. He sighed heavily and said that it was so, and also asked if her stats had increased. She said that her mana had not increased, and her endurance and strength had not changed either. But at that very moment, the young man used his power and looked intently at the girl. He noticed that, in general, she was his #1 fan. Li Qiyang was puzzled and did not understand what kind of assessment he saw. At that very moment, the young lady called him and said that she would like to talk about what had happened recently. She timidly asked if this situation had saddened him. He looked at her in bewilderment, but at the same moment he sighed heavily, because he did not know what to answer, because he understood that if he said that he did not feel remorse, it would be a lie on his part. Even now, whenever he thought about what had happened, his soul sank into his heels and his body was overcome with trembling. At that very moment, the young man approached his companion, and she froze in place with embarrassment. He hugged her tightly and breathed a sigh of relief, as he was glad that nothing happened to her. He said that he felt relieved because everything was okay with her. He intended to do anything for the sake of survival. At that moment, the young lady burst into tears and hugged him with a tender smile, as she was glad of such words. He understood that he was ready to do anything to save his life, and knew that she would definitely see him through to the end, even if he ceased to be human in the process. A moment later, the young man pulled away from her. Looking at his companion, he realized that the relationship between the older brother and younger sister was good. But he can quickly bind her to himself in the role of a lover. He understood that this is an effective method. She looked at him with confusion, expecting something more. But a moment later, the young people were taken aback, as their friend did not come up and timidly apologized for ruining their atmosphere. At that moment, the young lady was taken aback and cried out to her friend that he had raised everything incorrectly. At that moment, he said with a smile that he was worried that he had come earlier. Li Qiyang looked at his friend with bewilderment and asked why he was saying meaningless words. He smiled and said that they didn't need to pretend to be stupid. Park Dok-ku smiled and told his friend that he knew very well who he liked. Li Qiyang sighed heavily and told his friend that the girl was younger than him and he should not call her Nunim. He smiled and said that he knew it, but at the same moment asked where it had ever been seen that a younger brother addressed the elder brother's fiancée as a younger sister. Li Qiyang looked at his comrade with puzzlement, as he was talking complete nonsense. But at that very moment he realized that the young lady was very fixated on him, and he always thought it was rather strange. He wondered if they recognized his friend who always pushed the girl to do something like this. Park Dok-ku said with a smile that after his friend asked him to keep an eye on the girl, he subtly pushed them towards each other. He said with a smile that he was a famous professor of love affairs, and on Earth he was quite famous. Park Dok-ku, with a satisfied smile, told his friend that he would bring them so close that everything would work out for them in the future. Li Qiyang, in turn, was shocked by what he heard. He wondered if they had really been the main characters in a staged love play for him from the very beginning. Li Qiyang looked at his comrade with fury, as he wanted to take revenge on him for such antics. The next day, Li Qiyang looked closely at his comrade because he saw that he lived without worries, not caring what might be going on in a person's soul. Moments later, he approached his comrade and began to wake him up. But after a few minutes, he approached the young lady. She, without opening her eyes, said that she did not want to get up and would like to sleep some more. But the young man reached out to her, and when she opened her eyes, she said angrily that she would sleep a little longer. Li Qiyang looked at the girl with a puzzled expression, as it seemed to him that the closer he got to her, the closer the death flag was to him. He knew he couldn't just avoid her, so he was determined to endure it all to survive. Li Qiyang was well aware of the fact that he could only get closer to her. At that moment, he tenderly said that it was time for them to get up. Yung Ha-yang stood up in a hurry and looked at the young man with embarrassment. He said that it was time for them to go to the camp, but at the same moment, he looked at her expression with fear. Li Qiyang looked at the young lady with a puzzled expression, but at the same time he hoped that nothing would happen to them on the way. At the same time, Li Ji-hai was sitting quietly in the camp while she was getting a massage. She was lost in her thoughts and felt uneasy at heart, as the young men were very late, but she hoped that everything was well with them. A moment later, the young people noticed their comrades in the distance. Li Ji-hai heard the approach of the young people and immediately hurried to meet them. Li Ji-hai greeted her comrades with joy, and she did not forget to praise them. At that moment, she asked where her friend was, Li Ki-yan. Looking away from the girl, he said that her friend was dead. She was in shock and did not understand how this could happen. He sighed heavily and said that it was a very long story, and now something completely different was more important, because he was interested in why the exit was blocked. At that very moment, the young lady, taken aback, asked her friend if they could talk a little in private. The young people looked at her in bewilderment. Li Ki-young glanced sideways at his friend as he saw that she was angry at the girl's request. Li Ki-young, at that very moment, he stroked her head with a smile and asked if she could wait for him a little at the camp, because he needed to talk about something important. She, embarrassed, agreed. For some time they stared intently after the young people. Li Ji-hai sighed heavily and told the young man that the man had died, but judging by the way he spoke about the girl, he was talking about some discarded object. She asked what the girl had done. She also wanted to know how she died. He sighed heavily and said that they could not do anything, because she screamed together, which was teeming with monsters. He sighed and said that they all almost died and barely got out alive. She sighed and said that they could imagine what happened. Jung Ha-yang, in turn, as she left, turned around and watched them closely. He was glad that he was not being questioned further, but still wondered why the entrance was blocked. She sighed heavily and said that he should not even ask about such a thing. She said in a puzzled tone that yesterday morning, several people, including Mr. Yu Sok-woo, came outside. Li Ki-young was shocked by what he heard and did not understand why they went out. He was furious, as he had a nasty feeling in his soul and a premonition of something bad. They talked for a while, but after a few minutes they saw someone approaching them. One sighed heavily and said that if the young people suddenly brought monsters with them, they could die, so they blocked the entrance. But a moment later they saw the mister and a group of people next to him. Li Ji-hai sighed heavily and said in a puzzled tone that one awkward girl died, but every day that caused a commotion, a person returned alive. She was puzzled because he returned not alone, but with a trailer. The young man froze in shock, as he felt uneasy from the ominous aura. He looked at the young man with horror, as he was terribly cruel. Li Ki-young, in turn, did not take his eyes off the young man, who was looking at him with a fierce grin. At that very moment he said that he saw the people behind him for the first time. At that very moment he asked how many people had left initially. She reported the approximate number of people who had left the camp. He understood that they had left carelessly, and some had died, and only Mr. Yu Sok-woo remained, who was helped by a young man, and judging by their behavior, they were not simple. At that moment, the young man used his power, as he intended to test the talents and growth limits of the player Jung Jin-ho. He was taken aback when he saw that in front of him was a calculating killer. Li Ki-young looked sideways at the girl and asked her to call his comrades. He knew they hadn't shown any hostility yet, but he didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. A moment later, Li Ki-young was taken aback as the young man greeted him. Jung Jin-ho extended his hand with a joyful smile and introduced himself. Li Ki-young was taken aback, but at the same moment, he also greeted the young man and introduced himself. He looked at him with a smile and said that he had heard a lot about him, because he had recently become a magician, and at the same time he could summon fire from his hand. Li Ki-young looked at the man with fury because he told the stranger about him. He was very angry because he didn't know how much he had told about him, but the man simply looked away. A moment later they entered the camp, and the camp residents greeted Li Ki-young with joyful smiles and welcomed him. Li Ki-young greeted everyone back with a smile and said that he was okay, and also asked if everything was okay with them. Jung Jin-ho said with a smile that this camp was an incredible place, because there were no survivors at all away from the starting point where he was going. At that very moment, his expression changed, and he said that he had not expected that there would be an oasis nearby. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, looked warily at the young man, as he understood that he needed to stay away from him. At that moment he was taken aback, as his comrades ran up to him. Looking at his comrades, he announced that newcomers had arrived at their camp. Lee Ki-yeon looked closely at his comrades, as they were also frightened by his expression. Jong Jin-ho looked at everyone present with a grin, and said that this was an unexpected turn of events for him, because he thought they would be greeted more warmly. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and said that now was not the best time. He apologized for the fact that their reaction might have hurt them. The young man smiled and told his companions that they were the same. Lee Ki-yong looked at him with bewilderment. Jung Jin-ho smiled and said that he had heard earlier that recently people had appeared in the area who hunted people instead of monsters. He said that as far as he remembered, among those bad guys there was an archer and a swordsman. He looked closely at everyone present and asked if they had seen them by chance. Lee Ki-yong was furious because he saw that the young man was simply challenging them, but in turn he sternly said that he did not see them. For a moment there was a dead silence in the air, and the atmosphere was not the best. At that very moment, the young people looked warily at their opponents. The young lady called upon her power because she wanted to protect all her comrades. Jong Jin-ho, in turn, looked at the young people with a fierce grin and prepared to draw his sword from its sheath. But a moment later, everyone was taken aback as a young man approached them and asked what was going on. Jong Jin-ho was furious because the young man had prevented him from dealing with his companions, but at that very moment his expression changed, and he introduced himself with a smile. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrade and asked who had come to their camp. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with relief, as he was glad that he was okay. At that very moment, he said that Mr. Seok-woo had brought the young people with him. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, looked at the unexpected guests with anger. Jung Jin-ho looked at the young man with a smile and said that he had heard a lot about him and wanted them to get along. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with bewilderment, as he did not understand why his face had suddenly changed. It was the first time he saw his comrade holding back his anger. He wondered if he had met Jung Jin-ho before. But at that same moment, he looked at the unexpected guest and realized that, from his facial expression, one could tell that this was their first meeting. He assumed that his comrade had seen the young man before his reincarnation. It was then that he realized that Jong Jin-ho was none other than the enemy, Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, was overcome with anger and, approaching the young man, introduced himself. Lee Ki-yong looked closely at the young man, knowing that he was a calculating killer, so he could come up with several basic hypotheses. Jong Jin-ho said with a smile that it was a great honor for him to meet the swordmaster, and he also heard that he was the head of the camp. He smiled and said that now that he saw him with his own eyes, he realized that he was stronger than he thought. He also asked how many stats he had. Kim Hyun-sung had no intention of revealing such information. Jung Jin-ho smiled and told the young man that he was truly incredible, although they had a lot of supplies but few survivors. Lee Ki-yeon saw that the young man was the killer, and from his comrade's reaction, he could guess that he had already met the young man in the first attempt. He assumed that the young man there was none other than the villain who killed him or those close to him. Jung Jin-ho said with a smile that since they were already talking about Lager, they would like to stay with them. At that very moment, everyone present was taken aback by this. Jong Jin-ho smiled and said that it was not free, although it was a little, but they also had food, but they could of course leave if they did not like it. Kim Hyun-sung sighed heavily and said that it was not so, and they could stay as they were all happy for the survivors. The young people were shocked, heard. Kim Hyun-sung, he said that he would accompany them and show them everything. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled and did not understand what was going on at all. Lee Ki-chul introduced himself with a smile. Lee Ki-yong also introduced himself, but he was puzzled since the young man was almost his exact namesake. Lee Ki-yong glanced sideways at his friend and asked him to accompany the young people. Pak Duk-koo was puzzled and asked his friend if he was sure, since they had recently been at odds, but the young man asked his friend to be on guard and call him if anything happened. Pak Duk-koo looked intently at everyone present and said, "He will show them the camp right now." The young man, with a joyful smile, thanked everyone present for their concern. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade closely, as he was puzzled. He understood that the newcomers were enemies, and naturally he decided to keep them close. It was a rational decision, but an unexpected one. Lee Ki-yong saw that Jung Jin-ho stood at attention immediately when Kim Hyun-sung entered the camp, so he guessed that the young man was smart. He understood that in front of him now was a calculating psychopathic killer. He understood that they had something in common, since he was also calculating. But in other respects, they were not alike. But he still thanked the young man, since he had appeared at the right time. A moment later, he approached his comrade and said that they needed to talk a little. He looked at him intently, as he saw that his friend was very angry. Lee Ki-yong asked his comrade if they knew each other, as he now looked as if he had met an acquaintance. Kim Hyun-sung was taken aback and said that he knew him, but the young man did not know him, because they had seen each other very briefly a long time ago. Lee Ki-young said with a smile that it was the same kind of connection. Kim Hyun-sung said that they shouldn't call it a connection. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he would not tell anyone anything. At that very moment, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Ki-yong. Looking at his companion, he noticed that he returned to the camp without a single wound, and he was truly incredible. The swordmaster was taken aback and said that he was just lucky, and he was very glad that everything was okay with them. He glanced sideways at his comrade and asked if they had any problems on the way back. Lee Ki-yong said that he needed to tell him something. At that moment, the young lady froze as horror covered her face. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and said that Park Ha-young had died. The young man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing, and with horror, he asked what exactly had happened. Lee Ki-yong knew that the performance was about to begin. Looking away, his comrade's response, he said that perhaps she was under the influence of magic of unknown origin. At the same time, the young lady stood quietly, but fear filled her. Lee Ki-yong said that he was still a newbie, and therefore did not dare to elaborate, but he definitely felt some kind of mana. The young man thought for a moment about what he had heard. Lee Ki-yong said that after they passed each other, while they were wandering through the corridors, he noticed that the girls had gotten separated from them. Unfortunately, he found her late, and she was not in the best condition, with her limbs cut off. He sighed heavily and said sadly that he thought she had fallen into some kind of trap. The young lady was very worried. She was afraid that he might expose her. Kim Hyun-sung was puzzled by what he heard, but still thought about the trap. Lee Ki-yong knew perfectly well that there were no traps in the labyrinth, and he, being reincarnated, could not help but know this. He said that he would like to take her corpse out of there. But a moment later, with tears in his eyes, he said that he had not had such an opportunity either, because he thought it would be better to burn her on the spot than to leave us united as a monster. Lee Ki-yong, bursting into tears, said that he felt bad about what had happened. The swordmaster was taken aback and, looking at his comrade, said that it must have been hard for him. In turn, he was glad that he had decided to play everything out as realistically as possible, because now he understood that the circumstances were not the same as they had been yesterday. He realized that, in addition to their kind and incredibly innocent friend, a more suitable suspect had appeared on the scene. He was grateful to the young man that he had the swordsman Mage specialization. He understood that he could divert all suspicion from them and pin the crime on the young man. Because he was a swordsman and the leader of a group of terrible killers, Lee Ki-yong understood perfectly well that the criminal had been found, and he did not have to worry that anyone would suspect them of what had happened. Not much time had passed since that day when Lee Ki-yong told his friend about the girl's death. Of course, the young man did not say that Jung Jin-ho was the murderer who killed the girl. Lee Ki-young understood that he should not tell his friend such a thing, and he should come to a conclusion on his own. Jin-ho lately. Therefore, he tried to act more cautiously. As a result, his friend himself came to the assumption that Jung Jin-ho killed the girl. He understood that now there was no reason for the regression to leave him alive, since the young man was his future enemy, a crazed maniac who killed the girl. But there was one problem, and the young man did not know how to eliminate Jung Jin-ho. At that moment, he said that they returned from hunting empty-handed, and therefore suggested going hunting again with newcomers. Kim Hyun-sung was surprised by such a statement. Lee Ki-young assured his friend that they could go with the newbies, and he also said that their friend received the specialization of a magician. Lee Ki-young said that now their ranks had swelled, so there would be enough people, but they still had to make a decision. Lee Ki-young understood perfectly well that if they went with the newcomers, it would be obvious that they would split into teams. He also said that the people who came recently were much stronger than the guys from the camp. Therefore, he assumed that suitable people would be found among them, and most importantly, this time, they should not allow the story with the young friend to repeat itself. Lee Ki-young knew that this purge would allow them to punish the killer and eliminate the future bloodthirsty group. He looked at his comrade with a smirk on his face, as this picture was perfect, so he wanted his comrade to agree. He, in turn, created the stage, but the young master only had to climb onto it. Lee Ki-young he sighed as he saw that his friend did not answer him, and so he assumed that he did not agree with his proposal. Kim Hyun-sung said a moment later that this proposal was very good. The young man was surprised. Kim Hyun-sung immediately said that it would be nice to fight together, but he wanted to immediately split into several teams. He looked closely at his comrade and said that they had never tried to work with them on the same team. Lee Ki-young in turn said with a smile that he was of the same opinion, and he did not want to trust his back to the killer at all. At that moment, the young swordmaster said that he would talk to the group first, as they had a lot of things to prepare before leaving. As he left, he told his comrade to just call everyone. Lee Ki-young was glad that his comrade agreed. But moments later he was taken aback as he heard someone praising the young man. The young ladies looked at Jung Jin-ho with admiration as he began helping out at the camp without wasting a minute. The young people happily thanked him for his help. He said with the same smile that there was nothing to thank him for because they should help each other. He also said that if they needed anything, they could contact him, since after the sortie they had brought food. The camp residents were grateful to him for this, but still said that he should rest. Smiling, he said that he did not spend much energy and that he liked to work more than to rest. The young people could not convince him and looked at him with joy. Lee Ki-young looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression, as he could see that he was crazy, even though he was acting like an ordinary guy. Lee Ki-young looked at the young man closely, as he saw that his true goal was the lives of people. He sighed heavily and turned away from them. But a moment later the young man noticed intense glances, and at the same time he heard the conversation of men that was not very pleasant. A moment later he reached his comrades. The young lady ran happily to her lover. He smiled and asked if she had been training today. He stroked her head and said with a smile that she was incredible. She smiled and said that she had discovered a new spell today. But at that very moment, she hugged the young man and said that it was all thanks to him, and she could not have coped without him. Lee Ki-young sighed heavily, as he saw that she had recently stopped more boldly, and because of this, those around her also perceived their relationship as something already predetermined. He saw his comrade looking at them with a joyful smile and rejoicing at their pairing. Lee Ki-young informed his comrades that he had spoken with their leader, and during the conversation, an urgent matter had come up. The young men looked at him intently and said that they were ready to talk, but still asked what the matter was. At that very moment, he announced that after a while, they would descend into the dungeon together with a squad of newcomers. The young people were taken aback in a way they had not expected. Park Duk-koo looked at his comrade and said that he had a very bad feeling about the newcomers. Lee Ki-young supported his friend and said that it would be better to keep his distance from them at first. They looked at the young man intently and told him that he didn't need to worry and that they wouldn't even contact them. He smiled and said that they could talk to the group, but they should still ignore them if possible. Jung Ha-yang looked at the young man intently and said that she was not going to pay any attention to such a person. He smiled and said that he felt relieved after her words. After some time, the young men hurried to their comrade, but as they passed through the camp, they felt intense gazes on them. Park Duk-koo walked up to Kim Hyun-sung with a happy smile and greeted him, informing him that they were there. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect them to appear so quickly. Lee Ki-yong looked at the group leader with bewilderment. Park Duk-koo smiled and asked his friend what tasty thing he had hidden. He also said that the young man looked just like his grandmother when she pulled out different kopichki. He smiled and said that it was all nonsense. But at that very moment he said with a smile that he would like to give them something. The young people were taken aback as they had not expected such a thing. At that very moment they froze as they saw a bright glow. Everyone present was surprised and puzzled as the glow increased. Lee Ki-yon looked at the valuable treasure with a satisfied smile, as he believed that their comrade would give them something. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrades intently and said that he wanted to give them some items. They were surprised, as they did not understand where he found such things. He said that when they passed each other, he accidentally found something like a chest, and these items were inside, but he still asked them to take a look first. Lee Ki-yong was glad that he was able to jump on the bus before the regression. Lee Ki-yong. At that moment, he saw steel bracelets in front of him, the sacred ring of healing and the ring of mana shield. Lee Ki-yong understood that the owner of the bracelet had already been found because he immediately said that he would take them. Park Duk-koo thanked the young man with a smile for the gift. He said that he had not given him anything yet, but he would definitely repay him with something. Lee Ki-yong looked at the items with a fierce grin, as he saw that there was quite a selection. He liked the mana shield ring, since one charge could activate the shield several times a day. He understood that it couldn't even be compared to normal-level bracelets that raised stats. He understood that the healing ring was also good, but he wanted to give it to the young lady. Lee Ki-yon clearly understood that if the girl really liked him, she would use healing magic on him in the future. At that very moment, the young lady herself chose a small ring. Lee Ki-yong said with a smile that he would then take what was left. But a moment later, he asked his friend if they could definitely take all the goods for themselves. Kim Hyun-sung smiled and said that he already had some, and even if he put on another accessory with a special skill, only one ability would be activated. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrades and said that he decided to give them the items because it would be the right thing to do. The young men looked closely at their comrade and thanked him with a smile. Kim Hyun-sung looked at them tenderly and said with a smile that they didn't need to worry so much as they were comrades now. Lee Ki-yong, for his part, was not a fool to be easily taken in by such goodwill. He understood that he wanted to force them into debt in this way, but he didn't care about that, because what was important was that the regressor was going to go with them. Compared to an archipelago or a reliable tank, the future of which, according to his qualifications, was ambiguous, he had no value other than the fact that he did not make mistakes during the hunt and thought better than it seemed at first glance. He understood that there would be a lot of people like him on this continent. Lee Ki-yong also knew that his comrade could not go without him if he was going to lead the young people, and in the end, Kim Hyun-sung was forced to take him with him in order to lure the young people. Kim Hyun-sung could use his comrade as a member of the Kim Hyun-sung Kingdom's governing body, which would grow even larger in the future, although he would have to constantly prove his usefulness to remain in one place. Lee Ki-yong looked at the young man with a smile and said that everything was correct and they were comrades. He understood that comrades who protect and cherish each other were a much more lasting feeling. Park Duk-koo smiled at the young people and said that it sounded very cool, but he also asked when they were going to set out. Kim Hyun-sung told his comrades that the sooner they come out, the better for them, but he also said that he didn't have a very good feeling about the rookie group. Kim Hyun-sung said that everything is fine now, but they still had better prepare properly. Kim Hyun-sung looked at everyone present and said that they needed to be prepared for anything that would happen in the dungeon. Pak Dak-ku said with a joyful smile that something like this had not happened for a long time, and they should all shout into battle. At that moment, he began to count. The young people looked at each other enthusiastically and began counting. At that very moment, they joyfully shouted that it was time for them to go into battle. Lee Ki-young rejoiced, as he knew that the young man must await his end, and the day when regression would deliver him the deserved sentence. Lee Ki-young, in turn, looked into the distance with a satisfied grin, as he knew that he would set the table beautifully. The young men, puzzled, asked their mentor if they should protect their new comrades. Smiling, he said that for them, this situation was beneficial in any scenario. With a wicked grin, he said that they would wait for the right moment, and with the help of the sword, it would be all over for the local king. A moment later, a young man approached them and asked forgiveness for the wait. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the newcomers and thanked them for accepting the offer. Young Jin-ho said with a smile that there was no need to thank them, because the cleansing would in any case open some kind of path to the future. He said with a satisfied smile that on the contrary, they were grateful for the offer. Lee Ki-young looked at the young man with puzzlement as he saw that the man in front of him was simply a calculating killer. Sometime later, they went down into the dungeons, and Young Jin-ho said with a smile that they were similar. They had explored the area a lot. Lee Ki-yeon said that they had stumbled upon it by accident. He also noticed that at the starting point, the conditions for completing this quest were survival or clearing. He said it was just his guess, but the condition for survival might mean waiting for someone to clear the dungeon. He said that if his guess was correct, in order to survive in a place like that, someone would have to clear it. Jong Jin-ho said with a smile that he was not that far-fetched in such matters and had not thought everything through. He praised his companion with a smile, but he smiled and said that it was just his guess, and also asked the gentleman what he was doing on Earth. Young Jin-ho casually said that he was doing something like slaughtering animals, and he also asked his companion what he was doing on Earth. Lee Ki-young said with a smile that he didn't want to talk, he just wanted to lull his interlocutor's vigilance a little. But at that very moment he was taken aback as the young lady reached out to him. Jong Jin-ho looked at the young people with a smirk as he noticed that they often walked together. At that very moment he asked if they were really together. The young people were taken aback as they did not know what to answer. The young lady, in turn, looked away from them in embarrassment. Lee Ki-young was confused because every person wanted to bring them together, and he didn't know what to answer, but he knew that he had to get closer to his girlfriend. At that very moment, he told everyone present that their assumptions were correct. The young lady froze in place in embarrassment and surprise. Lee Ki-young was puzzled because he realized that he had said such a thing out loud. At that moment, the young man said with a smile that they were just a perfect couple. Mr. Yoo Seok-woo, in turn, looked at the young people with fury. Young Ha-yang was puzzled and embarrassed at the same time, but she was more happy that everyone said they were the perfect couple. But after a moment they realized that they were slowly approaching their destination. A few minutes later they saw the descent into the dungeon. The young people slowly began to descend. Pak Dak-ku in turn went first and opened the way for the others. At that moment, the young man was taken aback as he saw a notification that they had to complete a rare-level quest, namely, survival. A moment later, everyone saw the notifications. But the notification was followed by terrible monsters. Park Dak-ku stood frozen in place, stunned, not understanding what was going on, but he knew the situation was very bad. At that very moment, he hurriedly shouted to his comrades that they needed to get out quickly. Everyone present described how they heard a terrible howl and roar. The young people stood frozen in shock as they heard the iron gates close. They were trembling with fear, but the young man shouted to everyone that they should not avoid and that they should win this fight. Lee Ki-young immediately used his power and saw that in front of them were evolved evil spirits that obeyed instincts. Unfortunately, he saw that there were a lot of them, and he did not know if they could cope. At that moment, the swordmaster confidently said that they could handle it. Li Qiyong sighed heavily and realized that since the regression itself was speaking, it meant he would take it at its word. At that very moment, the young men joined forces, intending to deal with their opponents. But a moment later, they were taken aback and looked into the distance in bewilderment. For some time, the young people looked intently at each other. A moment later, Zhang Jinho sighed heavily and said with a smirk on his face that he would go first. He immediately ran towards his opponents. Li Qiyong looked closely at his comrade. In turn, he understood that he needed to save his mana until the very last minute for an emergency. At that very moment, he saw his comrade rush towards the enemies. But after a few minutes, he was taken aback when he saw that his comrade had attacked not the monsters, but Zhang Jinho. Zhang Jinho asked the young man with a fierce grin what he was doing, but he said that he was just testing his strength. Zhang Jinho instantly fought off the monster, and with a fierce grin told his opponent that he was being too cautious. But the young man did not answer, and at that very moment also dealt with one enemy. The young people looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment. Li Qiyong looked closely at the regressor, as he realized that his high hopes for him were not in vain, but he did not know whether they were really people in front of them, as they fought like monsters. At that very moment, he turned his gaze to his comrade, as he knew that he would deal with all the opponents in his path. Pak Doku, in turn, looked at his opponent with rage and, screaming, ran towards him. Li Qiyanes looked at his comrade with a satisfied smile, as he understood that he was not just a meat shield. He saw before him a knight with a shield, and this was not just a knight, but an exemplary knight of all times. But after a moment he turned his gaze to the lady. She prayed and asked to be given strength so that she could overcome all the enemies in her path. Looking at all the enemies, she used the wind summoning. At that moment the monsters were taken aback in a way they had not expected. But the young lady, in turn, did not hesitate. She immediately directed her power at them, and everyone present froze as they heard a loud explosion. Li Qiyan looked at his companion with a satisfied smile, as she had discovered the enemy's weak spot with one glance. But he also noticed that she had intentionally gotten rid of the monsters only on their side, but in doing so, she had made the other group suffer. Li Qiyong was glad of this outcome, as everything was going smoothly. At that very moment, he happily thanked his companion, because thanks to her, he would be able to catch his breath a little. At that moment, he leaned closer to her and quietly said that even if another group asked her for help, she should not help them. Yung Hayang looked at her companion with indignation and said with a smile that she understood everything. He knew he had to take this chance and get rid of them. At that very moment, the young people began to scream and beg the girl to help them. They shouted that she should use the same spell on the monsters on their side. Mr. Yu Seok-woo turned around at that moment because he heard a crash behind him. He was taken aback when he saw a monster running towards him. But it was all in vain, and the monsters attacked the young people. No matter how hard the man tried to escape, the monster caught up with him, and to his regret, the monster dealt him a strong blow. At the same time, the young people happily watched the interesting spectacle, and they noticed that the evil spirits were on their side. Li Qiyong happily shouted to the young people that they could handle it and that they should hold on until the end. At that very moment, the young people shouted in one voice that he must help them. Li Qiyong shouted in a hurry that they should wait a little longer, and also said that they could handle it. Li Qiyong shouted that for the sake of their relatives on Earth, they must hold out a little longer. The young people were shocked. They realized that they could withstand the onslaught of the evil monsters. Li Qiyong looked at the young men with a fierce grin and said that he had almost figured everything out. He knew that each of them was complete trash, and so he intended to deal with them. At that moment, he sent a fireball towards them. The monsters froze in place when they saw this. But a moment later, the monsters burst into flames. The young people were very happy that he helped them, and they no longer had to deal with monsters, but at the same moment, they were taken aback. As they all saw, the monsters were rushing towards them with a satisfied grin. The young people were shocked as the monsters rushed straight towards them. Li Qi-yong deliberately threw fire at them, so they became covered in a fiery blanket. Now he intended to give them a name, namely, the burning evil spirit. He saw how they ran from the monster, but he knew that soon justice would prevail. The burning evil spirit looked threatening, but due to the influence of the artificial flame, their life force burned even faster, and he understood that this was all on the verge of a risky game. But he knew that a good toy had just appeared, which was quite suitable for bullying another group. Li Qi-yong immediately asked for forgiveness, since he did not think that something like this would happen. They shouted at him to immediately put out the fire, but at the same time the young man asked for forgiveness and asked them to hold on a little longer. Li Qi-yong looked at the young man with a fierce grin, because he knew that now it was time for him to pull out an ace from his sleeve. He wanted him to use magic. But the young man shouted to his comrades not to interfere and to remain firm. But moments later, one of their team defected. Zhang Jinho was furious as he told them to hold their formation. Li Qi-yan assumed that the young man intended to hide his true nature until the very end, and he should already be doubting this, that they wanted to live peacefully. The young man was taken aback when he saw that his friend had been dragged away by the monster. They were shocked, but they couldn't do anything. Zhang Jinho turned around and hurriedly called out to the young people. Li Qi-yong looked away and said that he didn't even understand why his strength wasn't recovering. Park Duk-koo asked his friend if they should save that man, but his friend said that if he went to help them, he might be in danger. Li Qi-yan smirked and told his comrade not to interfere and that they would figure something out themselves. At the same time, the young man was screaming and begging for help. Moments later, everyone present was taken aback as they saw the monster begin to slowly devour their comrade. The young man was taken aback and cried out with tears in his eyes. At the same time, he named his comrade, but it was all in vain. Zhang Jinho was burning with rage and anger as he realized that he had no choice. Li Qi-yong understood that if the young man had intervened, his comrade could have survived. He understood that this situation was not very good, but for them, the situation was developing favorably. He looked at the monster with a fierce grin, as he understood that he would eat his fill. But moments later he turned around as he felt the intense gaze of his young friend. She still couldn't resist, and at that very moment she used water magic. At that very moment a stream of water rushed towards the formidable monster. They looked at the young lady with joy, as they were grateful to her. But at that very moment the young man rushed towards Li Qi-yan, grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and began to curse him. He was furious and shouted that this all happened because of Li Qi-yan. Everyone present was taken aback, as they did not expect such a thing. The young man shouted furiously that if he had not used his magic, his comrade would still be alive. At the same time, Yung Ha-yang's expression changed, and she looked at the young people with a puzzled expression. Li Qi-yang timidly apologized and said that they were powerless in this situation. He said that they could not do anything, and he was very sorry that his comrade died. The young man was beside himself with rage. Li Qi-yong looked away from the young man as he knew that he was bound to anger him. At that moment, he said with a fierce grin that the young man would not have survived his spell, and if they had interfered, everyone would be dead. But at that very moment, the young man screamed with rage. He immediately struck his opponent. The young people were shocked by what was happening and immediately rushed to their comrade. They were furious and shouting, but Li Qi-yong stood up and said that he was fine, but in turn he was puzzled because he was in a lot of pain. He understood that he had to adapt to the situation. At that very moment, trembling with pain, he said with tears in his eyes that it was his fault and he could not do anything. The young man was furious. He shouted that he was guilty, but at that very moment he was stopped. Zhang Jinho looked at his comrade intently and said that he understood his feelings, but continuing the conflict would not lead to anything good. Zhang Jinho approached his comrade and quietly said that they were changing tactics. He said that they should get closer to the young people and complete the cleanup. Zhang Jinho walked closer to the young man and asked for forgiveness for what his comrade had done. He sighed heavily and said that his friend did not mean any harm, as he was upset over the death of his old friend. At that moment, the young man shouted angrily that Li Qi-yong had intentionally killed his friend and was now trying to deceive everyone else. Li Qi-yong immediately fell to his knees and with tears in his eyes began to ask for forgiveness. He shouted that it was his fault because he was not good enough. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw. In a trembling voice, he said that if he had been even a little better and stronger, nothing like this would have happened. With tears in his eyes, he held out the sword to himself and said that he was simply not for the dark man who deserved death, and for the death of their dear comrade, he would repay with his own death. At that very moment, the young people rushed to their comrade and began to console him. They said that he was not guilty of anything. Li Qi-yong looked at the young men with a fierce and satisfied grin, because he knew that he had done a terrible job of acting, but there was still a beautiful picture behind him. But the young man, in turn, was full of anger and fury. Zhong Jinho calmed his comrade. Mr. Yu Seok-woo began to calm his comrade down, but at the same time, he said that the young man was complete trash, and at the same time, he was very cunning. Mr. Yu Seok-woo said that in this way, he took away Yung Ha-yang, his fiancée, and by bothering the young man, they would bring trouble upon themselves, so the best option was to bow their heads. Li Qi-yong told the young man that he had been inattentive, and to his regret, he could only console him with words. With tears in his eyes, he said that he sincerely apologized to him. Zhezhong was furious, but he knew that no one would help him in this situation. He was shocked, and did not understand what was going on in this situation, and why he was the only one left bad in the end. Zhezhong was sure that the young man had mocked him before, but he knew that no one had ever seen anything like it. At that very moment, he turned around in anger and walked away. Li Qi-yong, in turn, rejoiced with happiness in his soul and mocked the stupid murderers. But a moment later, he was taken aback, as the young man looked at him intently. Zhong Jinho looked at the young man intently, as he had previously intended to kill him, but now he realized that it would be better if he lured him to his side. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, looked intently at the young people. Mr. Yu Seok-woo looked at the young man and asked if he was happy now. Mr. Yu Seok-woo looked at him puzzled and said that even when he was at fault, all he did was cover for him. Li Qi-yan looked at the man with bewilderment and asked what he was talking about, but at that very moment the man flinched as he did not expect such a reaction. A moment later he was running after his comrades. Li Qi-yong looked after them intently. But in turn, he was puzzled, since they gave up very early, and he wanted to deal with everyone else. Kim Hyun-sung approached his comrade and asked if he was okay. He sighed heavily and said that he was okay, but it was his mistake, and he really wanted to apologize. A moment later, he was taken aback as his comrade extended his hand to him. Li Qi-yong burst into tears as he felt the warmth. He understood that he could only continue to enjoy the luxurious life as a fellow regressor. At that very moment, the young lady picked up her lover's tooth. But at that very moment, the young people were taken aback as they felt a roar and a wave of powerful magic. Li Qi-yun was puzzled because he knew his girlfriend was furious, but at the same time, he looked at her with bewilderment because he didn't understand why she took his tooth. Li Qi-yong cleared his throat at the same time, and her lady was taken aback. She ran closer to him and, with tears in her eyes, asked if he was okay. She was puzzled, because she saw that he was crying and he was feeling bad. She screamed at the young man who caused her lover pain. Her expression immediately changed, and she said that she would avenge him and would definitely punish that young man. He was taken aback and said that everything was fine and she didn't need to do anything. He understood that if the girl were to use her magic on them now, it would be considered that he had struck in vain. He understood that they had brought the ogres in such a way that this time it was their turn to attack. Li Qi-yong in turn understood that all he needed to do was add fuel to the fire. Mr. Yu Seok-woo looked at the young men with anger, as the young lady was grieving very much for her lover. Li Qi-yan looked at the man with a smirk, as he knew that he was a pervert and would be easier to anger than anyone else. But at that very moment the man was taken aback, as he did not expect to see anything like this. Lee Ki-yong's stone leaned against the young lady in front of her eyes and quietly whispered that he was in great pain. She was shocked by her companion's behavior, but he did all this on purpose in order to irritate the man. But because he got too carried away in playing, he accidentally tripped and began to fall. Young Ha-yang, in turn, managed to catch her lover and shyly asked if he was okay. She looked at him with embarrassment and said that he could lean on her even more. He was taken aback and puzzled, and agreed and also thanked her. But at the same time he knew that this situation was not right at all. To his regret, he accidentally and unexpectedly got the role of the main character, but he understood that his goal had been achieved. At that very moment he looked at the man with disgust, because he looked disgusting, because from the outside it looked as if the man's precious beloved had been stolen. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, had no intention of giving up so easily, and at that very moment he leaned on his companion with a smile, while the man looked at them with anger and surprise. Lee Ki-yong continued to act like a child with a satisfied grin, while the man became even more angry. Mr. Yu Seok-woo looked at the girl intently and said that she was in a very difficult situation and that he could help her. She looked at him coldly and said that she would refuse his help because she could handle something like this herself, and he did not need to pay attention to her. Lee Ki-yong couldn't help but burst out laughing at that moment, but quickly apologized. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man with a grin, as even his hands were shaking with anger. But after a few minutes, all their childish games were thrown aside as the monsters were attacking them again. The young men quickly took their positions and prepared for the attack. Lee Ki-yong looked at his companion and said that she should deal with the monsters, and he would join her soon. He said that he would not overwork himself, so she did not need to worry about him. At that moment, he looked intently at his comrades as they slowly moved away. He understood that even if he provoked the man, he would be seriously injured by a knife, but his comrade could stop the next attack. In the meantime, Chung Ha-yang could use healing magic on him. He understood that if he was unlucky, he could use Kim Hyun-sung's magic shield. He understood that the young people would be able to deal with the monsters, so at that moment, he began to provoke the man. Lee Ki-yong walked up to the man with a fierce grin, as he knew it was time to make him into a villain. At that very moment, he mockingly asked the man if he really envied him. The man looked at him with anger, and at the same moment drew his sword from its sheath. Lee Ki-yong was glad of this, because he knew that everything was beginning. Lee Ki-yong was taken aback when he received a very serious injury from his opponent. He was shocked as he was in so much pain, and only a few seconds had passed. He understood that he had to endure it, because that was the only way he could get rid of the man. At that very moment, the young people tensed up as they heard some kind of rumble. The young lady turned around despite the flow of monsters. They were all puzzled, as they did not understand what kind of scream they all heard. Mr. Yu-sok, in turn, shouted with a joyful smile that he had finally gotten rid of the young man. Lee Ki-yong understood perfectly well that he heard too much pride in their voices for the one who had slaughtered the weakest. Jong Jin-ho froze in shock and angrily asked the man what kind of nonsense he had just said. The man shouted with joy that he had managed to deal with Lee Ki-yong while the young man was burning with rage and anger, as his plan had gone down the drain. At that moment, he shouted at the man that he was just crazy. Lee Ki-yong was pleased with everything that was happening, since his own team had driven him into a corner. Lee Ki-yong thought that the young man would most likely destroy the rebellious unit in his team. Lee Ki-yong looked closely at his comrade, knowing that it was now his turn. He knew he had to stop the young man for his plan to fail. At the same time, the young people ran in a hurry to their comrade. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friends with joy, because he knew that his dear objects were running towards him, who would be able to save him. He wanted them to heal him quickly. He was glad that everything was going according to his plan. But at that very moment he was taken aback, since Jae-jong could not have crept up, and he shouted with fury that his comrade had done everything right, since it was he who had killed another of their comrades. Lee Ki-yong froze for a moment in shock as he didn't expect someone to pierce him with a sword. At that very moment he fell to the ground with a crash. Young Ha-yang froze in shock as she realized that the moment her lover fell to the ground, Her world had collapsed. She ran hastily to her beloved, who was bleeding on the ground. At that very moment, the young people ran towards him. Jung Jin-ho ran towards his teammates with fury, and without wasting a moment, he raised his sword as he wanted to deal with them. But a moment later, his attack was repelled. He looked at the young man with fury, as he did not expect this. A moment later, they were staring at each other with intense, furious eyes. Kim Hyun-sung shouted to his comrades to take care of their wounded comrade while he dealt with the other threat. Pak Dok-koo shouted in a hurry that he would deal with everything immediately. Jae-jong glanced sideways at his comrade and suggested that he take the opportunity to escape at that very moment, but he only received a refusal in response. The man said that he would finish off Lee Ki-yeon, so he suggested to his comrade that they leave. Jae-jung did not hesitate and ran away at that very moment. Mr. Yoo Seok-woo looked at the young man with anger, as he intended to deal with him quickly. Meanwhile, the young people were calling out to their comrade in confusion, as they understood that he couldn't just die. Lee Ki-yeon was taken aback by this, as he hadn't died at all. He hoped that they would stop screaming and heal him. Park Dok-koo looked at his friend and said that she had a healing ring, so she should quickly use the spell. Park Dok-koo looked at her intently and said that she should calm down immediately and use magic. At that very moment, she cried out with tears in her eyes that she really wanted to heal her comrade. Lee Ki-yeon-yi looked at his body in surprise as it gradually healed. He was a little surprised as he felt much better, and even the tooth that had recently fallen out had grown back. At that moment, the young people rushed at him with joyful smiles. He smiled back at them and thanked them for the healing. But a moment later, the young man turned around as he saw that the man was rushing towards them with swords in his hands. Park Dok-koo looked at the man with fury and stopped him with brute force. But at that very moment, Lee Ki-yeon turned around as he heard the terrible roar of the monsters. He looked into the distance with a grin, knowing that the most interesting part was about to begin. A moment later, he used a mana shield. Lee Ki-yeon was glad that his comrade had prepared this artifact in advance. Pak Dok-koo, in turn, hastily told his friend that their friend had disappeared. Lee Ki-yeon glanced sideways into the depths of the tunnel as he realized that she had gone after the young man who had escaped earlier, and he noticed that she had successfully prepared the moment to slip away. Park Dok-koo knelt down and asked his comrade for forgiveness, because if he had come much faster, nothing would have happened. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he didn't need to worry, since it was all his carelessness that was to blame. Lee Ki-yeon told his friend with a smile that he could see how they were very worried about him. The young man couldn't bear it and burst into tears. Lee Ki-yeon, in turn, understood perfectly well that there were errors in his calculations, but he knew that everything ended well. He was glad that this situation turned out to be good in his favor. Meanwhile, the young man ran away in a hurry. He felt relief in his soul because he had managed to take revenge on his comrade, but he no longer wanted to get involved with such people. He knew that Jung Jin-ho changed his comrades with ease. This made him very angry, but he understood that he had to unite with him in order to take revenge on everyone else. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback as he unexpectedly fell to the ground with their roar. He was a little alarmed, as his legs did not move. When he turned around, he was taken aback as he saw a young lady who was furiously saying that she did not have time, so she intended to kill him quickly. He was shocked and screamed and also begged for salvation. At that very moment, she came closer to him and opened his mouth. He was scared because he didn't understand what she was going to do at all. At that moment, the young lady used an air blast. Jung Ha-young looked at the young man with fury and said that it was also painful for her lover when he pierced him with a sword. She intended to avenge him. Jung Ha-young glared at the young man because she accidentally got dirty, but she knew that her lover might not like the look of it. Jung Ha-young sighed heavily and said that she needed to deal with him quickly, and so she would hurt him one last time. The young man was shocked by this. He could not utter a word, and at the same time the pain spread throughout his body. A moment later, she used the air blast again, and at that very moment, the young man left the world. At the same time, the man screamed in pain and rage. He was angry and shouted for them to let him go immediately. Mr. Yuseok Woo shouted at the young man that he couldn't forgive him. He would make the girl regret that she didn't choose him. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, did not listen to the man's conversations and, looking into his eyes with a grin, said that they had all ruined the teacher's plan. The man ran away because he did not understand what the young man was talking about. Lee Ki-yong mockingly said that the man seemed to not understand. He needed to speak in syllables. He immediately said that Young Jin Ho was his. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man intently and said with a grin that he was even somewhat grateful to him for this. Lee Ki-yong mockingly said that he got close to his girlfriend because the man was trash. The man was furious because he realized that the young man was simply using him. Lee Ki-yong mocked the man because he knew he couldn't do anything to him, but he knew that only death could save him from his explosive temper. At that moment, Mr. was taken aback and fell silent. Lee Ki-yong said with a fierce grin that the right to decide whether he lives or dies belongs only to him. Pak Duk-koo was taken aback and froze in shock, but at that very moment his comrade said that if he couldn't look at something like that, he should close his eyes. Mr. Yuseok Woo immediately started shouting and asking the young man what he was going to do. Lee Ki-yong said that he thought he could do something similar with his own hands. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man intently and said with a grin that this was the most rational and necessary means right now. The man was taken aback and trembling with fear, saying that they had simply gone crazy. The young man smiled and told the man that he was crazy too. At that very moment, the man realized that the young man was not joking with him at all and was trembling with fear. He asked for mercy. Lee Ki-yong, for his part, knew perfectly well that it was already too late, so he threw all his thoughts away and asked for forgiveness. At that very moment, he lowered his weapon and dealt with the man in a flash. In reality, he had already killed. He had not helped. He had pushed into a trap. He understood that everything that was happening had already been repeated, and it was enough for him to simply calmly carry out the inevitable, because it was all necessary. Lee Ki-yong looked coldly at his comrade and told him not to be too afraid, because the situation here was different from their previous life, and one had to either kill someone themselves or be killed by someone. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend and said that it would be easier for him to come to terms with this situation if he did it himself. At that moment, the young man looked at his friend and asked if this was Christianity. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and said that he did not believe in God and just said something like that. A moment later, he noticed that a new specialization had opened up, and he was surprised because he noticed that experience increased even from killing people. At that very moment, he called his comrade, and looking at him with a cold gaze, he said that he should not die, no matter what. After some time, the young people walked leisurely along the dusty alleys. Park Dok-koo asked his friend if he was still thinking about his specialization. He sighed heavily and said that he was still thinking, because they were all cool. He understood that he needed to consult with the convinced one about his further development. At that very moment, the young man bought it because he heard the voice of his girlfriend. Turning around, he noticed that she was running towards them in a hurry. With tears in her eyes, the young lady pounced on her lover and hugged him tightly. The young lady, bursting into tears, asked the young man if he was hurt. She wanted to know if he was okay, but at the same time she wondered what had happened to the man. When she heard that he had died, she was overjoyed, but at the same moment she was taken aback and said that she understood everything. Park Dok-koo looked closely at his friend and asked where she had gone since she had only just returned. She was taken aback, as she did not know what to answer. Lee Ki-yong realized that he had to help his friend and immediately asked if she had really gone to help Kim Hyun's son. At that very moment, she shouted that this was not so, and she was not interested in him at all. Trembling, she said that the young man had been treated wrongly, and that was why she was very angry. Bursting into tears and trembling with fear, she said that she herself did not notice how everything happened, and at that very moment, she asked for forgiveness. Pak Dok-koo was taken aback and asked the girl for forgiveness, since he understood what she wanted to say. He shouted that he wanted to run after him, and he really understood her feelings. She cried and said that she could not stop thinking about everything that had happened, and now she did not know what to do. Lee Ki-young approached his friend and with a gentle smile said that everything was fine and she didn't need to worry. At that very moment he hugged her and thanked her with a smile. He understood that in front of them was a warm and tender time bomb, so he wanted to heal and comfort her. The young lady, bursting into tears, thanked him with a smile. Lee Ki-young was taken aback and said that she should calm down already. Lee Ki-young looked at his friend and told him to come and pick up the girl. But when he looked at his friend, he saw a predatory and satisfied grin. He was shocked because this was his friend's prepared plan. A moment later, the young people were taken aback as their friend approached them. They looked at him with joy and at the same time noticed that his fight was not easy. But they also realized that various magic tricks were a mere trifle for their comrade. Kim Hyun-sung asked his friends where their other companions were. Lee Ki-young immediately said that he had killed them, but at the same moment he asked what happened to Young Jin-ho. The young men looked at each other warily and fixed their gaze on the chief, but he did not answer. Lee Ki-young was pleased with the silence, as he understood that the young man was finished. Kim Hyun-sung sighed and said that the young man was their enemy, and so, since everything worked out well, he dealt with him. Lee Ki-young, in turn, thought the same as his comrade, and he didn't care about the young man. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrades and said that they had done the right thing because there would be many such cruel incidents in the future, and no one would criticize them for such a decision. He did not know if this would help them, but he wished them all to overcome everything. The young people drooped for a moment and thanked their friend. Kim Hyun-sung asked his comrade if he was okay since his injury was serious. Lee Ki-young reported that he was okay and they did not need to worry. Lee Ki-young said with a smile that if it weren't for the ring he was recently given, he would have died, and in some way his life was saved thanks to his comrade. Lee Ki-young looked at his friend with a smile and said that he would never forget his kindness again. Lee Ki-young looked closely at the young man, as he saw that he was embarrassed and pleased by such words. A moment later, the young people agreed to go to the nearest place to rest, as they were all tired. They worked hard together, overcame the crisis. Lee Ki-young looked closely at his friend, as he also suggested that they had become even closer after this situation. He knew that they would continue to have a good relationship, at least outwardly, and after everything that had happened, he stopped being nervous. He understood that they had all tried hard because they were his dear treasures. After some time, they finally made a stop, and the young man turned to his friend as he wanted to talk to him. Lee Ki-young told his comrade with a smile that he had discovered a new specialization. The young man was surprised, as it all happened so quickly, so he asked what specialization was opened up to him. Lee Ki-young said that this time there was still a lot of choice, so he wanted to consult with him. A moment later, he opened the status window, and at that moment, he noticed that he could choose from several options, namely Summon, Spearman, Dark Mage, Alchemist, and Pyromaniac. He was glad because this time he got rare specializations. He raised the point that it wouldn't be very good if he were to be given the Commander specialization again. At that very moment, he announced that he would like to read the description of the specialization, and he also announced that the condom does not fight personally, but fights with the help of summoners familiarly, in spirits and animals. I liked this specialization the most, since he could not fight on the battlefield, but send his friends familiarly. The Spearman is a medium discipline specialization that combines magic and the spear. Then he opened the Dark Magician specialization. This specialization has a long range and uses dark magic, since its source is demonic power. This magic is of a completely different type and completely reverses the basics of magic. Lee Ki-young thought for a moment, since there was still the option of an alchemist and a pyromaniac. Alchemists practically do not fight, but rather study magical chemistry. They are in a state of continuous search for new directions of development in mana magic. The young man looked at the given direction, but at the same time, he was not inclined towards the pyromancer. At the same moment, he looked at his comrade and asked what he would choose. He hesitated and asked for forgiveness. Kim Hyun-sung immediately began to think about everything that had been said above. He knew that his comrade was simply terrible with a spear. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled, because he understood that from his comrade's point of view, he was very clumsy and awkward. At the same time, the young man described each specialization and chose what would suit his friend. In the end, he leaned towards the option of a summoner or an alchemist. At that moment, the young man sighed heavily and said with a smile that he had also thought about this. Although it's a bit of a pity, everything in this world was designed for medieval fantasy. Some crazy religious groups might definitely grab torches and want to raise a dark magician on a pitchfork. He refused this position of the highest danger. Kim Hyun-sung, looking at his comrade, said that some specializations also require a lot of mana consumption, and with his high intelligence, the alchemist specialization would suit him. After all, the alchemist will have access not only to a wide variety of potions, but also medicinal decoctions, as well as unique summons of creatures. In the future, he could create a homunculus, which would be very useful in battle. Lee Ki-yong saw that his comrade, out of excitement, began to talk too much, but in turn, he saw that before him was a rare specialization, one that was inaccessible to just anyone. He understood that these same priestesses specialized in healing magic, but the sacred power under their control also had its limits. He understood that in such circumstances, one simply could not do without all sorts of restorative potions that were created by alchemists. He understood that if this was truly a rare specialization, then potions could be essential items. At the same time, he said with a satisfied grin that this specialization suited him very well. Park Dok-koo, without looking up at his comrades, asked menacingly what they were even talking about. At that moment, he looked intently at the young people and said with confidence that their comrade should choose the dark magician. The young people were taken aback for a moment, as they did not expect this. Kim Hyun-sung said with confidence and menacingly that their comrade should choose the alchemist. A moment later, the young men clashed again in a fierce battle, with Lee Ki-yong looking at his friends in confusion as they began to quarrel among themselves again. Park Dok-koo happily shouted that they should just imagine the moment when their comrade would exterminate monsters with the help of dark magic. He was sure that his comrade must be a dark magician. Kim Hyun-sung didn't want to make such a choice because he knew about the surroundings of those around him. Park Duk-koo said that if anyone ran into them, he would deal with them. Park Dok-koo smiled and said that their comrade was actually kind, and he was not at all suited to be a dark magician, but if he chose this specialization, he would look very hot. Kim Hyun-sung was puzzled and said that the dark magician should remain behind and no one should choose him. At that very moment, they got into an argument as each one insisted on his own position. The young men were puzzled, but they looked at them. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily as he realized that he had asked about such a thing in vain. He didn't know how to stop the young people, as he saw that their argument had reached its final point. At that very moment, they looked intently at their companion and asked her for advice. They shouted and demanded an answer from her. She thought for a moment and said that she couldn't choose between them. Young Ha-yang-so said with embarrassment that an alchemist should use his mind. She understood that he would look very charming if he did so. But when she thought that her lover would become a dark magician and use the power of darkness, she froze in embarrassment. Lee Ki-yong was taken aback and wondered what she had imagined. At that very moment, he said that he could not decide, because he knew that a dark magician was a risky specialization, but the benefits were great. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrade and called him. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the young man intently and said that he had completely accidentally found an item that could only be used by an alchemist. He told his friend that if he became an alchemist, he would give it to him. Changing his power, the young man noticed that in front of him was a very rare heroic class item, and this book was very rare and had incredible power. Kim Hyun-sung looked closely at his comrade and asked if he wanted to take possession of this valuable and rare book. The young man was taken aback and froze in shock, as he understood that he simply could not refuse this opportunity. Their comrade shouted that this was not a gift, but a pure bribe. He was furious and shouted that it was very low to bribe his own friend, and he wanted to know where he found such a thing. Kim Hyun-song calmly said that he recently found the book in a treasure chest by pure chance. Kim Hyun-sung smiled and said that he was not an alchemist and could not read it, but that in front of them was a heroic-level item. Since he himself could not wield it, he could pass it on to someone he could rely on. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his comrade with a smirk, as he understood that it was difficult for him to justify himself, while he knew that the items he had given them earlier were not so easy to find in the area. He also knew that it was too short-sighted to always pull out the right items on time. He didn't know if it was just that their dear friend's inventory had returned in time with him, or if there was a store somewhere that was inaccessible to them, but given that he hadn't stopped getting similar things from somewhere, he couldn't even imagine how many similar things he might have in stock. At that moment, he could not stand it any longer and shouted to his friend, as he wanted him to choose the alchemist's specialization. His comrade also did not hesitate and at that very moment shouted for him to choose the dark magician. The young lady, in turn, decided to support her lover, and at that very moment said with a smile that he should choose what he liked best. He sighed heavily, as he had to think everything through carefully. Lee Ki-yeon intended to support his regressor friend, but at that moment he smiled and said that he chose the alchemist. He understood that it was not about the book at all, but it was his wise decision. Park Dok-koo, in turn, was shocked by his friend's decision, but could not do anything. The young lady was very happy for her lover. At that very moment, he changed his specialization. He was informed that he had chosen a good path, and the people of the system hoped that he would somehow understand the alchemical works of the great alchemist, since they would be very sorry if the heroic object ended up in the hands of an insignificant person. Lee Ki-yeon thought for a moment, as he still thought that he would understand at least something from the book. At that moment he was taken aback, as he saw that his friend was beaming with happiness and joy. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his comrade, as he realized that he now seemed useful to him. Lee Ki-yeon knew that from now on he was his investment, namely a listed stock in the form of a great alchemist. At that very moment, the young man congratulated his friend with a smile on his right choice and presented him with a valuable book. Lee Ki-yeon accepted the gift with a smile and also thanked his comrade, but he still felt awkward always receiving something from him. At the same time, he said that he would do his best to live up to his expectations. Lee Ki-yeon in turn understood perfectly well that his cost would definitely reach the upper limit. He hoped that his friend would continue to invest in him so that he could grow. That same evening, the young man quietly leafed through his new book while all his comrades were asleep. Lee Ki-yeon was puzzled because he knew that he didn't have any equipment yet, so it was impossible to use the specialization normally. He understood that he would need some kind of catalyst. Lee Ki-yeon knew that he would need equipment and catalysts, and he also knew that this specialization was quite expensive. He would have to spend a lot of money, so he wanted to try to somehow combine it with the magic he had been using until now. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his friend in surprise and asked if he hadn't gone to bed. The young man was taken aback and said that he hadn't slept. He looked at the book with a happy smile and said that there was a lot of new stuff in there that he needed to figure out. He wanted his investor to see that he had already worked hard. He looked closely at his comrade, who somehow looked so pleased that it was starting to bother him a little. He understood that his comrade was going to turn him into some kind of conveyor belt for making potions. Lee Ki-yeon sighed heavily and said that they had not yet completed their survival quest, while he noted that the environment was not very pleasant, and he was worried that they might run into a boss monster. His friend said that he felt the same way. Kim Hyun-sung sighed and said that if they went further tomorrow, he thought they might be able to find some clues. Lee Ki-yeon immediately realized that they were not in danger of meeting the boss. He assumed that the exit was already somewhere nearby. He wanted to look at the continent that was mentioned in the introductory briefing. He understood that they would end up in a place where only a few survivors could reach. At the same time, the young lady, with a satisfied grin, told her comrades that they had found a replacement shield and sword. Sometime later, the young people set out to look for a way out. The young people walked slowly through the narrow tunnel, and at the same time they started a casual conversation. At the same time, they joked with each other. Li Qiyong, in turn, was a little puzzled by their jokes, but his comrade laughed. Li Qiyong looked at his friend in surprise and asked if she really found these jokes funny, but at the same moment she shook her head and said that they were very stupid. At the same time, the young man looked at his comrades and saw that the atmosphere between them had become a little more relaxed than before. At first they were all too busy trying to get out of this hell, but now he was glad that they were friends with each other. The young lady, in turn, looked at her lover with a tender smile. Li Qiyong knew perfectly well that being part of the repressors' party was very cool. After a moment, the young people stopped. They were surprised because they saw a huge door in front of them, but they realized that this was the exit. Li Qiyong, looking at his comrade, who was looking at the door with a grin, he realized that this was the exit in front of them. He was glad that everything had gone quietly, but he was puzzled because he did not understand why his comrades were looking at each other intently. At that very moment, the young men were taken aback as their comrades suddenly ran to the door to the unknown world. A moment later, the young people were taken aback as they again found themselves in some strange place. Li Qiyong was taken aback for a moment, not knowing where they were now, and at the same time, he wondered if they hadn't come out yet. The young people approached the large magic circle, which was in the center of the room, in bewilderment. Moments later, they saw that they had activated a mandatory rare-level quest, namely, a cleanup. Pact was taken aback and cried out as he saw another door on the other side. The young man immediately ran to the door, but when he tried to open it, it didn't even budge. Li Qiyong sighed and told his comrade not to touch anything and to return to his place, because he assumed that there was some condition for it to open. Li Qiyong was puzzled because he didn't know what to do. He saw that the boss was not in front of them, but the circle looked like some kind of clue. After a moment, he looked at his comrade with puzzlement. He was a little excited, and at the same time he was in bewilderment because he saw that his comrade approached the circle, and at the same time used some force. Li Qiyong was taken aback, as he realized that they should have simply poured mana into the circle. The swordmaster said that he decided to try this method just in case, and it turned out that this was the right decision. Li Qiyong looked closely at his comrade, as he understood that he was simply burning his reincarnation. Moments later, the young people looked at each other with joy, as they saw that the mandatory rare-level quest had been completed. Li Qiyong looked closely at his comrade as he saw that it was written on his forehead that he had finally done everything he wanted. But a moment later, looking at his comrade, he noticed that soon everything would begin for real. But still, the young people in turn looked into the distance with admiration. They understood that if you abstracted yourself from all the hell, then such an ending was quite beautiful. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback as he saw a bright glow. At that very moment, they were informed that they had successfully completed the tutorial. The young man was taken aback as he did not understand who was in front of him. At that very moment, the girl announced that she was the person in charge of the training dungeon and that she was also the deputy head of the Sineva Guild. She looked at the young people with a smile and said that her name was Li Sang-hee. She looked at the young people and said that it was a great honor for her to meet them all. Li Qiyong was taken aback when he saw the girl. He knew she looked quite friendly, but something told him that this was not the case. Park Dok-ku immediately rushed at the girl and asked if she had really locked them in such a place. She was taken aback and said that it was not so, but at the same time she wanted them to let her start with a formal introduction. She revealed that she was the deputy head of an independent guild of the Sacred Empire founded in honor of the goddess Benegor, and as the vice guild leader, she was in charge of the training dungeon this year. Sighing, she said that they were also summoned to this world and went through the same trials. They just arrived in a similar place before them, but they still couldn't figure out why they were summoned to this land. She said that they had to take them outside, and also to rescue the survivors who were still inside. She also said that they would help them with training and adaptation to the new environment of the continent, on which they would all now live. Looking at the young man, she said that they also provide them with accommodation. She also said that the doors to the dungeon only open for a few days, and they don't know the reason for this. A moment later, she announced that she had to get them out as quickly as possible, and at the same time, she asked them to return their weapons, as she wanted to discuss all the details after arriving at the nearest base of their guild. Lee Sang-hee looked at her comrade with a smile and asked him to start searching for survivors inside while she took the young people to the base. Lee Ki-yong stared at the girl, but at the same time he used his power, as he intended to test her abilities and growth limit. While her abilities were impressive, but she reached a certain level, which is why she slowed down. There was still the possibility of increasing the strength and durability of the norms, but it would not be possible to increase the growth of other characteristics. He understood that if she wanted to, she could kill them without any problems. He did not understand why she was so helpful. While he was watching, he didn't notice any negative reaction from his comrade, but the title of the ideal mediator didn't mean anything bad to him. He didn't think he should worry. He understood that she didn't care whether people died in the beginning or not. But because of this, her attitude towards them seemed contradictory. Lee Ki-yan wondered if it was just because they were the team that cleared the dungeon. After a moment of close observation, he noticed that they were working faster than he had expected, but it was still only a matter of time before the people in the camp were rescued. But he understood that it wasn't that important to him, because he wanted it, thinking only about his life. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he entered a new world. He was surprised because he saw the bright sun and beautiful birds. He was glad, as were his comrades, since they still managed to survive. This was exactly the feeling he had at that moment when they saw the beautiful light. Lee Sang-hee looked at the young people with a smile and said that they were lucky today, because the griffin is a rare species and they are not often seen, but the young man did not hesitate and quickly ran to the cellar as he wanted something tasty to eat. She was taken aback and said that they were probably very hungry. She also said that she was going to set the table for them, but if they wanted to eat, she would buy everything for them. Park Dak-koo was happy about this, and at the same time he shouted to his comrades to have a little snack with him. Lee Ki-yong smiled and told his comrade that he didn't want anything, but he was glad to be in a pleasant and quiet environment. But at that very moment he turned his gaze to his comrade, because he saw that he was thinking about something, but he did not understand what was troubling him. Lee Ki-yong walked up to his comrade and called him. But after a few moments, he noticed that his comrade was still thoughtful and worried about something. He looked at him with a smile and said that he just hoped that they would work things out well in the future. He was a little worried and understood that his comrade should not leave him after everything they had been through together. Kim Hyun-sung was taken aback because he didn't expect such words. Lee Ki-yong in turn looked closely at his comrade. He intended to try his best, and at the same time, he didn't want his comrade to abandon him. His friend greeted him with a beaming smile and said that he hoped so too. After some time, the young people were driving to the guild base. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, sat quietly by the window and warmed himself. He was comfortable, both mentally and physically, but he felt a little awkward about being treated this way, but he still knew that physical comfort was more important. At that very moment, the girl asked how they had managed to achieve the quick clear of the dungeon. The young man asked if this was not how things usually happened. She said with a smile that it usually took about half a year, so for this world, the fact that they had cleared the dungeon in a few months was quite a big event. She said that this was an incredible record. All over the world, Park Dak-koo surprisedly asked if there were other dungeons. She said that there was also a training dungeon in the Republic and the United Kingdom, and under their sacred empire and under their control there were several dungeons. She looked closely at the young people and said that she would tell them everything in more detail later. She reported that people of different nationalities lived in the empire, each of which had its own place for conscription and its own training. The young man noticed that the people looked like locals. Lee Sang-hee, looking at everyone present, said that it was usually forbidden to ask about what happened inside, but she was very curious about how they managed to get to the dungeon so quickly. She was surprised that a young squad of 4 people managed to do something like this. Kim Hyun-sung sighed and said that they had been through a lot, but they succeeded because everyone contributed to the cause. He also said that there was a survivor camp on one level of the dungeon, so he asked them to go there. Park Dok-koo said with a smile that this camp was put together by their faithful comrade, because thanks to him, they were all able to gather the survivors in one place, while they assembled fighting squads and left those who could not fight in the camp. He reported that it was safe there, and they built a fence, and there was also enough food there. She looked at the young people in surprise, because she realized that they were all truly amazing. At that very moment, the young man figured everything out. He understood why she was so kind to them. He realized that this is roughly what people's reaction to those who barely survived in the dungeon should look like. But meanwhile, they were on a completely different level, because they completed the dungeon in record time, made a shelter for the survivors, and at the same time achieved a lot. For everyone, they were super newcomers, whose value grew with every second. He understood that the girl was from a large organization that wanted to hire them. He saw that his friend was just a fox who talked about their achievements. At the same time, he pretended that he was not like that, although he had conquered, bragged, and made a fuss about them, thereby raising their value. One could start with the fact that just being in the cleanup squad implies that they have adapted very easily to any living condition. Lee Ki-yong understood that being in the reincarnation party was the best thing in the world. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback as he saw the guild base with his own eyes. The young lady looked at the young men with a smile and asked them to come inside. He was shocked because I saw that this was not even the headquarters of the main guild. Lee Ki-yeon followed with a smile, looked at his comrade because he saw that in front of him was a goose that laid golden eggs. He understood that he could slowly find out his comrade's future plans. He understood that wherever they went, their path would be strewn with petals. But when the young people entered the guild headquarters, they were taken aback, as they were greeted with great fanfare, and they understood what was going on, as the guild members were shouting that they were the best guild on the continent. The young people happily welcomed the newcomers. Lee Ki-yong was a little scared because he thought that the monsters had appeared again, but everything was completely different. Lee Sang-hee told the young people that they were very tired, and therefore they could go to the banquet hall first, since they had already prepared dinner for them. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the girl intently. Since she had said earlier that she was the deputy head of the guild, he didn't understand why she was doing this personally. He saw that inside everything really looked majestic and luxurious. Looking around, he realized that this was too much on their part. He was a little puzzled as he saw and heard the looks of strangers who envied them and said not very pleasant words about them. But a few minutes later, the young people visited a luxurious banquet hall. Without wasting a single minute, the young people began to eat. Lee Ki-yen, looking at the table, noticed that everything looked expensive, and everything screamed that the guild was immeasurably rich. He understood that their desire to look good in their eyes was also quite commendable, but this guild had been causing him doubts for some time now. He understood that they were going too far by forcing the deputy head to personally do the dirty work. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily, as he knew that there was no solid evidence to prove that he was right. But a moment later, the young man froze in place, as he assumed that the spoon in front of him was not made of pure gold, since it was very light. At the same moment, the young lady asked their names. The young men frankly told their names, as well as their specialties. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, looked closely at the girl and said his name, and also reported that he was an alchemist. He understood that, unlike his comrades, he had already changed his specialization several times. He looked closely at the girl and wondered if she really wanted to take him under her wing. But a moment later she sighed heavily and said that she understood, and also asked if this was really the second time he had chosen a specialization. The young man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a reaction. At that very moment, he looked at his comrade, since it was he who told him that it was better to choose an alchemist. He understood that his comrade simply wanted to turn him into a conveyor belt for potions. He understood that most likely their good comrade would not have treated him in such a way. Li Kai-yong understood that he had to trust his comrade because alchemy was supposed to help them in the future. He understood that since they had treated him poorly now, he needed to make sure that they would start treating him well later. After some time, the young man joyfully shouted that all the food was very delicious and tasty. He was pleased with this, since they had not eaten hot food for a long time. He said with a smile that his grandmother always said that there is no such thing as a free lunch, but right now he was very hungry, so he didn't care. At that moment, Kim Hyun-sung said that they were very grateful for this and had nothing to complain about. But still their kindness was very suspicious. He asked if they were so kind to them because they needed them. Lee Sang-hee looked at the young man with a smile and said that they were truly wonderful people, but they quickly saw through their intentions behind this hospitality, so she wanted to get straight to the point. She looked closely at the young people and said that their guild wanted them to join their ranks. Of course, it might be difficult for them, but they still wanted to provide good conditions for the young people. Lee Ki-yong looked at the girl intently as he wanted to listen to their conditions, although everything was obvious to him. At that moment he was taken aback, as his comrade said that the proposal sounded good and he would like to know more about it. She sighed heavily and said that she would tell them everything, and in that case she wanted to start with the background for a full understanding. She said that these lands are called a continent. Lee Ki-yan was a little puzzled because his friend wanted to know more about everything, since he saw that this luxury was fake. He understood that his comrade was a reincarnated human, and he might be interested in the guild since he understood that there was something to cling to. Lee Ki-yong also assumed that his comrade was already part of the guild in his past life. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with irritation, as he nodded too often, for someone who only wanted to take advantage of the guild. Lee Ki-yong wondered if this guild had anything that could influence his friend. What irritated him most was that he couldn't understand what his friend was thinking. But he understood that his comrade could be an ordinary victim in this situation. In his previous life, he could have been just a pathetic slave of the beggar guild. He still didn't understand why his comrade wanted to return to them again. He understood that his friend was too kind to his own detriment, because at the same time, he even made an entire camp for the survivors. Lee Ki-yong looked at his good friend with a fierce grin, because he understood that he was now next to him, and at the same time, he never shared what belonged to him, and he would never allow anyone to take away something valuable from him. Lee Ki-yan wanted to make sure that his friend would have the chance to use real gold dishes in this life. He wanted his friend to never trust anyone again. But he wanted his friend to trust only him, and then he would make his life golden. Lee Ki-yan intended to take care of his friend and ensure that he did not go into the red. Looking at the young people, she began to explain that on the lands known as the continent, in addition to the Holy Empire, there was also the Republic and the United Kingdom, with whom they cooperate to maintain balance. Besides these countries, there are several other countries and a kingdom that maintain neutrality, but the named countries can be considered the three world powers. The continent is inhabited by continental peoples living in the original. They are Earthlings, who were considered foreigners on the continent, but they have rather complicated relationships and are trying to get along. She reported that among the indigenous peoples, there were other races besides humans, and that the continent was inhabited by elves, dragons, and lizards. Lee Ki-yen sighed heavily as he realized that the people in such a place and on Earth were almost no different. She also reported that, including their guild, other independent guilds and clans had autonomous rights to operate outside of imperial influence, but in exchange for this freedom, they entered into an agreement with their own country to provide military assistance in the event of a war on the granite. He understood that even if a guild was very influential, it could not simply carry out a coup in a country. This meant that each of the great powers had some incredible weapon that was not inferior in strength to the largest guilds. She reported that the training dungeon, through which they all pass the inspection, opens regularly once a year, and now in the Sacred Empire, control over the training is entrusted to foreigners. Several guilds, both large and small, take turns being responsible for the dungeon, managing it, and monitoring the trials, and once the training is complete, the guild responsible for running the tutorial for the current year is given the chance to be the first to meet the clearing team. She looked at the young people with a smile and said that right now their guild had met with their squad. The young man asked in surprise, was it really true that now they were joining their guild? She was taken aback and said that they were trying to recruit them. Lee Sang-hee, looking at the young people, said that they were a company, and the young people were applicants who would now need to discuss working conditions and salaries. The young man assumed this outcome, but something was bothering him. At that moment she smiled and said that this hall and all the food were a kind of gift for the young people. Lee Sang-hee looked at the girl because he understood that if he were in her place, he would have lied about at least half of everything she said. He saw that she was too straightforward, and such an honest person could not have come up with all the show. His instinct told him that they were now in despair. At that moment, he looked closely at the girl and said that he would like to ask what place their guild currently occupies in the Sacred Empire. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect such a question. He wanted her to tell him why they were in such despair. She sighed heavily and said that their guild was a representative of the Holy Empire and they could not be called a big guild. He looked at her intently and said that she was now speaking in the past tense. She sighed and said that it was so, because one day they were faced with external circumstances beyond their control. Lee Sang-hee cried out and said that she was asking them to take future opportunities into consideration, as the pay and conditions they would offer them would be no worse than those of other guilds. He sighed heavily and said that he understood her, but in turn he understood that their guild was halfway to collapse, and they were hoping to lure their super rookies to resurrect their guild. Now he understood why they were persistent. He understood that they tried very hard to look good in the eyes of new people, painting every corner with gold, but he understood that these were only their problems. He wanted his comrade to use his brain and understand that they were being fooled. He didn't want them to be tricked into some kind of agreement with swindlers. He knew that they had to go to a big guild. After some thought, the young man said that her proposal sounded good. Lee Ki-yong was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like that. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the girl with a smile and said that it might be a bit difficult for them to answer right now, but he thought there would be nothing wrong with them listening to the guild's conditions. Kim Hyun-sung looked closely at his comrade and asked if he thought the same. The young man was taken aback and said that his friend was right. But in turn, he was angry. He understood that even though his friend was a sufferer, he was still a reincarnated person, and he would not behave this way without a reason. He looked closely at everyone present and wondered if they could be of any use. At that moment, he realized that his assumptions were correct, but he was still puzzled and did not understand why his friend was shining with such beauty. He realized that his comrade in his previous life was not just a guild protector. His comrade was the driven continent in order to become a local shield. The rest were members of the guild. The young man, in turn, assumed that his comrade was the guild leader, because if you think about it again, he was a legendary player. Even his skill potential was impossible to measure. He knew that it would be extremely strange if his comrade didn't become a big shot in the future. He knew that he would definitely have a huge impact on the pathetic guild that was on the verge of collapse, but at the same time, he didn't know whether his goal was to save the world. Lee Ki-yen understood perfectly well that the higher the position, the more profitable it was, and most likely, his comrade was eager to return to the guild. Of course, these were only his guesses, but he saw no reason to return to such a pathetic guild. The young lady looked at everyone present with a smile and thanked them for their attention, and she also said that they should rest as she wanted them to meet with the HR department as soon as possible. Jung Haiyang asked her lover with a smile if he liked the meatballs, as she thought you would cook them for him next time. He said with a smile that he would look forward to her dish. She hugged him tenderly, while he thought that his comrade had returned to the guild so that all the talented guys could get an important position in the declining guild. He was a little surprised, as he had not expected the young man to have thought things through so far. He understood that his friend had been patronizing everything from the very beginning. But he still wanted to follow his comrades because he understood that this guild was a very tasty prey for them. After some time, the young lady gave the young men the keys to the rooms. She also said that if they had any inconvenience, they should call her and she would come. At that very moment, the young man thanked the girl with a smile. She was surprised because she didn't expect this, but he still hoped that she would remember him well. Lee Ki-yong looked closely at all of his comrades, since this number belonged to him, but he still asked what they were planning to do. At that moment, he was taken aback, because he did not understand why they were looking at him so intently. He saw that his comrade was asking with a silent look what he thought of this place. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled because he didn't want his comrade to ask him this question with just a look. He wanted his comrade to ask this question out loud. At that moment, he smiled and asked his friend if he wanted to go inside so they could talk. His comrade agreed without wasting a single minute. A moment later, the young people looked at the beautiful room with admiration. Lee Ki-yong told his friend that he could sit wherever he wanted. He saw that his friend was very nervous because he didn't know what answer he would hear. Lee Ki-yong looked at everyone present and said that his words might sound inappropriate, but he never thought that he would ever encounter such a relationship. He smiled and said that he felt like a VIP, and that he was not used to this at all, but still, he really wanted to get used to this. The young people were a little worried, as they did not understand everything thoroughly and assumed that concluding a contract would be nothing but a headache. Kim Hyun-sung, looking at his comrades, said that they were currently being recruited and that other guilds would probably do the same, so it was beneficial for them to think about which guild they would be in, by the way. He said that they didn't know yet what they could offer them, but since they really needed them, they would certainly provide them with a certain reward. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend intently, as he knew that he was just an idiot who couldn't see beyond the blue, but in turn he said that he was right. Their comrades excitedly asked which guild they would be in. They wanted to hear the answer from their comrade, and he thought for a moment, as he understood that their future destiny directly depended on his answer. At that moment, he looked at Kim Hyun-sung and said that he thought that this place wasn't that bad, but at that moment, he said that they should think about it carefully since they had nothing to lose anyway. Kim Hyun-sung was taken aback and told his comrade that they needed to take everything into account because their decisions directly depended on their future, so they needed to make the most beneficial choice. Lee Ki-yong saw that their precious friend was a weakling, but he was still a regression, so he knew the future. Lee Ki-yong understood perfectly well that joining the guild could be a key step to a young man's success in another life. After a short but important conversation, the young man, sighing heavily, said that it was time for him to go home. Lee Ki-yong looked closely at his comrade, who was already leaving, but he understood that he needed to deal with the deal first, because they needed to successfully complete the negotiations. But he was puzzled and didn't understand why his friend was loaded. He hoped that his comrade would give him an important post when they finished everything. A moment later, the young man quietly entered his room. He walked slowly to the window as he was immersed in his thoughts. At that moment, he was plunged into his memories from his past life, while he looked at his subordinate with a puzzled expression and could not utter a word. She asked him with tears in her eyes to forgive her actions, but she said that she would fight to the end. The girl cried and screamed that they had to defend an empire that was killing its own citizens. But at the same time, she understood that the situation was at an extreme stalemate, because the people in masks were again next to them. She understood that humanity would soon perish. Then she asked the head of the guild for forgiveness and committed suicide in front of him. The young man was shocked by everything that happened. He couldn't believe what he saw, as there wasn't a single living soul near him. He could not bear it, and shouted in anger as he was left alone in the middle of the ruins. Sighing heavily, he asked his comrades for forgiveness. He understood that this time he would definitely save them, but these memories left their terrible mark on him. A moment later, the young man came to his senses. He knew that this time everything would be different. He knew he had support this time. He understood that he had to cope and definitely save them. Kim Hyun-sung knew he had no choice because he didn't want to relive the same horrible nightmare again. After some time, the young man was getting ready in no hurry, as he had an appointment. When he opened the door, he was taken aback, as he saw a young lady before dawn. He was a little puzzled, as he did not understand why she was waiting for him at the door. Then he asked her if she had slept well, because he had not expected her to be waiting for him outside the door. She was taken aback and said with a smile that she had slept well, and also said that she wanted to go to the meeting with him. He didn't answer her, but she, without hesitation, came closer to him and hugged him, saying that he smelled delicious, while the young man felt awkward and wondered if everything would be okay. After some time they met, and the guild member called the young people into the office one by one. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrades with a smile and said that he would go first, and they wished him good luck with a smile. Lee Ki-yong knew very well that it would be much better if this were a group interview. But at that very moment, he was taken aback as he heard applause. He wondered if this was just an interview. He thought they were conducting some kind of test. A moment later, Chung Ha-young was called, and the young lady hurriedly went to the office. A moment later, the young man was convinced that he was right, but he was a little puzzled as he hated such sensations. The young lady came out of the office after a while and called Park Dok-koo. Lee Ki-yong was very excited and had a feeling that he would soon be put on display. He understood that he would pass because his skills were much higher than before. After some time, it was his turn, and he reassured himself. After some time, he entered the room, confident that he would be accepted. But a moment later, he was taken aback as he saw many guild members. The man looked closely at the young man and asked if it was true that he was an alchemist. The young man confirmed this and also said that he started out as a mage, but when he unlocked the second choice, he chose the alchemist. He also said that the alchemist mage's line seemed quite acceptable to him, and he decided not to develop the ordinary mage's line, but a moment later, the man interrupted the young man. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled because he saw that he was being laughed at. The man told the young man that he was young and inexperienced, and now he made the wrong choice, since the alchemist magician is not the best choice. He also asked the young man if he could tell him how much mana he had. Lee Ki-yong was a little puzzled, but said that if they were talking about stats, then he currently had 8 mana. At that moment, the man laughed and said that this was not a very high figure, considering that he had already managed to choose a specialization several times. Lee Ki-yong was very angry at such words, but he wanted to control himself. He said that his money was not growing as fast as his intelligence. He did not have time to finish speaking when he was suddenly interrupted again. Lee Ki-yong was furious because he saw that they weren't even giving him a trial. Then the young lady said with a smile that she wanted to tell him the terms of the contract. She looked at him with a smile and began to tell him about all the delights of the entry. But then the man interrupted her and said that all the conditions would be valid only if he joined with the others. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, the young people began to quarrel among themselves. The man shouted that things might still be different with the others, but spending such funds on an alchemist was a waste. Lee Ki-yong, keeping himself quiet, stood to the side and listened to their conversations. He glared at everyone present and used his power. He wondered with fury if they really thought he was a complete idiot. He saw that in the description of everyone present, there was not a single skill similar to the Soul Eye skill, and there was no way they could know that his potential was below average, and the only reason why he was received worse was because of his non-combat specialty and low mana. He realized that they were all missing something very important. At that moment, He wondered if these were all the conditions. Lee Sang-hee informed him that they also provided various types of medical insurance, as well as life insurance. Lee Sang-hee said that they provide jobs and support for marriage and childbirth, as well as various equipment and guarantees. Moreover, they will prepare a laboratory for him. She also spoke about additional conditions, but everyone present thought that this was too much for the young man, but she assured them that he was part of the cleansing group, and she believed in his potential. After a while, the young lady looked at him closely and said that he, like everyone else, could give an answer later. He was glad that they did not treat him so badly. He was impressed that she showed respect and remained so sincere until the very end. But he saw that the problem was with the present behind her, because they were all sure that the dungeon was cleared by young people, and the alchemist was not part of them, so they did not want to spend money on him. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled because he knew that everything they were saying was complete nonsense. He understood that their camaraderie of having been through life and death together would no longer be so necessary. He was sure that this was a very common occurrence, and there were certainly frequent cases when the cleansing team fell apart. He understood that they were most likely scattering due to other guilds, money, or personal circumstances, but he knew that something like that was definitely impossible for them. He knew that something similar could happen to other teams, but it wouldn't happen to them. He saw a strong and independent Park Dok-koo, who simply couldn't say that money rules the world, and at the same time move to another guild. He knew that his girlfriend would definitely not refuse him a date. He knew that his comrade would not renounce him. He understood that such a thing was impossible to even imagine. Lee Ki-yong knew very well that they were much closer, and their bond was much stronger than the guild members thought. Although this sight irritated him wildly, at the same time it was all very funny. He understood that since this was the case, he would prefer that they neglected him even more, since he would only benefit from this. He looked at everyone present and said with a smile that he was still not sure, but their terms were good, and they had certainly taken great care in drafting them. The man told the young man that he was right, and that he would not find better conditions for a novice alchemist in any other guild, and if he influenced the rest of the group, they could even improve these conditions. Lee Ki-yong looked at everyone present with the same smile and said that he would think about this proposal. The man was taken aback as he did not expect such a thing. He smiled and said that he was in a very positive mood right now, but he would like them to give him some time to think it over. The man said that he would like to hear the answer as soon as possible, as they don't have much time, since the demonstration starts next week. Everyone present was puzzled, as they had hoped that the young men would agree. At that very moment, the man said that they very much hoped that the young man would put in a good word for them with others. Lee Ki-yong thought for a moment, as he realized that they might receive offers from other guilds. At that moment, the girl could not stand it and shouted at the young man to stop. She gave him the booklet of their guild and the original contract. She said that he should read it while he thought. He smiled and thanked her, and also said that he would hide it later. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he saw that he was arrogant and young, but he also understood that the future of their guild looked very bleak. Lee Ki-yong knew perfectly well that there was no point in reading this contract. He knew that in a few days the contents would change dramatically. He understood that for a newbie, all the conditions were incredible, and he was even very surprised that the guild could offer him so much money, but at the same time, he hated it when they perceived him as a waste of space. He understood that if they were really in a dire situation, they should be less picky. The young men looked at their comrade with joy and said that they had been well received, so they thought that all the members of the guild were good people. Kim Hyun-sung said that it was quite risky for them, and they must feel pressure to successfully recruit them, especially since human resources were vital for them. Lee Ki-yong understood that this was true, but only for his comrades. The young men looked closely at their comrade and said that these conditions were better than those of other guilds, but they still waited for his final word. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade, as he understood that Park Deok-koo and Jung Ha-yang would not betray him, but the problem was only with the young sword master. He looked at his comrade, as he saw that he didn't even try to cover himself, and at the same time he openly sympathized with them, and moreover, he was just as openly rushing them with an answer. Even he thought that joining the guild was the most reasonable option. After all, instead of standing independently or being suppressed by a large guild. And the best step would be to take over an already established and not so small organization. He knew that if they were to start somewhere, it would be better to sit on the head of a snake rather than settle for the tail of a dragon. He was talented enough to make this possible, but he still wanted to do it somehow differently. At that moment, he sighed heavily and said that they needed to think everything over again. The swordmaster was taken aback and asked his comrade if he really didn't like the guild. He sighed heavily and said that it wasn't so. And at that very moment, he said with a smile that he thought they could raise the amount, because they should get as much as possible, especially given that they have the opportunity to do so. He looked closely at their leader and asked if he agreed with him. The young people were taken aback, as they did not understand what was being discussed. Kim Hyun-song was immediately taken aback, as he did not expect this. But a moment later he said with a grin that he thought he understood what his comrade was getting at. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with a fierce grin, as they both thought about the demonstration. The guild has already exercised its right to initial negotiations. From now on, they are simply obliged to let other guilds assess their abilities firsthand and try to recruit them. They are the team that cleared the dungeon in record time, so they will receive offers. The young people looked at each other, as they wanted to show them all their power with a loud explosion. They wanted to show that they were a winning lottery ticket. At that moment, he smiled and said that they should demonstrate their strength once again, and very clearly. Park Dok-koo looked at his comrade with a puzzled expression and asked if he was thinking of going somewhere else. At that moment, the young lady screamed as she did not want to let go of her lover. He smiled and said that he would stay with them, because he really wanted to. The swordmaster smiled and said that although they met by fate under strange circumstances, he also really wanted to stay by their side. Lee Ki-yeon turned away from the young men with a satisfied grin, as he knew that they had to stay by his side since he intended to make a lot of money. Park Dok-koo, in turn, looked at the young people with a joyful smile and agreed with them, and he also offered them a drink. But his comrade said that they could not relax yet, and they would organize a get-together after the demonstration. At that moment, he looked at the young lady and said that she should also get ready. She hugged him tenderly and said that she agreed. But a moment later, she shyly asked him to go on a date with him, and also said that she would study hard. The young man was taken aback and asked her to go on a date after the demonstration, since he also needed to study a little. She looked away and quietly said that in that case she would not study. He was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing, but he did not understand why she was so stubborn. Lee Ki-yeon sighed heavily, as he knew that his girlfriend had always been obedient. But a moment later, he finally agreed, and at that very moment the young woman or depression ate from happiness. A moment later he said with a smile that they should go for a walk as a whole group. The young people were taken aback as they had not expected such a thing. He looked at his comrades with a smile and asked if they minded the walk. Park Dok-koo quietly told his friend that they should not kill the atmosphere of the lovers, but Lee Ki-yeon began to persuade them. The young lady, in turn, turned around and looked at them intently. After a moment, he looked closely at his companion and said that they all needed to make every effort now, and he also asked if she really wanted to go have fun with him, despite this situation. Jung Ha-yang sighed heavily and said that studying could wait, because being with him was much more important to her. He sighed heavily, because he understood that he could not get out of it. He understood that everything was right, and he should be more important to her than anything in the world. But he also knew that now they needed to study. He looked closely at his comrades, as they did not know what to do in this situation. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the girl as he noticed that she was on edge, and said through gritted teeth that she just wanted to be alone with him. He realized that he really hadn't been paying her enough attention lately. He knew he simply couldn't let this situation be worth all the effort he had put into achieving brilliant success. He understood that he was the real director, the producer of this play, and so he wanted to make the top of the guild aware of this fact. Lee Ki-yong knew that this was the only way they could raise their price. At that very moment, the young man's expression changed, and he asked her if she really wanted to go on a date with him. He shouted that he couldn't do anything and that she had to go with him. She was taken aback, as she hadn't expected such behavior from him. Lee Ki-yong knew perfectly well that he could show them that he was not a fool, but still, looking at his comrades, he mentally asked them to work harder because they were the leading assets. Moments later, he turned his gaze to his young companion and said that today they would do whatever she wanted. The young lady was taken aback and at the same moment beamed with happiness. He looked at her with a smile while she planned their leisure time. At the same time, his expression changed, and he looked at all his friends with a predatory grin, as he wanted them to film the killer production together and break through to the front. A few days later, the young people walked slowly towards the newcomers. At the same time, the young people were studying hard. Lee Ki-yong, unable to bear it, yawned as he was already tired of the monotonous study. He glanced sideways at his friend's words and asked if he had actually looked through the brochure. His friend said that he had, and also said that the restaurant here was simply amazing. He happily praised the restaurant as he wanted to visit it, also sighing heavily, and he said that he wanted his family to see him in such a guise. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily, as he knew he should be glad that his family had never seen him like this. He smiled and said that being treated like that made him feel special. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend with a smile and said that in the future he would only be treated better. For some time, the young people looked at each other with smiles and carried on a casual conversation. But after a few minutes, the young man became gloomy and turned to his friend. He wanted to know for sure if everything would be okay. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with bewilderment and asked what he meant by that. Park Dok-koo sighed heavily and said that he hadn't seen their friend for a while, and she hadn't left her room and had been crying for several days, so he had to show at least a little attention to the girl. At the same time, the young lady was filled with bitter words because she was suffering from a serious withdrawal from Lee Ki-yong. She was lost and did not know why he did not come to her, since she really wanted to see him. Lee Ki-yong coldly told his friend that this was a necessary measure now, and he could not do anything about it. He understood that the more difficult it is to obtain something, the more desired it becomes. His friend tried to object to him, but he cut off all his words and said that he knew the girl better than anyone, so he did not need to worry about such things. Park Dok-koo, in turn, did not say anything more and sat quietly next to his friend. Lee Ki-yong literally knew his friend better than anyone else, as well as how important she was to their team right now. After all, if you turn a blind eye to their reborn, their squad was a winning lottery ticket, thanks in part to the future archmage of legendary status. He understood that the pretext of growth implied the player's potential, because the higher the level of potential, the faster his stats grew. He knew that right now the girl was in the middle of a terrifying increase in mana, and even during their date a few days earlier, she even had the next choice of specialization pop up, and at the same time, the young people advised her to take Elementalist. At the same time, the young man understood perfectly well that she could grow much taller and more actively than she was at the moment, so he decided to take advantage of the small hints from her description. He realized that if he rewarded an obedient student when she made progress, he would be throwing her a carrot. On the other hand, if she didn't move forward, he reacted quite coldly. A few days ago, they were sitting quietly in the city, while the young lady enjoyed the fresh air with him alone and wished that this time would stop. The young man was taken aback and said with a smile that he would like that too. But a moment later, he said that they might not have met before the demonstration, but if she achieved a better result there, then they would see each other again. The young lady was taken aback, as she had not expected to hear anything like this, but he assured her that she did not need to worry, as it would not be for long, and if she succeeded, he would reward her. As he expected, she concentrated fully on her studies to earn his praise. Li Qiyan was well aware that he was only stimulating the young lady's growth potential in the most effective way, while he knew that she would become stronger and receive praise from him, and for her, this was a chance to kill several birds with one stone. He sighed heavily and said that he was trying to distance himself for a while because she couldn't concentrate around him, and that the demonstration wouldn't be any good if he didn't practice and spent time only with his girlfriend. The young man sighed heavily and said that all the guild leaders and representatives of other large guilds would have to gather at the demonstration, and that was why he was very worried. He knew that if everything went wrong because of him, it would hurt his girlfriend, but if everything worked out, they would all stay together. He also said that the young lady needed to study, to be separated from him, since he simply could not be with her around the clock, Park Dok-ku sighing. I said that the more he watched everything, the more convinced he became that the girl loved him very much. He said with a smile that they were a wonderful couple, and that this was something that was very rare to see these days. Li Qiyan understood perfectly well that the problem was that her feelings went far beyond the pale. He understood that if it weren't for his comrade, they could still spend time together in the safe relationship of brother and sister, but at the same time, he understood that looking at the young lady, he understood that they could not have a normal relationship. He pushed the thoughts away, as he realized he would never be safe with her. He understood that she would definitely show her best side at the demonstration. Li Qiyan knew that not only would she be able to handle something like this, but his gold asset would also do its best in the demonstration, causing their price to jump higher. He understood that he and his comrades would be able to live well and eat well. After some time, the day of the demonstration arrived, and the presenter, with a joyful smile, informed everyone present that everything would happen soon. After some time, the young man called for a cleanup team, as a demonstration would soon begin. Li Qiyan, in turn, looked around, as he realized that this situation was different from what it was before. He saw luxury and security, and couldn't stand everyone present, but he really felt protected. A moment later, the young people saw the other participants. Li Qiyan was a little puzzled and surprised as he saw the guys from the camp. He didn't notice his friend from the camp, although he didn't want to admit the obvious, but he sometimes yearned for her devotion. He understood that if she were next to him, they could make the guild members fall to their knees before them with a snap of a finger. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he saw a beautiful platform. He looked at everyone present with a fierce smile, as he understood that this was exactly the scale that should be. Li Sang-hee looked at everyone present and greeted them, introducing herself. She reported that a lot of time had passed since they, foreigners, came to this continent. She reported that she and the organizers of this event, as if it were just yesterday, were wandering through the labyrinth themselves. However, this year the doors of the training dungeon opened again, and new heroes once again stepped onto this land. She said that they wanted to thank from the bottom of their hearts all the distinguished guests who had gathered, and she also thanked the new heroes of the cleanup and the other visitors to the event. She said with a smile that their guild wished for eternal blessings, while the high-ranking figures stared at the young people. A moment later, the young man announced with a smile that the current clearing team had cleared the dungeon in record time, and they had already attracted a lot of attention. He said with a smile that they would like everyone present to give a joyful applause to the new heroes of the day. Meanwhile, the young lady was very agitated and wary. Li Qiyan looked at his friend with a smile, knowing that she was looking for him. He knew she had practiced a lot on this idea, but he wished her luck. But a moment later he saw his beautiful friend in all her glory. He froze in shock when he saw her appearance. He didn't understand why her nose was bleeding, but at that moment he realized that she had really been practicing very hard. Park Dok-ku shouted to his comrade that he saw their friend, but he was a little puzzled because he didn't understand why she looked so bored from him. A moment later, he sighed heavily as he realized that she had suffered from the training. The young man was puzzled as he saw that she had overworked herself and looked very bad. At that very moment, the presenter shouted that the next demonstration was starting right now, and the first would be the long-awaited newbie magician. He introduced the young lady with a smile and asked her to let him know when she was ready to perform. Jung Ha-yang, in turn, saw her lover and understood that she absolutely had to show what she was capable of so as not to disappoint him. She knew that if she didn't cope, he would think that she was messing around instead of training. She knew that if she failed, he wouldn't want to see her anymore. That's why she didn't want to disappoint her lover. She didn't want to be abandoned again. The young man was taken aback and looked at the young lady with bewilderment. But a moment later he was taken aback by the fact that he felt the earth push. Everyone present was shocked, as they did not expect to feel an earthquake. Li Qiyang was shocked by everything that was happening. He understood that everything could not go to ruin. He hoped that the young lady would not let them down. He prayed with all his might as he hoped she would succeed. A moment later, the young lady, concentrating, also used her power. She sighed heavily and quietly summoned an explosion. Li Qiyan froze in shock as he realized that his friend had summoned him. At that moment, everyone present froze in shock as they saw a powerful explosion in the arena. They couldn't stand it and covered their ears with their hands because the explosion was very strong. The young man was puzzled, as he understood that his eardrums would soon explode. But at the same time, the young lady looked with a satisfied grin at the girl who had summoned the powerful explosion. Meanwhile, the young man looked at the arena with a puzzled expression on his face. The guild members were shocked by this, as they did not expect anything so powerful. Jung Ha-yang sighed heavily as she released all her power. But a moment later she turned around and looked intently at her lover, for it was for him that she had done something similar. The young man was instantly taken aback and froze in shock. He was puzzled because he knew he had to react somehow. At that very moment he cried out and with a joyful smile praised his precious friend. He shouted that she was magnificent, while everyone present looked at him in surprise. He shouted to his friends with a smile that their friend had tried very hard. Li Qiyan happily shouted that their friend was a genius magician, and he didn't forget to shout her name as well as his own. Everyone present supported him and began to shout with joy. They shouted that she was the genius of the continent, while the young man looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, as his manipulation had worked. He looked at the girl with a smile, as he mentally thanked her for doing a great job. In turn, the young lady ran to her lover with a joyful smile. She reached out to him because she was glad that he praised her. He knew he had to reward her for her hard work now. A moment later, the young lady happily embraced her lover. Meanwhile, everyone present rejoiced and shouted that they had a new genius magician. The young man, observing everything that was happening, asked his subordinate to immediately collect a complete dossier on the girl. He looked at everything that was happening with a fierce grin, as it was quite entertaining. The young lady ran happily to her lover. However, the young man also ran towards her, but in turn he was puzzled and did not know what to do now. At that moment, he used his power to look at the girl's abilities and limit growth. He saw that she was showing a simply incomprehensible growth rate, and he was also informed that he could simply live happily, clinging to the girl like a parasite. He was puzzled and did not understand who wrote such characteristics, but still, once again, he was convinced that the young lady was a genius. Everyone hurried towards the young lady, while the leader shouted for them all to adhere to the established order and return to their places. Li Qiyang looked at the young lady closely and asked for forgiveness, because she had suffered and had a hard time. She looked at her young lover with a smile and said that it was not difficult at all. But she still noticed that she hadn't slept for about a week, so he had to reward her. Li Qiyang froze in place in surprise and shock as he did not expect this. He looked closely at his companion as he understood that she was very smart. He understood that she was now publicly declaring that he was hers, but he couldn't do what she wanted. He saw how everyone was looking at them intently, and at the same time he realized that this situation was actually very good. Li Qiyan looked at the young lady tenderly and said that she was smart because she had completed the difficult task. He tenderly and timidly kissed her on the forehead and also told her that he loved her. The young man understood that they should limit themselves to just this. He understood that everyone saw them as a couple tenderly in love with each other, and that with one glance it became clear that they could not be separated. He understood that the situation was unfolding at the perfect time, since there were many who wanted to get their hands on the young talent, but they would have to take him along with them. Lee Ki-yong was jubilant because he knew that this was an extremely successful demonstration of intimacy. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, as the young lady, in her joy, squeezed him very tightly. She screamed and called his name with joy and embarrassment, while the young man was puzzled, as he had assumed that something like this would happen. Everyone present was shocked and at the same time confused by such love between young people. A moment later, the host called out to the new swordsman everyone had been eagerly awaiting. He looked at the young man with a smile and said that he would soon demonstrate his abilities. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrades with a smile and said that it was time for him to go, and they happily wished him good luck. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend intently, but with a hint of envy, as he was unusually handsome. Park Duk-koo said with a smile that looking at the young people made him feel like he was out of place, so he needed to find his girlfriend as soon as possible. But his friend said that he should focus on sparring and not think about unnecessary things. Lee Ki-yong looked into the distance with a predatory grin, as he realized that the spectacle would be worth it. At that very moment, the presenter announced that this demonstration would consist of a one-on-one sparring match against an experienced swordsman. Lee Ki-yong understood perfectly well that this was a sparring match only in words, because looking solely at the abilities, one could say that this was beating a baby. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, looked intently at his opponent. The man looked at the young man with bewilderment as his gaze was a little tense. However, Lee Ki-yen looked at his friend with a satisfied smile as he understood that for their dear reincarnated one, such an opponent was nothing. At that very moment, the host looked intently at the young people and shouted the start of the duel. They immediately began to fight. The man furiously struck his opponent blow after blow, but the young swordsman did not even think of giving up. The man was shocked by this, and at the same time he was burning with anger and fury because he saw that the young man was not at all simple. He was shocked and did not understand how the young man could be so strong, but at the same moment he was taken aback as the young swordsman looked at him with a satisfied smile. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, easily struck his opponent, who jumped back. The man, in turn, became even more angry. He knew he couldn't lose to the young man in front of so many people, but he also saw that his opponent had no intention of giving up. The man was taken aback when they clashed again, as he noticed that the young man was very handsome, but also strong. Meanwhile, everyone was closely watching the difficult battle. Lee Ki-yan looked at his comrade with a satisfied grin, as he saw that he was handling this kind of thing well. To be honest, this was the first time he saw his comrade fight properly. Even for someone like him who knew nothing about fencing, his comrade looked like he had some kind of advantage. The man was annoyed by this kind of fight because he tried his best, but his opponent did not even flinch and remained calm. After a few seconds, the young man finally delivered the finishing blow to his opponent. Lee Ki-yong knew very well that his friend, with just his desire alone, could trample such an opponent into the ground. But he would also attract unwanted attention if he showed off his full skills right away, so he restrained himself with all his might. But people who had at least some understanding of swordsmanship looked as if they were facing a genius swordsman. Lee Ki-yong couldn't help but laugh. He saw that everyone was extremely surprised because he understood that they all thought that the main star of their team was the young girl, but now everyone realized their mistake. After all, their real treasure is someone else. At the same time, their treasures immediately dealt with their opponent. The man froze in shock, as he did not expect the fight to end like this. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, looked at his comrade with bewilderment, as he assumed that he had shown too much. He was a little puzzled by everything that was happening, since he did not understand what his friend could do in this situation. At that very moment, the man exhaled, since he saw that his opponent had thrown away his sword. But at that very moment, He froze in shock as he saw his opponent's fist flying towards him at incredible speed. He didn't have time to do anything or react in any way, since his opponent was incredibly fast. But in the final seconds, he managed to block his opponent's blow. And thanks to his block, he sent his young opponent flying into the wall. The young man landed with a thud against the wall and fell quietly to the ground. Everyone present was shocked by this, because they expected the young swordsman to win. The man ran hastily towards his opponent. He wanted to know if he was safe, as he had automatically blocked his blow. The young man, in turn, only looked at his opponent with a gentle and kind smile and sighed, saying that he had lost. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend with joy, as he realized that he was just a cunning fox, and at the same time, he had spun everything perfectly. Everyone watched intently as the young man returned to his team, but his friend wanted to especially praise him for how he remembered to periodically distance himself from his opponent. At the same time, he saw that, according to the general impression, the young lady was on a higher level, but for the large guilds, the young man was also a desirable prize, which they would not want to miss out on. The young men looked at their friend, and with a smile, wished him good luck in the fight. He smiled back at them and told them that he would not let them down and would give it his all. But after some time, to his regret, the young man received a terrible blow from the enemy. The presenter informed everyone present that they must have already understood the essence of this test. He also stated that the test would be considered passed if the subject could withstand a few minutes against a monster from the training dungeon. Lee Ki-yong stared at his friend because earlier he called him a boar and a meat shield, but this was already too wild. But despite everything that was happening, the young man did not give up. He looked at his opponent with fury as he saw that he was also exhausted. But after a few minutes of respite, he and the monster flew towards each other. A moment later, he and the monster were lying on the ground in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, he reached out to his opponent and remarked with a smile that this fight was great. His opponent supported him with a smile and a greeting. Lee Ki-yong was taken aback because he didn't expect them to have a friendly scene after the fight. A few minutes later, the young men wished their friend good luck, as he was the last one not to speak. Park Duk-koo returned to his comrades with a smile, and he also did not forget to wish his best friend good luck in his performance. He looked at his comrades with a smile and thanked them for their support. A moment later, the host informed everyone present that there was also an alchemist on this team, and he said that everyone would be very curious to see what he was capable of. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, began to use his strength, but he understood that this was a losing situation. He understood that the essence of alchemy was in an equal exchange, but in his case, it was not so much eating up mana as stamina, so he gathered his strength and decided to summon a pillar of fire. He hoped that this show would suit them all. A few minutes later, the host thanked everyone with a smile for their efforts. He also asked all the guests to remain in their seats and follow the established order. The young man looked closely at everyone present as the commotion arose. He understood that everything was going according to plan, but at the same time, they were all surrounded by people who wanted to take them into their guild. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, wanted his comrades to trust him. At that very moment, the young men began to shout and offer their prices to the young men if they agreed to join their guild, and each time they heard a new price. But a moment later, the young man noticed a girl who told him a price that was, to his surprise, quite attractive. From the fact that they fought for him to the fact that they openly flattered him, all this made his head spin. The young man looked with joy at everyone present, as he felt pleasant sensations to the point of involuntary satisfaction. At that very moment he saw the leaders of the Blue Guild, who were devastated. He looked at them with joy and at the same time felt jubilation. He wondered if he still seemed like an idiot to them. He wondered what they would do now that he was the eminence grise of this group. He wondered if they had tasted something sweeter than their offer. He understood that they were mistaken when they thought that they could recruit everyone without him, but a moment later the young people were taken aback because a girl appeared in front of them, and at the same time she did something magical and attracted attention. At that moment, she rushed towards Li Qiyan, and everyone froze with bated breath. All his comrades were puzzled by this, as they had not expected anything like this at all. Li Qiyan, trembling with fear, looked at the stranger with puzzlement as she dealt a hard blow with her foot and similarly destroyed the wall, but did not cause any damage to the young man. She looked at the young people with a satisfied grin and asked them to give her a few minutes. Everyone present was a little puzzled by this and did not understand what was going on at all. Li Qiyan looked at the stranger with fury as he almost died from such an unexpected feint of the girl. At the same time, the young man used his strength because he wanted to find out what she was really like, but when he did something like that, he was taken aback by how incredibly strong she was, and he had never met anyone stronger than her. He saw that she was bloodthirsty and crazy, but at the same time had an unpredictable character. At that moment, she looked around and said that she had been too impolite since she had acted without thinking. Chahira looked at the young people with a predatory smile and introduced herself, and also said that she was the head of the Scarlet Mercenary Guild, one of the largest guilds in the Holy Empire. In turn, the young man was taken aback as she extended her hand to him to introduce herself. At that very moment, he looked at her in surprise, as if she were a big shot, and at the same time she suddenly began to seem like a nymph to him, and now he realized that it was not in vain that he had clung to his friend. At that very moment, the young man introduced himself with a smile. But he was taken aback as he saw the menacing look of his girlfriend. He did not understand what had come over her. She was trembling and telling him not to shake her hand, as she looked suspicious. Li Qiyan knew perfectly well that he had to make a good impression on the girl, and at that very moment he pulled away from his girlfriend and shook the stranger's hand. Chahira, in turn, looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile that she was very glad to meet her. Yonghayang. At that very moment she hid behind her lover and looked at the stranger with a predatory gaze. Her lover asked the girl for forgiveness. Chahira, in turn, did not hesitate and immediately informed them of the price and their contract. She said with a satisfied smile that she could offer each of them several billion for a contract. At the same moment she asked what they would answer. The young people were shocked by this. Li Qiyan looked at his comrade and silently asked him if they could join their guild, but from his gaze he realized that the answer was definitely negative. She looked at them with a smile as she realized that they really liked this price. She also said that based on the name of their guild, there were people in their team who were close-range fighters. She said that even newcomers knew this, but they highly valued priests or talented guys who mastered magic. He looked at her in surprise and asked if this was the reason she wanted radical changes in her guild. At that very moment, the girl said with a smile that he was thinking correctly. She said with a smile that she didn't expect anything from Smotrin, but when she saw them, she was stunned. Even though the young man was an alchemist, the most important thing was that alchemy was a magician's specialization, and besides, he would be able to heal with the help of potions. At that very moment, the young man realized that Sineva viewed them purely as slave labor. He understood that it was not too late, and they could go over to the Scarlet Mercenaries. At that very moment, the girl said that her offer was only valid for mages, since their guild had long been overloaded with melee fighters. Li Qiyan was taken aback because he realized that he would have to leave his friends. He thought about this question for a moment, and at that very moment the girl said that it would be quite expensive for them to take the rest of the young people. Li Qiyan looked at the girl with a satisfied smile and said that her offer was very tempting. At that moment his friends were taken aback, as they did not expect anything like this. He smiled and said that he was seriously satisfied with her proposal. At that moment, the young people looked at their friend with bewilderment, as they did not expect such betrayal from him. Li Qiyan looked closely at the girl because he understood what she was getting at, because first of all, she herself is an ideal sword and shield, and if he were in her place, he would give preference to magicians rather than people of a similar class to her. Li Qiyan smiled and said that they had become quite close during the dungeon clearing, and if their guild couldn't accept everyone, then they couldn't agree to this proposal. At that moment his comrades breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still upset as he had frightened them very much. Chahira looked at the young man with a smirk as she saw that he had presented his refusal in a funny way. She said that he did not seem to her to be the type of person who would hold on to such attachments. Coming closer to them, she said that it was not in her principles to try to persuade people when they refused her. She said that she was very sad to lose such unique people. At that very moment she came even closer to him and declared that his face was very much to her taste. The young man was taken aback when the girl squeezed his face in her hand. Chahira looked at him with a smirk and asked if their little genius sorceress should not learn to control her bloodthirstiness. Young-Ha-Yang glared at the unexpected guest. Chahira glared at the young sorceress with a fierce grin and told her to watch carefully what could happen to something dear to her if she dared to oppose her. Li Qiyan, in turn, was puzzled and asked what was going on, and at the same time he asked the girl to let him go. He was shocked because he did not understand what was going on, but she only looked at the young sorceress with fury and said that she would now receive her punishment. Li Qiyan was shocked and wondered if he was just some neighbor's mongrel that they could share between them, but at that moment everyone was taken aback as the girl kissed the young man. Li Qiyan was furious because he didn't expect this, but he was also puzzled that his girlfriend saw everything that was happening. Li Qiyan was shocked because he couldn't move, and at the same time, he couldn't resist the girl. With tears in his eyes, he prayed that his girlfriend would turn a blind eye to this misunderstanding. At that moment, the young lady could not bear it any longer and screamed, as she could not look at something so disgusting. Pak Dok-ku, in turn, also could not bear it and screamed. Chahira looked at the young man with a satisfied grin. But a moment later, she threw him aside, and he fell to the ground with a crash. She was overjoyed, wanting to play with them some more, but alas, she didn't have much time. Chahira looked at the young sorceress with a fierce grin and said that if she couldn't control her bloodthirstiness next time, she wouldn't get away with such things. Li Qiyan was shocked and couldn't understand how she dared to do such a thing in front of his friend. Li Qiyan had no idea how he was supposed to get out of this, but a moment later he was taken aback when he saw some kind of amulet on his neck. As she left, the girl looked at the young man with a satisfied smile and said that she had given him a small gift. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what she was talking about, but when he used his power, he saw that she had given him a mana pendant, which was very rare, and it also contributed to the increase of magical power, while simultaneously enhancing personal bonuses to magic. He froze for a moment as he realized that what had happened wasn't all that bad. Sure, the tension was a little unsettling, but considering that she had given him a gift despite him refusing her offer, he almost wanted to call her Nuna. At least he was glad that he didn't seem to leave a bad impression. He quickly took off his gift and hid it in his pocket before his beloved could see. He understood that now they needed to get out. At that moment, everyone pounced on the group of young recruits. They saw that each of them was a potential buyer, and they could not treat them carelessly. The young people rushed towards him and began to say with smiles that it was quite entertaining and a show, but he still saw awkwardness on their faces. They all wanted to be friends with him, no matter where they all went. Pak Dok-ku, in turn, despite the entire amount, shouted into his ear that the girl was some kind of wild one. He was furious that she dared to inconvenience his friends. Kim Hyun-sung sighed and said that perhaps everything would turn out well, but his comrade was puzzled and did not understand why he said such a thing. But he smiled and said that his intuition told him so. Li Qiyan understood perfectly well that from his friend's point of view, although he had refused the Scarlet Mercenaries, it was not so bad since he had established a connection with the guild leader. Although not without a big incident, she is one of the strongest people in this country, and he was even grateful to her, and at the same time he understood that he got off easy if he refused the head of such a large guild. After all, only his lips were damaged, but he did not know what was going on in his girlfriend's head now. The young man decided not to dwell on this issue and resolve it a little later, as he saw that representatives of the guild were coming to meet them. Lee Sang-hee looked at the young man intently and called him. He looked at the girl with a predatory smile and asked if they had all already decided to revise the terms of the contract. He was pleased to see their distorted faces. He knew that they couldn't help but realize, after observing their team's daily life all week and watching their demonstrations, that his position in the squad was a little higher than it seemed at first glance. She looked closely at the young men and said that she would like to discuss the terms of the contract with them again. He smiled and said that he would be happy to discuss everything with them. At that very moment, the young man informed his comrades that he would be leaving for a short while, and he also asked his beloved to return with her friends. She looked at him with a forced smile and said that she would do everything, but her eyes were glassy with rage and malice. Lee Ki-yong was a little puzzled and realized that he would have something to think about later, as he knew that he needed to deal with the current situation immediately. After some time, he still attended a small meeting of the guild, and at the same time he wanted to hear how much they were willing to raise the amount. After a few minutes of brief deliberation, the young lady offered him a certain amount, and she also said that they were ready to provide their squad with new heroic-level weapons and rare-level equipment. The young man knew perfectly well that he had to restrain himself and not laugh, because the scene from Death Note, where the main character encountered an enemy, kept popping into his head. They also announced that they had already prepared a personal alchemy lab specifically for him, and that they would also give them priority in distributing byproducts obtained in dungeons or hunting grounds. The young man was shocked, as he expected more, but then she said that they could extend their contract for several years. After a few minutes, she did not see any reaction from the young man. It was necessary to go to extreme measures. She informed them that instead of joining them to the existing units, they would allow them to found their own. He was surprised and understood that this was already something worthwhile. She understood that even though they were newcomers, they completely trusted the leadership and decision-making for the squad to its leader. The young man was incredibly happy. She also reported that they had changed the composition of the civilian administration. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, was jubilant, as he liked everything that was happening. At that very moment, she could not stand it any longer and shouted that they would make him the head of the civilian administration. The young man was very glad to hear this, but he wanted to hear a little more good news. But he heard nothing more, as the man angrily shouted at his deputy to stop, and at the same time he used his force. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, was taken aback. He did not understand what was happening, since he felt a thirst for blood, and at the same time it was difficult for him to breathe. He wondered if he had gone too far with his requests. The man shouted angrily at the young man, who could only wag his tongue. He was very angry because he wanted to know what the young man intended to do to turn them into a great guild. Lee Ki-yong was confused and taken aback, as he could not breathe at all. The man was furious, as the young man was simply neglecting them, but at the same time the deputy guild leader was shouting at her leader to stop. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, came to his senses a little and looked at the man with anger, as he realized that he was the leader. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man with anger, as he remembered that he had heard about him before, and that he was the head of the civilian administration. Lee Ki-yong was well aware of the fact that the man simply did not want to share his workspace with him. He was very angry with the man about this and knew he needed to deal with him, and the man angrily shouted at the young man to know his place. He looked at the young man with a satisfied grin and said that they just needed to get rid of him so that no one would find out. Lee Ki-yong was taken aback, as he realized that in front of him was just a sick old man. Lee Ki-yong immediately shouted at the man to try to deal with him. Everyone present was helpless, as they did not expect this. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man with cold fury and said that he could try to kill him if he could. The man looked at him with a fierce grin and asked if he really thought he couldn't do it. At that very moment, the young man fell to the ground with a crash. But with his last bit of strength, he asked the old man if he really thought that his Nuna Chahi Ra would let people like him get away with it. He knew perfectly well that if she saw this scene, she would simply laugh. But the man became furious at what he heard and asked if he was really talking about the Queen of Mercenaries. Lee Ki-yun said with a satisfied grin that the mercenary queen was his eldest. The man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing, and at the same time, everyone else was also closer to being shocked by what they had heard. At that very moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, as he could now breathe. At that very moment, from their reaction, he realized that she was stronger than he had assumed. Lee Ki-yun, with a fierce grin, said that she was not his elder by blood, but they had a very special relationship. She said that she missed him madly and gave him a small gift. The man was furious and didn't understand at what stage the young man had some kind of relationship with the creepy mercenary queen, but he just smiled and said that if they didn't believe it, they could wait a little to make sure. Lee Ki-yun mockingly told the man that he was sure he had eyes for beauty, since he did not see what was happening in the arena, because she herself proved their closeness. The man was shocked and yelled at the young man because he wanted to know what his relationship was with the mercenary queen. Lee Ki-yun knew very well that a dog barks louder when it is scared, so he wanted to scare the boss. He looked at the leader with a smirk and said that the guild responsible for the negotiations was threatening the newly arrived newcomer with force this time, and they simply could not allow the public to find out about it. Lee Ki-yun said with a fierce grin that if this incident came out, their guild might suffer. The leader looked at the young man with fury as he was blackmailing him. Young Lady Christina looked at them and asked them to calm down. He understood that they had no choice but to indulge him because he had another trump card with which he could threaten them. At the same moment, he said that he had heard interesting rumors, but at the same time, he asked her if they thought that the guild was currently lacking something very important. Everyone present was taken aback, and Lee Sang-hee, puzzled, asked what he was trying to say. Lee Ki-yun understood that even the inimitable Cha-hee-ra from the Scarlet Mercenaries had come in person. Therefore, the head of the Blue could not hide his identity just like that. Lee Ki-yun looked at everyone present with a fierce grin and asked where the head of the Blue was now. Lee Sang-hee was taken aback and asked if he already knew about the absence of their leader. She did not know who told him about this. He smiled and said that given his connection with the head of the mercenaries, it was only natural to know about such things. He wanted them to start asking him questions. The man could not stand it and angrily shouted at the young man, since he was already acquainted with the Queen of Mercenaries, but he still wanted to drag their leader into the conflict. He was burning with rage and anger and shouted that the young man was allowing himself too much. Lee Ki-yun saw that the man acted as if he was doing everything for the guild, but in fact, he was simply more afraid of losing influence than anyone else. Lee Ki-yun told everyone present that he knew the details, but he didn't think that Blue was in a position to talk to him in such a tone. He said that they might lose their chance to be reborn, but judging by their attitude, he didn't think the guild would regret it. The man angrily yelled at the young man, as he didn't understand how he dared to speak to them in such a tone. Lee Ki-yun could not stand this, and at that very moment angrily told the man that he had not come to quarrel, but to negotiate. At that very moment, he looked at the man with the most innocent look and said that it seemed that he did not know how to assess the situation, since he did not even notice such a problem. The man screamed angrily, but the young man said that if they wanted to demonstrate to him that the guild has family freedom, but not a very good atmosphere, then they succeeded. Looking at his companion, he said that it was precisely people like them who were destroying the organization. The man was very angry with such a statement from the young man. Lee Ki-yun said mockingly that such people are also called stagnation. At that very moment, the man could not stand it and rushed towards the young man. At that very moment, he grabbed him by the collar of his clothes. At the same time, the man was burning with anger and fury and asked the young man if he understood what he was saying. He didn't understand how the young man could say something like that to them. Unable to contain himself, the man shouted that the young man was speaking words as if he knew everything about his guild. Lee Ki-yun looked at the old man with a smirk as he imagined himself to be the head of the guild. Lee Sang-hee shouted at the man to immediately let the young man go. Lee Sol-ho, in turn, could barely contain himself and shouted that he would immediately deal with the young man. Lee Ki-yong immediately realized that the man had completely lost his mind since he called the deputy head by name, but he also assumed that they had known each other for a long time. But still, he mockingly asked the man what he intended to do. The young man immediately said that he did not care what they thought of him, but he knew very well that his comrades were a real treasure, but he understood very well that they did not like him. But still, the young man knew that they needed to know the measure. He sternly stated that he was not their subordinate. At that very moment, the man became even more angry. But a moment later, he was taken aback as the young lady stopped him. She looked at the man intently and menacingly and said that this was her last warning. The man looked at her with fury but still obeyed. Lee Ki-yeon looked closely at the girl because he saw that she belonged to the type of people who are weak in the face of affection, and at the same time she was a lousy leader, but she could be understood and called an adequate person among all the others. As he left, the man looked at the young man with anger and said that he would regret joining their guild, but at the same time if he dared to cross him, he would regret it. Lee Sang-hee looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression and asked if he was okay. She felt bad that he had been treated so rudely, so she apologized to him. Sighing heavily, she said that the boss had always been hot-tempered, but he usually didn't lose his temper like that. Lee Ki-yong, looking at the girl, said that it seemed like his health was failing. She sighed and said that it was not that, because as the leader was absent, everyone else became sensitive and restless. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, realized that this was not the case, and most likely they simply confused the shores due to his absence. He understood that the old man was just a headache, but she continued to shield them because he was one of the guild. The young lady bowed to the young man again and said that she would like to apologize on her own behalf. He said that he understood what she was saying, but she should not worry, because it was he who should apologize. She was glad that they had come to an understanding, and so she thanked him. He smiled and said that it was all nonsense, and she didn't even need to worry about the contract. The young lady beamed at the same moment and asked if she could take his words as meaning that they had positively considered the contract. He said with a smile that it was all correct. However, he would like them to actually provide him with the luxurious conditions and leadership position that they had previously informed him about. She said with a smile that, of course, she would provide him with all the conditions, since it only took a few minutes to create a new squad within the guild. He understood perfectly well that the old guard could create hell on earth for him in the future, so he wanted to have power over them in order to get rid of such a picture. Lee Sang-hee, looking at her interlocutor, said that they could not provide them with heroic equipment right away, but they would still try to do everything to ensure that the points of the agreement on their part were fulfilled as soon as possible. He was glad about this because he knew that heroic items were very rare, but at the same time he knew that he already had some goods from his comrades' inventory. Then he said that he understood everything, and at the same time he was grateful to them. Lee Sang-hee thanked him with a smile for his understanding, and she also asked him for forgiveness again. But he said with a smile that she did not need to ask for forgiveness, because he himself had caused a commotion. A few minutes later, he said goodbye to them with a smile. He understood that the most important thing now was to make them feel a note of sadness. He wanted to appear to them as an innocent young man, not harboring resentment even after being treated rudely. She looked intently after him and asked him to take care of himself. However, the moment the young man turned away, he looked lonely and unable to hide his pain and suffering heart. She realized that she needed to do at least something more for him. She knew that such a situation could not be allowed to happen again in the future, but then, for greater effect, the young man sighed heavily. But in turn, he rejoiced in his soul since he already felt a rise in sympathy. A few minutes later, he hurriedly returned to himself. He understood that now all he had to do was make truth out of nonsense. The young man looked at his friend in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Li Qiyan sighed and said that he had something he wanted to discuss with the mercenary queen, so he would go see them for a while. At that very moment, the young lady could not stand it any longer and shouted at her lover not to leave. Then she was confused and devastated by such a statement. His friend shouted that the woman could disgrace and defame him, but the young man assured him that nothing of the sort would happen. He simply wanted to help their team. He smiled and said that he just thought it would be nice for them to have a patron, and he would be sure to tell them all the details after he completed the task. Li Qiyong looked closely at his comrade, as he saw that he was pleased that they would soon have such connections. But at that very moment, the young people were taken aback as their friend, unexpectedly for everyone, burst into tears. Li Qiyong was puzzled because he realized that he had not settled all the details with his girlfriend. In turn, he wanted someone to give him an instruction manual for the young lady. He understood that even in the past, if he had let his guard down even for a little while, everything had come back to haunt him, but he didn't want that to happen again. At that moment, the young man approached his girlfriend and quietly called her. He regretted that the current Chung Ha-yang could not protect him, so he needed power. At that very moment, he took the girl by the hand and looked at everyone present with a smile and told them that he would go out for a while, as he wanted to talk to her. The young people were excited, but still wished them luck and patience. At the same time, he was a little puzzled and wondered why she could not understand him. He looked at her with a smile and said that she shouldn't worry too much, but before he could finish speaking, she sternly told him not to go anywhere. Li Qiyong, in turn, tried to reassure his friend that she didn't need to worry too much, as he would be fine. For a moment, he turned his gaze to his companion and was taken aback, as he saw that she was burning with anger. At that very moment, she turned around and shouted that he couldn't go anywhere, and also asked if he really wanted to drive her crazy. She screamed and burst into tears because he didn't want to listen to her. Trembling with rage and anger, she said that he should not leave her. She continued to mutter, and then he realized that he had chosen the wrong method. Jung Ha-yang was confused and lost, but she still said it was all her fault. At the same time, the young man realized that he had only one method left. She was taken aback and looked at him in surprise as he pinned her against the wall. But a moment later, he saw that his former girlfriend had returned to him. He was puzzled because he had originally planned to move forward with her in a more innocent, ironic way, but now he realized that this option was not suitable for him, and approaching her, he confessed that he loved her. At that very moment, the young lady was filled with embarrassment. He touched her hair tenderly and with a predatory grin said that he would never leave her. He understood that he shouldn't do this at all. After all, he was going to grab everything for himself. She was embarrassed, but he continued to insist that he loved her. In turn, he wanted to absorb everything in his path in order to achieve power, and in general, he was afraid that he would be abandoned. At that very moment, the young lady could not bear it and burst into tears, but at the same time she repeated that she loved him very much. Li Qiyan, looking at his companion, said that he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the mercenary queen because he needed strength to protect his beloved. At that moment, she was taken aback and remembered the woman's predatory gaze. The horror of loss washed over her, and trembling with fear, she said that she could protect him herself. He asked with a smile if this was true. But at that very moment, he came closer to her and said that for his sake, she would have to become stronger. He said that she should become much stronger than she is now, just like him. She looked at him with pity, as she understood that he was sacrificing everything for her. Li Qiyong looked at her intently and said that he knew very well what she was afraid of, but he assured her that nothing like the recent incident would happen again. At that very moment, he tenderly told her that he loved her, and at the same time he kissed her with the same tenderness. She understood that now they kissed for the first time, and at the same time she wanted to cleanse him, because the dirty animal had defiled him. For his sake, she wanted to be stronger. She looked intently at her lover, and then decided that she would become much stronger and protect him. Li Qi-yan looked at his companion with a satisfied smile as he saw the good expression on the girl's face, which inspired him to open the door. He understood that she had realized her own powerlessness and would henceforth devote herself entirely to training. At that very moment, she, gritting her teeth, said that she would certainly protect him. That same night, the young man gathered his courage and went to the Queen of Mercenaries. At the entrance to the guild, he was met by a girl. She stared at him for a while, but then remembered who he was. Throwing back his hood, he looked intently at the girl and announced that he had come to meet the mistress. He knew that the foundation had been laid, but he didn't know whether she would like that he had come, but he even put on the pendant, and all that was left for him to do was to offer her the most attractive conditions. Looking around, he realized that everything in the guild was real, and not like in the blue. He knew he shouldn't be nervous, as he had carefully prepared for the meeting. A moment later, he knocked on the door and asked if the girl was there, but to his regret, he did not hear an answer. He was a little puzzled because he didn't know if she was there. But at that very moment, she met him very magically. The young man was puzzled, as he did not expect such a thing. She was already screaming furiously that she had asked not to wake her up. But a moment later, she was taken aback and looked angrily at the newcomer, as she did not expect to see him. At that very moment, her expression changed, and she asked if he had changed his mind since he had come to her himself. He said that it was not so, and she became angry because she did not understand why he came to her. Chahira told the young man that she doesn't like people who fool around and try to sit on several chairs. She looked him in the eye and asked him what he really wanted. At that moment, he looked at her with embarrassment, and Dad offered to become his sponsor. She was surprised because she didn't expect this. He smiled and said that he was embarrassed to talk about it, but he would like her to become a sponsor. Chahira was a little surprised that he wanted something like that. But she still invited him into the room and said that until now no one had ever spoken so frankly to her, the Queen of Mercenaries. Chahira said with a smile that his face was indeed to her taste, since she had a weakness for cute, cunning snakes like him. He was a little puzzled, but he could see that she was in a positive mood. Then Chahira looked at him with a playful smile and patted the bed, thus inviting him into her bed. She smiled and said that he should sit next to her and be innocent. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. She said that he asked her to be a sponsor, so he should approach her and do everything to make her happy. The young man was confused and puzzled. He said that he had been talking to her about something completely different. She sighed heavily and asked what he was talking about. He said that if she invested in their group, who would benefit from it? Chahira said that she had thought about his proposal if he and his cute friend would join her guild, or at least one of them, but they had no plans to do so. She could see that he simply wanted her to finance their entire squad, but she didn't understand why she should do something like that if they weren't going to join her. He smiled and said that he understood her perfectly, but he was not asking her to invest money just like that. She was surprised, because judging by his loud statements, he was completely confident in his proposal. He understood that, if he put his pride aside, it was very profitable to become an obedient puppy with a woman. But he could not be content with this, as he wanted something more. She said with a smile that he should tell her what, besides his body, he could offer her. He said that he would make it so that she could have Young Ha Yang, whom she had her eye on, as well as the leader of their squad as an ally. At that moment she was puzzled, looked at the young man and asked what next. He was taken aback and asked if there was something that didn't suit her, but she again asked what he could offer her next. Chahira asked if she would benefit from them becoming stronger in the future or not, since she was already one of the most influential people on the continent. She also said that they could just periodically hire mages from the tower or the Mage Guild, since their guild could afford something like that, and besides, their guild had talented swordsmen. She understood that the allies would not be completely under her control and power. She said that he must understand that she needed talents, who would join the ranks of the Scarlet Mercenaries, and who would also be loyal to her. He had foreseen such a layout, and therefore prepared. but he was worried that she wouldn't like the other conditions either. She looked at him with a smirk and said that if he was going to continue talking nonsense, then it would be better for him to meekly come up to her and just pretend to be a sweetheart and a darling. She said that he would not be disappointed with the reward, and that she intended to give him gifts every hour. Lee Ki-young was furious because he didn't like the obedient dog layout at all. He felt very sorry, but there was nothing he could do, so he decided to move on to the next plan. Without wasting a minute, he took off his pendant, recently given to him by the queen, and at the same moment threw it at her. She was puzzled because she didn't understand what he had done at all. At that very moment, he said menacingly that he had allowed her too much, since she perceived him as some kind of doormat. He shouted that he did not want anything like that from her. She was furious, and asked him if he had gone mad, but he said that he did not need gold, and he did not need such trinkets either. He looked at the great queen with a stern and intent look, and said that he only wanted her, namely the brand called the Mercenary Queen. Without taking his intense and menacing gaze off her, he said that he needed her strength and glory, and nothing more. He understood that all his words were a lie, and in fact he needed everything, and he was also worried about the lost pendant, but he knew that he would be able to return it later. Cha-hee-ra asked him angrily if he knew what he had just done. She was angry because he had forgotten his place, because she had treated him well. But in turn, the young man said menacingly that he, of course, remembered his place to the marrow of his bones. He had it figured out. He understood that she, like the members of his new guild, could erase him from the light and leave no trace. He knew full well that he was worth nothing on his own, and he was lucky to have been fortunate enough to become part of a good team. At that very moment he knelt before her and said that this was the reason he needed her. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the queen with shining eyes and called her, but at the same time he called her Nuna. She was taken aback because she didn't expect this, but he decided to turn on the charming boy mode. At that moment she sighed heavily. The young man explained as he hoped that his plan had worked. She sighed and said that he was quite nice. She also remarked that he was funny and charming, and also said that no man had ever been as bold with her as he was. Cha-hee-ra noticed that there weren't many people who could act so confidently in front of her. She immediately said that she had changed her mind and asked if he had anything else prepared. He assured that he had prepared. She said that they should be equal, because he was already well aware of the principles of alchemy. At that moment, the queen looked intently at the young man and said that she was listening to him attentively. He smiled as he wanted to tell her the next sentences, and at that very moment he announced that he would give her a share of the potions that he would brew in the future, and the money that he would receive from their sale. The queen looked at him in surprise and asked where he got such a book, and she also wanted to know what he meant by share. He said that he would give her 1%. He said that if she invested well, she might be swimming in gold, and he would help make that happen. It was a pure lie and a bluff on his part, but she still believed him. He understood that his life was now at stake. He also announced guaranteed cooperation with their squad and guild. She was furious because she saw that he was completely cheating her. He said he wasn't joking, and that when his comrade became stronger, he would eventually take over as the guild leader. Lee Ki-young said that if she invests in them now, she can expect a guaranteed close relationship with them in the future. The young lady looked at the young man skeptically. But at that very moment, he said that he would provide her with the magicians she so desperately needed, and he would make a list of names that he remembered, and she would only need to choose a few people from the list. She was shocked because she didn't expect anything like this. Lee Ki-yeon confided that he would soon take a high position in the guild and would be able to provide it with good opportunities for further development. She was furious because he continued to mock her, but he said that she herself had said that the basic principle of alchemy was equal exchange. And at the same time he stated that this concerned him and also his girlfriend. He saw that the queen was carefully considering this proposal. He hoped that she would say that she really liked everything, but he understood that most likely she would refuse him. Lee Ki-young in turn turned pale as he saw that she was angry with him. but he raised the point that she was weighing all the potential losses and benefits. He didn't understand what to do and wondered if he had gone too far. But in turn, he was taken aback, since he did not understand what she was thinking about, since her eyes lit up. He understood that the Earth and this new world were complex. For this reason, he was already mentally saying goodbye to his life. He said goodbye to all his relatives and comrades, as he understood that he would be the first to leave for the next world. But a moment later she announced that her share of the profits would be 3%, and that she would also choose the magicians herself, and at the same time, she would choose the method by which she would carry out patronage. He was surprised, but she said that he wanted her protection, and therefore she would decide for herself how to carry out this. He agreed with her, but still thought that it was somehow suspicious. After asking for forgiveness, he asked what method it would use. She said that he would find out about it today, but asked whether he agreed or not, as she was waiting for an answer from him. Without wasting a minute, the young man agreed with her, and she said with a smile that they would talk later, and she also said goodbye to him, but called him dear. Li Qiyang, in turn, did not answer her, but hurried to the exit. He wondered if he had succeeded, but he hoped that he had not made a mistake in his choice. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as he saw the members of the great guild in front of him. At that moment he hid behind the door and watched them closely. He was taken aback when he heard that they were willing to risk their lives just to protect him. But after a few moments, he looked at everyone present with a satisfied grin as he realized that he had done everything. He left the queen with a satisfied smile as he realized that he had made the right choice. In his joy, he threw away his cloak as he realized that there was no longer any point in hiding his identity. He rejoiced in his soul and was glad as he knew that everything was going according to his plan. He was glad that his name was finally called and he felt a little sick, but he was glad that everything ended well. He was pleased as he returned to his comrades with hope for the best, but a moment later he was taken aback as the system notified him that he had received a new rank. Then he froze in place when he saw that he was the lover of the mercenary queen. Li Qiyang was shocked because he realized what method she had talked about earlier. Li Qiyang froze in place from shock because he did not want anything like this at all. He realized that he had become a lover, Allah the tyrant. Several weeks had passed since their meeting with the queen, and yet joining the new guild went like clockwork. He received his payment as soon as he opened his personal account, and he also received the promised leadership position. He was glad that they would soon be moving to the headquarters, so he assumed that he would soon receive heroic class items, although he had his doubts until the very end. Unlike other guilds, where all power is concentrated in the hands of the head, in the blue the structure is fragmented into several parts, and at the same time he could act without regard for the higher management. As the guild members promised, they created a separate squad for them, and the squad leader, as expected, was Kim Hyun-sung. But what is more important is not even this, but the fact that the young man became a special civilian officer of the administration. This was a new and special rank for Li Qiyang. In fact, everything was arranged in a hurry, and his position was the same as Li Sol-ho's, but he was happy to get this position quickly. Usually, members of combat squads do not sit in leadership, and he understood that the path to this place was thorny, but now you guilds with reference to him were all very courteous. At that very moment he threw all his thoughts away as he noticed his comrade. Li Qiyang was taken aback and fell to the ground with a bang, scattering all the documents. Kim Hyun-sung immediately began to help his comrade. He was grateful to him, but still understood that they all should moderate their ardor. At the same time, the young man saw many valuable gifts. He was worried that the queen would start to take it out on him for behaving insolently, but she decided to give him a great deal of generosity. At the same time, the guild members were shocked by this situation, but no one said anything. But the blue, which had become very close to the scarlet mercenaries, rose significantly, and since the main reason for this was Li Qiyang, he raised his authority himself. But the young man clearly heard all the conversations of envy and negativity directed at him. but they still didn't understand how he managed to get close to the mercenary queen after leaving the labyrinth. He understood that he had gotten what he wanted, because in the entire Holy Empire, there was no one so sick that he would decide to have a relationship with the Queen of Mercenaries. But besides that, he knew that he had one more unresolved matter. He was puzzled because the Queen started giving him gifts and spreading rumors, while his current girlfriend was not happy about this outcome. Because every time she looked as if her whole world had been destroyed. He was afraid to throw a bomb right into the pile of gifts. He still saw before his eyes that scene when she burst into tears and turned away from him. Lee Ki-young assured that he loved only her, but she began to spend all her time silently training alone. He knew it was good, but if she lost her temper, they would have problems. At that moment he threw all his thoughts away as his comrade called him. Kim Hyun-sung asked his friend if he could tell him what he had talked about with their mercenary queen. He was taken aback and apologized, as he wanted to tell him earlier, but he had a lot to do. He said that he asked her for sponsorship and she agreed. He didn't know why she did such things, but all her actions were just a bad prank. Kim Hyun-sung was taken aback and said that he understood everything, but he was a little surprised because she acted a little differently than what he had heard about her. And when he saw all the gifts she had sent, he became more confident because he had clearly made a good impression on her. Lee Ki-young didn't answer but only laughed because he saw that his friend was both confused and happy because the queen now was not the same as he knew her in her past life. Kim Hyun-sung told his friend that if he wanted to know about his young friend, she was currently at the lake behind the headquarters. After all, recently she began to practice with the water element, and their faithful comrade is building a boat not far from his friend. Since Jung Ha-young said she wanted to go on a boat ride, they went together. Lee Ki-yeon was immediately frightened, because he did not understand what his friend and girlfriend were planning this time. Lee Ki-yeon smiled and asked his friend what new things had happened recently. The great swordsman reported that recently, at a meeting of squad leaders, they discussed clearing the dungeon. And some reported that they recently found a garden of horror, a new dungeon of a rare level, and they themselves have not decided which squad to send to clear it. He said that they still had a lot of time before leaving, but it was better to start preparations early, and besides, they needed to look for people to include in their detachment. Lee Ki-young wondered if his comrade wanted to find allies from his past life as well. Lee Ki-young said with a smile that it was difficult to figure everything out. But he was starting to get used to the guild and the continent, and was looking forward to something new. Although he knew that more people would soon join their team, he said with a smile that everything was for the good of their squad and the guild as a whole. His friend was pleased with such words and also said that it was time to meet him. After a few minutes of sweet dialogue, the young people said goodbye and each went about their own business. Lee Ki-young was glad because they had a very fruitful conversation. He knew that while their reincarnated one was pondering and taking steps to establish the future course of their squad, he intended to support his comrade from within in everything. Lee Ki-young knew that he had a lot of things to do and he needed to sort everything out. He knew that his comrade was now too busy searching for people from his past life. But at the same time it seemed to him that his comrade had already entrusted him with the role of the head of the enterprise. However, this was still not enough for him, and so he intended to earn his trust even more. He understood that now it would be easy to give up on him at any moment, because he had gone so far and hadn't really achieved anything yet. Lee Ki-young knew that he needed to make sure that his reincarnated self saw him as a useful person. Sometime later, the girl asked her companion if the troops had contacted them further. He said that they had not contacted them separately, only the news had reached them that they had penetrated the zone. She realized that they had gotten quite deep inside and their food was running low, so she asked for food and supplies to be passed to them. He casually looked away from her and said that he would carry out the order. She screamed angrily and called him. At that very moment she called him and called him uncle. The man was taken aback. But after a moment, he said with a smile that she hadn't called him that for a long time. She said that she needed to take the newcomers, so he should take care of the guild while she was gone. She also asked him not to bother the newcomers and to control himself. He said with a smile that he tried not to put a spoke in the wheels of the guild, and he was upset that she did not see his good intentions. He understood that although they were not blood relatives, they were in fact a family that had not been separated from the very beginning. He smiled and said that it was not only about them, but also about Seung-jun. He smiled and said that he would take care of everything and contact the guild leader so she didn't need to worry. Sighing, she said that she was leaving to meet him, but still asked him to inform her as soon as the answer from the head arrived. Lee Sol-ho looked at the girl with a fierce grin and assured her that she did not need to worry about anything. After some time, he contacted his assistants and said that the post of deputy guild leader was now his, and at the same time, he said that they should just pretend to send food to the squad. He was also informed about a young lady named Lee Sang-hee, and while he was thinking about it, he said that they needed a puppet like that to make things go smoothly. At that very moment, his interlocutor reported that he had heard rumors that one man had caused him some trouble. He asked what the man would do with him. Lee Sol-ho said angrily that he does not look spineless to let someone do whatever they want in front of him. He said that the young man would die on his own if he just threw him into a dungeon or something like that, so he assured his comrade that he didn't have to worry about anything. At that very moment, they agreed to meet to discuss all the details of the plan. But in turn, the man was furious after the conversation. Sometime later, there was a gathering of newcomers in the square. The young man was taken aback when he saw the head of the department. He quickly greeted him and bowed. Lee Ki-yong in turn thanked the young man for his hard work. But at that very moment he smiled and said that he was not yet a leader, but only an instructor. The young man said that soon he would become one of the main pillars of the guild. Lee Ki-yong looked at the young man with a smile as he saw that he was well adapted to society. At that moment, the young man asked what brought him to such a place. Lee Ki-yong smiled and said that he had a little time before leaving. He said that he needed to see the trainees in person and greet them. He wanted to check whether they were alive or not. Lee Ki-yong said with a smile that since he was still young and was given a position, he wanted to show everyone that he was hard-working. At that moment, the young man turned around as he saw another member of the guild. Lee Ki-yong took a closer look at the person and guessed that he was a member of the Black Swan Guild. The young people called a cue, sighing heavily, obediently followed the commands of their elders. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback as he noticed something. The guild member looked closely at all the new recruits as he wanted to introduce Lee Ki-yong to them. At that very moment, they shouted that the new recruits were now in front of a special civilian officer of the Blue Administration, and at the same time they called his name and also said that they should show him respect. The young people were shocked because they did not expect to see the leader. They knew that in front of them was Lee Ki-yong, who was a member of the team that cleared the dungeon in record time. The young man looked angrily at everyone present, as they intended to join their group, but they themselves could not even light a fire, while all the new recruits said that they envied him. But a moment later he turned around and froze for a moment, as he saw the young people's intent gazes. He understood that power is still beautiful. He knew that following the right people was truly the right decision on his part. Lee Ki-yong knew very well that they had all been summoned to this place together and had arrived at the same time, but the difference between them and him was literally like heaven and earth. He felt wonderful feelings, and at the same time he enjoyed it, while he knew that all his past decisions were correct, looking at everyone present. At that very moment he felt someone staring at him and wondered why the new recruit was staring so intently. But when he took a closer look at the new recruit, he was taken aback. He saw his girlfriend looking at him with a predatory grin. Some time ago, she looked at him intently and said that it seemed like he had decided to take desperate measures. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked what she was talking about. She said that he was going to get rid of his companions and his squad, while it seemed to her that he did not like to take risks. But she understood that the situation was extremely serious since he was making armor for himself in the middle of the night. Lee Ki-yong said with a smirk that he wasn't so stupid as to not take part in a game with a 100% chance of winning. She smiled and said that was the reason she liked him. Lee Ki-yong immediately asked if she wanted to join them. She immediately refused him and said that she was too scared and did not like to take risks because insatiability is a direct path to death. Lee Ji-hai said with a satisfied smile that the titmouse should not try to fly like the stork because the titmouse can fly in its own way. He realized that he needed her because the young girl grasped everything on the fly and was very smart. But a moment later, he firmly cast aside all his thoughts, as if his comrades had not arrived in time. He greeted the deputy head of the guild with a smile. She smiled and said that if there was anyone from the new recruits who they would like to bring to their squad, they could do so. She said that the guild was trying its best to support them, so they shouldn't worry about anything. He thanked her with a smile. Lee Sung-hee looked at everyone present and thanked them for the tremendous work they had done so far. She said that they were dragged into such a place by force and made to endure a lot of torment, but still it did not last long, and she was grateful that they did not cope, while she reported that now they are near the free city. She told them about the delights of the city and also informed them of the different guilds they could join. She knew that there were different ways to live in the world, but she still had a small request for them. She wanted only one thing, for them to survive. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. But at that very moment, he sighed heavily and looked at her intently because her words sounded heartless. He thought that out of pity, she would choose someone. But he knew what she was getting at, because even he had a hard time finding useful people to add to the list. But at that very moment, the young man called out to Kim Hyun-sun. The young people looked at his crowd with bewilderment, but at that very moment, the newcomer shouted that it was selfish of them to leave alone. He shouted at the young swordsman that he promised that he would be by their side, and at the same time he said that he would take care of them. But now that he had joined the guild, he had forgotten about the others. Lee Ki-yong froze in shock as he didn't expect to hear anything like that. He was puzzled, because the recruit spoke such words very shamelessly, and this made him indignant. He saw that it was the nasty young man who had bullied their sweet friend and who had picked on the deceased Jong Jin-ho, but at the same time, the young man wanted to know if his comrade would abandon them. He said with puzzlement that he had promised to take care of them, and at the same time he said that promises cannot be broken. Lee Ki-yong was taken aback and looked closely at his friend, as he had previously said that such people should be abandoned immediately, but he had endured everything. At that moment, a commotion arose, and everyone began to beg the great swordsman not to abandon them. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with bewilderment, as he did not take any action. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback and tensed, as the great swordsman rushed straight towards him. He was as happy as he had hoped for the success of his undertaking, but in response, he heard only a quiet plea for forgiveness. Kim Hyun-sung looked at everyone present and said that this was the end of their acquaintance. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with a fierce grin, as he said interesting words, and yet he did not expect anything like this. The young man was shocked and asked Kim Hyun-sung for an immediate explanation. Kim Hyun-sung calmly said that he thought it would be better for them to enter the world and live on their own rather than continue to follow him. Sighing, he said that although they had not been together for long, he was still grateful to them, and he noted that they would be safest in the city. The young man was shocked. He did not understand how Kim Hyun-sung could leave them. He shouted furiously that Kim Hyun-sung was simply irresponsible. Lee Ki-yong was furious at such words and understood that the young man had crossed the line. At that very moment, he approached his comrade and said that they were under no obligation to bear responsibility for all the newcomers. Lee Ki-yeon. Looking at the young man, he said that they would be safe in the city, and at the same time they could have the most comfortable life, because it would not be threatened by monsters, but the young man did not agree with this. Lee Ki-yong informed the young man that they had no obligation to care for them, and that they were essentially strangers to each other, but the young man was furious. He shouted that they were the ones who built the wall in the camp. Lee Ki-yong smiled and told his opponent that he understood perfectly well how offended they were now. At that very moment, he threw down the bag of money and said that they should accept it, while he remarked that this was all he could do for them in the end. Lee Ki-yong said that they could accept the money and go to the city and live their lives. Some were happy with this, but the young man still wanted something different. A moment later, his expression changed, and he picked up the money. He said that he had not wanted all this at all, but still thanked the young man for this. Lee Ki-yong looked at everyone present with a smile and wished them luck in their survival, and he also asked them to take care of themselves. He saw that the young man's face had changed, and with a predatory but satisfied grin, he thanked the young gentleman once again for the money. Lee Ki-yong looked at the cunning young man with a smirk. At the same time, he saw how he walked into the crowd, but there were people who were completely ill-wishers waiting for him there. Lee Ki-yong understood perfectly well that they would tear each other's throats out for money. At that moment, he turned around as he heard laughter in the crowd. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled because he didn't understand why the girl was copying his poses and looking at him predatorily. He wondered if she really wanted to go with him. He admitted to himself at that very moment that he missed her, wanted to meet, to discuss some aspects of his future life, but then she said that she didn't really need him. Lee Ki-yong was at a loss because he didn't want her to neglect him. At that moment, he turned around as the deputy guild leader approached him and said with a smile that he was very kind, and now she had hope in her heart. He smiled and said that wasn't quite true, but then he changed the subject and asked if it was time for them to leave already. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback as he heard his own friends approaching him. He looked at them with a smile, but was puzzled at the same time, because he did not understand what they were doing. Park Duk-koo smiled and said that he had made a boat and hoped that they could ride it on the lake, so he decided to take it with him. He also said that if they suddenly got tired while walking, they could go by boat. At that very moment, her lady looked at her lover's wedding with embarrassment and invited him to go on a boat ride together. He didn't know why, but her look somehow made him lose his desire to skate. Kim Hyun-sung looked closely at his comrades and announced that they needed to leave soon and needed to load the rest of the luggage. The young men hurried to collect all their luggage, but at the same time the great swordsman called his comrade. He thanked him with a smile for helping him earlier, but his friend assured him that it was a mere trifle and that he didn't need to worry. He was glad that he had accidentally managed to earn a bonus, and at the same time he hoped that his comrade would begin to think that he would not be able to cope without him in the future. After some time, the young people set off on their journey. They were having a good time, but Lee Ki-yong was puzzled because he had hoped that they would soon start earning a lot of money so that they wouldn't have to walk such a long way. To his surprise, his companion looked better than it seemed at first glance. He was glad that his friend found an approach to her. After some time, he noticed that his comrade saw something in the distance. Lee Ki-yong saw that his friend looked puzzled, but he intended to leave him alone with his thoughts. Meanwhile, looking at his girlfriend, he saw that she looked like she was on her honeymoon. After some time, Lee Sang-hee informed her comrades that they had almost arrived at the place. At that very moment, the young man saw a clock tower in the distance. He realized that they had come to the place where the Earthlings lived in the Sacred Empire. He was glad that they came to a free city. He knew that this was the front yard of their dear reborn. In turn, the young man rejoiced in his soul, and since he knew that many new things awaited him in the city, he knew that his friend was building him a house in a similar courtyard. He really wanted to have a beautiful apartment in a wonderful city. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with a satisfied smile. At this, the young man froze for a moment, looking at the clock tower. He was suddenly flooded with memories from his past life, when the clock tower was on fire. At that very moment he felt ill from these memories, but after a moment he turned his gaze to his comrades and calmed down a little. He knew that in his new life, new adventures awaited him, and everything would be different. He understood that this time he would be able to protect his family and would not allow a repetition of the nightmare that had happened in his past life. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with a smile as he deliberately clung to him and hoped for a bright future for his friends. Moments later, the young people entered the beautiful city and were taken aback, as they had not seen such beauty for a long time. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, looked around the surroundings. He was pleased that they had come to the city, but at the same time he knew that many trials awaited them in the city. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his comrade with a satisfied grin, as he understood that changes were coming soon. They saw before them a city of freedom and beauty which was filled with people. The young people felt almost as if they were on a trip abroad. Lee Sang-hee looked at her companions with a smile and said that the city was mostly populated by Koreans. She said that Koreans, Japanese, and Thais were being called to the Sacred Empire, and that this city was mainly inhabited by Koreans, while the rest of the Earthlings lived in the other cities. She reported that there are still many regions that were inhabited by people from a wide variety of countries. At that very moment, the young people were taken aback, as from the cries of the city's inhabitants, they realized that there were many people who were looking for priests. They understood that this was a very rare specialization. But at that very moment, the young people looked into the distance in bewilderment as a young lady stole Lee Ki-yeon's purse. He shouted after her, but it was all in vain. But a moment later, he breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that his things were in place. Lee Sang-hee sighed and said that the city had a welfare program for the poor, but it was not very effective, and that was why there were many disadvantaged people in the city. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his comrade with confusion, as he did not understand why he was looking into the distance again, and at the same time he began to get nervous, as he did not know what his comrade was thinking about. But a moment later, the young people clearly saw a beautiful building in front of them. The young lady looked at her companions with a smile and informed them that they had arrived at their destination, and she also thanked them for coming a long way. She looked at them with a smile because she understood that a bright future awaited them. At the same moment, she introduced them to a large guild with a smile. Kim Hyun-sung stared at the building he had visited many times in his past life. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his comrade with a grin and wanted him to take care of him in the future. After some time, they entered the guild and were taken aback as they saw unprecedented beauty before them. Pak-dak-ku looked around with delight as he wanted to quickly relax with his friends and have a drink. Lee Ki-yen looked around with a smile and noticed that this building was much better than the one on the continent, and now he did not feel like the guild was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the young lady informed her comrades that the guild's restaurant was located in the basement, and they were free to go there. Moments later, the young people were taken aback and looked at everything with admiration. She also showed them their private rooms with a smile and informed them that there were many free rooms, so they could choose anyone they liked. Lee Ki-yeon looked at everything with joy as he realized that he was now home. At the same moment, he was taken aback as a young lady approached him and quietly called out. She smiled and said that this room looked almost like a honeymoon suite. He looked at her with a smile and asked why she didn't move into the next room so she could be near him. She was a little puzzled because she wanted something else. At that moment, their dear friend entered the forest during their conversation and said that they could settle down together. Lee Ki-yeon stopped him and asked his friend if she agreed with his proposal. She was embarrassed and could not answer anything, but at the same time he tenderly and quietly said that they should not eat from each other if they spend the night separately. She smiled and shyly, looking away from her lover, agreed with him. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Sang-hee said with a smile that the training halls and the training ground were located in the back. She also told the young man with a smile that they had prepared a special place for him and it was located at the end of the corridor. A moment later, the young men followed her and froze for a moment in surprise. After all, the guild had gotten busy and presented the young man with a personal alchemical laboratory, which was filled with various things. She said with a smile that she would like to make the laboratory bigger, but this was the first time they had prepared something like this. He said with admiration that this was more than enough and thanked her. The young people were delighted as they saw that the guild had prepared a real laboratory for their friend. Lee Ki-yen, he wondered if there was another alchemist on the continent who would start from such conditions. He saw that the items were high quality and luxurious. Now he did not feel neglected, and he understood that in such conditions he could do anything. Li Qiyong was jubilant because he knew that now he had to work hard. At that very moment, the young man, with a smile, suggested to his friend that they go to a restaurant and celebrate this event. Li Qiyong apologized to his friends and said that they could go without him, as he wanted to experiment with some items. He understood that he had a chance to reveal himself in the alchemical path, and he could not miss such a chance, but at the same time he saw that his friends were disappointed with the answer. But others looked at him with admiration, because they understood that he wanted to start work as soon as possible and saw in him a hard-working man. Li Sang-hee said with a smile that she would like to have dinner together that evening, but it will have to be postponed. As she left, she said goodbye to the young people with a smile. Park Dok-koo sighed and said that in that case he would head to the training ground, but he also asked what they were going to do. Jung Ha-yang said with a smile that she would like to study something. Jung Ha-yang told his friends that he would be going to the slums. Everyone present was taken aback, as they did not expect such a thing from their comrade. Li Qiyong understood that in front of him was his friend and also a martyr. He asked his friend why he had gone to the slums, but the great swordsman said that he had some business there. Li Qiyong was puzzled because he understood that his comrade was going to become the savior of the slums. Park Dok-koo, looking at his comrade, he said that he was very kind, but the young man understood that this was not true. Li Kai-yong looked at his friend with bewilderment, as he understood that he was planning something bad. The swordsman then said that there were a lot of people in the square. The young people were taken aback and said that they had also seen people, and most of the groups were recruiting them into guilds. He looked at his friends with a gentle smile and said that for this reason he also wanted to go to the slums and look for people who could join them. The young people were taken aback as they had not expected such a thing. They understood that something like this would happen soon, but they didn't think that he would take care of the issue so quickly. At that very moment they changed into the street and wished him luck with a smile, and now the young man understood what his comrade had in mind. Kim Hyun-sung thanked them for their support with a smile, but a moment later, his expression changed, and he announced that he was already leaving. Li Qiyong looked at his comrade with a fierce grin as he understood what he was planning. That same evening, the young lady ran away in a hurry after she had bustled about in thefts. She did not forget about her comrades. Running across the rooftops, she dropped a small bag of money at her friend. Li Qiyong was well aware that there was another member of their large and friendly team in the slums. Without wasting a minute, the young man carried out his experiments, while understanding that the most important thing in alchemy is caution. Before undertaking experiments, one must first understand countless theories and conduct thought experiments, and then proceed to the experiment itself. But at the same time, he wanted to act carefully, since all the ingredients and materials were rare and expensive, but to his regret, he suffered failures in creating new recipes, and his items were destroyed. No matter what kind of alchemist he was, he had to be extremely careful, but he understood that this applied to ordinary alchemists. He used very expensive components, but he was aware of the fact that it was worth it. He knew that now was the time to spend money. He was a special case. He didn't have to worry about the cost of materials like other alchemists did. In his joy, he mixed all the ingredients and conducted various experiments, and in doing so, he discovered new recipes. He realized that he only needed to focus on the result, and in this way, he could skip the theory stage and jump straight to the conclusion. He carefully mixed various ingredients, and after some time he was notified that he had successfully synthesized emotional enhancement potions. He received a rare specimen of the potion and looked with joy at his success. He brewed it for fun, but he was sure that one day the potion would come in handy. In addition, he synthesized a potion of health, endurance, and he also successfully synthesized a mixture of a new catalyst. He was glad that his skills had grown. His intelligence had also increased. At that very moment, he was taken aback, as young people came to him and informed him that he had received a parcel with various artifacts. He was taken aback because he noticed that they were constantly bringing him some packages. He told his friend that a special person was appointed for this purpose, and he should not do such things. Park Dok-koo, in his defense, shouted that this was the only way he could see his dear friend, since it had been difficult to see him lately, even though they lived in the same building. At that very moment, the young lady asked her lover if he had had lunch. He quickly replied that he had not yet had time to have lunch. She looked at him with a smile and shyly handed him a small package, as she had prepared lunch for him. He was surprised that she would do something like that for him. A moment later, the young people saw delicious meatballs in front of them. Young Ha-yang said with a smile that she had prepared the dish herself, but she didn't know if it would be tasty. She smiled and said that she was cooking meatballs, thinking about her lover. He was glad that she was not only sweet, but now she was also cooking for him. At that very moment, he thanked her with a smile and said that he would immediately try the dish, but at that very moment, his comrade fell to the ground with a crash. The young men looked at their comrade in bewilderment as he fell after eating several meatballs. They froze in shock, as they had not expected anything like this at all. They saw that he was using his last strength to force the words out of himself, and at the same time warning his friend about the danger of this dish. Lee Ki-yeon was frozen with fear and wondered what she had prepared this dish from, but at that very moment, he heard his friend's eerie voice. She looked at him intently and asked why he hadn't eaten a single bite. She asked if there was something he didn't like. He was taken aback and said that it wasn't so. At that very moment, the young lady approached her lover and handed him one meatball. He was scared and did not know what to do, because he understood that he had to eat everything she had made. She looked at him intently, and this made him feel even worse. He didn't understand what she had done. After some time, the young man opened his eyes because he heard the voice of his girlfriend. She looked at him with a smile as she was glad that he woke up. Young Ha-yang was happy to see him again because he suddenly fell asleep, and that made her scared. She didn't know how tired he was that he suddenly fell asleep before her eyes. He looked askance at the remains of this dish and decided not to ask what she had prepared it from. He was interested in what she had prepared this dish of hers from, but he was very afraid and did not want to clarify the details. At that very moment, he saw that his friend had not yet buried his face. But he assured his friend that she should not worry about her friend, as he had a potion with which he could heal both of his friends. After some time, the young man woke up and looked intently at his comrades. At that very moment, he shouted that this snack was excellent, and now he felt energy and strength, and at the same time, they were filling his body. He was also glad that his friend took care of him and gave him a wonderful product. Lee Ki-yeon sighed and said that his infusion was not that effective, because it only healed minor wounds and replenished energy. But his friend was happy about this and said that he was very successful in his business. Lee Ki-yeon, smiling, said that it was not in vain that he was doing something like this, because his work could bring them money. Lee Ki-yeon immediately asked where their squad leader was. His friend said that he had finished training and went to the slums, and he had taken a lot of food with him. Lee Ki-yeon understood that their comrade was very kind and sweet, and at the same time, he was concerned about the people from the slums. Lee Ki-yeon thought for a moment, as he guessed that the recruitment was not going as well as expected, and at the same time, he thought that there was some problem. At that very moment, he said that he should also visit the slums. The young people were surprised, as they did not expect such a thing. He smiled and said that he thought it would be fine if he looked around for himself, but his friend assured him that it could be dangerous. Young Ha-yang looked at her lover with a smile and said that she would definitely go with him. He was happy with this arrangement. As they left, they said goodbye to their friend with a smile. At that very moment, the young man stopped as he noticed one potion on the shelf. He decided to take a few of his supplies with him, just in case. After some time, the young people set off on their journey, and Lee Ki-yeon assumed that they were just going on a city tour, and the longer he watched, the faster he got used to the city. At that moment, they were taken aback, as their coachman asked what such young people were doing in such a place. He said with a smile that they had just been in the city for a short time and decided to look around. He noted that they had entered the guild on very good terms, but also said that usually everyone tried to avoid this path, because they all must understand that the slum area is somewhat dangerous, and at the same time the environment there is not very good, because the atmosphere was very different from that in the square. Li Qiyong didn't know whether they were afraid to beg or had lost all will to do so, but he saw only lifeless bodies on the ground around him. Using his superpower, he saw that there was no one valuable in his path. But after a few minutes of long searching, he noticed gold among all the trash. He was shocked because he saw the legendary class on one woman. At that moment, he looked intently at the woman and was taken aback because he saw that she was simply the ideal candidate for their team, and at the same time, she had sacred power and was a priestess of the sun. At that very moment, he shouted to the coachman that they would leave his transport immediately. The young man ran to the saint in a hurry. He understood that if his friend had been a priestess, everything might have turned out differently. He understood that if his eyes did not deceive him, then in front of him was a legendary priestess, and at the same time, the very talent that their reincarnated one had been searching for so diligently. He knew she was perfect, so he wanted to help his friend and recruit her into their squad. But when they ran up, he froze in place. Since he did not understand why there was a lot of trash around the beautiful girl, the man with a grin told the priestess that their guild would be able to provide her with more than just donations, because they intended to save all the poor people in the area. She smiled and said that she would gratefully accept the help, but at the same time assured him that she was not going to leave the slums because she wanted to personally take care of the people. He was shocked because he expected a different option. Li Qiyong looked closely at these people as he understood that a merciless battle for the candidate was already underway. He saw that she was popular. However, he understood that priestesses themselves were a great rarity, and she was a priestess with unimaginable possibilities and was not in the guild. At that very moment, the girl with a smile told the priestess that she could help her in distributing food. The priestess with a smile thanked the girl, but as soon as the girl approached the people who had no home, she froze in shock and could barely restrain her urge to vomit, as the smell from them was unpleasant. Li Qiyan. Looking at everyone present, he realized that they were only pretending, as they intended to lure the priestess to their guild. He found it funny that they were pretending to be friendly just to make a good impression on the girl. He also understood that all the poor people pretended to be poor and unhappy, because he understood that each of them could have done something on their own and achieved greatness, but they all sat with their hands folded and begged for alms. Li Qiyan. Oh looked at everything that was happening, as it seemed to him that he saw before him the final stage of the evolution of the survivors' camp, and it reminded him of one particular person from their squad. The young priestess, despite everything, was happy to help the people, and she said that she would be happy to bring them new newspapers, and would also come tomorrow and in the following days to help them. At the same time, the young man was puzzled, since this spectacle was difficult in itself. He saw that she was the saint of the lost. He saw not people but pigs who simply did not want to work and wanted everything to be handed to them on a silver platter. At first, he was going to join the clowns in order to recruit her, but now he realized that such a thing should not be done. At the same moment, he casually asked if these were really the same slums. He understood that in this situation, he needed to act completely differently. The saint turned around as she was not yet expecting visitors. He looked intently at everyone present and casually said that all those present looked like pigs. He wanted to achieve aggression, and for her to see it from her poor people, the saint was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. At that moment, he looked at her with a grin and clearly said that everyone present was just pigs. Song Hee-yan was taken aback and asked what he was talking about. He casually asked how many times she was going to make him repeat his words. He clearly said that he did not see a single person around. He understood why his friend had not yet recruited the saint. He knew that there was one small snag. She was shocked and depressed by such words, and at that very moment, she told the young man to immediately apologize to everyone, since they did not deserve such treatment. The young people supported her. He saw how they looked at him angrily and threw wood on the fire. He was shocked and did not understand when the human mind had become collective. Song Hee-yeon looked at everyone present and said that the goddess told her to share food with those who are hungry, share clothes with those who are naked, and listen to those who are poor, and give them honor and peace. Song Hee-yeon said that she was a priestess, and it was her duty to look after people, so she could not allow such inhumane treatment towards them. She told the young man that if he was going to say something offensive again, she would not stand idly by. He saw that the priestess's priority was the salvation of the outcasts. He saw that she was obsessed with helping the poor around the clock, so there was no way she would have time to join their guild and help there. He wouldn't be able to convince her otherwise, using the same methods that other guilds used. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he remained silent as she demanded an apology. At the same time, the young man intended to act in a completely different direction. Otsif looked at her with soapy eyes and asked what would happen if he refused. He wanted to see how strong human perverted nature is. He said that her message was good. In front of her were scum who could not do anything on their own, and they were just waiting for manna from heaven to come. He said that they only use her because it is more comfortable for them to live this way. She screamed at him to shut up immediately because he did not know what he was talking about. Song Hee-yeon sighed and said that a person like him would not understand anything because in the country, strength and talent were held in high esteem, and those who did not have it were considered just trash. She said that he would not be able to understand those who live without such advantages. He was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. She said that he was the real scum of the earth because he was walking around just to raise his balance. She said that he was just a pathetic person. He was shocked because he did not expect such a thing. But at that very moment he saw how everyone was looking at him with contempt and mockery. He felt his anger filling him from within. Since he knew something about himself that no one else knew, he understood that she was very wrong about him because she had no idea how difficult his life was, and such words could not hurt him. She turned around and said that since he had nothing to say, her response would be to leave him. But at that very moment he whispered something after her, and she was taken aback. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the girl with a smirk and said that now it dawned on him who was to blame for them becoming like this. He came closer to her and said that it was all her fault. Lee Ki-yeon said with confidence that these were pigs in front of him, but she was their breeder, who had tamed them. The saint was shocked by such words, but he said that now he would not make pathetic attempts to justify himself, although she knew that he was right. At that very moment, he mockingly asked if she wanted him to show her the real reason why the city would soon perish. He wanted to voice the truth that she had been avoiding so much. At that very moment, he shouted that he was hiring everyone present. They were shocked and didn't understand what the young man was trying to do. He said the work might be hard, but since they were not disabled, they should be able to cope, and he also intended to provide sleeping accommodations. He shouted that from now on they would not live like cockroaches in a ditch. Therefore, they must take advantage of the opportunity it provides them and live like human beings. He shouted that they could make a choice, because it was time for them to start living on their own. He heard only dead silence while his girlfriend looked at him with joy and admiration and applauded. The saint was shocked and shouted at the young man that he was just a fraud. At that very moment, the young people asked about payment and all the other conditions, but the saint shouted that this was a trap and that such a thing simply could not happen. He looked at the holy priestess with a fierce grin, since everything was going according to plan. He understood that the time had come for her to wake up from the illusions in which she had lived until now. The young man approached the old man and said that their guild would never give up all those who wanted to start a new life. He said that if they didn't trust him, he could appoint their holy priestess to the position of guild advisor. The priestess was taken aback and asked what he was talking about. At that very moment, a cry came from the crowd that the priestess would go into the Black Swan. Everyone present began to nod in agreement. Young people also said that they would agree to go to work if they were seriously hired. The priestess was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. He smiled and said that she should go into the blue because she had to look after him. She was shocked and said that she was not going to join the guild. He said with a smile that it seemed that she found him extremely unpleasant. At that very moment, the young man said with a smile that he did not feel any hostility towards altruists like her. Li Qiyong looked at everyone present with a smile and declared that they should start work from tomorrow and now they can be free. She sighed heavily and said that she didn't trust him completely, but she was still grateful that he intended to provide everyone with work. Smiling, he said that there was no need to thank him, since it wouldn't change anything anyway. She looked at him with bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about, but at the same moment, he asked how long she had worked in a place like this. She was taken aback and said that she had worked in a similar place for several years, but did not understand why he asked such a question. He then asked how many people were actually able to change and return to society. She froze in place, unable to answer the question. He smiled and said that no one would really want to get out of a place like that, and she herself had similar thoughts as she looked at them. Turning around, Li Qiyan said with a smirk that when she looked at all the poor people, she thought they were pathetic. He saw that she was full of doubts, but she did not answer him. Song Hee-yeon said with sadness in her voice that she, as an ordinary person, had thought about such thoughts. She simply could not silently watch how abandoned people suffered. But the young man assured her that she was naive, and that he considered it a great loss that a priestess of such a level was wasting her time on trash, and then she sternly said that if he tried to say anything like that again, she would not remain idle. He looked at her with a grin, as he was quite satisfied with her facial expression at the moment. He saw that she was wondering why there was still no improvement, and at the same time he understood that she was mistaken, and admitted the thought that he was right. In fact, he had already achieved half the goal by simply planting the seeds of doubt in her soul, and it was easy to guess what would happen after they started kicking Balda and showed her their true face. He was glad of his achievement, because he understood that his comrade would be glad of something similar, and at the same time he would be able to take possession of her. He was glad that he was able to test his potion on living people. But at that very moment the priestess realized that her faith was not strong enough. She didn't know if the city would ever become beautiful. Li Qiyong was the leader of the Blue Guild. He came to the slums with his beloved, as he intended to recruit the girl into his squad, because she was not just a bull, but a great priestess. He was too focused on studying her skills and didn't recognize that she was trapped by the slum people, so he decided to expose the hypocrisy of the poor. He hired them as guinea pigs for his experiments, but when he woke up, he realized that several days had passed. He understood that his body was fragile, but his brain was strong, because he was a hardened swindler who could not be broken so easily. Because he slept in a new place, he felt extremely exhausted. At the same time, he was puzzled, since his comrade had not shown himself to him for several days. He spent more time in the slums than he had planned, because some people were really working hard, but he was glad that the potion test had been a success. Li Qiyan understood perfectly well that his comrade just needed to wait a little, because he intended to bring him treasures. But after some time, he noticed that the slum site was empty. Li Qiyong was a little surprised, but at the same time happy about this. He understood perfectly well that everything was going according to his plan, and their predictability was quite commendable. He understood that they were simply hopeless pigs. Li Qiyan looked into the distance with a grin, because he understood that he had become a ray of light for the new world. And now he understood that it would be easier for him to convince the priestess. And at the same time, the slum dwellers began to chat among themselves, because they just wanted to lazily lie around and get food from the priestess instead of doing something. A moment later, the young man noticed a cute priestess in the distance. He realized that now doubts had darkened in her soul, and he was glad about it. He looked at the drunken slum dwellers with a satisfied smile, as they had helped him a lot. But at that very moment he was taken aback as the man looked at him in surprise. He mockingly called the young man a softy, and he did not skimp on various obscene expressions. They mocked him because they knew he was simply no good. He was furious, but he knew he had to control himself. At that moment, he looked intently at the priestess, as he wanted her to pay attention and see who they really were. He saw that she was not paying attention to him, and so he approached her and asked for a few minutes of her time, as he wanted to show her something. Sun Hee-yeon looked at the young man with bewilderment and asked what he wanted. He said with a smile that she would find out everything on the spot. In turn, the priestess followed the young man. After some time, he brought her to the prepared stage and asked her to look closely at the inhabitants of the slums. He said that they were shirking their work and were only pestering him and the women, and he noted that several days had passed since their work, but they had already left. He said that the slum dwellers were simply perverts and alcoholics, which is why they were rotting at the very bottom of the slums. At the same time, the young priestess fell silent, but she heard a cry and a plea for forgiveness. He said with a smile that she saw everything herself and that she should not believe their deception. At that very moment, she quietly said that it was from her hairstyle. He smiled because he saw that she had seen the whole picture. But moments later, the young man realized that something was wrong. She said that they had already endured a lot of pain, and they removed their suffering in alcohol, and therefore became addicted to it. He was shocked, because he did not understand what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Song Hee-yeon not told her companion that people like him in power would not understand this until they themselves went through something similar. He was furious because he saw that she knew the truth. He shouted that these people were dragging the city down and that they were criminals who were being portrayed as victims. But she insisted that they were simply underprivileged people who were simply against them and the people in power. Song Hee-yeon looked at the young man intently and said that he was just a man of privilege and power, and then he realized that he had been frivolous. He understood that her non-dogmatism was too strong, and she blindly believed in the miracle that the poor were exclusively good and the rich were exclusively bad. He couldn't resist asking her if she would really continue to justify them in the living cases where they harmed their own kind, but only with noodles. She sighed heavily and said that he was simply slandering them. Song Hee-yeon assured the young man that they were all one big and friendly family. He was furious because he realized that she did not want to see reality. Then the priestess casually said that if he had a lot of time, he could check everything himself and be convinced of her words. As she left, she said that she saw that he was calculating. Lee Ki-yong was furious because he saw that she continued to be stubborn, and then he realized that it was time for him to take decisive action. He was furious because he had not expected that it would be so difficult to conduct a dialogue with her. But moments later, all his thoughts disappeared as he was hit on the head with a bottle. The man angrily attacked the young man and asked how he dared to report them to the priestess. He shouted that because of the young man, the priestess had been looking at them differently lately than before. At that very moment, all the inhabitants of the slums could not bear it any longer and attacked the young man, as they wanted him to leave them too. Lee Ki-yong did not waste a single minute, and at the same time decided to turn on the mode of insincere repentance, bowed and asked for mercy. But the man did not even intend to listen to him. He rushed towards him at that very moment, as if he wanted to get even. With rage, he hit the young man in the face. Lee Ki-yong fell to the ground with a thud, and the slum dwellers began to beat him with glee. Lee Ki-yeon was angry because he saw that the priestess turned a blind eye to the hypocrisy of the poor because she believed that he occupied a more privileged position. He saw them all mocking him and beating him at the same time, but she did nothing. Lee Ki-yong was furious and knew that if his comrade had been there, he would have saved him. He knew that there had to be someone crystal clear in his place for the high priestess to want to protect him, and preferably someone who could bring the true nature of the sewage rats to light. He realized that he had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. After the beating, the young people began to mock him and suggested that he might be a woman in a man's disguise. Lee Ki-yong was taken aback, as he did not understand what kind of nonsense they were talking about. But at that very moment he realized that he had always been good at disguise, and education was his hobby. And sometimes some young people even harassed him or made indecent proposals to him, but he naturally did everything to ruin their lives. He realized that thanks to such losers, he could survive. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, as they did not understand why the young man suddenly began to grin. Li Qiyong, in turn, without wasting a minute, quickly ran away from his offenders while they were talking about him. He burst into his beloved's room and, with tears in his eyes, began to wake her up. She was taken aback because she didn't understand what had happened. But at that very moment she shuddered as she saw his face, which was full of purchase. With tears in her eyes, she reached out to him, as she did not understand what had happened. Sighing, he said that it was nothing. But at that same moment, he asked if she could cast a transformation spell on him. Yung Ha-yang was surprised by such a question, but also informed him that the transformation had a time limit. He smiled and asked her to turn him into a young girl, and at the same time, "You are very beautiful." Yung Ha-yang looked at her lover with embarrassment and asked why he had made such a statement. She, of course, loved him in any form, but she had no experience in such games. He sighed and said that that was not what she was thinking at all, but he also asked her to find clothes like the ones the locals wore. Yung Ha-yang was confused and didn't understand anything, but she decided to do as he asked without asking any questions. At that very moment she used her magic, and at the same time the young man began to slowly transform into another personality. After a few minutes, he turned into a reproachful red sorceress girl. He looked at his beloved with a smile and said that in the name of justice he would punish them. She screamed as he was simply superb. The young lady began to praise her lover. He was embarrassed by such praise and asked if he was really that good. But moments later he saw himself in the mirror and was momentarily taken aback. He looked at her in bewilderment and said that in the reflection of the post he wanted her to turn him into a heavenly beauty. She embarrassedly said that he was already handsome. Sighing, he said that he took it, understood, and now they needed to go somewhere. Li Qiyong hurriedly went outside and said that they should watch the priestess teach the locals a good lesson. And at that very moment, he looked at his beloved with a smile and asked if she would really call him by name. She cried out with a smile and called his name. He was positive and wanted to take advantage of the priestess and teach everyone a lesson for life. At the same time, he was a teenage girl from the slums who did not tolerate injustice. He walked towards his goal with a grin. At the same time, the priestess understood perfectly well that her people would never harm their own. Of course, sometimes she heard them quarreling with each other. She understood that this was all in human nature. But at that very moment, Kanat threw all her thoughts away as she heard a terrible scream. A few minutes ago, the slum dwellers were talking excitedly among themselves as they didn't know if the young man could report them to his guild. They understood that the most important thing was that the patient, in the form of a priestess, would not suspect anything. They understood that they were now living in pleasure, and everything was served to them on a silver platter, but they did not filter their conversation at all and did not express themselves very well about the priestess. But at that very moment the young men were taken aback as a girl approached them and angrily asked what they were saying. She looked at them with anger and said that they had just insulted the saint. Meanwhile, the priestess turned around in a hurry and fixed her gaze on the scream. Yung Ha-yang ran to the holy priestess and told her that they were in great trouble as she saw loud surah among the poor, and at the same time, men were harassing one girl. The saint was taken aback, as she had not expected such a thing, and with a trembling voice, she asked her young companion what she had just said. She initially thought that it was all a mistake, and that they would not harm each other. She understood that this was some kind of misunderstanding, and everything was wrong, because they were one big family, but she constantly convinced herself of this. She prayed to the goddess that it was all a mistake, but a moment later she was taken aback. Sun Hee-yan froze in place from what she saw, her eyes glassy. She refused to see until the very end. But now she realized that the young man was right, because he had said earlier that weak does not mean good. She saw the harsh truth. But she was saddened to see this, as one of the beggars was beating the girl, despite who she was. Now she felt the full bitterness of reality. She was trembling with fear and asking everyone present what was going on. Lee Ki-yan Woo, in turn, greeted her on the stage of madness with a grin in his soul. He understood that she was now seeing a terrible picture, but at the same time he almost tore his throat while screaming, but he did not give up and begged for help. The man angrily shouted at the girl to know her place, but he wanted the man to show his true form. At that very moment he fell to the ground with a crash, and while beating the girl, the man shouted that she would not leave the slums alive. The saint rushed to the girl's aid, and at the same time she shouted for them to stop immediately. She was furious because she didn't understand what they were doing. But at the same time, the young lady received a blow from the man and fell to the ground with a crash. Lee Ki-yong hurriedly reached out to the holy priestess with tears in his eyes. He knew it all might sound simply absurd, but that was the reality. He wanted her not to worry about the cost of clean clothes, because he intended to make her rich in the future. Everyone present was shocked, as they did not expect to see the priestess in the midst of such chaos. The man was scared because he realized that he had pushed her away in vain. Lee Ki-yong writhed in agony on the ground, but he wanted the saint to watch him suffer in pain. The priestess reached out to the girl, not understanding how they could treat her like that, but he understood that everything was going according to his plan. She wanted to create a beautiful city where everyone would be equal. She knew that their city and sacred empire, and even the entire continent, were too rotten, because the authorities justified all their actions only for the sake of profit. She understood that there was no way to protect the countless people suffering under their oppression. She intended to protect them and did everything in her power. At that very moment, she screamed with tears in her eyes as she intended to lay down the girl, but in response, she heard that the young lady was very sorry about what was happening. Lee Ki-yong said that he simply couldn't stand by when he heard them insulting the priestess. At that very moment, the priestess saw that the girl had become ill and asked her not to talk, as she knew that everything would be fine when she healed her. At the same time, the young man understood that he needed to take action. Song Hee-yeon, not understanding her view of the men, said angrily that she was seriously disappointed in them, and they tensed up because they did not expect this. Then she said that she felt very sorry for them and tried to take care of them, but they had done real evil. She asked them to leave immediately. The young man watched her with a satisfied grin, as he saw that she was beginning to slowly accept reality. At that very moment, the young people shouted that it was just a misunderstanding. She shouted that she did not want to hear any excuses. At that very moment, she said that they must leave the slums immediately, because there was no place for them in such a place, because they were fallen souls. Moments later, she began to heal the wounded girl. He understood that this was all very bad. And looking at his beloved, he prayed that she would stop the priestess and try to make sure that the holy power did not penetrate his body. At that very moment, the great mage and the great priestess met in a clash of forces. Song Hee-yeon was taken aback by the shock as her holy power was rejected. She was lost and did not understand how this was possible. She wondered what kind of critical condition the girl was in, since her holy power did not work, while she cried and said that it was all her fault. She couldn't stop, because it was she who turned away from those who were truly suffering, while the young man escalated the situation. And especially for her, he coughed, and a stream of blood burst from his mouth. At that moment, she was taken aback and screamed, as she did not expect such a thing. At the same time, Jung Ha-yang was shedding bitter tears, as she did not want her lover to suffer like that. He was overjoyed because his plan had come true, but he wanted to know what she would do with the villains now. At that very moment, the priestess reached out to the girl and said that she could not die. She sighed heavily and said that she would like to live a little longer. She thanked the priestess for helping the similar people, as she filled them with divine light every day. At the same time, he did not forget to tell her about pleasant memories, which of course he did not have, and he simply made everything up as he went along. But at the same time, he noticed that she deserved to be revered. The priestess burst into tears, as she understood that the girl did not deserve such a thing. She just wanted to protect the weak. At that very moment, she screamed and asked for help. But she was taken aback because she saw that there was not a soul around. She realized that everyone had left by the time she arrived. Sun Hee-yeon understood perfectly well that everything that was happening was a lie, but she hated the strong who walked over the heads of the weak and destroyed the world. But now she hated the weak for what they had done. At that very moment, the man looked at the wounded girl with a fierce grin and said that she was hypocritical, and now she showed her true self. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, only looked at the man with a satisfied grin as he understood that everything was going according to his plan. At that moment, the priestess looked at everyone present with fury, as she did not realize how biased her judgments were. Lee Ki-yong rejoiced in his heart, as he wanted the fallen men to continue to mock him, while the priestess reached out to the girl, wanting them to stop. The men were furious and shouted that the girl was just a hypocrite. They shouted that she should just go to a brothel since she was so desperately begging for attention to be drawn to her person. At that very moment, the priestess screamed. The young man was taken aback as he realized that she had finally awakened. But at that very moment, he backed away as he saw her appearance. The priestess was burning with anger and fury. She wanted such people to never be born. The young man was stunned by what he saw. He did not expect to see black tears on her face. He understood that she was going over to the side of darkness. At that moment, the priestess rushed towards the men and ordered them to immediately release the innocent child, but they only ordered her to be silent. They looked at the defenseless girls with lust and said mockingly that it seemed she had not yet realized what was going on. At that moment, the young man was taken aback, as he saw a man with a knife in his hand. He was frightened and wanted the priestess to hurry with her advancement. He burst into tears and began to beg for mercy, but at the same time, he immediately pressed himself against the blade of the knife. At that very moment, he began to scream in his soul, as he wanted his beloved to calm down and restrain her bloodthirstiness. But a moment later, he was taken aback, as he saw that the priestess had knelt down and begun to pray at such a moment. At that moment, the man could not bear the rage and swung his knife, as he wanted to immediately deal with such girls. Lee Ki-yong screamed inside himself because he wanted at least someone to deal with the men. But at that very moment, the end came for the man. The young man froze for a moment as he saw a head fly past him. He was stunned by everything that was happening and did not understand what was happening, as he saw that the priestess was surrounded by darkness. Everyone present was shocked by this, as they saw that she had easily dealt with the young man. At the same time, Jung Hayang looked at the great priestess of darkness with admiration. At that moment, the young man saw that the player had changed his specialization. The priestess looked at the men with fury and said that if they died in such a place, all the witnesses would be gone. He was shocked as he saw that she had become a priestess of darkness. Lee Ki-yong stood frozen in a daze as fear washed over him after everything that had happened. He couldn't believe what he saw, but a few seconds later, he clearly heard rock. At the same time, he saw how the high priestess easily dealt with all the villains in her path. He, of course, supported her transition to the dark side, but chopping off heads was too much. Of course, he didn't care about the lives of such trash, but he was worried and didn't know how to get rid of the bodies, because if someone in the guild found out about what was happening, everything could end badly. He was shocked and did not understand what was happening to her, that she looked completely delighted, while he assumed that she wanted this from the very beginning. But at that very moment, he turned his gaze to his beloved, since he did not understand what made her so happy. He wondered if she had really felt a kinship with her like-minded person. But at that very moment, the young lady was taken aback and looked excitedly at her lover. He looked at her with bewilderment, because he did not understand why she called him. But at that very moment, he realized that the spell was being lifted. The man trembled with fear, looked at the treacherous priestess, and begged for mercy. But she had no intention of sparing anyone, and when dealing with him, she said that mercy does not exist. Lee Ki-yong was on edge, because he understood that if the priestess found out that this was all a false production from him, she would definitely cut him down too. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, was at a loss, and did not know what to do, as he was very much afraid of her anger. In his soul, he screamed and prayed for everything that was happening to stop. But all his prayers failed, and at that very moment he transformed and showed his true face. He prayed for his beloved to help him, but to his regret, the spell wore off, and no one was able to help him. At the same time, the priestess dealt with the last one, and looking at the man with a cold gaze, said that they would meet in hell. At that very moment, the young man quietly hid around the corner of the house. Sun Hee-yeon happily rushed to the young girl, but she was taken aback when she saw who was in front of her. The young man smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She was shocked because she did not understand what had happened and why he was in such a place instead of the girl. She asked with fury if he had deceived her. Sighing, the young man said that he did not deny that he had deceived her, but he wanted her to see the whole reality. At that moment, he looked at her like a wet, unhappy puppy. He hoped that such an appearance would allow him to save his life. But a moment later, a fear he had never seen before coursed through his veins as she looked at him with an angry gaze. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the priestess with tears in his eyes, as he understood that he would soon meet his death. But at that very moment, Jung Ha-yang stood between them, as she intended to protect her lover. Bursting into tears, she screamed at the priestess, as she did not want her to kill him. She reached out to her lover and helped him stand up. But he understood that these actions would have no effect on her, and she would soon deal with him. At that very moment, he hid behind his friend and, trembling with fear, began to pray to her to protect him with magic. The young lady, in turn, did not lose her composure and quickly hugged her lover, while they saw how magic was directed at them. But moments later, the young people were taken aback as they saw a bright light. They were shocked as the priestess calmly approached them and told them that they did not need to worry, as she did not intend to harm them, and at the same time, she used her healing magic. They were confused because they didn't understand at all what was happening, but she said that they could even laugh heartily at her. She also said with sadness in her voice that she was no longer a priestess or a saint, and accepting reality, she understood that she was just a pig slaughterer. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the priestess intently and said that she should not blame herself because she had not made any mistake. He was glad that everything went according to his plan. At that moment, the priestess froze for a moment, as she was surprised that he would say such words. He looked at her tenderly and said that if from now on she had to take the lives of some people to protect others in this shadow, he would always be with her. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the great priestess of darkness with a gentle smile. She was taken aback and looked at him with embarrassment, as for the first time she felt support from a stranger. He looked at her with a gentle smile and invited her to go on a journey with them, as they intended to create a beautiful city together. At that very moment, she reached out to him and agreed, as she wanted to now protect the new world from evil together for the sake of protecting worthy people. In that same moment, he saw that she had become the ideal volunteer priestess of darkness, as well as the saint of the lost. But at the same time, in the general assessment, he was asked what he had done to the holy priestess. He, holding back all his emotions in his soul, burst out laughing because he himself did not understand what he had done to her. After some time, the young people set off on their journey. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his friends with a satisfied smile, as he was glad that they got along with each other. He was pleased with himself because he understood that he was simply a genius and an irresistible person, and at the same time, he understood that soon they would begin to have a good life. He was glad that he got rid of the trash and recruited the legendary priestess to their team. He understood that an unexpected change had occurred, but in the end, everything worked out for the best. Lee Ki-yeon was overjoyed with happiness in his soul, because he understood that his comrade would not be said to be glad of such a find. Jung Ha-yang looked at her new friend with a smile and thanked her. The priestess looked at the girl with bewilderment, as she did not understand what she was talking about. Jung Ha-yang smiled and said that she was very glad that the priestess helped save her lover, but at the same time she felt a little uncomfortable that she couldn't handle it herself. At that very moment, the young man looked closely at the girls and noticed that they had found a common language with each other. But a moment later he was taken aback, as he saw that they were both just time bombs, because they intended to protect him from now on, no matter what. He was shocked because he saw that they sang together perfectly. But a moment later the young man was taken aback as he heard the voice of his comrade. He looked at the great swordsman with joy as he understood that he had a hard time without him. Kim Hyun-sun looked at his comrades with joy and surprise as he did not expect to see them in such a place. Lee Ki-yeon, in turn, was already looking forward to the moment when he would introduce the great priestess to his friend. But he was a little puzzled as he saw that his friend was looking at their new comrade with bewilderment. Kim Hyun-sung looked at them in surprise and asked who was next to them. At that very moment, Lee Ki-yong was completely shocked by everything that was happening. A few seconds later, the young people met. Lee Ki-yong was puzzled, as he did not understand this situation because he assumed that they had known each other in a past life. But after a moment he turned his gaze to the inconspicuous girl behind his comrade. He looked at her with bewilderment as he did not know who she really was. But a moment later he used his ability and noticed that she was a basic marksman, and she was also a tree of hope and a brilliant assassin. He was surprised because he didn't expect his friend to bring someone like that. But he was upset that his friend was not familiar with the High Priestess. But he still understood that they should accept the Great Priestess into their team, since she had excellent abilities. But this time their choices were different from each other. He knew that his new acquaintance was a bloodthirsty person that he had created with his own hands. At the same time, he understood that she easily cut down everyone in her path. But still the young man was jubilant and knew that she was the best. He understood that she would gladly cover his rear in the future. Lee Ki-yong clearly knew and was confident that their team was already complete. But his comrade did not give up and clearly demonstrated his candidacy to everyone. Lee Ki-yong was very nervous, as he knew that he had to choose either the legendary priestess or the one who had been killed. Or a new personality in their composition, which will shine brighter in the future. Lee Ki-yong understood perfectly well that they had to agree on all the pros and cons and choose quickly. But at that very moment he realized that they had chosen the wrong person whom he had imagined. They were shocked by what they heard, as they expected a different answer. Lee Ki-yong was confused and lost, as he expected something completely different from his friend. Lee Ki-yeon was puzzled, because he spent a lot of effort to recruit the priestess, and even reincarnated as a girl, and also received many injuries, but his friend made a different choice. He was puzzled, as he did not understand why a genius like the great priestess had not caught the eye of the overworked man in his first life. Lee Ki-yeon assumed that she could have been killed somewhere in the slums, but now he realized that by a lucky chance they had come across several winning lottery tickets. At that moment, he asked his friend what kind of girl he had brought. The great swordsman, smiling, said that he had met her by chance in the slums and that she looked capable and had recently received a specialization. He knew she had only recently come out of the slums, but he hoped they would befriend her, but the girl looked wary. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the young girl with a smile, but he knew that getting close to her would not be easy. At that very moment he was surrounded by lovely ladies. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, gave preference to the girl who was looking intently at him. Lee Ki-yeon understood perfectly well that a lot had happened, but in the end, everything had worked out well, and thanks to the newcomers, he could now happily enjoy life. After some time, the young lady had already joined the new team. Lee Ki-yeon looking at the young people, he assumed that they had already become close. Kim Hyun-sung. Looking at his comrades, he suggested that they go to the cleanup, into the Garden of Horror. He said they would be opening a new one. The only problem was that the purge would still be carried out on other guilds, so he wanted to hear their opinion. Lee Ki-yeon was a little puzzled by this news, as he thought that everything would go to them, but he still inquired about which guilds they would be working with. The young man said that the Scarlet Mercenaries, the Magic Guild, and the Black Swan would join them. Lee Ki-yeon was a little happy with this arrangement, as he understood that it would be fun to fight together with the Mercenary Queen. Frankly, he wanted to learn more about what Black Swans were, but he was sorry that he would have to share the reward. But he understood that the situation was beneficial in the end. He assumed that he could take advantage of the chance to instantly raise their standing, but a moment later they were visited by an unexpected guest. Kim Hyun-song looked closely at his comrades and announced that the purpose of this expedition was not objects and valuables, but experience. Lee Ki-yong was a little puzzled, as their comrade suggested that they gradually increase their experience. Lee Ki-yong knew perfectly well that he would take care of everything, and he would cope with enrichment. At the same time, the man was closely watching the young people. Moments later, he thanked the young lady for fulfilling his request, but he still felt, "It's a shame the other guilds got involved." She said there was nothing that could be done about it. She noticed that the new girl in the Black Swan had been very influential lately, so she wanted to get closer to the new squad herself. She looked closely at the man and asked if he had anything in mind. He smiled and said that he had nothing in mind at all. And he has no hidden motives at all, but at the same time, he asked if she really cared about the guy and the detachment again. She was confused and did not understand how the old man had managed to find out about something like this. She was impressed by the new squad, because in the entire history of the continent, there had never been a single squad that had attracted so much attention. Lee Sol-ho, in turn, understood perfectly well that she was mistaken somewhere, since the young man was very rotten. Lee Sol-ho also understood that with the help of this unit, he could make a lot of money. After some time, the day of the expedition arrived, and little by little everyone gathered in the square. The young lady looked at the reporters intently and said that they should speak well of their activities, especially the Black Swan. But at that very moment, reporters rushed to the newcomers. Lee Ki-yon looked closely at the reporters from the Black Swan, because for some reason he had an unpleasant feeling and thought that they would be biased. At that very moment, the young man greeted his queen's favorite, and at the same time he announced that they were seeing each other for the first time since the meeting of the squad leaders. He approached the young man with a smile and greeted him, introducing himself. Lee Ki-yon was immediately taken aback as he felt the back of his head burning, but when he turned around, he saw his beloved, who was filled with anger. At that moment, he used his power and noticed that they all matched the representatives of large guilds, because they all had good skills. But a moment later he was taken aback as the girl called him. She looked at him intently and with a predatory grin said that it was clear at a glance that he was a thief who came only for experience. He was a little confused and didn't understand how she knew about such a thing, but when he used his power, he saw that she was a calculating strategist and a bandit, and the queen of arrogance. Petra Opera, in turn, actively continued to insult him. He looked at the girl with fury, since her name was not very good, but at the same time her nature was so absurd that it turned him on in a familiar way. Sometime later, the young people headed into the cave, and there were many monsters on their way. Lee Ki-yon, in turn, continued to closely observe the girl who was in the leadership of the Black Swan. He assumed that she wanted to get rid of them, but the wild ones, in order to increase her contribution to the guild. Lee Ki-yong was glad about this, as he too had not expected a friendly atmosphere. But a moment later he threw all his thoughts away as he heard his friend cry out. The young people in turn continued to fight for their lives no matter what. At the same time, they helped each other. Lee Ki-yong, looking at his comrades, noticed that they had relaxed and made a mistake. He was glad that the mercenary queen helped and assisted with the people. But at the same time, he heard criticism of their guild from a young lady. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what kind of concept of showing off she was using, and he noticed that her vocabulary was not that large. He ignored her and looked closely at his comrades as they were intent on repairing their equipment before the monsters attacked them. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, looked at the girl with a fierce grin, as he understood that she could mock them as long as she could. Kim Hyun-sung looked closely at everyone present, as he did not like what was happening at all. After some time, the young man happily distributed his elixirs to all his comrades. He was very grateful to them for the cleanup, so he wanted to repay them somehow. At the same time, he rejoiced and mocked the girl, because he knew that the main policy was not to create allies before clashing with the enemy, because first it was necessary to increase forces, and then attack. Choi Young-gi looked at the young man with joy and said that he would be happy to use the potion. He noticed that the young man was very kind. He also said that the young man was their benefactor, because he was the only one who stayed by their master's side when she was in particularly difficult times, and he noted that fate itself had brought them together. Lee Ki-yong was a little taken aback by such words, but the young man did not calm down and thanked him for the favor shown. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, understood that since the young man could be touched by such rumors, the job would be easy. For a while they chatted casually with Willie. But after a moment, Lee Ki-yong sighed and said that he wasn't sure if he should say it, but he was plagued by vague doubts about Petra Apra. But the young man slyly stopped mid-sentence. His interlocutor was taken aback and asked what had happened. He shouted that the mercenary queen had ordered him to watch over the young man and support him in everything. Lee Ki-yan sighing, he said that the girl had recently bullied him, and she said that the mercenary queen was not with him now and could not protect him, and she used unpleasant words towards her. The young man was shocked. Lee Ki-yong used his crown point and burst into tears, and also said that the girl said that they're guys from the Killer Guild who want to kill everyone. Wiping away his tears, he noticed that the girl had not spoken such words out of malice, and, most likely, she was tormented by annoyance, but then he was taken aback, because he realized that he had said too much. But at that very moment he saw that his interlocutor was flushed with rage. He did not understand how the girl dared to insult their master. Lee Ki-yong was jubilant because he knew his words had had an effect. He knew it was time to win others over to his side. After some time, he talked to the head teachers from the Magic Guild, pretending to be smart, and they all switched to his side. At that very moment, a girl approached him and said mockingly that he seemed to have already made friends with everyone. He noticed that she had a prickly tongue. At the same time, the young people made caustic jokes at each other and exposed each other. The girl couldn't resist and blurted out too much, but at the same moment she was taken aback and screamed so that the reporters wouldn't sketch them. She said that he was now showing his true calculating nature, and she noted that he was the lover of the mercenary queen, but he said that he was not afraid of her, and his Nuna would protect him. Choi Young-gi was burning with rage and anger because he saw how the girl treated the young man. Lee Ki-yong smiled and asked the girl if he could consider his recent statements as a threat. She ran away because she did not understand what he was talking about. He came closer to her, and with a smirk quietly told the Black Swan leadership that he wanted her to die in a place like this, and he wanted her to hit him. Lee Ki-yong quietly whispered all sorts of nasty things in her ear, and at the same time he made her lose her temper. He mocked her by saying that her own subordinates, who would secretly kill her when the situation was cleared out, would simply disperse and leave her. She couldn't stand it and attacked him with rage. But at that very moment, bursting into tears, he said with a grin that he was not relying on the great queen of mercenaries at all. She was taken aback and froze in place when someone caught her hand. Kim Hyun-sung managed to stop the girl before she could hit his friend, and he angrily told his friend that he didn't need to apologize. He looked angrily at the girl, as he could no longer stand this kind of treatment. She froze in place as she was frightened by such a thing. Kim Hyun-sung turned around and asked his friend if he was okay and if he was injured anywhere. Lee Ki-yong, sighing heavily, thanked his friend for his help and protection. But his friend asked what had happened between them. Sighing, he said that the girl had asked him to stop being friendly. She was taken aback because nothing of the sort had happened. At that very moment, the journalists began to quickly sketch and write everything down, as they had a real sensation in front of them. As expected from reporters in a Black Swan, they didn't waste a minute. But for some reason, the atmosphere during the execution of Petra's orders, and when Kim Hyun-sung appeared, was different. Lee Ki-young wanted to check if his guess was correct, so he wanted to show Im the love of his comrades, because he knew the reaction would be positive. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, began to defend his comrade in front of the girl and told her not to bother him. He noted that this was an abuse of power, and if she had problems with anyone from their squad, then she should also contact him about something like this. She was shocked, but the other members of the various guilds supported Kim Hyun-sung and said that she was only spoiling the atmosphere and causing conflicts. Sighing, she said that she would not have behaved this way if she had not been provoked, but she did not understand how she should be more patient when they put a spoke in her wheel. Choi Young-gi shouted that it was all a lie, and if she had shown even the slightest interest in the battle, everything would have been different. He noticed that the young people were not sitting idle and were constantly making their contribution to the battle. Lee Ki-yong was pleased that he was protected by people like him, and he was also glad that he had established close ties with the various members of the guild. Petra Opera looked at the men with fury, as she could not object to them. Lee Ki-yeon looked after her with a satisfied grin, because he understood that she had no place in politics at all, since she provoked those around her with barely an opening of her mouth. He understood that he would be very happy if she did not have to leave the group. At that moment, the young people were taken aback and stopped, as their team captain asked for forgiveness. He said with fury that he did not expect that they would be treated worse than street mongrels. He did not like such neglect. But he understood that from that moment on, everything would change. The young people froze in place and held their breath, as they did not understand what he intended to do. At that moment, everyone saw that he intended to show everyone his strength. Lee Ki-yong knew perfectly well that his friend did not tolerate lies and could not sit idly by while his comrades ran away. He looked at the girl predatorily because he understood that for the fact that she herself intended to, dared to touch him, he would make her pay for her choice. After some time, the young man showed all his strength and power, and at the same time, he easily dealt with all the monsters on his difficult path. Everyone present froze in shock, as they did not expect to see anything like this. At that very moment, the girl was taken aback, as she realized that the young man had willfully burst into the whirlwind of monsters, and having cut them down, had started a chain, and soon the roots would explode. She was scared because she knew it was her mistake. But Kim Yeri immediately pulled the bowstring, as she intended to deal with all the monsters in her path. She fired the arrows with ease and instantly struck the monster. Lee Ki-yong looked at the Black Swan Guild members with a mocking look as they began to bustle about very quickly. At that very moment, the young man shouted to his comrades to immediately use the spell on his signal. The young people at one signal concentrated together and released their power. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his companion with a smile, as he saw that she enjoyed combining magic with him. But at that very moment, the young man screamed and called out to everyone present, as he noticed that monsters were coming at them from all sides. Kim Hyun-sung called his comrade, as he intended to deal with the monsters with his help. He sighed and said that this little thing would possibly bring them closer to the boss. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his comrade with a satisfied smile, as he now saw him as a true leader. At the same time, the young lady was shocked and did not understand what kind of technique they were using. Since it seemed to her that he had already lived one life, Lee Ki-yong noticed that she could think with her head. He was pleased, because he understood that her plan had failed, and now the media would trumpet that the purge had been completed with the help of the Novichoks. At the same time, reporters quickly sketched everything, as the hotels wanted to get a sensation. But they were unable to quickly capture everything, as monsters were attacking them and, in a hurry, they ran, losing their notebooks with notes. The young people hastily cleared the dungeon with ease, under the guidance of their mentor. But still their opponents were strong. Pak Dok-koo in turn gave it his all, not a moment's delay. The great swordsman was focused on the fight, but he still asked his friends for help. At that very moment on the signal, the young people used their power together and directed it at the monsters. At that very moment, the fire engulfed the evil and large monster. They were happy because they could easily move forward. And at the same time, they closely watched their leader, who with icy calmness was going to break through. The young man concentrated and directed the power of the blade to cut down the enemy. Lee Ki-yong looked at his leader with admiration, as he saw that he continued to get dirty no matter what. but in turn, the priestess she cleansed him right there. He was surprised by such a cleansing, but at the same time he was glad. At that very moment, a wonderful and strong team appeared before everyone present. Everyone looked with admiration at their coherence and strength. They admired the newcomers who had just recently joined the team. Kim Hyun-sung noticed that they were being praised too much, and therefore asked everyone present to tone down their ardor a little. A moment later, the young man took a step, but noticed a small book and decided to see what was there. Petra Apra, in turn, was a little unhappy with their victory, since she wanted to take all the credit for herself, and therefore began to pick on the young men. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, as they did not understand what she was talking about. Kim Hyun-sung looked at her with bewilderment, but still asked for forgiveness, and also noted that they could have prepared from the rear. She continued to say absurd things, and at the same time everyone present begged for help. Lee Ki-yong came closer to them and said that he would like to express his opinion. He said that they were participating because they could gain experience. But now they thought that their inexperience could only hinder the entire group. He noted that he also tried his best to help in some way, but he really lacked a lot, so he wanted to make every effort. But after analyzing the recent situation, he finally understood what the problem was. At that very moment, the girl became furious. Lee Ki-yong looked at everyone present and said that he was the problem. He said that their group was causing chaos, but that was not why they went into the cave. With tears in his eyes, he sincerely asked for forgiveness and understanding, and yet he could no longer continue to cause them inconvenience. Kim Hyun-sung sighed and said that as the leader of the squad, he could no longer watch his members suffer, so he wanted to leave this dungeon. Choi Young-ji looked at the young people with bewilderment and shouted that it was not the blue that should leave. He was furious and could not stand it any longer, and at that very moment he shouted to the girl that he was sorry, but she needed to leave this dungeon. She was shocked, but she understood that they would be on the young man's side. She didn't hold back her emotions and said everything as it was. Lee Ki-yong noticed that the girl was going a bit overboard, but he was glad about it. At that very moment, she could not stand it and furiously attacked the young man, so much did she want him to disappear and for everything to end. Choi Young-gi was not going to tolerate this since he had orders to protect Lee Ki-young, so he used his strength and the girl calmed down. At that very moment, he shouted that she must leave immediately. They said that she was making too many unfounded statements, and if she caused a stir, their magic guild would also refuse to cooperate with them. The girl was furious because she understood that the young man had simply set her up. She understood that she would never forgive him for something like this. At that very moment, she shouted to the reporter that he had seen that the guilds were being threatened. She shouted that they must write everything down verbatim. After the Black Swan's departure, the cleanup ended in a peaceful and friendly atmosphere. Lee Ki-yong was happy with this outcome, as he understood that in the bright future he would shake a hefty compensation from the girl. But at that very moment he looked at the man in surprise and asked what he was looking for. At the same time, the young man called the man by name, because he was a reporter. He intended to win the journalist over to his side. Lee Ki-yong approached the man with a smile and told him not to worry as he would not tell anyone anything, while he imagined that it was difficult for him to write articles where everything was suppressed by force. Lee Ki-yong looked at the reporter and asked if he wanted a provocation so strong that it would turn the entire continent upside down. He asked if the man wanted to earn authority. A few days later, an interesting article came out about the girl abusing her power on the part of the Black Swan. The girl was furious because she had been set up, and she knew that her career would be ruined. At that very moment, the channel was taken aback, and since she heard the voice of her boss. Meanwhile, the whole city was reading the article. They were shocked by everything that was written there, but they did not mince words and insulted the guild. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, was very pleased with everything written. After some time, he was informed that the Black Swan's management had come to see him. He looked at the door with a grin, as he was expecting such a meeting. The girl bowed and announced that the manager would soon approach him for the official introduction. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback and froze in shock. He was surprised because he saw his old friend. She looked at him with a smile and greeted him, and also informed him that she was the deputy head of the Black Swan Guild. At that very moment, the young man lost the power of speech and froze in place. After some time, they sat quietly in the room while the young man digested the fact that his old, cunning girlfriend, who was the commander, was sitting in front of him. Li Ji-hai smiled and told her old acquaintance that she was glad to see him again under such circumstances. Li Ji-hai assured her friend that he didn't have to worry about the girl since she had relinquished her powers. He was surprised that she had made a coup in such a short time, but he noticed that she was good. Li Ji-hai said with a smile that she didn't understand what he was talking about, but he looked at her intently and menacingly and said that everything that happened was built by her. He said that she intended to send the girl to provoke a scandal, and at the same time she expected that he would deal with her on the spot. She smiled and said that he was indeed smart. Sighing, he said that she was incredible, and he just couldn't help but acknowledge her abilities. She said that for this reason she came to pay tribute in the form of an apology. He understood that he could not let his guard down around her. Then all attention turned to the girl, who was filled with anger and rage. At that very moment she pounced on the young man, because of him she had suffered a collapse. But she was unable to bring her plans to fruition, as she received a blow from her mentor and fell to the ground with a crash. Li Ji-hai apologized to her comrade. Li Ki-young froze for a moment at what he saw. At that very moment, with tears in her eyes, the girl began to ask for forgiveness, as well as for space, because her entire body was covered with wounds from torture. Li Ji-hai looked at her subordinate with a smirk and said that she was a good girl for apologizing. At the same time, the young man looked at everything that was happening with a fierce grin, because he understood that everything was going according to plan. A moment later, the girl left the room and left them alone. Li Ji-hai looked at her comrade with a smile and asked if this would be enough to prove his sincerity. He understood that the main thing here was completely different, so he said that it was too much. She was taken aback for a moment, as she did not understand what he was talking about. But at that very moment, he said it was too suspicious. He wanted her to say what she really wanted. Li Ki-yeon looked at his interlocutor and asked why she was going so far. He said that he knew she hated gambling, and he didn't know what it would be like if she had personal feelings or a hidden grudge against him, but he knew she was too rational for that. He didn't understand why she was playing with him. Li Ki-young wanted her to explain to him now in detail what she was really trying to achieve. He wanted to know whether she was an enemy or not. At the same moment, she asked shyly, what if it was a matter of personal feelings? She came closer to him and asked if he didn't remember their first kiss. She hugged him tenderly and said that she had told him earlier that she was attracted to ambitious men. He pushed her away and asked her not to joke about something like that, because he didn't understand what the connection was. Li Ji-hai asked if it really looked like she was joking just now. She reported that when she arrived at the Black Swan after completing the tutorial, it was in complete chaos. After all, the previous guild leader was in the city with Petra, Aprz, and at the same time, they wounded them with all their might. Then she decided to talk to the head of the guild, but she also intended to contact the young man, but changed her mind, because she understood that he was not looking for her, and she did not need it. Also, in the midst of events, she heard rumors about his new girlfriends, and now she believed that their meeting was a kind of fate. He was shocked, because he understood that this was all a misunderstanding. She was furious that he chose the sweet and innocent girl. But this was not enough for him, and he became the lover of the queen of mercenaries, although he never contacted her. The young man froze in shock, as he had not expected to hear anything like this at all. He wondered if she had behaved this way because she was offended by him. He raised the idea that she had achieved such heights because she intended to take revenge on him for not contacting her. Li Ki-young was confused and didn't know what to do, but she said that she didn't care who he spent his free time with, so much so that she will even be glad if it helps him and her in rising to the top. After all, she understood perfectly well that at the end of his journey he would choose her because he was greedy and ambitious. At the same time, she was the same and could put him on the safest throne in the world. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback as she kissed him. He was shocked, as she had not even considered the possibility that he might not take her side. He saw that she was well aware of her own value and how to put it to use. Now he finally understood why his comrade made her the camp manager. He saw that she was indeed a capable and useful card. At that moment she smiled and asked if the understanding between them had been restored. He was taken aback, but said that it was so and asked her to take care of him. After a few minutes, she decided to leave him and said that he should contact her, but it would be better on a personal matter. Then Li Qiyan, it remained, why did she choose him? Because she was capable, and he was not for the Dark Ones. She said with a smile that he had a lot of questions, and she didn't need any specific reason because she liked him. But when she opened the door, they both froze as they saw that Jung Ha-yang was standing behind the door. Jung Ha-yang was shocked and did not understand why Li Ji-hai was next to her lover. He was shocked and didn't know what to do or how to justify himself. Li Ji-hai said with an innocent smile that she now understood why he refused, since his girlfriend was next to him. Li Ji-hai smiled and said that it was all sad because he had a lover like her, and that's why he rejected her and now she has nothing to hope for. He was glad because he realized that she was truly smart, but the young lady was confused and realized that she had worked herself up in vain. At that very moment, he hugged his beloved tightly and said that there was no one dearer to him than Chung Ha-yang. Li Ji-hai said in a puzzled tone that seeing their beautiful love lifted her spirits. At that very moment, he noticed that her young lady was embarrassed and joyfully began to embrace her lover. At this, the young people looked at each other, as their little performance was a success. They intended to be together until the very end. He was glad that he managed to find his soulmate. In the past, or rather in the not-yet-to-be-present future, the entire continent was engulfed in war. The Archmage, who was envied by everyone, left behind incomprehensible words and hanged herself. The shaman who led the way was killed, and it was unknown whether the Queen of Mercenaries, who was called the Goddess of War, was still alive. Many heroes and their civilians died, and those who were his family suffered ruin, and it was all his fault. The young man looked mockingly towards the general. Kim Hyun-sung asked his opponent why he had sided with the external god, but he said that he had gone where the chances of winning were higher, which, although self-evident, was the reason. Kim Hyun-sung was furious because he saw that many people had died because of the young man, but the Dark Poppy said that he had exterminated them too, as this was part of the plans of the people above him. Kim Hyun-sung was furious and asked his opponent if he was not tormented by remorse. He said with a smirk that he was also a human like him, and that was why he was tormented by the killing of civilians, or especially when the Archmage who loved him died. He would have liked to use her longer, but she met a miserable end. It was a pity when the ruler of the empire, who loved the people, began to exterminate the family with her own hand. It turned out that she had doubts until the very end. Kim Hyun-sung was furious because he didn't understand who was in front of him, and he wanted to find out. But the young man said that the hero did not need to know such things, and he noted that Toth had reacted very passionately to the death of his loved ones, but he reacted differently to the death of strangers. The dark magician shouted at the young hero that he was simply hypocritical and false. Kim Hyun-sung couldn't stand it, and at that very moment, he told the dark magician to simply kill him. But his opponent only laughed, as he noticed that he was simply disgusting. He shouted that it was not at all fitting for a hypocrite to pretend to be a saint. At that very moment, he looked intently at everyone present and announced that he would give the young hero a chance to defend his meager conscience. He shouted that the young man must kill the creature that was next to him, because otherwise his right hand would die, and more accurately, his beloved, and he didn't have the usual option to save everyone. The young swordsman was furious, and without wasting a minute, he attacked the wedding of his sworn enemy. But the dark magician just stood together no matter what. He did not want to be hurt by such a person, and at that very moment he used his strength. At that moment, Kim Hyun-sung came across a great barrier. The blow was very strong and he felt ill immediately. He fell to the ground with a crash, but when the girl rushed towards him, she was taken aback. She was frozen in shock and unable to move as dark magic enveloped her. He looked at the young hero with a grin and asked why he was hesitating. He wanted to know if a stranger was more important to him than his beloved. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, did not want to sacrifice anyone anymore. He shouted at his opponent to stop such manipulations and take him, but the dark magician was not satisfied with this arrangement. Kim Hyun-sung, with tears in his eyes, begged for understanding. At that moment he was taken aback and turned around, as his subordinate was simply asking him to survive. The dark magician watched everything that was happening with a fierce grin on his face. But a moment later, the young lady burst into tears and was filled with rage, as her friend had taken her own life to save them. Kim Hyun-sung was shocked and could not believe what was happening, as he had lost a loved one. At that very moment, the young poppy noticed that this was all very sad, and he had not even expected such a thing. But he still praised the young man because thanks to him he was able to destroy the deputy head of the Great Guild. At that very moment he used his force as he intended to go away. As he left, he looked at the young man with a grin in farewell, as he knew that they would have another meeting. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, woke up from a terrible nightmare with horror on his face. Sighing, he looked around and realized that he was in his room and it was just a dream. He wondered if he had really returned, and he had asked himself this question several times a day. He knew that from the smell of blood that had permeated his entire body, there were no more screams and eerie cries begging for salvation. He saw that instead of dark and bad mana, a bright light was pouring out. He hadn't had dreams like that for a long time, and that's why he felt terribly uneasy about them. At the same time, he was furious, because he knew that his opponent was a creepy piece of trash in a mask. He wanted to find him and take revenge for the suffering he caused. Pak Dok-koo, in turn, burst into his comrade's room and asked if he was asleep, as it was already time to go to breakfast. After a few minutes of short preparations, he went to the dining room, while the young man was very deeply immersed in his thoughts. He knew that by leaving, he was breaking the rules of past mistakes. But he was glad that he had managed to get rid of the founder of the assassination team, and now a group of crazy maniacs would not appear in the world. Moreover, he was able to bring Ms. Hyan and Yeren into his team much earlier than he expected. He understood that no matter which way he looked at everything, at the center of all the changes, there was only one person, namely Lee Ki-yong. He understood that the young man's fighting abilities left much to be desired, but his true value lay elsewhere, for he was a capable strategist. At the same time, the young man contributed to their being able to enter the blue on good terms, and they also became friends with their mercenary queen. He was instrumental in establishing an alliance between several major guilds, and moreover, he brought in and now takes care of talents, and he also suggested the best directions and led them to success. He understood that these connections had a butterfly effect that was changing his current life. But Kim Hyun-sung was still a little confused and didn't understand why he hadn't met these people in his past life. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with bewilderment, as he did not understand what had happened to him again. At that moment, all their thoughts disappeared as Lee Sang-hee burst into the room. They looked at her in bewilderment, as they did not understand why there was such a rush. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the girl, because he knew that this time he would not let her die. She looked at everyone present and apologized for disturbing them during their meal. But she reported that an emergency had occurred that concerned their guild leader, and an emergency management meeting had been called. A moment later, the young men followed her. She reported that the situation was critical, because he was locked in the dungeon. The young people were a little puzzled. But at that very moment, Kim Hyun-sung assured his comrade that he didn't need to worry, as the guildmaster would be fine. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, was a little puzzled and did not understand why he was given the information if he did not care about others, but he still decided to trust his friend, who was reincarnated. Kim Hyun-sung looked into the distance with a sigh, but he knew he could handle it, as this was the most important moment at the beginning of the journey. It was the period when he was becoming the guild leader, and now he had to be much more careful, because he intended to protect everyone from the masked people. He intended to change the future from dark to light. He understood that in such a case he could at least atone for his guilt a little, since this was the reason for his rebirth. Long ago, when the goddess Benigor was not yet born, in one village there lived a priest who served the god of blessings and a saint who served the god of curses. One day, as if by a twist of fate, they fell in love with each other, but their love was doomed. As a result, the lovers angered the gods. But to protect each other, they created a small temple and hid in it together. But the gods built a wall between them and placed a curse on them, because of which they were forced to languish in shadows all their lives. And it was said that even after death, they still wandered there in search of each other. Li Sang-hee sighed heavily and informed everyone present that the guild leader was currently locked up in this temple. The young man was puzzled and did not understand why he went there at all. She said that he entered the temple after discovering in a solitary adventure, and the moment he opened the door, he fell under the curse. She said that they should assemble a rescue party, but the young man noticed that the old man clearly smirked when he heard such news. She looked closely at everyone present and announced that all combat units, including Mr. Lee Sol-ho, would go with her. The man was taken aback and quickly asked who would manage the guild. She looked closely at the young people and declared that in her absence they would manage the guild. Lee Ki-yong blossomed before our eyes after hearing this. He understood that this was a unique opportunity and their chance to rise to the top. The man was unhappy with this and therefore looked at them with anger. She looked at the young people with a smile and asked them to take care of the guild. But at that very moment, a man interrupted their conversation and said that this was simply unacceptable because he did not understand how she could trust green youths, an entire guild. Li Sang-hee angrily attacked the man and told him to watch his language, and at the same time she said that they had to save the guild leader. Lee Sol-ho said that they had already spent too much money on the new unit. Lee Sol-ho said with a fierce grin that young people have become very popular recently, so they could help them save themselves. And in this way they could repay them for food and shelter. Lee Sol-ho said with a smirk that they were already very weak and old, and would be of little use, but the newcomers were quite useful. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, simply could not stand it and dealt with the man on the spot. He understood perfectly well that he was simply useless. And that's why he wanted the man to die and not cause any inconvenience to others. That's exactly what he wanted to say. But unfortunately, he could not allow himself such liberties. Lee Ki-yong saw that the man wanted to stay in his chair with all his might, but he was not going to give up his guild so easily, since he wanted to take over it himself. Lee Ki-yong, he wanted to hear what his comrade had to say, but was taken aback when his faithful companion agreed to take part in the expedition. He also saw before him a fair and straightforward young man, and he was handsome, even when he was talking complete nonsense. Lee Ki-yong looked at his comrade with bewilderment, but he only asked for forgiveness. Kim Hyun-sung told his friend that he should have told him everything beforehand, but he was thinking about the expedition, because it was time for them to open the next specializations of the squad members. The young man agreed with his statement, but a hurricane raged in his soul, as his friend was missing a wonderful chance to take possession of the children. But at that very moment the old man was glad of this outcome. At this the old guild immediately made a noise, but the young lady shut them up with anger, as she was disappointed with their behavior. She knew that their guild leader would be very upset when he returned and saw the current guild. She looked closely at the old man and said that she trusted the leadership of the guild to him, so he should not disappoint her. He smiled and agreed with her. But at the same time, the young man looked intently at the old man, as he wanted to get rid of him and the others by any means possible. But as soon as he turned his head and looked at his comrade, he realized that this time he and the reborn one were thinking about the same thing. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hai was lost in her thoughts and pondering everything that was happening. She read the letter from her friend and wondered if he had really asked her out on a date. But at the same time, she was puzzled by the contents of the letter and wanted to simply stuff it. But a moment later, she saw the encrypted writing style. And at that very moment, she went to her underground office. She looked at the cute jar with a grin, but she stated that she was not helping him out of the kindness of her heart. Meanwhile, the young man was hurriedly packing all his things. He was puzzled, as he had a lot of things to do. A moment later, the young man informed the gentleman that the doctor's report had arrived. He was puzzled and did not understand what was being discussed. At that very moment, he read the letter and was delighted as his friend had encrypted everything so well. He was in anticipation, but a moment later, all his senses became heightened as he felt an eerie aura. Turning around, he was taken aback as he saw his girlfriend, who was burning with rage. She looked at him with fury and asked if he really had a pen pal. At that very moment, he said that she had misunderstood everything and that he had simply received a doctor's report. She asked in surprise if something was really hurting him. He said that he had been suffering from some kind of cold lately, and so he decided to get it checked out, but at that same moment, he saw her reaching for her ring. Lee Ki-yeon decided to quickly distract her, so he asked if she had packed her things. He was glad that he survived thanks to his friend's tweet. After some time, the young people arrived at their destination, and the deputy guild leader asked the young people for forgiveness, as she had not planned to put them in danger. But the young people assured her that she could rest easy, as they were very eager to help the guild. They said that many had helped them since the day they joined, so now it was their turn, and she was grateful to them. But after some time, their peace of mind vanished as they came across a terrible monster. The walking dead surrounded them, and the young man was taken aback, as he did not understand why the girl hid behind him. Meanwhile, the girls were happily whispering among themselves. Some of them thought they were going to some kind of festival. Lee Sang-hee sighed and said that if she were a more capable leader, such an incident would not have happened. Lee Sang-hee Gavrila, that they are of great help in saving the corners of the guild, and therefore Anna will give them an appropriate reward. But at that very moment she looked at them intently and asked where Pak Dok-koo was. The young men were taken aback and began to hastily search for their comrade. At that very moment, the girl said that the young man had followed them late because he was looking for luggage. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the girl with bewilderment because he did not know who she was. She smiled and said that she forgot to introduce herself. She introduced herself with a smile and also said that she was a magician and scientist, and that she was also Dooku's girlfriend. The young people froze in shock as they had not expected to hear anything like this. But at that very moment, they accepted reality and were dumbfounded because they realized that such a thing simply could not happen. Park Dok-koo happily ran up to his comrades and apologized for being late, and also introduced his other half. Hwang Jung-yeon said with a smile that she was unable to participate in the meeting due to circumstances, but now she was there with them, and the young man asked everyone not to offend her. But at that very moment, the young lady also stumbled and fell straight into the arms of her lover. She looked at him intently and asked for forgiveness, as she had made a mistake. He said that she did not need to apologize as it could happen to anyone, but asked her to stay close to him. At that moment, the young people looked at romance from their side with bewilderment. Lee Ki-yeon knew perfectly well that he didn't care about their relationship, but he saw that she was very strong. At the same time, the young people were being watched from the side. Everyone was taken aback as they heard a voice that gave them goosebumps. Lee Sang-hee looked at everyone present and announced that it was time for them to move forward and that they should take up fighting positions. At that very moment, by force and coercion, the book was opened. But at the same time, everyone present was taken aback. As they saw a deadly aura, they were also informed that they had entered a cursed temple. A few minutes later, Lee Ki-yeon found himself in some kind of emptiness and was taken aback, as he had no idea where he was. But at that very moment he was taken aback, because he heard a voice that informed him that he was a slippery type. He froze and couldn't move, as terrible memories from his past reality suddenly came flooding back to him. The young man was agitated. He did not understand what was happening at all, and it was difficult for him to endure this. He did not understand where everyone else was, but he clearly heard a voice from above. At that very moment, he saw the young man whom he had left at the beginning of his journey. He was ashamed of his actions, but he also wanted to live, so he couldn't do anything. A moment later, he felt someone's presence behind him, and for a moment he was taken aback, because he knew whose voice he heard. He saw the girl he killed with his own hands after his girlfriend maimed her. He understood perfectly well that people were designed this way by nature, and he could not do anything about it, since he wanted to survive. He had no personal ill will towards the young men he left to die, but he knew he had to survive no matter what. At that very moment he saw the real killer in front of him, who was mocking him and saying that they were of the same feather. Lee Ki-yong was taken aback because he didn't expect to see the man. He understood that he had no right to tell him anything, and they were not alike at all. At the same time, the young man understood that he had to calm down, and since it was all fake, Lee Ki-yong shouted that they could talk all they wanted, but in the end, they all lost, and he was alive. He shouted that they should stop such talk and leave immediately. At the same time, the young man ran away in a hurry and looked for his friends, but the further he ran, the more dizzy he became. A moment later, he came to his senses and realized that the damage was greater than it seemed at first glance. He was taken aback and turned around when he felt someone's touch. Unable to bear it, he screamed. But at that very moment, he clearly saw his comrade in front of him, who asked for forgiveness for having frightened him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, as he was glad to see his friend, despite everything. But after a moment, he looked at everyone present with bewilderment, as he saw that each of them was writhing in pain. In the distance, he noticed his girlfriend, who was sitting quietly in one place, and did not make any sounds, but he thought that she would cry and rage all over. Lee Ki-yong was a little puzzled and asked his friend how to wake them all up. Moments later, the young people began to rescue their friends, but the young lady sat quietly in one place, as she was absorbed in her feelings and emotions, as well as false memories. She remembered how her lover kissed a cruel woman against his will. She remembered him talking to their old friend with a playful smile. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, slowly clicked to her friend, while she, with burning eyes of despair and agony, quietly whispered that she needed to kill. He was taken aback and froze as he saw all her fury. Lee Ki-yong was shocked because he heard that she was planning to commit murder, because that was how they could be together. Lee Ki-yong used his power at that moment because he wanted to see what was said about the system. But he was taken aback and wondered why nothing had happened. But a moment later he froze, and goosebumps ran through his body from her bloodthirsty appearance, and at the same time she radiated calmness itself. He was scared and didn't know what to do in such a situation, but at that very moment he received a strong blow from his beloved. The young man was unable to react, and with a cold-blooded grip she pulled him into her net. She wanted to take care of him and dreamed of always being near him because she loved him to the point of losing consciousness. Jung Ha-yang, in turn, happily prepared a pleasant dinner for her lover. She said with a smile that such an apron is usually worn only by newlyweds. For this reason, she put it on. The young man was taken aback as he saw a mountain of corpses in front of him. She looked at him with a smile and said that he didn't need anyone but her, and she didn't want him to be upset. She asked if he was behaving this way because she had cut off his legs. At that very moment, her face changed, and bursting into tears, she said that it was all because of her, and she shouldn't have done something like that. The young man froze in place because he could not have imagined such a thing. He understood that he had to try to rid her of such visions. He was aware of the fact that the real boss of this world was she. Juliana, the host of a heroic-level dungeon, was truly powerful. Not only were the conditions of the walkthrough quite difficult, but she also used a problematic technique. They understood that she was clearly not an opponent you could defeat with a basic specialization. At the same moment, the young lady shouted to everyone present that their goal was to save the survivors and the guild leader. She screamed that if they couldn't find a way to lift the curse, they would have to abandon the expedition because their lives were a priority. But the young man's goal is a legendary-level sword, which was wielded by Juliana. He understood that he also needed to pump up the members of the ranks, Li Qiyan looked at his girlfriend intently, as he understood that his true goal lay elsewhere. He was puzzled because he saw that she was completely out of control of herself. She wanted to gain power in order to exterminate humanity. He was shocked and did not know what to do, but he understood that she was ready to do anything for him and even exterminate humanity. He entrusted everything else to the excellent magician, and now all that was left for him was to keep his young friend close to him. He understood that the most important thing now was to instill in her the belief that he would always be with her. But she didn't hear him and repeated that he had a new girlfriend. Li Qiyan was taken aback and moved away from the girl. He did not understand what she was talking about, since earlier the young lady introduced herself as a girl and their friend, Jung Ha-yang, said that he was right. But still, she was overcome with a feeling of loss. He was frightened because he understood that everything was worse than he had imagined. At that moment, Jung Ha-yang used her powers on her lover because she wanted only her to be by his side. He was taken aback and froze in shock, unable to move, as she had used her power to trap him in a cage. He was scared because he saw that she had made a glass cage, and he shouted and asked her to calm down and not to joke like that. Jung Ha-yang shouted with a satisfied smile that they would now be together forever, because she had made the perfect nest for them. She repeated that they would be together forever and that they would realize the ending they had dreamed of so much. Jung Ha-yang, without listening to her lover, used magic, and a sharp knife appeared in her hands. She asked if he agreed with her. Li Qiyan looked at his friend intently and told her to let him go, since she had previously promised that she would not use such magic on him. In fact, she had cast all sorts of strange tracking spells on his body. Then she used an intermediary, namely his tooth, which she had picked up not so long ago, and she also hung a bunch of spells in his room at her own discretion, and he did not interfere with her, because in this she felt her desire to protect him. Even though he was puzzled by this, he thought it was a good exchange, and for the sake of being able to control her, but now everything was different. She smiled and said that she would release them when there was only them and no one else left in the world. With their eyes burning with anger, she said that she would kill everyone in her path. He was shocked, as he could not stop her. Li Qiyan knew that things had gone downhill, but he knew that he had to somehow prevent the bad ending, so he tried to call for help. But all his attempts were unsuccessful, as she used magic, and he became invisible to others, just like her. He knew he had to escape at any cost and save humanity, but he knew it would be difficult. At that very moment, the girl was taken aback as she heard some whisper behind her. Li Qiyan decided to take advantage of the opportunity and started screaming, but she immediately used her strength and covered his mouth. She looked at him intently and told him in a frightened voice to sit still. Li Qiyan was confused and understood that no one could hear or see him, but he still prayed to someone for help. At that moment he was taken aback, because he heard a sound, and after it followed the voice of the magician's girl, she asked what he was doing. Kim Hyun-sung told his comrade that they needed to worry about waking up their friends first. But he was taken aback and turned around as he did not hear an answer from his comrade. At that very moment he became numb because he did not understand where his comrade had gone, and at the same time he had a bad feeling. He looked around and noticed that his friends had already returned to normal. But at that very moment he realized with horror that Chung Ha-yang was not on the horizon. The young man ran in a hurry to look around the hall as he did not understand where they had gone. Li Qiyan screamed with all his might as he knew he needed to get out of the cage as quickly as possible. But at that very moment he froze with bewilderment on his face as he realized that the young sorceress had seen him, and the girl said that she had finished preparing the cheese with the potion that he had asked for earlier. She was surprised that he had fallen into such a trap. At that moment he clearly saw that she was wearing heroic-level magic glasses. But he understood that now was not the time to be surprised by such things, because his girlfriend was walking around with a knife in her hands, and she wanted to deal with everyone in her path. At that very moment he began to scream and knock on the cage. Looking at him, she said that she understood everything. After a few minutes, she finally managed to remove the gag from him. He suggested that she break the cage with physical force. But a moment later, Pak Dok-koo came up to them and asked his girlfriend what she was sitting in the corner about. At that very moment, she shouted that his friend was in the cage. Park Dok-koo froze in shock as he didn't expect this. He looked at the emptiness with bewilderment, since he did not see the cage. At the same time, Lee Ki-yeon looked at his friend with a satisfied grin, since he understood that he would help him. A moment later, the young man began to knock on the cage. A few minutes later, with the help of a magical device, they heard each other. Lee Ki-young asked his friend if he had just started dating a girl. Park Duk-koo said that several months had passed since the beginning of their relationship, but he was confused and did not understand why his friend asked him such a question. At that very moment, the young man told his friend that they must save her world and burn a long life together, and besides them, no one could do this. Park Dok-koo. At that very moment, he began to shout to his friend that he would do everything possible and help them. A moment later, he delivered a powerful blow to the cage, but it had no effect. Park Deok-koo was shocked because he realized that his strength was not enough. Lee Ki-young wanted his friend to repay him for saving his life, so he began to press on pity. At that very moment, the young people began to shed bitter tears. Lee Ki-young, without losing his cool, used all his acting skills because he wanted his friend to save him. He began to talk and talk about a bright future, but at the same time he added gloomy words at the end. The young man was puzzled because he understood that he had to save his friend. At that very moment he shouted that he would immediately save him, and at the same time he burst into flames as he intended to confirm his words with actions. Without wasting a minute, with tears in his eyes, he rushed to the cage as he wanted to get rid of it and get his friend out. He delivered a crushing blow to the cage with all his might. And at that very moment, the cage collapsed. Lee Ki-young was glad of this, and at that very moment he realized that his comrade was weak to such words. He looked closely at his rescuers and announced that he would not only pay for their visits, but would also draw up a plan for them, choosing only the best places on the continent. Jung Ha-yang turned around with horror in her eyes as she heard a crash where her lover was. Without a moment's delay, she ran towards them and began shouting at her comrades to take their dirty hands off him. She shouted at her lover to get away from the woman immediately, but at that very moment all her words disappeared as the young man kissed her tenderly. He immediately gave her a special drug in the form of a tablet. In this way, he wanted to show her that he belonged only to her. At that moment, the young people looked at them intently as they were glad that everything ended well. Kim Hyun-sung ran up to the young men with a joyful smile as he was glad that they were safe and sound. Jung Ha-yang burst into bitter tears and shouted that she had returned back, and at the same time thanked her lover for saving her and said that she would be obedient. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the young lady with horror and wondered if she was also overworked. Lee Ki-young then set up a treatment center and saved everyone else with the medicine he created, making the cleanup easier than expected. However, during the process, the deputy guild leader felt guilty for not being able to properly protect the squad. Therefore, the right to lead this expedition was transferred to Kim Hyun's son. So their team reached the boss's room. A moment later, they were informed that they had encountered a saint and were forcibly thrown into a new quest. They were shocked because they saw the saint in a very bad mood. She was burning with anger and fury as they dared to come to her and disturb her peace. In doing so, she used her power and inflicted devastating damage on everyone who came to her. Lee Sang-hee realized what was happening and at the same moment shouted to everyone to get ready, and the Dark Priestess also used her power and shielded everyone with her shield. Pak Dok-koo was the first to rush into battle, protecting the rear of his comrade. At the same time, their enemy did not hesitate, and, using force, she managed to detain Pak Dok-koo in the shackles of darkness. He was thrown back, but at the same time, Kim Hyun-sung was rushing towards his enemy at full speed, no matter what. Lee Ki-young was puzzled and understood that all hope lay with their leader. At that very moment, he raised his blade over the evil spirit. But she noticed the approach of the uninvited guest, and at that very moment, she used her power. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like this. At that very moment, he landed on the ground with a bang, as she had indeed wounded him, and very badly. Lee Ki-yeon froze in shock as he expected his comrade to handle her. He didn't understand what had happened and didn't know what they should do now that the strongest member of the guild had been wounded. Now he realized that there was a significant difference in their levels because she had wounded his friend with ease. He was scared because he couldn't predict her attacks, and because of her barrier, they couldn't get close to her. He knew he had to do something, so he focused all his strength on her. But at the same time, Lee Ki-yeon knew that he would not harm her much and did not understand what he should do in such a situation. At that very moment, everyone present was shocked as a ball of black magic flew towards them. Lee Ki-yeon was scared and didn't understand why something like that was flying towards him and not towards someone else. At that very moment, the islands began to tremble as he saw that the barrier was cracking at the seams. His friends consoled him and cried out and ran to him. Lee Ki-yeon immediately realized that he needed to use his acting skills again, and without wasting a minute, he fell to his knees, with tears in his eyes, calling out to his beloved Yuliana. She froze for a moment in shock, as she had not expected this. But at that very moment, she evaporated right before everyone's eyes. His friends looked at him in bewilderment as they did not understand what had happened. At the same time, he saw that the barrier had been removed, but he understood that if he angered her, he would die. At that moment, she looked at him intently and called out tenderly, because she thought that in front of her was her beloved. Lee Ki-yeon quickly agreed that she was thinking correctly. He looked at her with a smile and said that she was his love. He understood that they were married at first sight. Lee Ki-yeon began to tell the girl that she was his one and only immortal love. She was taken aback and wondered if it was really her beloved in front of her. He smiled tenderly and said that it was true because he was her only betrothed. But at that very moment, a feeling of mistrust crept into her soul. She screamed that he was a golden-haired, handsome man with whom no flower could compare, and his eyes were a different color, and now he was completely different in front of her. The young man was taken aback and immediately announced that he had been reborn in another body. She was furious and knew that this was not true. Looking at the girl, he learned that her lover had sacrificed himself to protect his beloved from the wrath of God. At that very moment, he seized upon this information. She burst into tears as she realized that it was her beloved who stood before her. Lee Ki-yeon screamed and told the girl that someone was suppressing him, and she should run faster. At that very moment, the young men shouted to the girl that her beloved was in their hands, and if she wanted to take him, she should listen to their instructions. She asked angrily if they were really knights of the temple. Young Ha-yang, without wasting a moment, directed all her power at the ghost, as she could not allow her to stay with her lover. At the same time, the young man looked intently at everything that was happening with a satisfied smile, since he had done everything he could. Without wasting a minute, the girl took out her trusty sword and looked at everyone present with fury. At that moment, she directed all her power at them. Lee Ki-yeon was scared because he saw swords rushing towards his friend. Lee Ki-yeon, using his superpower, noticed that his comrade had switched to a heroic-level specialization. He was pleased with everything he saw, and he was simply bursting with pride for his friend. He also noticed that his friend was wonderful even in a brutal fight. And at that very moment he saw his friend engaged in a fierce battle with a fierce enemy. Standing at a distance, he watched the battle with joy, but at the same time his comrades watched this battle with bated breath. The girl stood and jumped back in anger as he dealt her a strong blow. But she wasn't going to give up so easily, and at that very moment she directed all her rage at the young swordsman. Lee Ki-yeon was shocked because he saw what she was capable of. He was very worried about his friend, as he was afraid that she could easily kill him. Lee Ki-yeon screamed in his heart as he saw her heading towards him with all her fury, wanting to deal him a crushing blow. At that very moment, he burst into tears and shouted at his girlfriend not to touch the young man. She was taken aback and turned around hastily at his cry. At this she opened herself up for a blow, and the young man immediately dealt her a crushing blow, and thus pierced her through with his sword. She was shocked and screamed her lover's name with all her might. Lee Ki-young sighed heavily and told the girl that he would never forget her death, while shedding a bitter tear. She looked at him tenderly, and with her last strength, smiling, she said that she would not forget him and would always be by his side. A moment later they were informed that they had completed the quest, but the young man felt like a moral monster. Lee Sang-hee happily rushed to the young people, praising them for how well they tried and did. But at that very moment she was taken aback as she saw a bright light. She was shocked, because she understood that now they could see the ceremony of choosing the new owner of the legendary level sword. Lee Sang-hee said that such legendary items choose their owner, and in their case, it was the boss's sword. They knew who killed the boss, and therefore knew who the sword would belong to. Lee Ki-young looked at his comrade, as he realized that he was hunting for the beautiful sword. Lee Ki-young praised his comrade with a smile, as he understood that he had received it in a fair fight. The young man slowly approached the ball, as he was glad that it would finally belong to him. He clearly remembered who this sword had been loyal to in his past life, and he knew that its owner was a bloodthirsty and terrible psychopathic killer. But now he felt relieved that this item had fallen into his hands. He looked at the beautiful object with a gentle smile and reached out to it. But in turn, he did not get it, but only saw the light that scattered throughout the hall. Everyone present was shocked, because the power of the confrontation was enormous. Lee Ki-young was scared and confused because he didn't understand what was happening at all. The young lady shouted to everyone to remain calm, as it was not an explosion at all. She told her comrade to try again. At the same time, the sword whispered and called Gedrick. Lee Ki-yen was immediately taken aback, as his hand moved towards the sword on its own. Kim Hyun-sung continued to reach for the legendary sword, hoping that it would not reject him again. But a moment later, everyone was taken aback and froze in shock as the legendary item chose its owner, and it was none other than Lee Ki-young. He was shocked and understood that he had not signed up for this, because he was not even a swordsman. The young man sighed heavily, as he realized that in this life, too, he had not received the beautiful object. Lee Ki-young was furious and understood that he had not staged a one-man show in order to steal his friend's sword. But moments later he was overwhelmed with delight when he saw that incredible power was available to him. At that very moment he accepted the gift of fate. For him, such skills were completely useless, but he was glad that the sword automatically protected the owner. At the same moment, he asked his friend for forgiveness, since he did not expect this. Kim Hyun-sung smiled and told his friend that this was the will of the sword and they couldn't do anything about it. And since things had come to this conclusion, it would be useful for him to teach stuffing. Kim Hyun-sung smiled and said that he was looking forward to the day when they could spar, but Lee Ki-young felt that his friend was being sarcastic. A moment later, they were all informed that the guild leader had been found. The young lady was delighted with this outcome. At this, the young man became gloomy, since everything did not go according to his plan. After some time, everyone sincerely said goodbye to the head of the Great Guild. The head of the Blue Guild was dead. At this, the young lady burst into tears because she knew that her uncle had promised that he would live with her until the very end. Lee Ki-young looked closely at his friend because he decided that this had been decided long ago because he was calm. But at the same time, looking at his friend, he wondered if the head of the guild really died so easily, because, considering everything that had happened earlier, it seemed to him as if everything was far-fetched, so he realized that it was not murder. But at the same time, he was confused, because he saw a bright smile on the man's face, despite the fact that he was in an atmosphere of mourning. Lee Ki-young knew very well that everything was going too well, but he knew that the case looked quite interesting, so he needed to dig deeper. Lee Ki-young clearly saw that Lee Seol-ho was the only psychopath who was having fun at his old friend's funeral, but he also had a hard time holding back his laughter. After some time, The young people were sitting in the dining room, but they were taken aback when an old man approached them and said with a grin that they had somehow returned back and were alive. Park Dok-koo was taken aback by such words, and unable to bear it, he shouted at the old man, and at the same time insulted him. Lee Sol-ho mockingly said that such words should only be addressed to Lee Ki-young. Since he had only gotten out of it at the expense of others, the young men were furious. They did not like it at all that the old man had started insulting their comrade. He sighed and said that they had barely managed to save their leader, dragging the wicked alchemist on their backs throughout the dungeon, and yet something irreparable had happened. Shedding bitter tears, he said that a few days later their comrade also passed away alone to another world while everyone was sleeping, so he was very sad, because he hoped that his friend would return safe and sound. Lee Ki-young looked closely at the man and asked if he really wanted them to believe him now. The man was taken aback, as he did not understand why he suddenly said such a thing. But the young man menacingly declared to his companion that it was his fault that the head of the guild had died, and he did not forget to insult him. Lee Seol-ho was furious and shouted that they hired help to save the leader. They worked for the sake of taking care of the entire group, and now he was saying such words. Lee Sol-ho said with fury that they simply couldn't find the right people. The young man asked the old man if he was really proud of this, since it wasn't just that they couldn't do something like this. They didn't even try. At that moment, everyone looked at him menacingly, and the young man stated that earlier the man had said that the leader had died alone while everyone was sleeping, but those were very strange words. After all, the man spoke as if he had seen everything with his own eyes. He also asked how the man knew about how the guild leader had died if he had not been there. The man looked at the young man with anger and asked what he was getting at. Lee Ki-young told the man with a smirk that his insistence that the boss died alone sounded like a cover for him killing him himself. At that moment, the man could not stand it and attacked the young man with rage. He did not understand how he dared to say such a thing, but at the same time he began to threaten him. Lee Ki-young looked at the man with a grin and immediately began to make fun of him. The man was taken aback as he saw that in front of him was simply a crazy baby. Lee Ki-young smirked and told his opponent that he was simply demonstrating what yapping was and that he was only stating facts. Lee Ki-young asked the man with a satisfied smile why he was so nervous. He wondered if it was really his fault. Lee Sol-ho angrily asked Lee Ki-young if he was asking for trouble, while he threatened him and said that he would help him die. Jung Ha-yang was shocked by everything that was happening, and at the same time she was very worried about her lover, since the man was threatening him. Lee Ki-young knew perfectly well that if the man hit the water it would hurt him because he was just a fragile chemist. He was looking forward to this fight, but at the same time the man was taken aback as the tip of a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. At that moment he was taken aback and moved away, since this was something new for him. Lee Ki-young calmed his trusty sword with a smile, as he knew that it did not need to worry about such insults, but at the same time he was glad for such a call, which happened automatically. At that moment he was taken aback, as he saw that his girlfriend was furiously jealous of his sword. Lee Ki-young looked at the man and said with a smile that he had gotten the sword by chance in the dungeon, and it seemed to be quite useful. The man then angrily insulted the young man. Lee Ki-young informed his companion that he was leaving, but at the same time he asked the man to fill out reports and send them to the lady and him. Lee Ki-young, looking at his girlfriend, said that he would come to them soon, since now he needed to go away, because he had things to do. He looked at the man with a smirk, because he wanted to make him feel guilty, but at the same time he understood that it was not the truth that ruled the balloon. But now he clearly saw the incitement and the frame-up, but at the same time, as he was leaving, he showed an obscene gesture to the man. Lee Sol-ho looked at the young man with anger. He was very angry and understood that he would not let something like this go unpunished. After some time, the young man met his girlfriend. She told him about a large guild in the city, and while making inquiries, she learned that the guild cooperates with Lee Sol-ho. She said that she believed that in exchange for help, he was going to let them absorb the blue, and perhaps even spent the funds intended for their squad on their financing. She was furious because she understood that he was simply crazy. Now the young man understood why they had been dragging their feet on the heroic class items. Lee Ji-hai knew it was a bad thing, but at the same time, the merger leader and the other independent guilds in the city couldn't start a war against each other. Lee Ji-hai sighed and said that she had learned a little about the guild leader, and since she had learned a lot of new things, she had concluded that the guild leader's death was Lee Sol-ho's doing, since she had not found a single piece of evidence that indicated otherwise. Looking at her friend, she said that she could conclude that he had indeed died of natural causes, but at the same time, everything was very suspicious. He sighed heavily and called her. At the same time, the young man said with a grin that since they didn't have any evidence on hand, they couldn't have created it. The young lady looked at her companion in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. At that moment he was taken aback and wondered if she was really just as much trash as he was. She smiled and said that it seemed like he didn't know anything, since she always tried to do everything in advance. The young lady slowly approached her companion and said that since they had no evidence, they would have to create it. He looked at her with a fierce grin, as he was glad that they were on the same wavelength, while he assumed that she was his long-lost twin. Lee Ji-hai looked at her companion with a smile and said that she was talking about a prescription drug. She said that she ordered her subordinate to spray it on old man Lee Sol-ho's uniform. She looked closely at her comrade and informed him that he could use the rest at his own discretion. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his companion with a satisfied grin, as he understood that she thought the same way as he did. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his friend in surprise as he told her to stay in the guild, Park Dok-ku, but for some reason she came to him again, and the young lady said that she was very worried, so she wanted to meet him. Jung Ha-yang looked at the young man and said that she was a little worried, but that he shouldn't worry because she wanted to protect him. He looked at her closely and realized that nothing terrible had happened. After some time, they were walking around the city. Lee Ki-young looked at his friend closely and told her that it was a fine day, so he asked her if she wanted to take a short walk on the way back. At that moment, she happily said that it all reminded her of her dates. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his friend and said that they had not had dinner together for a long time, so he offered her dinner. At that moment, she happily agreed. But a moment later, the young lady used her power and took advantage of the wind barrier. Lee Ki-yeon was frozen in a daze, as he did not understand what was happening, since she blocked him with her body and used her magic. He was shocked and did not understand what was happening at all, since they were leisurely walking around the city and nothing foreshadowed trouble. But at that very moment, he turned around and saw that the terrorist assassins were attacking them. He was scared and confused, as they were aiming at him. At that moment he remembered the old man, as he had recently threatened him, and wondered how he had managed to return from the dungeon alive. He was taken aback and wondered if all that had happened was the work of that crazy old man, but he understood that the old man had simply gone crazy, since he had organized an assassination attempt in the center of a busy city. But the young lady immediately, and at that very moment, she used her power and took advantage of the blast of wind. Jung Ha-yang looked at her enemies with fury, as she did not understand how they dared to attack them. She was burning with anger and fury, as she did not understand why they suddenly interrupted their dates. Lee Ki-yeon, in turn, froze for a moment, as she spoke like a third-rate villain. At that very moment, she reached out to her lover and, with tears in her eyes, told him not to worry, as she intended to protect him. She looked intently at her lover, and bursting into tears, said that she would definitely protect him no matter what. He was shocked and did not understand why her face was so twisted. He was taken aback and assumed that he had simply imagined it, but he also noticed that she had gotten hurt while defending him. Jung Ha-yang continued to scream, telling her lover that she would definitely protect him. At that moment she used her power, namely the wind blade. The young man was taken aback as his companion used a wind blast. He knew that if she continued to waste her mana like this, it would soon run out. Lee Ki-yeon looked closely at his friend and suggested that they try to get out of this together. In turn, he preferred to do it together with her. He understood that she was one of his most valuable cards. She was embarrassed by such words, but he understood that he simply could not lose her in such a place. At the same time, the young man understood that he could take care of the small enemies with the help of his trusty sword. He understood that he needed to hold out until help arrived, because if they stopped, they would die. At that very moment, the young man pounced on his opponents and threw his sharp dagger at them. The young lady screamed with horror on her face and called her friend. He was very worried and hoped that she would deal with such an incident. At this point, Jung Ha-yang used her power and directed the wind barrier to her defense, and she managed to protect them, but Lee Ki-yeon realized that her power did not help them because the difference in levels was too great. She screamed with all her might and asked him to take care of himself, and in doing so she pushed him aside. He understood perfectly well that no matter how great a magician she was, her body was still human. He screamed and at the same time summoned his sword. But the young lady, without wasting a minute, rushed to defend her lover. She hugged him tightly and protected him with her body, while the young man was taken aback, as he did not understand what she was doing. At that very moment, he screamed and was taken aback, because he realized that his beloved had protected him with her body. And at the same time, she had received severe damage, because sharp daggers had pierced her fragile body. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his companion with horror, because he understood that she had simply gone crazy, because she had protected him with her body, and at the same time the young lady was asking with the last of her strength if he was injured. Lee Ki-yeon looked intently at his beloved and, taken aback, asked what she was doing, calling for his trusty sword. At this, Jung Ha-yang screamed and told her lover not to call on his sword. With the last of her strength, she told him to call on her, since she sincerely wanted to hear her name from his lips. Jung Ha-yang, in turn, understood perfectly well that she had to be strong for the sake of her lover, because she wanted to earn his recognition and be by his side. Lee Ki-yeon, in turn, was shocked by everything that was happening, but he immediately used his magic and created a shield of mana. He was glad that he had another backup for such an eventuality, but a moment later he was taken aback as a sharp blade destroyed his barrier. He froze in horror as his barrier was broken, and at the same time his friend received a new portion of pain as a new blade dug into her back. She was trembling with pain, but at the same time she asked the young man for forgiveness. She looked at him with a tender smile and said that she wanted to stay with him forever. He was shocked and did not understand why she continued to protect him so much. Lee Ki-yeon tried to push his friend away, but she flatly refused, and with the last of her strength, she used the wind barrier. Lee Ki-yeon, with tears in his eyes, shouted at her not to use her strength, and he, burning with anger, shouted at her to move away immediately. Lee Ki-yeon was shocked by everything that was happening and asked himself if she was really dying, and he was furious because this was not part of his plans. He couldn't bear it and burst into tears. At that moment he wondered if it was all because of him and because he was using her. He screamed at her furiously, but all this time she hugged him and screamed that she loved him. Lee Ki-yeon screamed furiously that she should not die in his arms, because she herself had made plans for their life together. He screamed that she was putting herself in danger and therefore should get off immediately. But at that very moment one mercenary was torn to pieces. Lee Ki-yeon was taken aback and froze for a moment. Meanwhile, the mercenary queen, Vizdia, said that she was simply shocked by everything that was happening, because she only had to go on a short campaign, and something like this happened. She was angry because there were many people who did not take her seriously. She looked at everyone present with fury, because she did not understand how they dared to raise a hand against her lover. Lee Ki-yeon was puzzled by everything that was happening. He did not expect to meet the queen of mercenaries at all, but he relaxed a little and did not notice that an assassination attempt was being prepared on him from behind. But the man failed to bring his plans to fruition, and at that very moment he was defeated, while the young men ran in haste to their comrade. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his friends with a puzzled smile, as he was glad that they came to his aid, but at the same time he was trembling with fear, holding his girlfriend's body. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his friend with anger and asked who dared to do something like this to them. Lee Ki-young looked at his friend intently, but did not answer, but he knew that Lee Sol-ho was involved in the matter. Sighing, he said that he did not know who was involved in such a thing. He said that he had some business guilds, and the Black Swan attacked them on the way back. Kim Hyun-sung was furious and knew that now was not the time for questioning, and they needed to deal with the mercenaries. Lee Ki-young stared at his comrades. He knew very well that Lee Sol-ho was just a crazy old man, but he really wanted to tell his friends everything so that they could deal with him immediately. However, after everything he saw, he intended to destroy the man with his own hands and take revenge on him for his girlfriend. At that very moment, he could not stand it and shouted to his girlfriend that he loved her very much. He understood that these were exactly the words she wanted to hear from him. At the same time, he immediately used his potion and tried to give her some to drink. At that very moment, he was taken aback as he felt the tongue moving. He realized that she was alive, but at the same time, he exhaled in horror. After some time, the young people figured out everything on their way, and after hearing this, the mercenary queen said that they suspected that the old man was involved in everything, and therefore he wanted to figure everything out on his own. She didn't object and didn't want to stop her friend, but she was very angry, since they dared to encroach on the queen's lover. This certainly undermined her authority. She looked closely at her friend and asked who she could take out her anger on if he dealt with the old man. He sighed heavily and said that she could deal with the Yamada Guild. At the same time, he said that the old man had made some kind of deal with them, so he was simply going to pin what happened on them, believing that the thing that bothered him most was the old man's presence in the guild. Lee Ki-young sighed and said that they needed to make it look like the old man was actually a spy from the Yamata Guild, so the blue one was also a victim, and that way they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his friend with a fierce grin and said that then she would be able to smear them, and even if they were also from the independent city, it would be a smarter basis for an attack. The mercenary queen looked closely at the young man and said with a grin that he knew how to entertain her very well. At that very moment, she hugged him tightly and said that he was her precious piece of trash. He only sighed but did not answer. But the young man understood perfectly well that if he gave in and showed his feelings, the battle would be lost. Lee Sang-hee met her comrades after everything that had happened and promised, since she could not understand who was able to do such a thing, and the man said that, most likely, some bandits were targeting the legendary weapon, but since he was able to return to the guild on his own 2 feet, then everything was not so serious. Lee Ki-young knew very well that he needed to control himself and not get nervous. He reported that they were attacked by a group of professional killers, and he said that he knew why they attacked him. Lee Ki-yeon looked closely at his friend and asked if she would believe him. If he told her what he had found out, he immediately said that the guild leader was killed by none other than Lee Sol-ho, using this potion. Trembling with fear, he said he was attacked because he had learned a secret he shouldn't have known. And he would now like to tell about the potion with which Lee Sol-ho killed the guild leader. The young lady was shocked and did not understand what he was talking about. At that very moment, she turned to the man and demanded an explanation from him, but the man was taken aback and said that she should not believe the charlatan. Lee Sol-ho, looking at everyone present, said that the young man had simply misunderstood him and imagined something different, but he swore that he had not killed anyone, and she should believe him. The young man sighed heavily and said that there was no misunderstanding in this matter. She sighed and said that there were indeed many strange things about the leader's death, and so she asked her companion to tell her everything he had learned. Lee Ki-yeon sighed and said that he would tell her all the information he knew, namely, the truth about the death of the guild leader. He reported that after his return, the man, although slowly, was recovering, but died very unexpectedly and quickly. During the investigation regarding the leader's stay in the dungeon, it was discovered that all supplies were somehow interrupted midway, and the senior guilds were strangely happy about something after the death of the guild leader. Frankly speaking, it was from that moment that he suspected that this was not a simple death, but a murder, which could have been committed by someone from the guild or from the outside. And then during their conversation with Lee Sol-ho, he suspected his involvement in the murder, since the old man said that the head of the guild passed away while everyone was sleeping. Lee Ki-yong said that he found out that the only one left with his head that night was his loyal and old friend, but since he suspected none other than the guild master's right hand, he resorted to the help of the Black Swan Guild, since they are good at finding information. To his shock, upon investigation, he found out that Lee Sol-ho had recently purchased a certain potion. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he did not understand what he was saying. He shouted that he had never bought anything. Lee Sang-hee looked at her comrade intently and asked him to continue his story, and he was glad because he saw that she was on the side of justice. He also said that after the funeral ceremony, he and Jong-yeon examined the body of the guild leader. At the same time, they managed to find traces of the same potion in his body that Lee Sol-ho bought in Cilia. She was shocked because she did not expect such a thing. He said that because of this, he immediately went into the man's room. There he found a secret enchanted box, and inside it was that very potion. Since he interfered in the man's affairs, the man sent his men to deal with him. Bursting into tears, he screamed that his friend had risked her life to protect him. He screamed at the young lady that her uncle was no longer the kind and good man she had known for a long time. He screamed that the old man was a terrible criminal who had not only killed the head of the guild, but had also carried out a real terrorist attack in the city. The man looked at the young man with anger, as he had put on a whole show and composed a very believable tale. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, was pleased with himself, as he had previously dreamed of becoming a writer. The man looked closely at the girl and told her not to let herself be deceived, and if such a thing were true, then she would immediately be informed of the results of the examination of the guild leader's body. He said that the young man had bribed everyone to frame him as the murderer. At that very moment, he swore that he had nothing to do with the death of the guild leader, and even more so, he had nothing to do with this attack. Lee Ki-yong looked at the old man with a predatory grin because he understood that he might not have been connected with the attack, but he intended to make sure that the old man answered for everything. At that moment, he burst into tears and, looking away from the girl, said that he intended to report to her the results of the examination, but the sudden attack destroyed all his plans. At that very moment, she coldly told him to shut up. The young man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. At the same time, the old man looked at the young man with a satisfied grin, as he realized that she did not believe him. He joyfully thanked the young lady for her trust, and at the same time he shouted to the guards to immediately throw the charlatan into prison. Lee Sang-hee looked at the old man and angrily told him to shut up. He was shocked because he did not expect this, but at the same moment she said that everything was very suspicious about him, and therefore she reproached herself for trusting him. He shouted that it was slander and a setup, but at the same moment he promised as he saw the tip of the sword in front of him. Lee Sang-hee glared at the man and shouted as she wanted to know who was behind him. She knew that someone as reckless as him definitely couldn't pull off such a thing alone. She said furiously that she wanted to deal with him right now, but she intended to limit herself to one hand in memory of their past affection, but she still wanted to know who he worked for. At that very moment, the young man entered the forest during their conversation, and after asking the young lady for forgiveness, reported that the Black Swan Investigative Department had also managed to find out who was behind such cases. He looked at her intently and informed her that the Yamata Guild was involved in something similar, and at the same moment he provided the relevant evidence. The man froze in place, as he did not expect this. Lee Ki-yong also reported that the man gave 80% of Blue's funds to the Yamata Guild. For this reason, Blue found itself in a difficult financial situation. Li Qiyong shouted that the man was just a disgusting traitor, but he drove them into the cursed temple, because he hoped that they would die there. He wanted to seize power of the guild. She was furious because she knew that he had killed many people because of his greed. At that moment, the man screamed and said that he would tell the whole truth. He said that he really had connections with the guild, but he did everything for the sake of the future of the Blue, because their guild was on the verge of collapse. And he had no other choice, because he intended to resurrect the guild. He shouted that he did everything for the sake of their guild, while the young people understood that this was treason on his part. At that very moment, he shouted that he had nothing to do with the death of his friend, but she did not believe his words. Lee Sol-ho, with tears in his eyes, shouted at the young lady that they were all family to him. He did not skimp and played on her emotions. He said that he didn't have a single close person, but they became family for him. He said that he saw them as comrades and his children. Lee Seol-ho said that the guild leader was an extremely optimistic and engaging person, and even though he was younger than him, he always admired him, so he would not dare to harm his family member. Bursting into tears, he begged the young lady to believe him. She was shaking and crying because she didn't know what to do in this situation, but he shouted at her not to fall into the young man's trap. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the girl intently because he had already told her to get rid of the old man. He wanted her to change her family and go over to their side. At that very moment, the young man provided direct evidence and said that this potion was proof that the man had killed the guild leader. He was taken aback because he did not understand what the young man was saying. Lee Seol-ho shouted furiously that all the evidence was fabricated. He asked if they were going to exhume and dissect the body of the guild leader, while he said that he never touched the potion. Lee Ki-yeon said with a smile that the truth would be revealed because the potions left a trace, and the moment he uncorked the potions to kill the guildmaster, shiny particles of the potion settled on his clothes and even on his body. The man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. Lee Ki-yeon said with a grin that the answer might be revealed if he sent the clothes or the man for examination. But at that very moment he said that they wouldn't even need that. The young man snapped his fingers and used his magic on the man. Lee Sol-ho was taken aback and started screaming. He didn't understand what was going on. At that very moment, the young man said with confidence that the man was indeed involved in everything that was happening. But at the same time, he hoped until the very end that the man had not committed such a sin. Lee Sol-ho rushed towards the young lady and started shouting that the young man had set him up and that he had done nothing of the sort. He wanted her to believe him. The young man looked at the man with a smirk, as he knew perfectly well that he was not involved in anything like that. Lee Sol-ho looked at the young man with fury. He did not raise how he dared to do something like that to him. Lee Sol-ho was furious and did not understand how he dared to fool their guild with his lying tongue. He immediately headed towards the young man and wanted to deal with him. Burning with anger, he raised his fist and aimed at his opponent as he wanted him to burn in hell. But a moment later he froze in place in shock as his arm was cut off. The young lady, in turn, had no intention of standing and watching such things. She dealt with him immediately. At the same time, she was bursting into bitter tears, trembling with fear and screaming in rage that he was just a useless animal. The man was shocked because he did not expect this. At the same time, she immediately shouted that they should throw everyone involved in what was happening into prison. Everyone was taken aback, since they knew nothing about what was happening, but they shouted that the man had ordered them, and they could not disobey. Lee Sol-ho was reaching out to the girl with all his might, and she was furious because she had believed him all this time. She felt sad, but he had trampled on her trust. She knew she had been a fool to believe that they could go back to what they had been before. She furiously told him not to even dare to say her name with his filthy mouth, because he was no longer part of their guild. She looked at him intently and said with fury that he was a vile traitor. The man was shocked, as he realized that the young man had simply set him up. After some time, the man was in the underground torture chamber of the Scarlet Mercenaries. Lee Ki-yeon came to visit Lee Sol-ho, and he mockingly said that he was glad that he was still left alive, since he wanted to deal with him personally. The man was angry. He shouted at the young man that he would not get away with this. At that very moment, a young lady came up to them and asked her master if he had called her. He sighed heavily and asked how his girlfriend was feeling now. She said that the girl had not yet woken up. He sighed and asked Song Hee-yeon to begin. The man was taken aback by shock as he felt the girl begin to heal him. He was confused and did not understand what they were doing. He screamed that this was not enough for him to forgive them, but at the same moment he was taken aback as he again felt the pain that spread throughout his entire body. Song Hee-yeon looked at the man with fury, as she understood that he was simply a useless scum of society, and therefore he had to die. With tears in his eyes, the man asked the young man to save him, as he had made a big mistake, but now he would do everything no matter what the young man ordered. Lee Ki-yeon told the man with a smirk that he had no idea how cruel and merciless he was to his enemies, but this time he was a little careless, and he should have gotten rid of the man the first time he bared his teeth at him. Because as a result he almost lost someone dear to him, he angrily told the old man not to worry. After all, even if everyone forgets about him, he will forever remember his cries, his face distorted with pain, and his voice pleading for help. He said that he would definitely keep every little thing in his memory. And he intended to dedicate his horribly painful death to the precious man who had risked his life for him. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the man with fury and said that he would kill him as painfully as possible in exchange for her smile, and he would learn this lesson to be even more ruthless in the future. The man was taken aback and puzzled, asking the young man why they didn't make a deal. He shouted that he would do his best and tell him everything. Lee Sol-ho shouted and asked the young man what he would say in response. Lee Sol-ho burst into bitter tears and looked at the young man with hope, because he still hoped until the very end that he would leave him alive. Lee Ki-yeon, in turn, looked at the old man with fury in his eyes, as he wanted him to understand that he would kill anyone who dared to touch him. He had no intention of negotiating with him. That same evening, the young lady lay quietly in the hospital room. After some time, she woke up and looked into the distance with a smile, as she had a very good dream in which her lover generously hit her. The young people looked at the great sorceress with joy as she saved them with her power. They thanked her with joy. At this, the young lady looked closely at everyone present and realized that all her efforts were worth it. The young man thanked the girl for accepting their offer. He looked at her closely and thanked her for choosing not only their guild, but also the side of humanity. She smiled and said that her conscience would have eaten her up from the inside if she had stayed in the tower. She was glad that she was able to help people and they survived. She knew that if she could use her power to end the war, she would make everyone happy. He looked at her with a smile as he was glad about this. But after some time, the young man was shocked by what he saw. He simply could not believe that the cheerful Jung Ha-yang had done something like this to herself. After this, he dealt with all the opponents who came his way with fury. Kim Hyun-sung was furious and couldn't believe that terrorism was right in the center of the city. He sighed as he realized that he had been careless. He was very angry because nothing like this had ever happened in his old life. He could never have imagined that something like this could happen while he was going about his business. He understood that he should have been more attentive. He understood that if he were distracted for a second, he would almost lose his friend again. He could not lose her, since she was a valuable comrade. The young lady looked at her friend intently and said that it was not his fault that the girl died, but he understood that it was entirely his fault, since he had dragged her to the battlefield without permission, and after that she had experienced a nightmare, but I was shocked. The young lady said that although the girl seemed fragile, she was extremely strong, and if she wanted to escape, she would have done the same, but she still went to the battlefield, and in doing so, saved countless people. Hae-jin sighed heavily and said that she didn't think the girl would do something like that solely out of guilt, so he shouldn't blame himself. He sighed heavily and asked angrily why she had done such a thing. Hae-jin reported that the investigation was still ongoing. During her investigation, she found a letter in the Magician's Guild right before the girl's death. He was taken aback because he saw that the letter was sealed with magic. She said that they were unable to examine the contents, but they found many similar letters in the girl's office, and so she assumed that the sorceress had contacted the enemy, and the enemy began to blackmail her. Hyejin also reported that in one letter the young lady deeply regretted something. She looked closely at the guild leader and reported that a powerful magician had a hand in writing this letter. She understood that someone very powerful, was involved in the death of the young lady. But a moment later their dialogue stopped as a deafening explosion thundered next to them. Hyejin was shocked and shouted at the young man that this was an attack and he should leave quickly. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback as he saw the black mage in front of him. He looked at him intently, and he was wearing a mask. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the young man with anger as he saw his potential enemy in front of him. In his first life, after the biggest threat, Jung Ha-yang, was eliminated, they began to actively exterminate the human race. Now, because of what he heard, this time their target was Jung Ha-yang and Lee Ki-yeon, so he assumed that Lee Seol-ho and the Yamada Guild were just a cover, and the masked man was controlling everything from the shadows. He assumed that they were gathering their forces somewhere in the city to capture the continent, because this time they almost killed the young sorceress. He understood that undoubtedly, in her current life, the masked man had noticed her potential and decided to get rid of her since she had not joined the ranks of the dark forces. At the same time, he was glad that he had first dealt with the young man, who was a former comrade of the man in the mask. Moreover, this time, even the weak Lee Ki-yen almost died because of his relationship with the young sorceress. He understood that if something happened to the young man, she would refuse to be in the guild. Kim Hyun-sung was furious because he knew the problem was in the moments he spent apart from them, just like now. He wanted his divine spear, Cho Hai Jin, to be by their side, a person who had earned a title for her superiority over her opponent on the battlefield with just a single spear. But unfortunately, she died because of the young man, despite the fact that he was supposed to save her. He understood that he really needed someone who could look after everything in his absence. He wanted to find the girl and recruit her into his team. At the same time, he intended to save her, no matter what. Then he wanted to find all the dark magicians on the continent and kill them all. Meanwhile, the young man and his companion came to see their precious friend. But a moment later they noticed that she was sleeping quietly. At the same time, they noticed that their friend had come out. Kim Yeri looked at Lee Ki-yeon and said that she would go and look for Park Dok-koo. He looked at her in surprise and agreed, asking her not to go far. He realized that she had decided to leave to let him be alone with his beloved. At that very moment, the young man unsuccessfully approached his girlfriend. He looked at her intently as she slept quietly. He knew that she was wounded so seriously that she lost consciousness while protecting him. He understood that he had to keep her by his side at any cost until the very end, while he wanted to beg his friend for a warm place for her. At that very moment, the young man came closer to her and quietly whispered her name. He looked at her with bewilderment as he saw that she was embarrassed. He realized that she was not sleeping, and yet he said that he came to her, but she did not even want to look at him. Lee Ki-yeon smiled and said that he knew perfectly well that she was not sleeping, but he also noted that pretending would not give her anything, so she should be tired. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and looked at her with a smile, since she did not answer him. He sighed heavily and called her name with a smile. At this, the young lady pursed her lips and reached out to him as she wanted him to kiss her. Lee Ki-yeon walked closer to her, and the girl said that if she didn't wake up, she wouldn't be able to see her appa at the guild leader appointment ceremony. He asked if she was sure she agreed to this. She knew he was sexy, sweet, seductive, and so she simply could not help but see him in such a guise. At that very moment she screamed and quickly came to her senses. She froze for a moment when she saw her lover in front of her. He looked at her intently, as if she were deceiving him, but after a moment his face changed, and he looked at her with a smile. Jung Ha-yang looked at the young man with tears in her eyes and quietly whispered his name. At that very moment, she pounced on him and hugged him tightly, as she was very glad that everything was okay with him. Hugging her, he said with a smile that he was also glad that everything was okay with her. But a moment later, Park Dok-koo entered the room and looked at the young people with a grin, as he caught them at a very sensitive moment. The young people looked at the couple in love with smiles, as they were very passionate. They wanted not to disturb the lovers and to leave as quickly as possible, while the young lady shouted that everything was wrong and that it was just a misunderstanding. But a moment later, Kim Hyun-sung entered the room and saw all his friends. He sighed heavily and said that he went to check if there were any more assassins left in the area, but he was glad that the young lady had survived. At that moment, he looked at them with a keen gaze and said that from now on, as the leader of the squad, he promised to be more attentive. Lee Ki-yong smiled and told the young man that everything was fine with them and that he didn't need to worry. At that very moment, the young men looked intently at their comrade with gentle smiles. He was happy with this outcome and said with a smile that they should return to their guild. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friends with a smile as they engaged in a casual conversation. A few days later, the initiation ceremony took place. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend with a satisfied smile as he was waiting for the moment when his friend would take over the great guild. Lee Sang-hee looked at everyone present and declared that it was time for a change for their heliums. She said that she was relieving herself of the heavy burden of office as deputy guild leader and would be happy to witness the birth of a new guild. She looked intently at the young man and wanted to introduce him to everyone else. After all, he was amazing in everything and had shown his best side many times, and at the same time, he was the former head of the 7th Squad, and from now on, he was the new head of the guild. Kim Hyun-sung looked at everyone present and said that it was an honor for him to receive this post. Although he did not deserve it, he also noted that the guild had to endure a lot of pain. However, despite all the hardships, their guild did not get into it. He wanted to consider this their new start, and he intended to start everything from scratch, while he stated that their guild would change, and its changes had already begun. Kim Hyun-sung looked at everyone present and said that he would like to introduce them to the new officials, as well as outline plans regarding the future course of their guild. At that very moment, he said that he was appointing his faithful comrade as the new deputy head of the guild. The young man was taken aback and looked at his friend with admiration. He knew perfectly well that it was not in vain that he trusted his friend, but at the same time he actually doubted a lot, but now he understood that he had worried in vain. Lee Ki-yong was very happy about this. He already felt power, security, fame, and money. Kim Hyun-sung also appointed the young man as the guild's secretary general and head of the personnel department. Lee Ki-young was very happy about this and already wanted to repay his friend. The guildmaster also announced that they would be creating a new strategic squad for the cleanup, and Lee Ki-yeon was appointed as the leader of the strategic squad and also in charge of distributing the items. He said with a smile that they would also create a guild development department and a damage control committee, so for now, Lee Ki-yong was appointed as the chairman of both. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his comrade with bewilderment, as he knew that he had given him too much. Kim Hyun-sung said that he also wanted to appoint his comrade as the head of the administration, responsible for regulating all major issues, and he also intended to establish a pension fund and appoint its manager. Everyone present was momentarily consoled. Kim Hyun-sung did not stop in line and said that they would create several more new departments, and his comrade, Lee Ki-yeon, would also be in charge of them. He was shocked. The young man also reported that his comrade would be appointed temporary deputy head of the Fantastic Griffins Research Committee. He happily said that he was appointing his loyal comrade to several more positions. At the same time, he looked closely at everyone present again and said that his faithful friend, Lee Sang-hee, would also take care of everything else. She remained in the guild as an advisor. At the same time, he looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he really hoped that they both would succeed in the future. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend with a smile and said that he did not deserve these positions at all, but for him, It was a great honor. He said with a smile that he would try his best, but at the same time he was very angry because his friend had dumped everything on him. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend and wondered if he was seriously going to drive him for the sake of the great guild, but he knew that he should have expected this from the moment his precious friend asked him to become an alchemist. Lee Ki-yong was furious because he realized that his friend was the last dog in power. He understood that since everything had turned out this way, he had to cleanse the great guild. He was going to destroy the old guild, and he intended to start by introducing a new uniform. He wanted to make sure that there was not a single place in the guild that his hand did not touch. He intended to throw away all the old orders because he had a young company, so he wanted to create a young guild. At the same time, everyone looked at the young people with bated breath. The young man looked into the distance with a satisfied grin as he intended to carry out a renovation. He wanted to tear down the rooms where the old people lived, repaint the walls with magic. He intended to recruit cheap but capable people to create a new guild, and he wanted to put on a real show. Lee Ki-yong intended to spread his influence across all continents and make the guild a place of work, dreams, and hopes. He knew that the success story was already beginning. After some time, the young man released leaflets so that the whole world would know about their guild. At the same time, he put on a whole show because he wanted a stream of people to pour into their guild, everyone looking with admiration at the young people. They showed all the newcomers with smiles that they did not need to be afraid and that they should follow them. Sometime later, young people created a new order. They wanted to show that their guild was the guild of their dreams. At the same time, they showed with joyful smiles that in the new guild, a family-like and warm atmosphere awaits all newcomers. Everyone also watched the young people, and they looked great together. Blue also had a few more best friends. One could find out everything in the world from one, because she was very cunning, and at the same time she was one of the 3 largest guilds. And from the second friend, you could get into trouble for chatting, and she was the queen of all mercenaries. Every evening they have dinner with champagne and cheerful singing. Some people realized that the blue had gone crazy, but from the outside, everything looked very cheerful. At the same time, the young man said with a joyful smile that if someone was angry about their rise from the ashes, they didn't care. They happily finished their performance, but at the same time they invited everyone who wanted to join them. The young people looked at them with admiration, as they saw that if they joined the guild, a wonderful future awaited them. At that very moment, the young man took the girl's resume and tore it up in front of her, but he did not forget to congratulate her and inform her that she had been hired. She was shocked because she didn't expect this. At that moment, he looked at her with a joyful smile and informed her that she was part of the team. Some time later, the young man sat puzzled in his new office as he had a lot of work and little time. Moreover, his friend gave him a remedy last night that would allow him to stay awake for several nights in a row without any consequences. After some time, the young people came to their chief with a report. He noticed that the new recruits were very capable. After the report, they happily thanked him for providing them with housing and also good places to work. They said that they would never forget what he did for them. He was glad that they were indebted to him. Some time later, the young man went to his friend as he wanted to get permission from him. But a moment later he was taken aback as he saw his friend. He looked at her with surprise and asked why she came to them. She looked at him with a smile and said that they were just talking about him. He was taken aback, as these words worried him. Lee Ki-yong looked at his friend intently and was taken aback because he did not understand why his friend looked so bad. He asked if something had happened, but the young people sighed and said that nothing had happened yet. At that moment, the queen looked closely at the young man, and the loss asked if he wanted to join her attack on the Yamata Guild. At the same time, he listened to their conversation, but mentally asked for forgiveness, since he had fabricated everything that was connected with the guild. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the girl intently and said that she should understand how dangerous everything was, and even if she was the queen of mercenaries, if they targeted her like last time, everything could end badly. Lee Ki-yong smiled and asked the queen to calm down, and asked if she was planning to go to the guild in person. She smiled and said that she was going to the Empire, and to be more precise, she intended to go to a luxurious imperial ball. She reported that this time, Scarlet Mercenaries and Black Swans were invited to the event. She said that usually the heads of the largest guilds from all over the Holy Empire were invited to such events, and the Yamata Guild was invited. And without further ado, it was clear that the head of the guild would attend this event. But unfortunately, the Blue Ones were not invited this time. The young man understood perfectly well that they were not invited because they were just developing now. At that very moment, she said that for this reason, she came to them as she wanted her precious friend to go to the ball with her. While standing outside the door, the young lady was taken aback when she heard something like that. She smiled and said that she wanted her precious friend to get some rest for a few days, and so she was taking him. The young man was taken aback because he knew that if his precious friend left, the work would stop. He told his friend that he was not at all obliged to force himself to do something like that. Li Qi-yong looked at his boss with a smile as he understood that the mountain of work was too much for him to handle. But in turn, he did not hesitate, and at that very moment, threw off the shackles of the guild in search of his own happiness. The young man shouted and called for his friend, but it was all in vain. After some time, the young man looked at his beloved in surprise, not understanding where she came from in such a place. She thought for a moment and said that she had simply decided to take a walk, but he saw that she and her methods were becoming more and more bizarre. At that moment, the queen was taken aback because she saw a familiar face. The old man said with a smile that he was very glad to see her alive and well. Chahira looked at everyone present with a smile and introduced her godfather. Li Qi-yan was surprised because the old man was surprisingly very strong. At the same time, he introduced himself and also said that he was the deputy head and also the lover of the great queen, while his girlfriend said that she would soon become the wife of the deputy head. At that very moment, the old man approached the young man and looked at him intently. Victor Haar, without ceremony, shouted that the young man was a frivolous man, but he did not approve of him and shouted at his goddaughter to leave him immediately. She was shocked and shouted at him not to meddle in her heart affairs. At the same time, the young man was puzzled because he understood that he would not leave a good impression. He decided to pay attention to his girlfriend because soon her obsession could get out of control. At that very moment, he was taken aback and froze in place as he heard someone's voice. He was puzzled because he realized that he was the only one who heard this voice, since no one else responded. At that moment, the young lady was taken aback as she saw familiar people. She looked intently at the shamanka and greeted her. In front of them was the head of the night sky, Kasugano Yuno. At that moment, he realized that it was Anna who was speaking to him through telepathy. He immediately used his power because he wanted to know who was in front of him, but he was taken aback when he saw that the characteristics of this girl resisted the eyes of the soul. He knew that this simply couldn't be happening, but at the same moment, he was taken aback and wondered if she had realized that he was trying to open her stats window. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as she allowed him to view the characteristics. He was confused and did not understand why she did this. She was a legendary level shaman and had eyes that were stronger than the eyes of the soul, but perhaps due to desecration, her overall condition was approximately 0, and therefore he was advised to stay away from her. He was puzzled and did not understand what was wrong with her condition. She looked closely at the young man and said that she noticed the same eyes of the soul that saw right through him. She had been looking for him for a very long time. He was taken aback because he realized that she knew him, but at the same time he was scared because he did not understand what was going on at all and assumed that she had simply gone to the wrong address. A moment later, she called his name and reached out to him. He was frightened by this and shouted that she had made a mistake. At the same time, the queen managed to intercept the girl's hand. She looked closely at the organ and said that her dear one did not like it. Chahira looked at the girl and said that because of the recent incident, They were not in a positive mood for something like this, although she did not know that the barrel organ was needed from her dear one, but she advised her to stay away from him. Kasugano Yuno apologized for her disrespect and said that the young man reminded her very much of someone. She said again that she was mistaken and had no intention of doing anything bad to him. The mercenary queen sighed heavily and said that her apology was accepted. At the same moment, she said that she was leaving them and wished them a good time. She walked slowly past the young men, and Lee Ki-yong hoped that his friend would be a good girl and would not bite the girl in return. But a moment later he was taken aback as she called him again. He was shocked as she called him again using telepathy. She asked him to come to her when he had time. She really wanted to see him and said that she would wait. However, some time later he came to meet her. It was very difficult for him to separate from his girlfriend when she looked at him with the eyes of an abandoned puppy. But he asked the great queen to look after the girl, so he assumed that there would be no problems. At the same time, the young man was puzzled because he knew that the shaman had burned his soul eyes. At the same time, this ability was like oxygen to him. After all, it was his only weapon that helped him survive in the harsh new world, and the very fact that no one knew about him was already making him nervous. He was puzzled because she spoke such words as if she had known him for a long time. He understood that this could all be a trap, but at the same time, he knew that he had enough protective measures, even if everything turned against him. At that very moment, he entered the room and heard the sound of a barrel organ. At that very moment, she asked him if he knew about the first attempt. He froze in place in shock, as he had no idea how she could have learned about something like that. She said he was very surprised, but at the same time, she knew she had to find him and tell him the truth about the continent. At the same time, she reported that she received a message from the goddess, which is why she called him to her. He was shocked because he did not understand why the goddess needed him. At that moment, he shuddered, as his soul eye skill was forcibly activated from the outside. He had the ability of a legendary level soul eye that could see through the existing past and future without affecting the soul eye. He was shocked and did not understand why his ability was activated. At that moment he was taken aback as he saw the shaman and her eyes, which were blacker than night. She looked at him intently and said that I would like to show him neither the past nor the future, but the dissolving dark dimension. She wanted him to remember everything. She wanted him to remember their life together. The young man was taken aback as he realized that he was seeing into his past life, and he saw a whole mountain of ruins around him, but despite this, his entire body was invisible. At that moment, he looked at the young man in surprise, as he looked very familiar. He was taken aback as he realized that he had survived the first attempt. He wondered what period he was in, but he was still puzzled because he looked like a dead man. At that very moment, he was taken aback as his body collapsed. He sighed and wondered if he was dead. But a moment later, he felt the miracle of presence. He looked at the girl in surprise. She, looking at the young man with her closed eyes, quietly said that he was unhappy. She was worried about Togo because he hadn't woken up for several days, so she asked him to rest. She said he might feel uncomfortable being in an unfamiliar place, but she still hoped he could feel at home. Lee Ki-yeon sighed and asked the girl why she saved him. She said that she saw their future together, so she intended to explain everything to him later, but for now, she wanted him to know that she was on his side. He was puzzled and didn't understand what she was even talking about. At the same time, she said with a smile that for some reason she feels like an owner who has taken in a stray cat. Time passed and the young man slowly recovered. But after some time, spring came to them. They spent time together all the time, and yet their relationship went a little further than friendship. The young man was shocked as he understood what connected them. But after some time, the young man changed. He looked at the girl with fury and asked if she seriously thought that he would forget, because she decided that he had forgotten everything simply because he was smiling happily. Lee Ki-young was shocked that his past self threatened his savior with a knife. She tearfully said that he was an unhappy person, but she still loved him. After some time, the young man ran away and woke up from his sleep, but he grabbed his eyes because they hurt. After some time, the young lady looked at the young man with joy, and she said that he was her love. She smiled and said that now that he was awake and in his senses, they could hold their wedding ceremony sooner. She screamed that he should not refuse because he himself saw that they were lovers. He was shocked because he realized that she contacted him precisely for this. He was puzzled and confused as he saw only scenes of their relationship. Poor asked if this was really the attempt that the goddess wanted to show him. She sighed and said that somewhere from the middle, the vision could have become a little distorted due to her egoism. However, she understood that it was not so bad, rather, on the contrary, everything went well. Lee Ki-yong looked at the young lady intently, as he realized that she was his reference book about his past life. He understood that their connection provided the same benefits as a connection with a reincarnated friend, and it would allow him to peek into a past life that only his friend had known about until now. He knew that his life would become much easier if he could learn about future events. But at the same time, the young man was puzzled and did not understand what the goddess was trying to show him from his past life. But he was glad because he understood that the girl would be useful to him. He understood that she was head over heels in love with him, and this was simply absurd. He looked closely at the young lady and said with a smile, at least to get straight to the point, he said that in the past world that she showed him, she was his savior. Sighing, he said that he had betrayed her and even tried to kill her, but she was still ready to accept him. At the same time, he understood that she was in a position where she could kill him at any moment. He asked what guarantees there were that she did not harbor a grudge against him. Lee Ki-young looked at the girl intently and said that despite everything he had said and seen, she wanted to be near him. He asked if she shouldn't have brought a leash with her that he might like. She said sheepishly that this was what she truly adored about him because he was cautious. She intended to do whatever he wanted. She smiled and said that she would gladly give him her flesh and blood. At that moment she used her power, and the young man was taken aback. He was puzzled and realized that he shouldn't have told her anything. Using her power, she swore that from now on she would become his beautiful servant and devote herself entirely to the man standing before her, and no one would be able to break this blood pact and stand between them. At that moment she looked at him with a smile and said that she had done everything, but at the same time she called him master. She didn't know why she considered him her master in her new past life. Lee Ki-young was furious and did not understand what his past self had done to the girl. Lee Ki-yong felt uneasy about benefiting from the pure heart of a young maiden, but thanks to this, he had a legendary ranked pet at his side who was loyal only to him. At that moment he looked at her intently and with a smile asked her not to call him sir in public. She smiled and said that she would do her best. He turned around and looked at her intently and said that he didn't know if it was too late to tell her, but he was grateful to her for what had happened in their old lives. He knew that from now on he would take good care of her. He was glad that he had a devoted servant. But at that very moment he was taken aback as a stranger appeared on his path. He looked at the young man with a grin and said that he had come to see the shaman, but he had come across a man whom he had not expected to see at all. He said with a sneer that he never thought he would meet Lee Ki-yong, the mercenary queen's famous toy and the vice guild leader of the Blue Guild. At that moment he looked at the status window. His opponent, Ito Sauta, showed the young man a newspaper clipping and asked who was involved in the terrorist attack. The young man was taken aback, as he saw that his opponent looked like a villain. Ito Sauta was the guild leader and was also the villain who tried to take over their Blue Guild along with Lee Seok-ho. He was also the main suspect in the terrorist attack on the city. Of course, the latter was a complete lie, and the man looked at the young man with a fierce grin and asked if he had really told everyone that their guild was involved in the terrorist attack. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man and said that he was the one who sponsored Lee Seol-ho, who was responsible for the attack. The man looked at him with fury and asked if he had any evidence. He was beside himself with rage, as he did not understand why the young man would accuse their innocent guild of such a thing. He had no intention of standing by and simply watching such accusations. At the same time, he asked the young man whether he really thought that the Holy Council would simply forgive him for such antics. The young man bought it, as he had never heard of the council before. At that very moment, a young girl came out and asked him what was going on. The man exhaled and said that nothing like that was happening. He was simply trying to catch the mouse before it caused more trouble. Li Qiyong was puzzled, as he could see that the man was trying to irritate him. At that moment, he saw that his opponent's nature was that of a meticulous strategist. He sighed as he realized that they had the same nature, and now it was clear to him that he was trying to ridicule him. Li Qiyong clearly understood that he had done something like this before. Because I wanted to get rid of one obnoxious team, Li Qiyong knew that his opponent was not doing this out of anger at the false accusations. He was simply trying to annoy him. Li Qiyong, in turn, intended to do something similar in response. But he understood that it was dangerous now, and he needed to escape, and he told his opponent that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but he wanted to talk about it later because he needed to leave. The man looked at the young man with a fierce grin and asked if he was scared. Li Qiyong, in turn, looked at him with a grin and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Li Qiyong mocked the young man as he left, as his obvious ploy had failed. Li Qiyong looked at his opponent with a mocking look, as he lost because he didn't know that he had a soul eye. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, as he saw his opponent's predatory grin, and in it, he could read the intent to kill him. Li Qiyong was taken aback and cried out as his sword suddenly came out of its sheath. He was shocked as his trusty sword rushed towards the young man, shouting that it was a trap and he should not attack. But at the same time the sword struck without listening. But he did this not to the head of the guild, but to another person. Li Qiyong froze in place from shock, but at the same time he saw that the young man did not move. The young man noticed that the sword acted on its own, protecting its owner. He reported that he had lost one of his trusted subjects because I wanted to test the sword. At that very moment his face changed and he began to scream and call for help as the young man suddenly attacked them. Li Qiyong looked at the young man with fury because he knew that he was vile, and at the same time he had set him up, but despite everything that was happening, officers ran up to them because they heard the noise. The young man shouted that Li Qiyong had suddenly used his sword against him. They were furious, and yet they did not understand how he dared to attack the master. He looked at the young man with a grin as he liked this sight. The young man approached Ito Suta and asked if everything was okay with him. He argued that everything that had happened was simply insulting. And yet the young man did not understand how the young man dared to attack the candidate for the role of the next bishop of the Holy Council. Li Qiyong, in turn, understood what the man was up to. He knew that in the Holy Empire the Pope had the same power as the Emperor, and if he was not careful in his presence, he could certainly lose his life. But at that very moment the young lady intervened in their dispute and said that the young man was her guest, and she would not forgive them if they dared to touch him. The young people were taken aback and looked intently at the barrel organ. She said that he was innocent, and therefore they should take their hands off him. Li Qiyong in turn said that he was fine. He said that he would cooperate with the investigation, but before that, he wanted to tell her something. She called him in bewilderment, but he assured her that he was fine and that she should contact the person mentioned in the letter. The young man's sword was confiscated. Li Qiyong, in turn, looked closely at the young man and realized that he could still turn the situation to his advantage. Li Qiyong saw that the man hated his own kind, but he wanted to see who would have the last laugh. He intended to do everything to ensure that from that moment on, the young man would experience real hell. After some time, Li Qiyong was imprisoned in a damp dungeon. But looking around, he realized that the dungeon was quite cozy, and he met his friend, who was crying her eyes out. She was furious and screamed that she would immediately kill everyone who had imprisoned him. She did not understand how they dared to lock up her lover. At that moment, The mercenary queen sighed heavily and, looking at the young man, said that she had not brought him to the city so that he would get into something like this. She was puzzled and said she was ashamed of herself for loudly declaring that the young man would be fine as long as he was by her side. He sighed heavily and said it was an accident and there was nothing they could do. Li Qiyan looked at everyone present with a fierce grin and said that they didn't need to worry about him because he had a great idea for revenge. A few days later, Li Jihai visited her friend, and she looked at him intently and said that he was so comfortable that she couldn't even sympathize. She asked if he had planned something for the meeting. She wanted to know how he was going to use it. He said that he had come up with a plan together with the mercenary queen, but he apologized because he couldn't tell her the details yet. Li Jihai sighed heavily and said that it was all very sad, but she was sure that she would find out everything herself when the time came, and she also knew that the meeting was just around the corner, so she asked if he really intended to get out of the dungeon before the meeting. She also said that she was trying to change public opinion about him. He noted that it was not that easy, since people apparently had a high level of approval towards Ito Suda. At that very moment, the young lady looked at her friend with a predatory grin. Without wasting a minute, she looked intently at the guard and called him. At that moment, she looked menacingly at the young man and told him to immediately bring her the sword that belonged to Li Qiyan. The young man was taken aback and, asking for forgiveness, said that the sword was currently confiscated. She was shocked, but at the same time, Li Qiyan was closely watching everything that was happening. She angrily attacked the guard and asked if the young man would take responsibility for the incident if a Yamata clan assassin attacked her charge. She screamed that her ward was suffering from terrible moral trauma, and at the same time the young man wanted to leave her ward without any means of self-defense. She screamed that this was absurd, and she would sue him for slander. She shouted that the sword was a legendary weapon, so she could not leave it in the hands of others. The young man was taken aback and backed away. She screamed furiously and demanded that the young man immediately bring his boss, because they were doing their job poorly. The young man was taken aback and immediately hurried to his superiors. Li Qiyan looked at his friend with a happy smile as she was on top. Li Qiyan looked at his friend with a satisfied grin as he saw that she had learned a lot lately. She looked at her friend and said that in addition to the fact that he would soon get his sword back, he would be protected by the strongest warriors of the empire, and at the same time she was sure that many would consider him innocent. She said that she would lean towards him and support him, and the young man looked at her with a smile and thanked her, and also said that from now on he was in her debt. But at that very moment, the young lady asked her companion if he was really going to the event dressed like that. At that very moment she called her subordinates, and with a smile she said that they should do everything to make him look as sweet and innocent as possible, because everyone should consider him a victim. Sometime later the young people attended a prestigious event, and everyone was taken aback. They looked with admiration at the young man who accompanied the great mercenary queen. They were puzzled and wondered if he was really suspected of the brutal murder of a guild member. All the guests looked intently at the young man, because looking at his innocent face, they already wanted to protect him. They said that if he, such a cutie, was a murderer, then they would gladly donate their organs to him. At that very moment, the young man looked at everyone present with a fierce grin, as everything went according to his plan. Meanwhile, all the guests present were happily engaging in casual conversation and having fun. At this point, the young man saw the article and asked with bewilderment how much longer they would have to use physical newspapers. Li Jihai said with a smile that there was nothing they could do, and she understood perfectly well that they needed to use the newspapers to spread the word. At that moment, she looked at the great mercenary queen with a smile and said that it was a great honor for her to be next to her at such a meeting, and she also noticed that the queen was magnificent in her clothes. The queen smiled and told the girl that flattery would not get her far, but she believed that the girl had been of great assistance in freeing the young man from prison. She smiled and said that this was so. At that very moment, the queen asked the young man how his hand was. He was taken aback, and through his teeth, said that he was enduring all the pain, but it was very painful for him. Li Jihai asked him in bewilderment what was wrong with him in the icy conditions. He said quietly with a grin that the magical power of the great mercenary queen was raging inside him, and the moment the mercenary queen gave him a command, his powerful red mercenary dragon would explode. She looked at him with a smirk and with a fierce smile asked if he really wanted to say that his hand was, in fact, a bomb. She was amazed, but at the same time she looked at something like this with admiration. The queen, looking at the girl, told her to keep such a thing a secret. At that very moment he was taken aback because he saw his girlfriend. He smiled and asked if she had sent the letter to the right address. She said with a smile that she had sent the letter to the guild as he had told her, and she had even ordered express delivery so that their friend would receive the letter soon. Li Qiyong looked at his companion with a gentle smile and said that she was very nice today. She was taken aback and froze in embarrassment. At that very moment, with a tender and embarrassed smile, she asked if this was really true. She was a little confused, but at the same time happy, but she didn't know what to do, while the young man was happy, since he managed to distract her for a while. At that very moment, young ladies came up to him, and they noticed that he was even better in person. At that very moment, they began to ask him about potions, since they knew that he was an alchemist. Because of some beautiful ladies who had been looking in his direction for some time, he understood perfectly well that his plan would soon come true. He came closer to them with a gentle smile, and kissing the hand of one of the ladies, greeted them. They looked at him with embarrassment, because he was very nice, but at the same time the young man felt sick. And after a few minutes he fell to the ground with a crash. He looked closely at the girls and timidly asked for forgiveness, because he had drunk a little, and that's why he felt sick. They were shocked because they realized that after a small glass of alcohol he became ill. They shouted that he was a very fragile young man. At the same time, the men looked at this incident with bewilderment, since they did not think at all that he was a murderer, because they saw that he was hardly holding a knife in his hands. Li Qiyong looked into the distance with a fierce grin. He wanted his opponent to finally come out into the hall, since he would no longer be able to accuse him of a crime after everything he had seen. A moment later, he clearly saw a young man in the distance. At this, the young man looked at everyone present with a smile. Li Qiyong looked at his opponent with a puzzled expression, as he saw that he already had his own fan base. He knew that the young man was labeled as the one who falsely accused the fragile man of the death of his subordinate, yet he still received love and recognition. But at the same time, he saw that the young ladies were looking menacingly at Ito Suta, since they no longer trusted his words. He was glad because he saw that public opinion was divided in two, and this is where he started his concert. At that very moment, the young lady stumbled and accidentally fell on the waiter. The waiter was taken aback, because at the same time he was carrying a tray with glasses, and after such a collision, he lost control of the situation, and all the contents flew in different directions. Ito Suta, in turn, saw this problem and immediately rushed to the people, as he intended to help them so that something irreparable would not happen. He collected all the glasses of drinks with ease and dexterity, and in the process, he managed to catch the young lady. He looked at her closely and asked if she was okay. She was embarrassed by this, and timidly whispered that she was okay. At that moment, everyone began to rejoice and look at the young man with delight, as he had done something unimaginable. Li Qiyong looked at his opponent in bewilderment, as he understood that all his efforts had been destroyed. At the same moment, the young ladies also looked at their opponent with fury. At this, the young man's face changed, and he looked at them with a fierce grin. He praised his opponent for the difficult path he had taken, but he understood that he simply could not cope with him. At that moment, he shouted and called everyone present, as he wanted to take the opportunity to propose something to Li Qiyong, and depending on his answer, the empire would either remain neutral or enter the war. The young man was taken aback and froze for a moment, as he did not expect such a thing. Ito Suta looked at his opponent with a satisfied grin, and said that he was saddened that the young man had killed one of his subordinates, but as a candidate for the role of bishop and a resident of the Holy Empire, he did not think it would be a good idea to continue the conflict between them. He looked at him with a fierce grin and asked Togo how about forming an alliance with the Yamato Guild. Li Qiyong asked with bewilderment whether his opponent had really threatened to start a war if the alliance was not formed. He smiled and said that he had not threatened or said anything like that at all. He simply wanted to quickly come to a compromise, offering the easiest way to achieve a world empire. He smiled and said that, of course, whether to accept his hand or not depended entirely on the young man. However, he could not guarantee that the inhabitants of the empire would not think badly of him if he refused to follow the path of reconciliation. Li Qiyong looked at the young man with a smile and said that his proposal sounded quite good, and therefore he had negotiated a peace agreement. Ito Suta looked at his opponent with a predatory smile and thanked him for his wise choice. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as he saw that his opponent was looking at him with a predatory and satisfied grin. He was lost and didn't understand what was happening, because their facial expressions were abnormal. At that very moment there was a loud blow and an explosion. The young man was shocked and looked at his opponent in surprise, as he had blown up his own hand, and he was taken aback as he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Li Qiyong, bursting into tears, screamed in furious pain. The young lady, holding back her laughter, cried out that the young man had blown up her comrade's arm. With his last bit of strength, Li Qiyong told his opponent that he had just revealed his true form. Bursting into tears, he shouted that his opponent was simply a minion of the devil in the skin of a bishop. He understood that now the time had come to end his ravine with the help of a fabricated assassination attempt and public anger. The young lady did not waste a single minute, and at that very moment she attacked Ito Suta. She beat him furiously and shouted that it was he who really wanted to start the war. At that very moment the young man screamed as if he felt sick. The young ladies were shocked as their dear friend lost consciousness. They screamed and called for the priest as they realized that their friend would soon die. But at the same time, the young people quietly exchanged glances, since everything was going exactly according to their plan. At the same time, the guild leader was smiling as he read the letter from his close friend with all the explanations. After reading the letter, he felt relieved. At the same time, his friends were glad that their faithful comrades were okay. They breathed a sigh of relief as they realized that there was no need to carry out a rescue mission. The young people returned home after the good news. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his friends with a smile, as he was now convinced that the rest of his friends were okay, and now he realized that it was time to do his own thing. Meanwhile, the knights hurried into the hall. They were shocked, because they did not understand what was happening at all. The man sighed heavily and looked at everyone present with anger. But before he could even utter a word, he immediately received a very strong blow from the great queen of mercenaries. She, in turn, did not stand on ceremony with the young man, and each time dealt a strong blow. Li Qiyong understood perfectly well that it would not be bad at all if she killed him right there in the hall. But in turn, he realized that there was only one danger, since the young man meekly accepted all the blows. Moreover, he defended himself only enough to stay alive, which made him look like a much bigger victim. He understood that if the queen killed him now, they would not have enough evidence to accuse him of assassination, and later this could become his political disadvantage. At that moment he was taken aback, because he did not understand why she became even more angry than before. He wanted her to stop, but she had no intention of doing anything like that. At that moment, her old man stopped her. The young people looked at the old man in surprise, but at the same time they were glad that he intervened in time. Li Qiyong stared at the old man because he didn't show up, but in the end, he suddenly showed up. She glared at her old man and told him to get out of her way because she wasn't finished yet, but he said she had already overdone it. He also pointed out that this wasn't a training ground, and he was the captain of the knights, not her adopted father, and their actions were dictated by the rules of the palace. He looked at her intently and said that if she refused to comply with them, he would be forced to draw his sword. At that very moment, the old man told his subordinates to take the young man away, while the young man quietly said that he had done nothing of the sort. As he left, he said that he would cooperate with the investigation, but at the same time he swore that he had not harmed the young man and that the truth would soon be revealed. He shouted that it was all part of the young man's plan. Lee Ki-yong, in turn, could barely contain his laughter. At that moment, the old man looked intently at everything that had happened, but did not answer. After some time, the young man was in a small room and resting, while the mercenary queen informed him that his girlfriends were now in a separate building. He felt relieved after her words, but in turn he could not resist and burst out laughing wildly. At the same time, the great queen looked at him intently, showing no emotion. She sighed and told him to stop, but the young man could not stop. He also noted that if it were not for politics, they would have killed him on the spot. After he laughed, he looked closely at his girlfriend. But she only looked at him with fury and asked why he abused his body like that. He was confused because he did not understand why she said such things. With a smile on his face, he said that everything was fine and the treatment had gone well, so he didn't see what the problem was. She said with fury that she didn't know that he intended to blow up his hand. She said that if she had known about this, she would not have allowed him to risk her body, but at the same time she noticed that it was her own fault, because she was trying to have a serious conversation with him. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his companion with bewilderment, as he did not understand why she was so upset. At that moment he touched her tenderly and she froze. Lee Ki-yeon looked at her with a gentle smile and asked if she was worried about him. He didn't know if she really liked him. Cha-hee-ra was taken aback and said that he shouldn't be arrogant, and she wasn't worried at all. Cha-hee-ra could finish speaking. She suddenly froze in shock as her companion tenderly kissed her forehead. At that very moment, he looked at her with a tender smile and thanked her, thus congratulating her on joining his fan club. Cha-hee-ra froze in place for a moment in embarrassment. At that very moment, the channel looked away from him and said that it was very dangerous. He looked at her in bewilderment, as he did not expect such behavior. As she was leaving, she said that if he had a last wish, he should voice it, after which she would gladly send him to the next world, but for now she had things to do, so she left in a hurry. He looked after her with a smile and said goodbye. He didn't know what she liked about him, but now he realized that he had successfully tamed the beast. At that very moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, but moments later he told his friend that she could go out. A few minutes later, he saw his personal summoning beast. He asked her if she had done what he had told her earlier. She smiled and said that she had carried out his order, and they had already managed to make a profit, just for the items that were on display at the market. He smiled and thanked her for her good work. Lee Ki-yeon looked into the distance with a smirk, because he knew that his enemy thought that the end had come for him. He knew that he had to prepare while his enemy was imprisoned and attack before he had the opportunity. He looked closely at his friend and gave her several tasks, but at the same time, he told her to always be careful not to be followed. What they didn't expect was that they were already being followed. Meanwhile, everyone started discussing this incident. They understood that they had to deal with this situation properly. At the same time, the young man was happy because everything was going according to his plan. He was as pleased as he had recently been to a tea party before coming to the temple. After some time, the young man entered the room and saw the cardinal. He looked at the man with a smile and said that he was very pleased to meet him. Smiling, he greeted the cardinal. After some time, the young man reported to his master that their opponent was receiving large sums of money through illegal trade through the Sharmanka, and this had already been confirmed on the black market. At that very moment, the young man told his master about the items they were illegally distributing. Itosuta immediately shouted to his subordinate to inform the council that he was demanding an investigation. He understood that his enemy would soon be defeated. Meanwhile, the young man and the cardinal were drinking wine and eating. The man asked the young man what he wanted to talk to him about. Lee Ki-yeon told the man that he would be brief, and at the same time he asked the cardinal to stop all support for Ito Suta, as he could not be trusted so much. The man was taken aback, but after asking for forgiveness, he said that it was too difficult because he had offered a wonderful deal to the Holy Council. The young man said that he would give them more money, but the man said that was not the point. Li Qiyan wanted to know what their deal was, but their conversation was interrupted by a young knight. He shouted that the gentleman in captivity asked for an investigation. Li Qiyan sighed heavily, because he did not expect anything else. At that very moment, the knight seized the young man and informed him that he was being taken into custody on charges of heresy, while the young man shouted at the cardinal to beware of Ito Suta, as he was a devil who wanted to corrupt the Holy Council. Li Qiyan shouted that the empire was now in danger. The cardinal was taken aback. At that very moment he stopped the knight, as he wanted to learn more about everything. But a moment later he felt ill. He fell to the ground with a thud as his head began to hurt. He was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. After some time, a heavenly court was held in the Holy Empire, and they opened hearings against the defendant on charges of heresy. The judge looked closely at everyone present and asked if they were ready to begin. The man looked at everyone present with a smirk and stated that he was ready. The judge said that usually in heresy cases lawyers were not allowed, but considering that this was the request of the Queen of Mercenaries, he made an exception. Looking at the young lady, he asked if she was ready. She said that she was ready. At that moment he turned his gaze to the defendant. The young man said that he was ready. The judge looked at the young people with a smile, as he was glad to hear something like this. In an instant, the young man imagined the devil's drug, which was created by Li Qiyan, also known as a hallucinogenic potion. Everyone present was shocked because they did not expect to see drugs. At that moment, the young lady shouted out as if she were protesting against these accusations. She asked if they had any evidence that her ward had created this drug. The man said with a grin that if they immediately looked at the entries in the journal of the Sinava Guild's expedition to the Cursed Temple, they could find information that the young man's pill created was similar to this potion. And after studying the potion, they also found out that many unidentified ingredients were used in its creation. At that moment, the judge looked at the young man and asked if he admitted that he had created this potion. Li Qiyan sighed and said that he was the one who had created it. The young man was taken aback because someone had hit him from behind. The judge then asked if he admitted his guilt for creating the illegal drug. The young man said that he did not admit his guilt because this hallucinogenic potion was not a drug, but a medicine. At that moment, the young man laughed and said that this was just a facade to spread among the population. The young lady did not wait a single minute and began to protest against him. Li Qiyan sighed and said that the hallucinogenic product was a common medicine that was sold accordingly. Ito Suta looked closely at the young man and said that in that case, he should explain why the potion had a hallucinogenic effect. The young lady looked closely at the young man and said that he seemed not to even know this, because a similar potion is used by people with mental problems. And depending on the type of medicine, ingredients with a hallucinogenic effect are often used in medicine. Ito Suta said with anger that he could have assumed such a thing, but he understood that there was no need to add such a quantity of hallucinogen to the OI potions, because the content of this substance in this section is even higher than in other illegal drugs. The young man looked closely at his sworn enemy, as he knew he had done a great job here, having carried out such an investigation in a short time. At that very moment, the judge called the young lady, as she was a witness. He was interested in why she had not shown up at the meeting, and apparently, behind their backs, she had created a guild where she worked together with the defendant, distributing an illegal drug. He wanted to know if it was true. She said that she didn't understand at all what they were talking about, since she and the defendant had only met not long ago, and she hadn't attended the meeting due to illness. At that very moment, the young man took out the recording artifact as evidence. He presented a recent recording of their conversation, while Li Qiyan looked closely at his enemy and his jewelry, as he wanted something similar for himself. At that moment, the judge said with surprise that he was sure that he heard the voices of the accused and the witness, and he was also surprised that she called the young man sir. Ito Sauta reported that once they began to destroy the black market economy, other criminals involved in the trade realized their position was in danger, and so they attacked the young man right in the middle of a busy city. And they also attempted to attack him at a social event in the empire. Ito Sauta furiously shouted that all the incidents that were connected with the young man, namely, where he performed with the victim, were in fact the result of his guild in the drug trade. At that moment, the young lady began to protest, since everything the plaintiff said was just a figment of his own actions, especially regarding the murder with the sword of Li Qiyan, where the victim was his subordinate. The young man then said that his subordinate had several personalities, he was a member of his guild, and was also a member of a secret shadow criminal organization. He shouted that the person behind the terrorist attack in the city center was none other than Lee Seok-ho from the Blue Guild. He shouted that the terrorist attack was just a fight between a few representatives of the Blue Guild, and if it really happened, the guild's image would have been greatly damaged. Therefore, the young man attempted to accuse him of the deed. The young lady protested, as she had evidence that Lee Seok-ho was connected with the Yamato Guild. The judge looked closely at the young man and asked how he knew about everything. At that moment, he said that his guild stood on the side of justice, and they could not sit idly by while the devil destroyed the Holy Empire. The judge looked at the young man with tears in his eyes, as he was touched by his words, and at that very moment, he said that the charges were proven. He looked at the defendant and asked if he would admit to spreading heresy. He started to speak, but suddenly stopped, as he received a very strong blow, and lightning spread through his body. At that moment, the judge told the investigating magistrate that he could torture the young man until he confessed to the crimes. Jung Ha-yang was taken aback, as she had not expected such a thing. The young man, in turn, screamed in pain, and he was furious because he was being forced to go through unbearable pain. He understood that his enemy could rejoice for a few more minutes, but after that, he would be finished. Li Qiyong looked at his enemy with fury, because he understood that he had raised his hand against him and would soon pay for what he had done. He knew that his enemy would not get away with it after he had tortured a noble and innocent man. At that very moment, he asked the judge with a smile if he could continue the investigation on his own. The man looked at him in bewilderment, but agreed. Ito Sauta came closer to his sworn enemy and asked him with a smile on his face how he was feeling. Ito Sauta told the young man with a grin that thanks to his stupid and inappropriate actions, he was able to kill several birds with one stone. At that moment, he angrily told the young man to hand over the Blue Guild to him. He smirked and said that she would be a great stepping stone to the greatness of his guild and its return to the empire. But at that very moment he was taken aback, as the young defendant burst into wild laughter. Ito Sauta was puzzled and did not understand why his companion was having fun. Li Qiyan looked at the young man with a grin and said that his eyes did not lie. Ito Sauta looked at the young man with fury and shouted at him to stop showing off. At the same time, without wasting a minute, he used the force on the young man. At the same time, Li Qiyong screamed in pain, as his sworn enemy made his saint look even more pitiful. But at the same time, he wanted his ravine to make an even more merciless face. He wanted his ravine to destroy him, Ito Sauta shouted at the young man with fury and called him a heretic. He wanted the young man to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Jung Ha-yang began to call on the judge to stop such attempts by her defendant. She understood that he would soon die. At that very moment, the man said angrily that whoever tried to defend the heretic would be perceived in the same way. The young man, in turn, was glad of such words. He wanted to make them all regret what they had done. At that moment, the young man looked intently at the defendant and said that he would ask him one last time. He asked if he would admit that he was a heretic. The young man sighed heavily and said that he would like to confess something. Ito Sauta looked at the defendant with a satisfied grin, as he realized that he would immediately confess to everything, but a moment later, they heard a crash and noise. Itosuta looked at the young man with bewilderment. After all, he cried out with tears in his eyes and admitted that heretics were the Holy Council. The judge looked at the young man with anger and asked how he dared to say such words. He did not understand what the young man was saying. Itosuta said with a smirk that the young man was simply praying for them to end his life. He said that they should carry out the execution right in the courtroom, but moments later, with the help of a finger, a monster appeared before them. They were shocked because they didn't expect to see anything like this, but the young man said that they didn't need to be afraid because it was just a crippled low-level monster that he had summoned using bioalchemy. It was blind and extremely weak, so no one would be harmed. Li Qiyong looked at everyone present and said that they would now know why he dared to accuse the Sacred Council of Interest if they poured the hallucinogenic potion on the monster right now. The judge was furious because the heretic was giving petty orders, and the young man asked why they didn't want to try something similar. At that moment, everyone turned to the cardinal, and the man said that they should at least try to do something. Itosuta looked intently at the old man, as he did not understand why he suddenly stood up for the young man. But at the same time, he understood that he didn't need to pay attention to such things, since he knew the composition of the potion, but after a couple of minutes they still did, as the defendant said. They all noticed that he was staggering from the effects of the drug, but Itosuta understood perfectly well that his sworn enemy had simply dug his own grave. Itosuta looked at the young man with a grin, as he knew that victory was his. Everyone present in the hall noticed that the monster had burned to death. The young man was taken aback, as he did not understand what he saw. Li Qiyong told everyone present that it gives blessings and healing to people, but the monsters suffered from fatal wounds, and this hallucinogenic greenery is actually holy water. Li Qiyong knew very well that his opponent had received a report that the drug was illegal, but the subordinate who had reported it to Obed was a spy from the Black Swan Guild. He had almost died pretending to be in a losing position. Li Qiyong said with a fierce grin that the reason his opponent was unable to detect such a thing was because only a good person could sense the goddess's holy water. And since he did not understand this, like some members of the Sacred Council, which means they are real heretics, everyone was taken aback, since they did not expect such a thing. Li Qiyong said with a smirk that they secretly treated those who suffered from mental disorders, and to be honest, he thought that their words sounded like sophistry. Li Qiyong shouted that he would now like to abandon the trial of the devil's follower Itosuta, who was unable to sense the sanctity of water. At that very moment, the cardinal shouted angrily that their defendant was telling the truth, but at the same time he attacked Itosuta and shouted that he was a follower of the devil. At that moment, the judge looked intently at the young man and shouted at him to be quiet. He wanted the young man not to act as if they knew each other. They all screamed and demanded immediate execution. Itosuta, in turn, froze in shock on the spot, as he did not understand what was happening at all. Moments later, the young man moved away as an explosion thundered near him. Yung Ha-yang looked at the young man with fury because she missed, while her lover looked at her with a satisfied expression because he saw that she did well. At that moment, everyone pounced on the young man as they were about to deal with him. Li Qiyong looked with a satisfied grin at all the holy knights and the cardinal as they quickly switched sides, but this was entirely expected since the man they were supporting turned out to be a follower of the devil. He was shocked and asked them to stop, as he did not understand why they were doing this to him. He shouted that he had worked hard for the good of the Holy Council, and therefore they should stop. But everyone clearly saw that no one took his words seriously, and even the cardinal himself spoke out against him. Li Qiyong previously presented a small gift to the cardinal, and he accepted it. He drank a hallucinogenic potion that was used to treat injuries by causing the patient to hallucinate what he wished to see. It consisted of holy water and hallucinogenic ingredients. With names, he could make the person who drank the potion see what he wanted, and the wine he gave the cardinal was a special hallucinogenic potion. And as a bonus, he made him see the devil Itosuta burning down the Holy Empire. and the hero who stopped the devil's follower was the cardinal himself. Having knocked out the hallucinogenic products, the cardinal, who was devoted to them, considered this to be a revelation from the goddess and decided that only he, the chosen hero, could save the empire. After some time, the young lady treated the young man with sadness, as she did not realize that he was innocent. He smiled and said that he was glad to hear such a thing. Li Qi-yong shouted to everyone present that they could and they must try to cleanse the young man of the devil's power. Ito-suta looked at his enemy with fury, as he knew that he was in a losing situation. But he did not give up, and at that very moment he summoned the sword of wind and attacked his enemy. He looked at everyone with fury, and concentrating his strength, he struck. Li Qi-yong, in turn, did not give up and shouted that they must catch the young man and execute him in the name of the goddess. Ito-suta looked at everyone present with anger, as he saw that the young man had simply deceived them all, and he intended to deal with him quickly. Li Qi-yong looked at his enemy with a fierce grin, as he saw that he simply would not reach him alive, since he had a good shield. Ito-suta rushed towards his opponent at full speed, but at the same time he dodged the attacks of the young ladies, and in such a situation he easily dodged the battle priestess. But the young ladies did not hesitate, as the shaman then used her power against the young man. But somehow he managed to pass by her unharmed. The final boss was the perfect Jung Ha-yang. Without wasting a single minute, she used the wind blade into the magic chain, airstrike, and small meteorite. Li Qi-yong was shocked as she used many spells on her enemy's rods, yet the young man easily dodged all of her attacks. They froze in shock as he dodged everything, while his friend suggested that they run from the hall or call the mercenary queen. Li Qi-yong sighed and reported that the mercenary queen had gone in search of his faithful sword. At that moment, he was taken aback, because he saw that the young man was urinating towards him, but he did not think that they needed to run. But a moment later, he clearly saw the face of a young man in front of him, and for a moment he trembled with fear. At the same moment, he shouted to his friend that they needed to run away. But to his regret, he was unable to take a step, when suddenly Ito-suta, with the help of his weapon, aimed at the enemy. He closed his eyes, because he understood that a disastrous outcome awaited him. But a moment later, the young people were taken aback because Li Qi-yen was protected by his own sword. Li Qi-yong was very happy that his sword returned to him and saved him. He understood perfectly well that since his sword was next to him, his opponent would soon move. At that moment, Ito-suta was taken aback and jumped back, as the mercenary queen dealt him a very strong blow. He was stunned by this, and writhing in pain, he could not bear it and burst into tears. Cha-hi-ra sighed heavily after knocking the young man down. Everyone looked closely at their friend. They were glad that she came to save them in time. Jung Ha-yang, in turn, looked at the queen with fury, since she saved her lover, and she was unable to do something similar. After some time, the knights finally chained the young man up, right in the new hall, in front of the divine statue. But he screamed and tried to get out. Ito-suta looked at his enemy with fury, since he had made it all up and set him up, but the young man only said with a smile that people were thinking that he might be misunderstood if they heard him. Li Qi-yong smiled and told the young man that he had gone too far and that there was no turning back, and he would not lie and say that after death he would go to a better place, because after so many sins he had committed, he doubted that the young man would be allowed to go to heaven. He looked at his enemy with a smile, and at the same time wanted to purify him. He also begged him not to make wrong decisions in the next life. At that very moment, the cardinal shouted and called upon the goddess. He wanted the devil's servant to feel an unimaginable vengeance. A moment later, the young man began to suffocate under the water. Li Qi-yong stared at his enemy, as he knew full well that if he allowed him to live, he would one day stand in his way again, and since he was a potential threat, he had no choice but to eliminate him now. He understood perfectly well that this was his only way to survive, but still he felt sorry that such talent had to sink into oblivion. He even felt sorry for his opponent because he was his enemy. but at the same time, he had more determination. Li Qi-yong knew perfectly well that this was the reason his opponent had fallen. At that very moment, he showed his enemy an obscene gesture and laughed wildly. Itosuda was furious, and with the last of his strength, he cursed his enemy, but all his cries were in vain. After some time, the temple ministers and the holy council of the empire expressed gratitude to the young man for protecting their country from the minister of the devil. At that very moment, they conferred upon him the honorary title of bishop, and they also informed him that he was the first person from outside the country who had been awarded such a title. The men looked at him with smiles as they were happy about this. At the same time, he looked at them with a smile and declared that justice will always prevail. At that very moment, he turned his gaze to the old man, as he was dissatisfied and agitated about something. But after some time, he happily looked at various valuable items as they raided the Yamato Guild warehouse. Li Qi-yong, in turn, was taken aback and froze for a moment as he saw his friend running towards him at full speed. Park Dok-koo quickly picked up his comrade and happily began to shout that he missed him very much, while he reported that everything was fine with them as well as with the rest of the guild members. Park Dok-koo told his friend that if it weren't for his letter, they would have come to his rescue, but he was puzzled, because he didn't understand why his friend had brought so many gifts with him. He said with a smile that they should think of all the gifts as trophies from the war, and he wanted to present his comrades with beautiful griffins. Li Qi-yong, in turn, looked at his comrade with a joyful smile. He understood that he had been very busy lately, and it seemed that he missed him very much. But at that very moment, he froze with bewilderment on his face as he saw a beautiful lady next to his comrade. He was shocked and didn't understand who she was, but still wondered why they were chatting sweetly with each other. He was glad that his friend was finally happy, but at the same time, he was angry because his friend never smiled at him like that. He wanted to know what happened to the guild in his absence. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrade closely and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he also thanked him for his hard work. Li Qi-yong also greeted his friend but asked who was next to him. The young lady smiled and introduced herself. She said that she was the new head secretary and assistant to the guild leader. He froze in place in shock, as he did not expect anything like this. Li Qi-yong smiled and told his friend that he had found an amazing person in his absence. He was puzzled because he knew that he should have been in her place. He didn't understand how his friend dared to cheat on him while he was on a business trip. Kim Hyun-sung said with a smile that the young lady had recently come to the city due to personal circumstances, and they had only recently met. But he noticed that she was very talented, so he brought her to their guild. Kim Hyun-sung told his friend with a smile that the young lady had helped him a lot in his friend's absence, and that she was a truly talented, kind, and, among other things, very strong girl. Li Qi-yeon looked at his comrade with fury, as he knew perfectly well that if things continued like this, all his efforts would go down the drain. He understood that if this continued, they would face a danger in which the guildmaster would have to choose between his faithful friend and girlfriend. At the same time, the young man understood that his friend would choose the girl without hesitation. He understood that his friend had already abandoned him, and a few cigarettes before his death would not harm him. He sighed heavily, as he realized that their difficult journey had been fun. However, he did not want this turn of events to happen at all. After some time, he attended the welcome party, but was not in the mood. A moment later, he clearly saw the young lady in front of him, but he wondered why she was sitting alone, away from everyone. He understood perfectly well that it would be better for him if she failed to establish contacts in the guild. At that very moment, he sat down next to the girl and asked how she was doing in the guild, and at the same time he asked her to drop the formalities. She smiled and said that this guild was better than she expected, because she had been to a similar place, but it was not that friendly. Cho Hejin said with a smile that the guild leader trusted her best friend very much. He was taken aback, as he didn't expect to hear such a thing. She said that when they went to meet him, the guild leader kept talking about his friend, which was unusual since he wasn't the type to smile much. He froze in shock and realized that his friend had melted his heart, but he knew that he had to pull himself together as he had not forgiven his comrade at all. At that very moment, their comrade ran towards them with ready soup. The young people were taken aback and looked at their friend with surprise. After some time, they felt a wonderful, delicious taste and an incredible aroma. Lee Ki-yong excitedly asked who had prepared such an exquisite and delicious dish. At that moment, his companion said with a smile that he was very glad that he liked the dish. The young people looked at the guild leader in surprise. He only smiled and said that he really hoped that sharing a meal would give them all the opportunity to get closer. The young lady looked at the guild master with admiration, as she did not expect such a thing, while Lee Ki-yong looked at the young people with puzzlement, as he assumed that there was something more between them than the relationship of the guild master and the secretary. Lee Ki-yong threw down his plate and told everyone that he was not feeling well and needed to leave, while asking everyone else to ignore him and continue. The soup was really very tasty. He understood why his friend was such a wonderful cook, and at the same time he wanted to eat with them again, but for now he could not forgive his friend for it, because he understood that friendship should be above love. He understood perfectly well that his friend had to realize this pattern. As he left, he looked at his comrade with anger, for he wanted him to realize the value of a true friend. Kim Hyun-sung, in turn, looked at the young man with bewilderment, and at the same time he did not understand why he was angry with him. After some time, the young man happily called to his friends as he intended to give them all gifts. A moment later, everyone happily thanked him for such gifts. In turn, he also did not forget about his girlfriends. At that very moment, he tenderly kissed his girlfriend and said that he had a gift for her and his love. She was embarrassed by this, but she liked everything. At that moment, he approached the new secretary and said with regret in his voice that he could not prepare anything for her, but he gave her a blue plush seal from the storage room. She was puzzled, but still said that his gift was very nice. At that moment, the head of the guild looked at his comrade with a gentle smile, as he expected him to give him a gift. Lee Ki-yong quickly turned around and said that was all, and at the same time he called his friend. As they were about to leave, the guild leader was taken aback and called his comrade. Lee Ki-yong turned around and looked at his comrade and said that he actually brought him a gift, but now he no longer had it. He said that he lost it on the way. And as he left, he told his friend that he would have to wait until next time. The guild leader was puzzled and did not understand why the young man behaved in such a way, while Lee Ki-yong rejoiced in his soul, as he wanted his friend to feel guilty. After some time, the young people went to the guild's dining hall. Cho Ha-jin sighed and asked for forgiveness, telling everyone that she was not feeling well and needed to step away. The guild leader looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she was okay. She sighed and said that she was okay and would be back soon. Lee Ki-yan, in turn, was confused and was curious about what happened in her previous guild since she abandoned her, but he wanted to quickly find out what happened. But a moment later, he was taken aback as the guild leader called him. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his comrade and asked why he held a grudge against him. The young man looked at him in bewilderment and said that he did not understand at all what he was talking about. Kim Hyun-sung asked his friend if he was upset with him for accepting the girl without consulting him. The young man smiled and said that this was not the case at all, and he was not upset with him at all. He asked his friend if he really thought he was upset because he had put someone in a rather important position while he was away. He said that his friend was still the head of the guild, so his opinion didn't carry any weight. He was taken aback and told his friend that there had been a big misunderstanding. Lee Ki-yong smiled and told his friend that he was not upset at all about this. He did not continue the meaningless conversation any further and immediately said that he needed to prepare for the trip, so he was leaving. The guild leader was shocked because they did not finish their sentence. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback, as they saw that the scandal was growing. The guild leader pounced on his friend and shouted that he didn't mean for anything like that. Lee Ki-yong sighed heavily and told his friendly friend not to follow him. Kim Hyun-sung sighed heavily as he realized that he was the bad guy. Lee Ki-young, in turn, clearly heard the harmonious steps behind him, and he liked it. He felt like the hero of a romantic drama, while he was shocked that he was the main character, taking the initiative, but he saw that the scene was truly beautiful. At that moment, the guild leader cried out and apologized to his precious friend's review for hiding information from him. The young lady froze for a moment when she saw such a sight. Kim Hyun-sung, your turn, shouted that he wanted to confess something. Lee Ki-young was shocked on the spot, as he did not understand what his comrade was trying to say right now. He understood perfectly well that they were now entering the territory of controversial topics. At that very moment, the young lady was taken aback and fell to the ground with a crash, as she now understood what kind of relationship there was between the young people. Lee Ki-young was taken aback and tried to cover his friend's mouth with his hand. But after a moment he sighed heavily and asked his friend what he wanted to say, because the guild members were already confused. The young man asked for forgiveness. He sighed and said that he had always wished to hire someone as capable as his new assistant, and that he felt that he had saddled his precious friend with too many duties, and that after much thought he had unexpectedly met a girl, so I suppose they could pay. Lee Ki-young inhaled and looked closely at his precious friend, as he was easily influenced. He understood that although this was true, his immediate desire to apologize proved that he trusted him, and now that he was convinced of this, he felt at peace in his soul. The young man sighed heavily and told his friend that he never intended to ignore his opinion. Lee Ki-young realized that he shouldn't torment his friend anymore. After some time, the young people went outside, as Lee Ki-young wanted to show his friend something to draw. Lee Ki-young looked at his comrade with a smile and said that he wanted to give him the griffin. Lee Ki-young smiled and said that he picked him up on his way to the guild. The young man looked at his friend with tears in his eyes. He was puzzled because his friend had prepared a wonderful gift for him, and he didn't know it. Lee Ki-young said with a smile that he had already gotten it easily by his own free will, so he didn't ask for anything in return. But at the same time, he wanted his friend to feel guilty, since he had prepared a truly wonderful gift for him. Kim Hyun-sung knew that his comrade was a very good person, even though he sometimes did strange things. At that very moment he thanked him with a smile for this, but at the same time he saw that his friend was kinder, friendlier, and more reliable than other people. He understood that if he had met his companion in his past life, everything could have turned out differently, and together they would not have allowed the disappearance of an entire continent. At that moment, the head of the guild looked closely at the young man and called him. He was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like this. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his friend with a smile and said that since they had made peace, they could make a similar gesture. Lee Ki-young looked at the guild leader with a satisfied smile, because he knew that he had no friends except him, and now the young man was in his sexual network. That same evening, he decided to check the status window of his precious friend. He saw a notification that if he continued to be friendly towards his comrade, the system would give him more good bonuses. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the young lady and decided to look at her unique quirk, and he saw that she was very strongly showing love that was filling her blood. That same evening he received a letter. A moment later he was already reading the letter with the report. But a moment later he was taken aback and froze in shock when he read this information. The next day, the young people set out on an expedition, but not everyone in their group was happy about this. Kim Hyun-sung looked at his friend and invited him to go with them. He agreed, but in turn looked intently at the young secretary. After some time, they were riding in a cramped carriage, and he did not take his eyes off the young lady. He knew that her name was famous in Keslock due to the exposure of the head of the Little Rock Guild. He looked at her closely, as he knew that she was an informant. He knew that she was not a bad person at all, but sometimes she could be too righteous, and it was because of her that the public perception of the guild had fallen through the floor. He understood that she had nothing to do with them, and she would not touch their guild, but this drove him crazy. He understood that his actions were hardly legal, and if someone wanted to expose him, it would be easy to do. Lee Ki-yong knew that he shouldn't do something like that, because his comrade would just kill him. He wanted to calm down first, and hoped that he would find a way to win the girl over to his side. But a moment later he was taken aback, because he found something interesting. The young lady looked at the young man in bewilderment, as he kept his gaze fixed on her, but now he understood how he could become friends with her. Sometime later, the young people arrived in Keslock, where they were met by the young and cheerful Marlon Barra Keslock. The Lord's daughter and a native of the Empire, was incredibly obsessed with Lee Ki-yong, as he saved the Holy Empire from the Devil's disciple. At that very moment, she looked at the young man with joy and showered him with greetings. She said that she really wanted to see him. He was taken aback and greeted her, but in turn reassured his friend, since there was nothing between them. And at that very moment he pulled her closer to him, because she was the one and only for him. At the same time, the young lady told the young man that if he had free time, he could have a cup of tea with her. But at that very moment, Jung Ha-yang apologized and said that such a thing was impossible. She looked at the girl intently and said that she did not know who she was, but Lee Ki-yong was her personal slave, and she could call him her love slave. At that moment the girl was taken aback, as she did not know who was in front of her. But a moment later she turned her attention to Cho Hae-jin, since the girl was driven out of the city. But at that very moment she was taken aback and told the girl that she had not meant anything bad at all. She said that she was just surprised when she saw her after that incident, and at the same time she asked for forgiveness for making her feel awkward. Cho Hae-jin looked at the girl intently and said that no matter how much the city's residents criticized her, she was not guilty of anything. But a moment later, she was taken aback, as she heard a familiar voice. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man in surprise, as he did not know who was in front of him. The man looked at everyone present with a smile, and said that he was responsible for the wave of monsters, while he said that he was the head of the small stone guild, Songjedong-uk. Lee Ki-yong reached out to the young man with a smile, and said that he was very glad to meet him and introduced himself, but the young man ignored him. He looked after the man with fury, as he did not expect anything like this. Songjedong-uk walked closer to the young lady and said with a grin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, while he said that he wondered where she went, and, apparently, she was now part of the Blue Guild. He was surprised that after she betrayed them, she hurried to a larger guild. At that moment he looked at her with a grin and called her a traitor. At this, the young lady was filled with anger and fury. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the young man intently and asked him to refrain from making offensive statements. He was taken aback and said that he was very sorry and that he accidentally said such words in front of the guild leader. Lee Ki-yong looked at the young man and used his power, but he saw that he was a two-faced man, and he kicked the young lady out of the guild after hiding his corrupt schemes. She was an informant who could not help but reveal herself in the name of justice, and now she was treated as an enemy of the people. Therefore now the young lady most of all wanted to take revenge on the villain, because he had pinned his crimes on her. Lee Ki-yong was very eager to see what would come out of her revenge, and yet he chose a young man for the role of a minor villain. He knew that now he would be able to become friends with his rival, because he wanted her to take revenge on the man, and he also understood that darkness never removes light. After some time, the guildmaster met with Lee Ki-yen, and in front of him he saw the man whom the Lord himself had asked to deal with the wave of monsters. From the way the man looked at the young lady, his feelings for her were obvious. While he wanted to use the Lord's daughter to climb the social ladder, Lee Ki-yong in turn stood in his way, since the girl liked him, not the guild leader. Lee Ki-yong looked at the man with a smile and said that they had some time before the expedition team returned, and so he would like to offer him some of his potions. The man smiled and said that he would like to apologize in advance, and since he did not plan to start a business, the young man was shocked by this. Songjedong-uk said that it would be better to be hired as a subcontractor of the Republic than to conduct business with a suburban village. He said with a smirk that the popularity of these potions was not due to the guild name being tied to them, and perhaps he expected this strategy to work in their city, but life is not that simple. He believed the young man was ignorant about suicide, but at that very moment he was taken aback, because I didn't understand why the table and chair suddenly disappeared. The young lady, in turn, looked intently at the man and asked angrily who he dared to call ignorant. She was burning with anger and fury, and at the same time, Lee Ki-yeon did not know whether his girlfriend would forgive the man. At that very moment, she attacked the man and started screaming because she didn't like his words towards her beloved. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his friend with a smile and asked her to stop. Lee Ki-yeon smiled and told the man that he was a very ambitious person, but he still asked if he thought he needed better eyes to distinguish people, even though the man could not speak properly, and his friends were afraid and asked for help. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his opponent with a grin and said that he is the most popular alchemist on the continent, and at the same time, his potions occupy a very significant percentage of the market. At that very moment, he said with a grin that his strategy would work everywhere, because it was not for nothing that he was called an outstanding alchemist. Lee Ki-yeon looked at the man with a smile and said that he was quite talented, since he managed to rise so high without even knowing how to make money. At that moment, the man shouted that he agreed with his proposal. The young man was pleased with this, and therefore asked his colleague to put the appropriate seal. He was taken aback, as he realized that his life would be over as soon as he put the seal. But in turn, he understood that he had no choice, and so, with tears in his eyes, he told the young man that he was very sorry, but now they were in a bad situation because of what happened, so he asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. Sonjdan-uk. At that very moment, he told the young man that he had an excellent business project. Lee Ki-yeon sighed heavily, but accepted the document in turn. Sonjdan-uk said with a satisfied grin that his project is called the Black Market. After some time, the young lady looked at her partner in bewilderment and asked where they had come. He looked at her in bewilderment and said that they had come to the Black Market. Cho Ha-jin was shocked and screamed that the guild leader did not assign her to watch over him so that he would do such things. She was scared and asked what he was even going to do with her. Cho Ha-jin knew very well that the black market was a playground for adults. She shouted that she always knew that he had a difficult life because of his relationship, but at the same time, she would never think about such a thing. At that very moment, he stopped her and told her to be quieter. The young man smiled and said that there had been a slight misunderstanding, and at the same time he said that she had thought of something strange. Lee Ki-yeon sighed and said that it was understandable since his history with women was not entirely clean, and it was understandable why she thought that way. She took a breath and apologized since she did not mean to offend him. He looked at her closely and asked if she was truly sorry. He extended his hand to her with a smile and called her Alice. She was a little puzzled, as she did not understand why he called her by such a name. He said with a smile that this was her new name, and at the same time, he announced that from now on his name was Tom and they were best friends. She noticed that he was behaving very strangely. Lee Ki-yeon sighed and asked if she didn't want revenge. Sonjdan-uk. The young lady was taken aback and asked if he already knew about what happened in the Little Stone Guild. He sighed and said that he already knew everything, and at the same time, he noticed that the man really was going to kill her. She sighed and accepted everything, but in turn said that she was not going to take revenge on him, because the search for revenge would only bring retribution, and she was at a loss and did not want to continue the senseless battle. He was shocked that she didn't want revenge, but at the same time he knew that a business license for the black market was an absurd topic to change the conversation to distract attention. But he understood perfectly well that he had to make friends with the young league, and at the same time her enemy had to die. But he knew that he had to try a little harder. At that moment, he looked at her with a smile and said that she had done a good job, and the young lady felt relieved and was very happy with such words. Lee Ki-yeon, in turn, was going to make her fall in love with him, but at the last moment he changed his mind, as he realized that it was better to follow his friend's path. He looked at her intently and said in all seriousness that he would not say that her actions were right and would rather describe them as stupid. She sighed heavily and, gritting her teeth, said that she did not understand at all why he was trying to get her angry, although he knew perfectly well that friends become closer after a quarrel. He asked why she had resorted to such a measure as exposing her boss. He wanted to know why she didn't just kill him. She sighed and said that the man was a bad person, but not trash. He was surprised that she defended him because he really was a real trash, and she didn't even realize how disgusting a person he was. He began to name the names of men, and at the same time he told various details about them. She looked askance at the young man with bewilderment. Lee Ki-yeon looked at her companion and said that these people were previously members of the small stone guild and were expelled due to her exposure, and now they were barely making ends meet. She wanted to know if this was true, but he immediately said that it was a lie. She couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at him because she wanted him to stop saying things like that, even as a joke. He said that it could become true at any moment. Lee Ki-yong stated that there was no guarantee that her actions did not cause or would not cause harm to anyone else, and yet she still let the man go. He said that all she had to do was kill him, and yet he saw that she had strength and intelligence, but she still did not want to deal with him. He wondered if they had any fond memories with the old guild members. He was sure they were close friends, as they had been together since the beginning of the passage. He looked at her intently and quietly, said that she was the former vice leader of the small stone guild. She froze, not knowing what to answer. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his companion with a fierce grin and asked if she didn't want to feel guilty, but wanted to preserve the precious memories of her old comrades. He said that in society, such people were called hypocrites. She was furious and screamed that she was not a hypocrite, and at the same moment she grabbed the collar of her companion's clothes. She screamed that it was not for him to talk about such things and asked if he really thought that she would not understand anything. Cho Hee-jin shouted that he was the one who was the hypocrite here because his public personality was completely different from his real one. The young man glanced sideways into the distance as he realized that she had seen through him. At that moment, he asked her if she had any proof. She screamed that his corrupted worldview was proof of that. He said that he had donated money to the Holy Council for the construction of a social welfare center for slum dwellers. He said that he had done a lot of useful things, and the young lady could not object to him. She was furious and asked what he knew about her at all, and then he realized that he had overdone it. He said that he wasn't looking for a fight because he was on her side, but a moment later the young people were taken aback when someone approached them from behind. The young ladies looked intently at the couple because they were curious about what the young man was like in bed. He was taken aback and wondered if they were talking about him. Cho Hee-jin asked her companion with bewilderment who was in front of them, but he was also puzzled, as he did not know the answer to her question. A moment later, he looked into the distance and noticed that people were approaching them. Lee Ki-yeon, in turn, froze for a moment and decided to look at his quirk. He was stunned when he saw that he was a sophisticated liar, and he had a high chance of making dangerous people fall in love with him. At that very moment, a very interesting lady approached the books and looked at the young people with a grin. Meanwhile, the guild leader continued to hunt monsters, but he was confused because he didn't understand why the wave of monsters came so quickly and early, since in his past life, everything was different. He was taken aback because he knew that a black flame dragon was rushing towards him. Meanwhile, the young lady looked at the couple of young men with a fierce grin. Lee Ki-yeon immediately used his power and saw that the young lady was a curious explorer, but also had the title of a sadist. He did not like her title, but her nature was quite normal, but after a moment, he was taken aback because she was a breathless romantic. Lee Ki-yeon quietly called his companion and asked her for help. She looked at him indignantly and told him to handle it himself. He was taken aback, as he realized that he would not be able to do everything alone. At that very moment, he asked for forgiveness for what he had done earlier, because he was emotional. He said that she should help him because he was her boss, and bosses need help. He also told the suit, looking at the girl, that he did not want to be eaten alive. The young lady, in turn, could not resist and rushed to the young man. She suggested that the young people play together. He was taken aback and, asking for forgiveness, said that he was a little busy. She looked at the young man with a fierce, satisfied grin, since he had just rejected her, and this turned her on even more. Lee Ki-yeon. So looked at his companion with tears in his eyes and called out to her, while he began to beg her to help him. She sighed heavily, as she realized that she simply had no other choice. At that moment she looked at the uninvited guest and said that they had to stop there. She looked at the girl closely and said that yes, she was causing discomfort to her young master, but if she continued in this spirit, she would call security. Cho Hae-jin Elsa looked at the girl and said that unlike her, who would seduce people in such places, her master was a busy and modest man to the point of will. At that very moment, she grabbed her companion by the hand and said that it was time for them to go. He was taken aback because he saw that she was really cool, but their unexpected guest was not going to give up so easily. She gave them her business card and at the same time informed them that she would stay in the city for a few more days, and if they changed their minds, they should contact her, and she said that although it didn't seem like it, she was a rather important person, and they wouldn't lose anything from being friends with her. After some time, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, since they still managed to escape. He was scared and confused, since he thought that they would eat him. We live. Cho Hee-jin sighed and told her companion that he was popular beyond belief. She asked if he really did spray pheromones on his body. He said that this was not the case, and at the same time he asked if she couldn't walk closer to him. She said that if she walked next to him, she would create the impression that they were close, and she did not need that. He did not see anything like that in friendship. At the same time, she looked closely at the young man because she did not understand how he, a loser, a psychopath, became the vice head of the guild. She did not know what kind of person he was and did not understand how the head of the guild trusted him. But at the same time, she thought for a moment because he had previously told the truth to her face. At the same time, she was angry with herself in a way she had never considered the possibility that her actions could harm someone. Sighing, she said that she knew the reason why he brought her to such a place. She said that he wanted to show her how bad a person Song Zedong was. Uke. At that moment, she looked at her comrade and said that she agreed with his plan. He needed to show her everything and tell her everything about her former comrade. He looked at her with a smile, as he was glad that she was catching on quickly. A moment later, they went down to the basement and noticed something strange there. Lee Ki-young looked at his companion and said that she had exposed her comrade on the topic of illegal trade in monsters. He also said that the illegal trade in rare monsters takes place on the black market. He said that this was all just a facade and their real income was something else. She was taken aback when she saw this. He sighed and said that now the conversation would turn to the slave trade. The young lady looked at everything that was happening with a puzzled expression on her face as she saw a terrible picture, while her companion said that they were transporting valuable goods, namely, elves. At that very moment, a man approached them and asked who they were from. Lee Ki-young named his new acquaintance. The man looked at the young man with a smile, since Tot was their master's client, but he wanted their master to warn about visitors in advance. But he said with a smile that they had chosen the most suitable time, since they had good quality products. At the same time, the young lady looked at everything that was happening with rage. She understood that she had left her comrade alive in vain. Lee Ki-yeon looked at his companion with a satisfied grin, as he saw that her anger was growing, and after this, she had to take revenge on her old comrade. At that very moment, the man, smiling, began to talk about all of their products. Cho Hee-jin couldn't hold back any longer and immediately attacked the man with her fists. She was furious and couldn't understand how they managed to see people as just objects. But the young man stopped her and, with tears in his eyes, said that he would like one elf for himself. She was taken aback and froze in shock as she had not expected such a thing at all.